In the world of Blue Star, beasts run rampant. Upon reaching adulthood, women awaken the bloodline of spirit beasts, transforming into these creatures, yet are inevitably doomed to succumb to the fate of becoming demonic beasts due to the corruption of their powers. Conversely, men awaken the power of beast taming, enabling them to thwart this corrupting force and fight alongside spirit beasts. Chen Yi begins his journey by awakening a spirit beast cultivation system, unlocking 3 extraordinary SSS level talents. Even more astonishingly, the F-grade bloodline beauty of the Beast Taming Academy harbors within her body an SSS-grade Frost Dragon bloodline. Moreover, Chen Yi discovers that those F-grade spirit beast girls, deemed to have no future, each shine with the radiance of ancient divinity. Qingwan, Taotie, nine-tailed celestial fox, Phoenix. Astonishingly, they all possess ancient SSS-grade divine beast bloodlines. Observing these F-grade bloodlines, which are often scorned, a manic smile spreads across Chen Yi's face. Who dares to claim that F-grade holds no future? I shall awaken your supreme, divine blood. Only children make choices. As an adult, I shall have them all. Chapter 1. The World of Beast Women. In the Dragon Kingdom, at the entrance of Jiangchang Beast Taming Academy. Chen Yi, let's break up. Lu Ruyan gazes resolutely at the man before her. Why? Have I done something wrong? Chen Yi is utterly bewildered, unable to fathom why Lu Ruyan would suddenly propose a breakup. He is a time traveler who has been in this world for 2.5 years. When he first arrived, a stranger in a land unfamiliar to him, he was on the brink of starvation when Lu Ruyan saved his life with 10 yuan. In gratitude for her kindness, after establishing himself in this world, Chen Yi would bring her breakfast daily, assist her in disposing of trash, and even sign her in for classes when she wished to skip. Lu Ruyan witnessed all these small gestures. Additionally, with Chen Yi's handsome and refined appearance, which perfectly matched her standards for a boyfriend, she suggested they should give dating a try. Yet, unexpectedly, she suddenly brought up breaking up. Chen Yi, let me be frank with you. I caught the eye of a B-grade beast tamer, and we completed our contract last night. I truly appreciate your efforts over the years, but please do not contact me anymore. I fear my beast tamer might misunderstand. With that, she turned and rushed into the arms of a man who appeared to be a wealthy heir. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yi's face turned ashen. Having completed the contract, it implied that Lu Ruyan had already. However, why would Lu Ruyan, who awakened an E-grade spirit beast bloodline, attract the attention of a B-grade talent beast tamer? Isn't that Lu Ruyan's boyfriend? Why does he look so grim? I just passed by and heard Lu Ruyan completed a contract with a B-grade talent beast tamer last night. What a thrill. After dating for over a year without a contract, she ended up in someone else's arms overnight. This is hilarious. I never liked him. He's not even a student at our academy, yet frequently borrows Lu Ruyan's student card to access the library. What a pretender. A group of students from the Beast Taming Academy whispered among themselves, openly mocking Chen Yi. Ignoring them, Chen Yi silently turned and left the academy. Arriving at the training room of the Beast Tamer Association, he took a number and sat down, lost in thought. This is a world plagued by demonic beasts. 5,000 years ago, the beasts descended, plunging humanity into an unprecedented crisis. Fortunately, as the beasts emerged, dimensional rifts opened, spreading a special power known as spirit energy to every corner of the world. As a result, women awaken the bloodline of spirit beasts upon reaching adulthood, transforming into spirit beasts to battle against demonic creatures. However, this power gradually erodes their physical forms, ultimately transforming them into demonic beasts that threaten the world. Meanwhile, men awaken a power known as beast taming, forming contracts with women to prevent them from succumbing to this corruptive force while enhancing their combat abilities. Through collaboration in battles against demonic beasts, beast tamers and spirit beasts grow together, successfully safeguarding human civilization. Yet, the dimensional rift remains unsealed, and the threat of demonic beast emergence has not dissipated. To counter the ever-looming danger of attacks by demonic beasts, humanity has maintained this cooperative model, with beast tamers and spirit beasts standing united to protect the future of mankind. However, all of this is irrelevant to Chen Yi. Half a year ago, he awakened an E-grade talent, nourishing technique, which merely allows the contracted spirit beast to slightly delay the aging process, a meager benefit at best. Talent levels, akin to bloodline levels, range from F to SSS across 9 tiers. Although E-grade is not the lowest talent, it is quite challenging to achieve anything significant with it. Fortunately, Lu Ruyan also awakened an E-grade spirit beast bloodline, which, to some extent, makes them well-matched. He had believed that they could continue smoothly in this manner. Perhaps it is due to Lu Ruyan's exceptional looks and physique that she caught the attention of a B-grade beast tamer. Just then, a voice resonated in his mind, reminiscent of an AI synthesis. Ding! Spirit Beast Cultivation System has been successfully activated. Activating system panel. What is this? A system? Chen Yi stood in stunned silence. Could this be the legendary boon for time travelers? Why did it take 2.5 years to arrive? In the next moment, a light blue system interface materialized before his eyes. Name, Chen Yi. Talent, E-grade talent, nourishing technique. Level, first stage, first tier. Physique, 9. Spirit energy, 5. Average value for adult males, 10. Contracted spirit beasts, none. Skills, none. Enhancement points, 0. Damn, this is real. Chen Yi pinched his cheek to confirm it was not a dream, and joy surged through him. After waiting for 2.5 years, he finally received his own extraordinary advantage. Ding! The host has successfully activated this system and is awarded a grand activation gift pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining SSS grade talent. Infinite contract. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining SSS grade talent. Energy guidance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining SSS grade talent. Spirit Beast Awakening. The awakening of spirit beasts. This allows spirit beasts possessing hidden bloodlines to gain awakening powers, thereby activating the latent strength of their bloodlines. Note, some spirit beasts may fail to awaken their true bloodlines due to factors such as inadequate nutrition, insufficient training, or low spiritual energy. Such bloodlines are referred to as hidden bloodlines. Is it truly so astonishing? Chen Yi was utterly taken aback. In this world, beast masters have the capability to contract multiple spirit beasts. One can contract one at the first tier, two at the second tier, and so forth. Now, with the possibility of infinite contracts, one could potentially contract 100 spirit beasts of the first tier, provided their vitality can withstand it. It is indeed a bit outrageous. As for the other two talents, the descriptions remain somewhat ambiguous. Experimentation seems necessary. You're number 66, right? It's your turn. At that moment, a young woman approached Chen Yi, urging him, I am number 67. If you're not going to train, could you let me go ahead? I wish to return home early. I apologize, I was momentarily lost in thought. Chen Yi suddenly remembered that he had reserved a training room. The impact of the system had been so profound that he nearly forgot about it. In the training room, one can engage in simulated battles against AI beasts. Even beast masters without contracted spirit beasts can customize an AI spirit beast here to familiarize themselves with the combat process against magical creatures. Whenever he faced setbacks, Chen Yi enjoyed coming here to partake in a few simulated battles, fulfilling his dream of becoming a beast master. However, when Chen Yi stood up and his gaze fell upon the young woman before him, he was momentarily stunned. The girl wore a simple white dress, her raven hair cascading down to her waist, her slender legs encased in pure white stockings, accentuating her breathtakingly beautiful visage, both innocent and alluring. It must be said that upon encountering such a beauty, Chen Yi's heart stirred ever so slightly. Yet, this was not the most crucial aspect. The primary focus lay in the system interface that materialized above her. Name, Linmingxue. Contract holder, none. Bloodline, F-grade white lizard. Hidden bloodline, SSS grade Frost Dragon. Level, first tier, second stage. Physique, 3. Spiritual energy, 8. Attribute, ice. Skill, ice wind. Affection level, 0. Affinity, not yet cultivated. Evaluation, suffering from congenital heart disease since childhood. She possesses a frail physique, lacking exercise, thus unable to bear the power of the Frost Dragon bloodline, and has therefore been entirely concealed. Should her hidden bloodline be activated, she could become one of the strongest spirit beasts in existence. Ding! SSS grade hidden bloodline spirit beast detected. The system has successfully recorded the information of this spirit beast. If the host successfully contracts her and raises the affection level to above 80 points, the following rewards will be obtained. Reward 1, 10 enhancement points. Enhancement points can be used to increase the host's physique and spiritual energy, learn skills, exchange for special items, and more. Reward 2, Beast Master Skill, Beast Insight. An SSS Frost Dragon bloodline? Wow, wow, wow. This is truly extraordinary. Chapter 2, The Dragon Lady and the School Bell. Chen Yi was utterly astonished on the spot. An SSS-rated bloodline spirit beast, of which there are only 3 in the entire Dragon Kingdom today, had suddenly appeared before him. And to think that contracting her would yield such numerous benefits? Chen Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had laid eyes on his destined partner. Ding! Linmingxue's affection value, 10 points. Feeling Chen Yi's unabashed scrutiny, a flicker of disdain surged within Linmingxue. She was well aware of her beauty and had often been the object of admiration from countless men. However, it was her first experience being so brazenly stared at by someone like Chen Yi. What was so captivating? Linmingxue coldly retorted. In response, Chen Yi averted his gaze and waved the number tag in his hand. Beauty, I see you are alone. Coincidentally, I am as well. Shall we form a team for a mock battle? Ding. Linmingxue's affection value, 20 points. Upon hearing this, Linmingxue's brows furrowed tightly, and her loathing intensified. She had grown weary of such cliched pickup lines, which had become tiresome to her ears. Was he the type who would pursue her just for her looks? No need. Find someone else. Lin Mingxue flatly rejected him and turned back to her seat. Her expression darkened like a storm cloud, clearly displeased. Isn't that Ru Yan's boyfriend? Why is he trying to flirt with Mingxue? Mingxue was the belle of our beast taming academy. Did this guy not fear we would report him to Ru Yan? You all are too out of the loop. Just moments ago, Ru Yan dumped Chen Yi at the school gate, and last night, she had already contracted with another B-ranked beast tamer. Wow, is he getting greened? No wonder he is trying to hit on Mingxue. Mingxue awakened an F-ranked bloodline. Does he think his E-ranked talent can win her over? Uffed. He should take a good look in the mirror. Even though Mingxue had an F-ranked bloodline, with her stunning figure and appearance, many high-level beast tamers would still vie to contract with her. A group of passing students seemed to recognize Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue, whispering among themselves. Why pursue her of all people? Truly overestimating his abilities. However, Chen Yi paid no heed to their gossip. He feigned nonchalance and sat down beside Lin Mingxue, speaking in a voice only they could hear. F-ranked bloodline white lizard. Am I wrong? Ding. Lin Mingxue's affection value. 25 points. Lin Mingxue's pupils constricted sharply as she shot a fierce glare at Chen Yi. You have been stalking me? Chen Yi chuckled, maintaining a casual demeanor as he replied. Lin the Great Bell, you wouldn't want others to know your spirit beast form is a lizard, would you? Follow me. With that, he stood up and walked into the training room. Having delivered breakfast to Lu Ru Yan for over a year, he was naturally familiar with Lin Mingxue's situation, though he had never seen her until now. To his surprise, the beauty before him was indeed Lin Mingxue. She was truly stunning. The belle of the Beast Taming Academy, now in her second year, had successfully awakened a month ago, but possessed only an F-ranked bloodline. Despite her exquisite features and figure, many high-level beast tamers had sought to contract with her, but she had turned them all down. Since awakening her F-ranked bloodline, she hardly attended classes, leaving students only aware of her F-ranked status without knowledge of her spirit beast bloodline. Considering her reluctance to contract with anyone, it was likely she feared her bloodline's nature becoming public knowledge. It would be quite the embarrassment for the esteemed belle to have a lizard as her spirit beast form. Chen Yi was certain that Lin Mingxue would follow him to silence him. Ding. Lin Mingxue's affection value. 15 points. Lin Mingxue's gaze remained fixed on Chen Yi's retreating figure, her fists clenched tightly, her teeth nearly grinding. As the belle, she certainly had an image to uphold. She would rather remain uncontracted than let anyone discover her lizard form, even if it meant being completely consumed by her powers. This way, at least she could be sent off with dignity, passing away as a human. No matter what, she had to seal Chen Yi's lips. With this thought, she suppressed her fury and followed him. When the surrounding students noticed Lin Mingxue trailing closely behind Chen Yi into the same training room, they were momentarily stunned. She followed him in. This doesn't seem right. I just replied to a message. What just happened? I saw Chen Yi talking to Mingxue, and then this happened. Wow. Could it be that Chen Yi is a seasoned flirt? Even Lin the Great Bell is falling for him. Inside the training room, Lin Mingxue sat quietly to one side, coldly stating, Speak. What are your terms? Do you wish to sleep with me? Chen Yi's lips curled into a smile as he handed her the control switch, saying, Beauty. Don't be so hostile. First, summon a monster to vent your frustrations. Lin Mingxue's eyes remained icy as she replied, No need. Just tell me, what must you do to keep quiet? All right, since you insist, here are my terms. Choose a monster. Upon hearing this, Lin Mingxue paused momentarily. What was this guy's intention? Did he not wish to sleep with her? Or was he intending to record her spirit beast transformation for leverage? Clutching such suspicions, Lin Mingxue cautiously accepted the control switch and began selecting a monster. After approximately half a minute, her gaze landed on a monster known as the Earthworm Beast. Setting the difficulty to first tier, Stage 1. The Earthworm Beast, an Earth attribute monster, was perfectly countered by her Ice attribute skills, making it a very manageable opponent. Challenge object selection successful. AI monster, Earthworm Beast, level, first tier, Stage 1, will appear in 60 seconds. Please prepare the Beast Tamer and Spirit Beast for battle. As the announcement echoed through the room, the environment transformed instantly. The holographic projection enveloped the space, revealing a desolate wilderness. Lin Mingxue crossed her arms, her expression devoid of warmth as she asked, All right, what comes next? Should I enter my spirit beast form? Chen Yi smiled slightly, stepping closer to the wary Lin Mingxue and grasping her hand. Don't be so tense. Come, let us test your newfound strength. With that, he activated the spirit beast awakening talent. Instantly, Lin Mingxue felt a warm surge of energy coursing through her body from Chen Yi's hand. A strand of black hair was dyed white in that moment, sparkling like snowflakes. Atop her head, a pair of silver dragon horns began to emerge. On her arms, white scales appeared, spreading to her shoulders, and behind her, a pair of wings and a tail gradually materialized, stirring the cold winds. If one were to use a single term to describe Lin Mingxue at this moment, perhaps Dragon Lady would suffice. Chapter 3. The Thrill of Power. What is happening? Feeling the tumultuous power within her, Lin Mingxue was utterly bewildered. She had contemplated that Chen Yi might want to sleep with her. She had considered the possibility of him having some bizarre fetish. She had even thought he might attempt to extort her with this secret. Yet, she had never imagined that Chen Yi could grant her strength. Moreover, her very bloodline had transformed. Could it be that she had encountered a benefactor? Ding. Lin Mingshue's affection value, 40 points. Name, Lin Mingxue, armed form. Contract master, none. Bloodline, SSS Frost Dragon, temporarily awakened. Level, first tier, stage 2. Physique, 7. Spirit power, 12. Attributes, Ice Dragon. Skill, Breath of Ice. Affection level, 30 points. Familiarity, not yet cultivated. Chen Yi gazed at the dragon girl before him, nodding in satisfaction. He had not anticipated such a swift awakening of her hidden bloodline. It was remarkably simple. However, given Lin Mingshue's current tier of 1 and segment 2, mastering this newfound power seemed quite a challenge. It remained uncertain whether she could engage in combat in her dragon girl form. The forms of spirit beasts are categorized into 3 types: humanoid, beast, and armed form. Lin Mingxue, in her current state, maintained a human appearance while embodying certain spirit beast characteristics, thus representing the armed form, favored by many high-tier spirit beasts for combat. Typically, only spirit beasts of tier 3 or above can truly harness this power. Her condition now could best be described as akin to cosplay. Although she possessed the appearance of a dragon girl, her strength remained at the humanoid level. Enough with the astonishment. The AI beast is about to be summoned. Go test your might. Ding. Lin Mingxue, affection level 50 points. Alright, I'll give it a try. Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, Lin Mingxue felt assured she had encountered a benefactor. Perhaps her destiny was about to change. However, as soon as this thought crossed her mind, an unexpected mishap occurred. The moment Lin Mingxue took a step forward, her body suddenly lost balance, and she fell heavily to the ground. Ouch! You intend to fight in spirit beast form? You're only at tier 1 segment 2, and you wish to engage in combat with the armed form? I am sorry. Lin Mingshue's cheeks flushed slightly. But she quickly regained her composure and swiftly transitioned into her spirit beast form. A soft glow enveloped her body, the light expanding until it formed a massive silhouette about 2.5 meters tall and 5 meters long. From the silhouette's shape, it appeared to resemble a western dragon, its wings unfurled majestically. In the next moment, the silhouette shattered, revealing a pure white dragon before her. Name, Lin Mingxue, spirit beast form. Physique, 56. Spirit power, 48. Lin Mingshue's heart raced as she eagerly approached a nearby pool, gazing at her reflection. The majestic dragon horns, sturdy claws, frosty white wings, an imposing figure were a stark contrast to her previous lizard-like appearance. Is this really me? This cannot be a dream, Lin Mingxue murmured, her voice laced with disbelief. Not a lizard, but a dragon, a genuine dragon. Why are you being so verbose? The beast has been summoned behind you. Oh right. Lin Mingxue forcibly suppressed the smile, threatening to break forth, and turned to confront the earthworm beast that had just been summoned. The creature's body was as thick as a tree trunk, encrusted in wet mud, with a massive circular maw at its front lined with sharp teeth, exuding a foul odor. To an ordinary person, it would undoubtedly appear as an aberration. Previously, it had seemed rather fearsome, as though one misstep could lead to being devoured whole. Yet now, with a piercing gaze, it felt akin to viewing a common caterpillar, easily crushable with a mere step. Taking a deep breath, she blew forcefully. Breath of ice. Instantly, the entire wilderness was enveloped in a bone-chilling gale. Every withered branch, the ground, and the lake were all cloaked in a silvery frost. The earthworm beast, under this powerful cold wind, remained utterly immobile, frozen into an ice sculpture. It subsequently emitted a crisp shattering sound and collapsed, transforming into countless fragments. Congratulations on successfully defeating the earthworm beast. Would you like to continue the challenge? Before the broadcast could conclude, Lin Mingxue immediately transformed back into her humanoid form and rushed to Chen Yi, seizing the control switch to select the option to continue the challenge. This time, she would face a tier 1 segment 5 beast. Chen Yi observed this scene with a silent smile, sitting on the side and watching quietly. Meanwhile, he opened his phone to review the precautions regarding contracts. As a 20-year-old virgin, he knew he had to prepare adequately for this first occasion. With a crisp sound, a tier 1 segment 5 beast, a formidable canine larger than a Tibetan Mastiff, was crushed under Lin Mingshue's foot. It seemed that tier 1 segment 5 beasts were not as formidable as she had imagined. Having acquired such immense power, Lin Mingxue was certainly not inclined to stop here. She began to grasp why those spirit beasts with awakened high-level bloodlines sought out wealthy heirs for partnership, often indifferent to their looks or character. Resources equated to power, and the sensation of wielding power was indeed exhilarating. The beast she once dared not challenge now seemed trivial in her eyes. With a single step, she could easily obliterate them. There was no embellishment, only the pure eruption of force. Moreover, she could fly. Those wings were not mere adornments, but authentic wings. With a gentle flap, she could effortlessly ascend, experiencing the rush of the wind and the essence of freedom. The sensation of soaring through the skies was truly exhilarating. Soon, an hour had passed. The training room's time was up. Lin Mingxue reverted from her spirit beast form, her face aglow with satisfaction. Ding. Lin Mingxue, affection level 30. How was it? Did you enjoy it? Chen Yi inquired with a smile, offering a towel to Lin Mingxue. It was exhilarating. I have never felt this invigorated in my life. Lin Mingxue accepted the towel, wiping the sweat from her brow. At this moment, she had completely let go of her wariness towards Chen Yi. She never imagined she could possess such formidable power. Could this be a turn of fate? The feeling of strength was indescribably pleasurable. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Mingxue suddenly sensed her power draining away as if it had been siphoned, vanishing without a trace. She hurriedly inquired, "What is happening? Why has my power disappeared?" Chen Yi chuckled softly, gradually explaining, "No need to worry, that power was indeed yours. It merely requires someone to guide it for activation. I am unsure whether other beast tamers can achieve this, but as you just witnessed, I can unlock the hidden power within you. So how about it? Would you be willing to form a contract with me?" Upon hearing the word contract, Lin Mingxue's cheeks flushed crimson. She grasped the hem of her dress tightly, her fingers trembling slightly, seemingly in hesitation. However, after a brief silence, she nodded with determination. "I am willing. Chen Yi, please allow me to become your contracted spirit beast. Rather than waiting for an auspicious day, it would be better to act now. It's already getting late. Let us proceed with the contract." Although she was uncertain why a beast tamer with such abilities lacked a contracted spirit beast, since he had extended the invitation, there was certainly no reason to refuse. Moreover, she yearned for that omnipotent power she had just experienced. Hearing this, Chen Yi finally exhaled in relief. At last, Lin Mingxue had uttered those words. He certainly did not wish to miss out on an SSS-level spirit beast. Extending his hand, he softly said, "Then, Lin, the campus beauty, please guide me moving forward." Before he could finish, Lin Mingxue interrupted, "Call me Schwer." Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback. But soon a gentle smile graced his lips as he reiterated his earlier words. "So, Schwer, I look forward to your guidance in the times to come." Lin Mingxue, filled with excitement, grasped his hand in response. "No, it is I who will guide you. Let us embark on this journey together." Ding. Lin Mingxue, affection level 15. Chapter 4, An Unexpected Little Heiress. Observing Lin Mingxue linking her arm with Chen Yi's as they exited the training room, one could hardly miss the radiant sweetness on her face, a stark contrast to her earlier frosty demeanor. Students from the Beastmaster Academy, who were queuing, stood there in astonishment, their faces etched with confusion. What was happening? Was this truly Lin Mingxue, the ice-cold beauty of the academy, who had turned away hundreds of suitors? Coincidentally, Zhao Xiaomei, Lu Rian's roommate, was present as well, preparing to train with her own contracted beast in anticipation of the final assessment scheduled for a week later. Chen Yi frequently brought breakfast to Lu Rian, making him well known to her. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she was left utterly speechless for a considerable moment. Zhao Xiaomei was well aware that Lu Rian had established a contract with a wealthy second-generation beast master the previous night. She had intended to mock Chen Yi upon encountering him, but who could have imagined that he would manage to win over the academy's flower, Lin Mingxue? While Lu Rian was undeniably beautiful, the disparity between her and Lin Mingxue was like night and day. The difference was simply too vast. The more Zhao Xiaomei pondered, the more unsettled she felt, prompting her to step forward and seek clarity. "Chen Yi, wait. What is going on here?" At her words, Chen Yi halted, glancing back at Zhao Xiaomei. Name, Zhao Xiaomei. Contractor, Wang Hao. Bloodline, C-Class Wild Boar Spirit. Everything had been relatively normal until he caught sight of Zhao Xiaomei's bloodline information, nearly causing him to burst into laughter. He had heard Lu Rian express envy over Zhao Xiaomei's awakening of a C-Class bloodline, thinking it must be some divine beast, only to discover it was a wild boar spirit. Given her round figure, it seemed fitting enough. With a chuckle, Chen Yi nonchalantly replied, "What else could I be doing but courting girls?" As he spoke, he instinctively wrapped his right arm around Lin Mingxue's slender waist. Upon feeling his touch, Lin Mingxue's cheeks flushed deeper, yet she made no move to resist. This scene left the surrounding students utterly flabbergasted. Could it be that Chen Yi had genuinely won over Lin Mingxue? Zhao Xiaomei was equally bewildered. What merits did Chen Yi possess that could attract someone like Lin Mingxue? This was truly perplexing. Did Lu Rian know about this? What did it matter to her? How could he dare to betray Rian's trust? Chen Yi, overhearing her thoughts, smirked in amusement. Zhao Xiaomei seemed genuinely oblivious, or perhaps feigning ignorance, to even pose such a question. All right, good pig, don't obstruct the way. I have important matters to attend to." With that, he sidestepped the crowd, leading Lin Mingxue away from the Beastmaster Association. Zhao Xiaomei lingered in shock for a moment. Good pig, don't obstruct the way? When did Chen Yi become aware of his wild boar spirit bloodline? The more she thought about it, the more irked she felt. Swiftly, she took out her phone and dialed Lu Rian. "Rian, are you aware that Chen Yi? By the way, Schwer, where do you reside?" "Sky International Community." "Wow, I didn't realize you were a little heiress. Does your family live there?" Nobody. My relatives perished 3 years ago during the Demon Cave Extermination War. I am all alone now. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi's expression turned remorseful. I'm sorry, I was unaware of this. Lin Mingxue, noticing his reaction, gently waved her hand with a light-hearted tone. It's quite all right. I've long since come to terms with it. After all, parents like that are better off gone. Yet, as she spoke, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed her face, revealing the complexities of her family background. Chen Yi chose not to delve further into the matter, shifting the conversation. I'm not a student at the Beastmaster Academy. I usually reside in the slums of East Street Park. As you know, the environment there is rather unsuitable for a contract location. I hope you can forgive me. At his words, Lin Mingxue paused momentarily before bursting into soft laughter. Covering her mouth, she extended her index finger to lightly poke Chen Yi's cheek, stating, from now on, my home is your home. You needn't return there. Typically, after a Beastmaster and their spirit establish a contract, they reside together, creating a bond more intimate than that of earthly couples. This arrangement facilitates the enhancement of their affinity and unleashes their combat potential. As the one possessing a residence and relying on Chen Yi, Lin Mingxue naturally wished to present a generous demeanor. However, it raised questions. Why would a Beastmaster of such caliber live like a vagabond? Why did Lu Rian abandon someone like Chen Yi to seek solace in the arms of a wealthy heir? Wasn't he this entirely misguided? What's the matter, Shuer? The elevator has reached the 29th floor. Apologies, I was momentarily lost in thought. Come, this is my home. As she opened the door to room 2901, a subtle aroma of ink wafted through, akin to a refreshing spring that invigorated the senses. The Sky International community is renowned in Jiangcheng as an affluent neighborhood, with each residence averaging over 250 square meters. The presence of such a scent upon entry suggested that Lin Mingxue often indulged in reading in her living room. The room was illuminated with soft, warm lighting, with strands of golden silk gently cascading from the ceiling, creating a tranquil and serene atmosphere. The layout included 4 rooms and 2 halls, accompanied by a separate attic and balcony, undeniably exuding opulence. At that moment, Lin Mingxue stood at the doorway, a hint of embarrassment flickering across her features. Chen Yi, though it may be a bit awkward to say, you haven't tea-bathed in quite some time, have you? Chen Yi chuckled wryly at her remark. I'm merely a vagabond. When would I have the opportunity to wash? Lin Mingxue retrieved a pair of slippers and placed them at his feet. My slippers might be a bit small. Please make do for now. I'll fetch you a new pair shortly. You go wash up, and I'll prepare dinner. Upon hearing her, Chen Yi said nothing further. After slipping on the slippers, he proceeded into the bathroom. Stripping down, his gaze inadvertently fell upon his already aroused member. A sigh escaped him. How restless you are. I hope you can hold out for a while longer. We wouldn't want to expend all our energy prematurely, especially since the contract will only take a few minutes. However, upon reflection, if he remained unresponsive under such circumstances, it might be time to consult a urologist. Leaning against the bathtub's edge, his eyes wandered over the array of feminine grooming products on the vanity, flooding his mind with nostalgia. Once, he was just an unremarkable, ordinary fellow living a mundane life. Now, he had become a homeless wanderer, in such dire straits, to find himself sharing a space with the campus flower, no less a little heiress, was her slender, fair legs trembled slightly, gently pressed together and rubbing against each other, contrasting with the flush on her face, exuding an irresistibly captivating aura. Her surging, ample chest pushed lightly against the sleepwear, forming a charming curve. In that instant, the entire living room atmosphere became intimate. Lin Mingxue lowered her head and slowly walked over to sit beside Chen Yi, speaking softly. Chen Yi, my room is over there. Do you want to make the contract? Seeing Lin Mingxue's shy expression, the little devil inside Chen Yi immediately stirred, following her delicate waist. He scooped her up in one motion and asked teasingly, so do you want to or not? Lin Mingxue's face immediately deepened in red, her heart racing wildly like a startled deer. After half a minute of silence, one word slowly escaped her lips, yes. Seeing this, Chen Yi didn't waste any time. He directly carried Lin Mingxue into her room, shutting the door behind him with his foot. Not long after, a voice as sweet and clear as a warbler's song came from inside the room. Ding. Lin Mingxue's affection 10. Current affection, 70 points. The next day, noon. The sun hung high in the sky, yet it couldn't pierce the curtains to dispel the darkness in the room. Chen Yi slowly opened his eyes, still feeling a bit groggy. He reached for the phone on the bedside table to check the time, but after several attempts, it didn't respond. Only when he brought it up close did he realize this wasn't his phone. Oh right, this is Shuer's phone, Chen Yi murmured, his gaze slowly falling on the petite figure pressing against his left arm. Scenes from the previous night flashed through his mind like a movie. It all felt like a dream. Especially when he saw Lin Mingxue's name added to the contracted spirit beast list in the system interface, with his name listed as her master. The joy in his heart was indescribable. An SSS-Rank spirit beast, and the school bell of Jiangcheng's Spirit Beast Academy. He couldn't believe he actually succeeded in making the contract. And he got a little extra bonus. Pure bliss. The only regret was that her affection was stuck at 70 points, just 10 points short of earning the system reward. Tonight, we'll push a bit harder. 5 minutes really isn't enough, Chen Yi thought. He reined in his smile slightly, removed the arm draped over his neck, and gently pushed the petite figure away from his hand. Getting out of bed, he grabbed his phone, quickly changed clothes, put on slippers, and tiptoed to the living room sofa to sit down. He took a deep breath to calm himself. Then he opened his phone and began browsing recent news. Jiangxing Daily. The final assessment of Jiangxing's Spirit Beast Academy will take place in 6 days. Featuring renowned live streamer Su Taotie as commentator, with Li Kai and Zhao Wanru as panelists. Arguably the most luxurious hosting lineup in the past 10 years. Dragon Nation Times. The massive secret realm in Sichuan, the Sichuan secret realm, has been explored up to 70. It is expected to be fully explored in 3 months, after which it will be open to all spirit beasts and masters of 3rd rank or above. International news. The Eagle Nation Spirit Beast Association has developed a special potion that allegedly boosts a Master's talent. Currently in testing. Multiple countries' journalists have requested experimental data, but were refused. Time passed unnoticed, reaching 12:30 p.m. Lin Mingxue woke up slowly, sleepily putting on her slippers and heading to the living room. She let out a cute yawn and murmured, "Sorry, Chen Yi, I woke up a bit late. We probably don't have time to cook now." Chen Yi comforted her. "It's fine. Let us just order takeout. After eating, we'll go take the Spirit Beast Master exam." Lin Mingxue obediently nodded and then went to the bathroom to freshen up. By around 2 p.m., the two arrived at the Spirit Beast Master Association. The registration line for the exam stretched far back, already reaching over 100 participants. Chen Yi looked at the bustling crowd and asked, "By the way, why are so many people taking the Spirit Beast Master exam recently? I don't recall it being this crowded before." Chen Yi, when you were dating Lu Ruyan, didn't she mention it? Lin Mingxue explained. "Now it's almost the end of the semester. Every year, there's a final exam. Only teams holding a Spirit Beast Master certificate can participate, earning considerable credits and resources. That's why many masters and spirit beasts have started registering. Haven't you noticed hotels are fully booked lately? After all, just by participating. Each month for the next year, you get 10 kilograms of 1st rank magical beast meat and 3 gene of 2nd rank magical beast meat for free. Quite a savings." Hearing this, Chen Yi nodded thoughtfully. He and Lu Ruyan were both E rank and hadn't made any contracts, so this naturally didn't apply to them. He hadn't expected there to be such benefits. "By the way, do you want to participate in the final exam?" Chen Yi, "Do you want to participate? I'll follow whatever you decide. I'm not a student at the Spirit Beast Academy. Can I participate?" "Yes. The rules state that as long as either the master or the spirit beast is a student, they can participate, though limited to 2nd rank and below." Hearing this, Chen Yi didn't think too much and immediately agreed. "Then let us do it. Let us earn some credits for you." "Great. There is still some time now. Do you want to do something, or just wait here? Let us go shopping. I still need to buy lots of daily necessities. This is a good chance." Chen Yi, "Just buy whatever you like. Don't worry about the price. I'll treat you." "Then I gratefully accept. The school bell's allowance. This Chun is set." "Don't call me that." The two chatted as they walked toward the nearby shopping street. Time passed quickly, and by 5:30 p.m., Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue returned to the Spirit Beast Master Association. However, as soon as they stepped inside, they ran into someone Chen Yi least wanted to see. Name, Lu Ruyan, Master, Qin Shoxing. Bloodline, A-rank sandworm. Level, 1st rank. 3rd stage, Physique, 4, Spirit Power, 5, Attribute, Earth, Skill, Sand Manipulation, Affection, 15 points, Affinity, 5. Evaluation, apart from the word useless. It's hard to imagine any other way to describe this spirit beast. Chapter 6, Spirit Beast Master Exam. Before Chen Yi could finish reading Lu Ruyan's system interface, a mocking voice came from behind. "So, you're Chen Yi?" Chen Yi turned around to see the rich 2nd-generation boy who had thrown himself at Lu Ruyan yesterday, wearing a gray suit and sunglasses, a cigar dangling from his mouth. He exuded an arrogant aura. "That's me. What do you want?" The rich kid patted Chen Yi's shoulder lightly and grinned. "I'm Qin Shoxing. Ruyan really enjoys herself. I tested her for you. No need to thank me." Chen Yi froze for a moment and quickly asked, "Wait, what did you just say your name was?" "I'm Qin Shoxing of the Qin Group. Haven't you heard of me?" Chen Yi burst out laughing. "What kind of parents must you have to come up with a name like that?" "You're laughing at what?" "I just remembered something funny." "What is funny?" Nothing. Judging by the number tag you're holding, you're number 114, right? Soon. It will be your turn. Aren't you going to test?" TCH, as expected, a pauper is just a pauper, unable to even speak properly. Qin Shoxing clicked his tongue, preparing to head towards Lu Ruyan. However, in the next moment, when his gaze swept over Lin Mingxue, who was hiding behind Chen Yi, he was momentarily taken aback. This was the very Lin Mingxue he had longed to pursue. He had bestowed numerous gifts upon her, yet received no response. To his astonishment, he found her here today, seemingly together with Chen Yi. Could it be that they had already? Just then, Lu Ruyan seemed to sense the commotion and hurried over. "Shoxing, don't mind him. It's our turn. Let's get on with the test." After saying this, she shot a fierce glare at Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue. Chen Yi had broken up with her, yet he swiftly moved on to the more beautiful Lin Mingxue. How did it feel like she was the one who had been cast aside? Chen Yi cast a sidelong glance at Lin Mingxue, feeling a twinge of irritation. Chen Yi was playing with high-grade beasts, while he flaunted his prowess with inferior ones. He felt like a mere jester. Nevertheless, it was inconsequential. After all, they were merely temporary playthings that could be discarded after a while. He was a B-level beastmaster. Were it not for their appealing appearances, he wouldn't even consider forming a contract with these worthless creatures. Soon, the assessment officially commenced. The examination method mirrored that of the training room, evaluating the combat prowess between beastmasters and their spirit beasts through challenges against AI magical beasts. There were a total of 9 levels in the assessment. Successfully overcoming the first 3 would grant one a beastmaster certificate. Each subsequent level cleared would yield additional resource rewards, serving as an incentive policy. The entire assessment process would be live-streamed, effectively preventing cheating and allowing various beastmaster factions to scout for promising talents. As a B-level beastmaster, Chen Yi had reached an impressive tier of second stage 10. The AI magical beast for the first level would be set at the average level of both parties, increasing by 1 tier for each level cleared thereafter. With Lu Rian, who had just broken through to the first stage 3rd tier, there was no need for her to intervene. Chen Yi gripped a sturdy spear and charged toward the AI magical beast at the second stage 1st tier. In an instant, the spear flickered with shadows as a fierce onslaught descended. The AI magical beast was utterly incapable of withstanding it, succumbing to defeat within 10 strikes. Beastmasters are categorized based on their awaken talents into 3 types: support, combat, and nurturing. The support type, like Chen Yi's talent, provides assistance to contracted spirit beasts in combat. The combat type enhances one's own combat abilities and allows for joint battles with spirit beasts, while the nurturing type accelerates the spirit beast's absorption and refinement of treasures, typically working at nurturing centers and rarely participating in combat. It was evident that Chen Yi belonged to this category, which explained why he contracted a mere decorative spirit beast, right? So handsome. He possesses a combat-type talent. Over the past few years, it seemed the number of individuals awakening combat-type talents had dwindled, with hardly any sightings. Indeed, I wish to awaken a combat-type talent and gallop across the battlefield, but alas, I can only boast a meager B-level support talent. A B-level talent is something to lament? How overly pretentious. The crowd buzzed with discussion. At this moment, Lin Mingxue gently tugged at Chen Yi's sleeve, lowering her voice to explain, "Brother Chen Yi, that Chen Yi pursued me before, wanting me to be his contracted spirit beast, but I rejected him. There's nothing between us." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi smiled slightly. "I know, don't worry. With the system interface in place, what could be concealed from him?" Lin Mingxue felt relieved at Chen Yi's response, exhaling deeply. Thank goodness he did not misunderstand her relationship with Chen Yi. Before long, Chen Yi emerged from the assessment area with Lu Rian. His final score was capped at the 3rd level. After all, with his distinguished background, what resources could he not procure? There was no need to risk a higher challenge for a pittance. Next, number 115, Chen Yi, Lin Mingxue, you may begin your test. Upon hearing Lin Mingxue's name, many eyes in the waiting area converged on Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue, who were about to step into the examination zone. A complex expression instantly crossed their faces. Word of the previous afternoon's training room incident had undoubtedly spread throughout the Jiangxing Beastmaster Academy. Who would have imagined that the so-called worthless individual kicked aside by Lu Rian could still woo the campus belle Lin Mingxue? Were they not both participating in the assessment, implying they had already formed a contract? Oh my goddess, to think she would be so sullied by an outsider. Oof, goddess my foot. An E level and an F level. 2 worthless beings daring to partake in the Beastmaster assessment? Bro, your mood swings are rapid. Just a moment ago, you said you'd confess to Mingxue after passing the assessment, and now you're flipping the script? Amidst the chatter of the students, Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue walked into the assessment room hand in hand. Worthless? They might not even be worth that. Let them witness the true power of an SSS level bloodline. Assessment start. First level, first stage, second tier, Fiery Hound. The AI magical beast will appear in 30 seconds. Please prepare for battle. The broadcast announcement echoed, and the crowd erupted in astonishment. A Fiery Hound. Damn. Starting off with a high difficulty? This creature's difficulty rating in the Magical Beast Compendium is 5 stars. How could it appear in the first level? Even if it's only at the first stage second tier, it won't be easy to defeat. The types of AI magical beasts in the assessment are randomized. Blame it solely on their unfortunate luck. All the spectators in the assessment area unanimously believe that Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue stood no chance against the Fiery Hound. Other combinations might have had a slim chance. But an E-level and an F-level duo? That was absolutely impossible. A sly smile crept across Chen Yi's face. If he couldn't have it, then let it be destroyed. It seemed even the heavens were aiding him. Heh, what a pair of wretched lovers. They're finally getting their comeuppance. In the livestream footage, Lin Mingxue showed no signs of retreat upon hearing the challenge. Instead, a faint smile graced her lips. Brother Chen Yi, today I wish to clear all 9 levels. All right, go ahead and show them you're not worthless. Yes. Lin Mingxue took a deep breath, her delicate hand waving as a wave of chill erupted around her. Enveloping her form, she transformed into a snow-white dragon. The dragon's whiskers danced in the air as if showcasing her majesty to the onlookers. This sight left every spectator utterly dumbfounded. What is that? A dragon? How could it possibly be a dragon? How could an F-level spirit beast bloodline manifest as a dragon? Could it be that Mingxue had concealed her true bloodline level? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Dragon-type spirit beasts are at least S-level or higher. How could Mingxue possibly have a bloodline above S-level? Qin Shouxing shouted in disbelief. Dragons are the coveted contracts of countless beastmasters. Now, to be told that an E-level beastmaster had contracted a dragon-type spirit beast? He wouldn't believe it even if you killed him. Yet, the reality stood before them, undeniable. In the next moment, the fiery hound was summoned. It was ablaze with roaring flames, distorting the surrounding air with its intense heat. Without a moment's pause, it unleashed a barrage of searing fire towards Lin Mingxue. However, in the face of such an assault, Lin Mingxue merely exhaled gently. The piercing cold wind sent shivers down the spines of the spectators within the assessment area. The flames exhaled by the flame hound, along with the inferno enveloping its form, were instantaneously encased in ice, transforming its entire being into a crystalline sculpture. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering, the ice sculpture splintered apart, and the flamehound's body disintegrated into countless ice shards, dispersing into the air. The first round of the assessment has concluded. Congratulations on successfully passing. The second round, Tier 1, Stage 3, Grey Wolf. The AI beast will appear in 30 seconds. Please prepare for battle. Silence. An oppressive silence. In that moment, the entire spectator area of the assessment descended into a hushed stillness. If Lin Mingxue were an F-grade spirit beast, then what were they? Z-grade spirit beasts? Meanwhile, in the monitoring room at the Beastmaster Academy. Oh my goodness. A dragon. It's actually a dragon. The director of education, Zhao Yi, slammed his hand on the table, unleashing a string of exquisite expressions of astonishment. After all, the final assessments were approaching, and many awakened beast masters and spirit beasts were finalizing their contracts during this period, participating in the Beastmaster assessments amidst a barrage of fervor. As a small city, Jiangqing's Beastmaster Academy stood as the sole institution of higher learning, naturally qualifying to establish a live broadcast channel for the assessments to observe the students' performances. Who would have thought that a dragon would suddenly appear? The other teachers beside him were equally astonished. Wasn't Lin Mingxue registered as an F-grade lineage? How did she transform into a dragon? Could it be that she lied? That seems implausible. Even if she were deceitful, the testing apparatus wouldn't err. Surely the recorder wasn't colluding with her? The crowd buzzed with speculation, but could not arrive at a rational explanation. At the back of the room sat an elderly gentleman, past the age of 60. Despite his advanced years, he retained an upright posture and keen gaze. Unlike the other educators, his attention was fixed not on Lin Mingxue, but rather on the figure of Chen Yi. With an SS-grade innate talent as the source of his power, he could not only manipulate the spiritual energy of nature for combat, but also discern the abundance and flow of spiritual energy. The screen displayed a clear direction of spiritual energy flowing from Chen Yi towards Lin Mingxue. This indicated that Lin Mingxue could transform into a dragon with her F-grade lineage. Likely due to her connection with Chen Yi, the elder rose and approached Zhao Yi, inquiring, "Is this Chen Yi a student of the academy?" "One moment, Mr. Luo. I will check for you." "No need to check. That Chen Yi is not a student of our school," a female teacher interjected. "He was often seen close to Lu Rian from class 3 of the second year, frequently helping her sign in, so I didn't bother to expose him." "Lu Rian? The one who just completed the assessment with an E-grade spirit beast?" "Indeed. It seems they have been dating for over a year, but unexpectedly, they just broke up." At this revelation, the elder's brow furrowed in concern. An E-grade spirit beast? Could it be that this individual possesses a unique talent to enhance lower-tier spirit beasts? It appears necessary to pay closer attention to this Chen Yi. In the live broadcast, the Beastmaster assessment continued. The Grey Wolf of the second round, much like the previous Flame Hound, was summoned and promptly turned into an ice sculpture by a mere breath from Lin Mingxue, shattering without resistance. An undeniable instant kill. Following this, the third round featured a Tier 1, Stage 4 Demon Dog, which similarly succumbed without a fight to Lin Mingxue's gentle breath. Subsequently, the 4th, 5th, 6th, and all the way to the 8th rounds, every AI beast was instantaneously obliterated by Lin Mingxue's effortless exhalation. The spectators in the assessment area were utterly astounded by the spectacle before them, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. An S-grade spirit beast, without a doubt. Only an S-grade spirit beast could so effortlessly vanquish these AI creatures. Over the years, while not unprecedented for someone to pass all 9 rounds, it was certainly not common, with an average of a dozen pairs achieving this feat each year in every city. However, someone like Lin Mingxue, who handled it with such ease, was undoubtedly the first in history. Moreover, Lin Mingxue was only at Tier 1, Stage 2. She hadn't even utilized any skills. Merely a casual breath was sufficient to annihilate the AI beasts several tiers above her. Such a scene could only be witnessed in a Beastmaster novel, perhaps. Several Beastmaster students in the spectator area, all above B grade, were filled with regret. After awakening their talents, they had contemplated inviting Lin Mingxue to form a contract with her. However, under the earnest persuasion of family, friends, and teachers, they eventually relinquished those naive thoughts. After all, in this world, strength is the foundation of existence. Once one possesses strength, who needs to worry about companionship? While Beastmasters could form contracts with multiple spirit beasts. In the early stages, especially at Tier 1 where only one spirit beast could be contracted, choosing a mere pretty face devoid of utility would undoubtedly lead to hardship. A single misstep could result in failure before even breaking through to Tier 2. Had the awakened talent been something like Chen Yi's enhancement of personal combat capabilities, it might have been worth considering. One could always switch partners after growing tired of them, with far less impact than the auxiliary talents of a Beastmaster. Yet now they were informed that the Academy's belle, Lin Mingxue, was not only extraordinarily beautiful, but also possessed a talent that defied convention. To have overlooked such a gem was an unbearable misstep. In the broadcast, the assessment finally reached the 9th round. The 8th round has concluded. Congratulations on successfully passing. The 9th round. Tier 1, Stage 10, Snow Woman. The AI beast will appear in 30 seconds. Please prepare for battle. Wow, it's the Snow Woman. A 6-star difficulty, an ice attribute beast, and at a higher tier of 9 stages. Surely, she couldn't possibly defeat it with just a breath again, could she? Lin Mingxue's luck seemed rather unfortunate. Not only had she faced the Flame Hound in the first round, but now, at the final round, she was confronted with an ice attribute beast renowned for its formidable resistance. Humph. If you win this time, I'll stand on my head and eat dirt. Chen Yi gritted his teeth in frustration. Initially, he had remained to witness the spectacle of Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue's folly. However, to his dismay, he witnessed their incredible prowess instead. This was far more agonizing than consuming 10 pounds of excrement. The others rolled their eyes at his remarks, perceiving him as a mere jester. Chen Yi, each time Lin Mingxue had defeated an enemy, would interject with snide comments. Could he not bear to see her rise? Chapter 8. The Call of the Director. Within the assessment space, the dragon-formed Lin Mingxue stifled a great yawn, revealing a hint of weariness. On one hand, she truly hadn't rested well the previous night. On the other, these enemies were simply too feeble to pique her interest. Yesterday in the training room, she had easily dispatched even Tier 1, Stage 10 foes, let alone these minor adversaries. Had it not been for Chen Yi's training room being designated for Tier 1, she surely would have sought out a few Tier 2 beasts to test her mettle. At last, 30 seconds passed. The AI beast, the Snow Woman, was summoned. Upon her entrance, she brought with her a flurry of snow, enveloping the entire space in white flakes. With a howl, the Snow Woman unleashed a massive ice arrow, hurtling towards Lin Mingxue. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the ice arrow shattered upon contact, leaving merely a small white mark on the scales adorning Lin Mingxue's chest. Failing to breach her defenses. Is this for real? Her defenses are that formidable? This was somewhat absurd. Despite the 9-tier difference, her defense remained intact. Yet, the Snow Woman possessed an exceptionally high resistance to ice attribute attacks. It remained uncertain whether Mingxue had skills of other attributes. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, as Lin Mingxue unfurled her immense dragon wings, a formidable gust of wind surged forth, instantly toppling the Snow Woman, who was poised to launch a second assault. To the ground. Without a moment's pause, Lin Mingxue ascended into the sky, and with a powerful stomp, she brought her foot down with a resounding crack. The flesh and blood Snow Woman was crushed as if she were a mere balloon, her body shattering into countless ice crystals that scattered across the ground, melding seamlessly with the surrounding snowflakes. The 9th level assessment has concluded. Congratulations on successfully passing this Beastmaster examination. Observing the triumphant words displayed on the large screen, the spectators in the viewing area were utterly flabbergasted. While conquering the 9th level was not an unprecedented feat, the sheer speed with which Lin Mingxue dispatched it, annihilating it with a single blow, seemed almost unfathomable. After the initial shock, the crowd erupted into a frenzy of applause, a cacophony of admiration swelling like a tide. Truly, she was astonishingly powerful. However, one might ponder, was Mingxue not of F-grade bloodline? How could she possess such extraordinary strength now? Look, Chen Yi has remained seated throughout, observing the battle, yet the illustrious Lin Mingxue has uttered nary a word. I suspect this is indeed his power at play. I concur, otherwise. How could Mingxue willingly forge a pact with an outsider to unleash such formidable strength from an F-grade bloodline? Could it possibly stem from an SSS-level talent? Uncertain. But it certainly cannot be less than S-grade. I chuckled. How could Chen Yi possess such talent, and yet Lu Rian spurn him? Instead, she seeks the affections of a B-grade beastmaster. Has she lost her senses? Upon uttering this, the collective gaze of the crowd fell squarely upon Lu Rian. If previously their looks bore a hint of mockery, akin to that of spectators observing a jester. Now their expressions reflected the incredulity directed at a fool. Although the Qin family, behind Qin Shoshing, held some wealth, they were ultimately just a commercial entity. In this realm, it was the Beastmasters who were truly coveted. Particularly those like Chen Yi, who could breathe new life into F-grade spirit beasts. His future achievements would undoubtedly be boundless. Yet, Lu Ruyan, possessing the distinct advantage of being his girlfriend, chose to abandon Chen Yi for the allure of a wealthy second-generation Beastmaster? Was that not the epitome of folly? That fellow, Qin Shoshing, was it not you who proclaimed that if Chen Yi and Manhwaedit passed the 9th level assessment, you would do a handstand? Might it be time to fulfill that promise? A voice from the crowd rang out, igniting a wave of laughter. Indeed, indeed. Surely, he does not intend to renege on his word. There is no time like the present. Let us see it happen. Across the street is a jet soldier shop. If you cannot deliver, perhaps you should indulge there. Many students echoed these sentiments, their words dripping with scorn and derision. Qin Shoshing was nearly apoplectic with rage. Utterly unprepared for the humiliation he faced at the hands of these students. Such misfortune. Lu Ruyan's countenance was even more ghastly, as though she had ingested something foul. She could never have anticipated that after severing ties with Chen Yi just yesterday, news of his extraordinary talent would emerge today. Had she invested the same effort she had into her previous pursuits, she would have been the one basking in glory on stage. Rather than now enduring the scorn of the crowd, she was tempted to slap herself soundly. However, remaining here was only inviting further disgrace. It would be wisest to make a hasty exit. Meanwhile, Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue emerged from the assessment space, swiftly encircled by a throng of students eager to inquire about how Lin Mingxue had transformed into a dragon. Although it was generally accepted that Chen Yi was the source of her newfound strength, they still sought a definitive answer. Their expressions were a kaleidoscope of emotions: envy, well wishes, jealousy, and even hostility. After all, having captured the heart of the campus belle and forged a pact, rivals must have felt their hearts shatter. By the time Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue extricated themselves from the throng and collected their Beastmaster certificates and additional rewards, the clock had struck 8 in the evening, and their stomachs began to protest. Brother Chen Yi, what shall we have for dinner? Schwerer, your culinary skills are unparalleled. I shall eat whatever you prepare. Hee hee. With that assurance from you, I am already content. However, just as they finished purchasing ingredients and prepared to head home for dinner, Lin Mingxue's phone rang unexpectedly. The screen displayed a call from the Director of Education, Zhao Yi. The Director? With the semester's end and no classes, I wonder if this call pertains to my absence? Lin Mingxue pondered, filled with curiosity, yet she answered the call. Teacher Zhao, how may I assist you? Mingxue, are you free at the moment? Please return to the school. And remember to bring your boyfriend. At the mention of boyfriend, Lin Mingxue instinctively glanced at Chen Yi, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. They had already formed a pact. What was this boyfriend talk? It ought to be husband or lord, perhaps even master. She hesitated before replying. It is rather late now. Would it be possible to postpone until tomorrow? Given the excitement in the director's tone, it seemed unlikely to be anything unfavorable. Perhaps it was an announcement of additional rewards for passing the 9th level assessment? If it was merely a reward, there was no urgency to collect it. If possible, it would be best if you could come now. Lin Mingxue cast another glance at Chen Yi, seemingly seeking his opinion. Chen Yi nodded slightly, softly saying, go ahead. If the director is calling you back this late, it might indeed be something urgent. Hearing his words, Lin Mingxue immediately responded, understood, teacher. We shall arrive shortly. Before long, Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue found themselves in the office designated by the director. However, upon entering, they witnessed the director bowing respectfully to an elderly man seated at the desk, speaking with utmost reverence. Mr. Luo, they have arrived, so I shall take my leave. With that, he exited the office, closing the door behind him. The elder, referred to as Mr. Luo, nodded slightly, his gaze slowly settling on Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue. Please, have a seat. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue exchanged perplexed glances, an array of questions flooding their minds. Who was this individual? The director had shown him such deference. Chapter 9, an unexpected gift. Yet, now that they had arrived, it would be impolite to leave. Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue shared a knowing look and approached the elder, pulling out chairs to sit down. However, the elder continued sipping his tea, showing no inclination to speak. The atmosphere in the office grew palpably awkward. After a minute had passed, Mr. Luo finally broke the silence. Chen Yi, I will pose 3 questions to you. If you please, share your true thoughts. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi straightened in his seat, adopting a serious demeanor. There was something about this elder's presence that felt extraordinary. Could he possibly uncover the secrets of the system? I will speak only that which I know. Very well. Pay close attention. The first question is this. If you and your contracted spirit beast faced a monster that you could not possibly defeat, with a group of powerless civilians at your back, what would you do? Upon hearing this, Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue exchanged bewildered glances, both wearing expressions of confusion. What sort of question was this? A moral examination? You may confer briefly before providing me with an answer. No need. Chen Yi declared with unwavering determination. I would unhesitatingly abandon the civilians and choose to ensure the survival of myself and my contracted spirit beast. Mr. Luo slightly furrowed his brow, took a sip of his tea, and inquired, "Oh, could you elaborate on your reasoning?" Taking a deep breath, Chen Yi replied slowly, "If we truly encounter an unbeatable foe, then even if I remain here, the ultimate outcome would merely be an increase in casualties. My ambition is to venture further, rather than to engage in a futile struggle that serves only to evoke tragedy. By departing to seek reinforcements elsewhere, perhaps those civilians might still survive. Even if all the civilians were to perish, the arriving reinforcements would have the capability to vanquish that beast, which is undoubtedly preferable to being powerless and meeting our demise here." It must be said, his reasoning was exceptionally lucid. Many young beast tamers sacrifice themselves for the sake of a so-called tragic heroism, which is utterly foolish. In this world, survival is paramount. Upon hearing this response, Mr. Luo nodded in satisfaction. "Well, then, for the second question, if an S-rank spirit beast were to stand before you now and express a willingness to contract with you, would you be willing to abandon your current spirit beast for it?" Before he could finish, Chen Yi immediately interjected, "Absolutely not. That would be absurd. Lin Mingxue is so beautiful and possesses the SSS level Frost Dragon bloodline. Only a fool would relinquish her for an S-rank spirit beast." Upon hearing Chen Yi's answer, Lin Mingxue's eyes instantly glistened with tears. Although she was unaware of how Chen Yi had granted her such formidable power, the data indicated that her bloodline level was merely F-rank. Yet, Chen Yi was willing to forego the opportunity to contract with an S-rank spirit beast for her sake. His response was decisive and without hesitation, truly commendable. Now, for the final question, who do you believe will win in the battle between us and the beasts? Chen Yi's brow furrowed tightly at the question. He truly could not comprehend what this elder was aiming for by asking such a question. Did he believe that the outcome of the war would be altered by his answer? After a moment of contemplation, he slowly responded, "I do not know who will win, but I will strive to enhance our chances." Mr. Luo raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by this answer. What an intriguing response. I had expected you to assert that humanity would prevail. However, I quite appreciate this answer. As a token of gratitude for engaging in conversation with this old fool, Chen Yi, this trinket is yours. With that, Mr. Luo produced a blue ring from his pocket and placed it on the table, sliding it toward Chen Yi. Chen Yi picked up the ring and examined it. It appeared no different from an ordinary wedding band. "What is this?" Lin Mingxue gasped in astonishment, murmuring, "Could it be a spatial ring?" Mr. Luo nodded, "Indeed. However, this is merely a basic model, with only 100 cubic units of space within, nothing too grand. Young man, you have impressed me greatly. Your temperament and abilities resonate with me. If you perform well in the final assessments in 6 days, I shall bestow upon you an even greater gift." With that, he stood and slowly exited the room, leaving Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue in a state of shock. After half a minute, Lin Mingxue finally regained her composure. She eagerly tugged at Chen Yi's sleeve and exclaimed, "Chen Yi, this is a spatial ring. A spatial ring that can hold items." "Calm down, Schwer, I'm aware." Chen Yi was equally astonished. He understood that spatial rings were exceedingly rare in this world. Even someone of Qin Shoxing's stature would find it difficult to acquire one. Yet, this old man had so easily bestowed it upon him. What could his true identity be? "Schwer, do you know that old man? Is he a teacher at the school?" "I don't know. I certainly haven't seen him at school." "Never mind that for now. I'm starving. We can investigate how to use this thing later." Indeed. Meanwhile, in the underground parking lot of the Jiangxing Beast Tamer Academy, Mr. Luo opened the door of a Rolls-Royce and took a seat in the back. The elderly driver, dressed in a butler's uniform, started the vehicle and gradually made his way toward the garage exit. As they drove, he inquired, "Sir, how did it go?" Mr. Luo opened the sunroof, lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and then exhaled a cloud of smoke. He is quite a promising talent. Setting aside his power for the moment, his temperament is commendable. "No wonder you appear so pleased, sir," the butler continued. "Did you observe anything peculiar about him? Is there hope for the young miss?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Luo's expression grew serious. His granddaughter, Luo Shireen, had successfully awakened 3 years ago, yet her bloodline level was merely F-rank. Numerous high-ranking officials had analyzed extensive genetic data and concluded that a descendant's qualification level generally fluctuates within 2 levels above or below the average of their parents' levels, never exceeding 3 levels. His son, Luo Yang, an S-rank beast tamer, had a mother who was also an S-rank spirit beast. In other words, no matter how low Luo Shireen's bloodline level, it should never fall below B rank. This had led to a fierce argument between Luo Yang and his wife, as he suspected infidelity. It was only after a paternity test confirmed that Luo Shireen was indeed their biological daughter that his suspicions were laid to rest. Consequently, Mr. Luo began to suspect that Luo Shireen might be afflicted by some illness or that her bloodline potential had yet to be awakened, resulting in her low bloodline level. He contemplated administering various spirit herbs and medicines in hopes of unlocking her true potential. He had come to this small city of Jiangcheng because a team of beast tamers from the Jiangcheng Beast Tamer Academy had inadvertently discovered a spirit herb capable of enhancing innate qualifications, and he sought to negotiate its price. Little did he expect to encounter a prodigy like Chen Yi in this small town. By the way, have you managed to uncover any information about Lin Mingshua's parents? Yes, her father, Lin Xian, is an S-rank beast tamer, though her mother's identity remains unknown. However, the 6 spirit beasts he has contracted all possess a minimum of A-rank bloodlines, suggesting that her mother must be among them. A minimum of A-rank? Quite intriguing. The elder sighed deeply, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. Based on the average bloodline level of her parents being A-rank, Lin Mingshua's bloodline should certainly not be as low as F-rank. Yet, during the afternoon assessment, her displayed power far exceeded what one would expect from an F-rank bloodline. One could say without exaggeration that her strength is at least S-rank, if not SS-rank. In other words, Lin Mingshua's situation may be akin to Luo Shirin's, where her bloodline has been hidden for some reason. It appears that Chen Yi possesses the ability to awaken this concealed bloodline. Sir, should we return to Magic City now? No need. We shall stay here for the time being. When you have the opportunity, go back and bring Shirin here. I believe it is essential for her to meet that young man. Understood, sir. Chapter 10, Cultivation Methods in the Beast Tamer World. A major incident has occurred. A major incident. Senior Mingxue has truly been contracted away. Is your information not too outdated? Senior Mingxue not only got contracted but also breezed through the Beast Tamer assessment at lightning speed. She surpassed the fastest records from Yanjing and Magic City. I witnessed Senior Mingxue dominate the competition at the Beast Tamer Association this evening. She was astounding. This is truly baffling. During the testing of her bloodline level, I stood beside Senior Mingxue, and the instrument indeed displayed an F-grade bloodline. This cannot be mistaken. Yet, how could an F-grade bloodline possess the ability to transform into a dragon? Discussing this now seems futile, since Mingxue has been contracted and wields such formidable power. It appears I should also begin to rest easy and search for my next partner. It sounds as though Senior Mingxue was once your wife. In merely one evening, the news of Chen Yi escorting Lin Mingxue through the Beastmaster examination swiftly spread throughout the various group chats of the Beastmaster Academy. Most male students harbored wishes of goodwill, fully aware that they would likely never have any significant connection with Lin Mingxue in this lifetime. Witnessing their goddess's bright future devoid of public scorn was indeed a source of comfort for them. However, the criticisms directed at Chen Yi were incessant. How could a goddess in so many hearts be swept away by someone from another school without inciting their ire? Conversely, the discussions among the female students differed greatly. They pondered whether to seek out Chen Yi, thinking perhaps they too might unleash powers akin to Lin Mingshue's. Hey, brother Chen Yi, you wouldn't happen to have any masochistic tendencies, would you? Lin Mingxue, observing Chen Yi browsing through the class chat logs with a slight smile, couldn't help but ask. Huh, not at all, Chen Yi replied, perplexed as to why he would possess such inclinations. However, to be honest, some of the insults are quite hard to bear. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi erupted in laughter, playfully pinching Lin Mingshue's delicate cheek. I consider this a compliment. You see, if I had contracted someone like Lu Ruyan, do you think they would still scorn me? That does seem plausible, she conceded, though still feeling a bit uneasy. If you don't wish for me to read it, then I want tea. Yes, that would be best. A smile flickered across Lin Mingshue's face as she shifted the topic. By the way, have you learned to use the spatial ring? Chen Yi nodded, retrieving the spatial ring. Indeed, this object is truly remarkable. Simply infusing it with spiritual energy allows one's consciousness to enter the internal space, which is quite expansive. That is good to hear. With only 5 days until the final exams, and having received some resources from passing the Beastmaster assessment yesterday, should we not commence training? Lin Mingxue expressed her concerns, indicating that while Chen Yi might activate her potential, her level still seemed rather low. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi suddenly smacked his forehead, recalling something important. I almost forgot. Mingxue, after lunch, why don't you accompany me back to my home? I have some items to retrieve. All right, I will follow your lead, brother Chen Yi. After finishing their lunch, they walked for about an hour and arrived at a park located in the northern district. Due to its elevated terrain, the area did not accumulate water even during rain, making it a refuge for the homeless. Upon entering the park and reaching Chen Yi's dwelling, they were met with a wave of antiquity. It was a small wooden cabin constructed from dilapidated planks, appearing as if it could collapse at any moment. Each step on the creaking floorboards echoed through the air. Even the restroom was an open-air latrine, reeking of foul odors. Lin Mingxue felt a pang of sorrow. Brother Chen Yi, have you lived here all this time? Although her parents were despicable, they had provided her with an excellent standard of living. Having lived in comfort since childhood, she found it difficult to fathom how anyone could inhabit such a place. Chen Yi shrugged. Having shelter is already quite fortunate. There's no need to be picky. Besides, this will soon be a thing of the past. After all, when he first arrived in this world, he lacked even a roof over his head and had nearly starved to death. Now, he not only had a place to live, but had also secured a job as a cleaner in the underground parking lot of a mall. While the income was meager and left little room for savings, it was sufficient to sustain his existence and prevent starvation on the streets. Lin Mingxue nodded earnestly at Chen Yi's words, expressing her agreement. She vowed to follow Chen Yi for life, ensuring he would never return to such a way of living. Chen Yi's belongings were few, primarily consisting of worn-out clothing. However, if that were all, there would be no need for him to return. The crux of the matter lay in the cultivation resources. He rummaged through his belongings, finally extracting 23 silvery crystal stones from beneath a decrepit floorboard. Upon witnessing these crystals, Lin Mingxue's eyes widened in astonishment. Brother Chen Yi, where did you acquire these? One cannot obtain such items without a Beastmaster certificate, can they? Could it be from the black market? In this world, aside from beast meat, the most crucial cultivation resource was the beast core. The cultivation method here was quite unique, relying on the consumption of various spiritual food to elevate one's level and strength. Only contracted beast masters and spirit beasts were qualified to embark on the path of cultivation. When a spirit beast consumed beast meat, beast cores, and other spiritual resources, the spiritual energy would gradually inscribe a mark within them, gathering power. Following this, the beast master would guide and activate these spiritual marks to nourish the spirit beast's body, thereby enhancing its level. During this process, some spiritual energy would spill over, benefiting the beast master as well, allowing them to gain strength and level up alongside their spirit beast. In simpler terms, a beast core was a superior cultivation resource. The spiritual energy contained in a single beast core was roughly equivalent to that found in a pound of beast meat of the same level. When cultivating through beast meat, one would eventually reach satiety, halting further training during that period. In contrast, beast cores were like dainty snacks, while they also provided some fullness. Their energy yield far surpassed that of beast meat. Thus, many affluent youths sought to utilize such resources to accelerate their cultivation progress. To prevent the monopolization of beast cores, the Beastmaster Association instituted a policy. Only those holding a Beastmaster certificate could purchase them, with strict limits on the quantities. But where did these 23 beast cores come from? Chen Yi smiled slightly, explaining, would you believe me if I said I found them? Lin Mingxue pouted. I'm already your spirit beast, just tell me the truth. Well, I did find them, though it was from a corpse. A corpse? Fine, I won't pry any further. It feels like it's not a pleasant story. Alright, we've got what we came for, let us head home. Chapter 11. Bidding farewell to the past. As they stepped outside, they found that a gathering of neighbors had assembled at Chen Yi's doorstep, their faces filled with curiosity, all eyes fixated on Lin Mingxue. Little Chen. Who is this girl? Is she your girlfriend? She is extraordinarily beautiful. But wait, I recall your girlfriend being someone named Lu. Hasn't he that changed? Chen Yi chuckled, clarifying, she is my contracted spirit beast, Lin Mingxue. Upon hearing this, Lin Mingxue respectfully bowed to the surrounding crowd, softly stating, I am Lin Mingxue, Brother Chen Yi's contracted spirit beast. Thank you all for your care towards my family's brother Chen Yi. Such manners. It has been a while since I've encountered a girl so polite. Her attire is quite exquisite. She must be a young lady from a wealthy family. Little Chen. Make sure you don't take her for granted. Listening to the praises of these modest commoners, Lin Mingxue felt an inexplicable warmth blossom within her heart. The boys, who usually donned themselves in neat attire and presented themselves with decorum, often infused their compliments with ulterior motives, which made her uncomfortable. Perhaps this is the distinction between insincerity and genuine admiration? Chen Yi nodded slightly, indeed. How could I possibly misplace my affections for someone as beautiful as you? However, upon my return, I am here to bid farewell to everyone, for I likely shall not return to this place again. At his words, a trace of regret flickered across the faces of those gathered. Though they felt a pang of reluctance, they understood that for a beast master, the outside world was the true stage of their endeavors. Indeed, it is the youth who venture forth so swiftly to carve their paths. Yet, one cannot deny that a beast master would never be confined to such a place. Xiao Chun, you aided me during my recent illness by bringing me fever-reducing medicine. I can never express my gratitude enough. You should find this useful. Consider it my token of thanks. An elderly man, leaning on a cane and with one leg amputated, slowly approached Chen Yi, presenting him with 2 silvery crystalline stones. At first glance, they bore a striking resemblance to beast cores, yet their brilliance was far more dazzling. Within the center of the cores, a faint crimson mark could be discerned. Could it be 2 second-tier fire attribute beast king cores? Old Lin, you possess such treasures? Have you forgotten the circumstances of my injury? Just accept them. Thank you, Old Lin. These will indeed serve me well. As the gathering witnessed Old Lin's gesture, they too returned to their homes, emerging with various parcels and gifts. Xiao Chun, you once mentioned your fondness for my sunflower seed oil. Here, take it. Xiao Chun, these are shopping vouchers for my recent work at the mall. Please accept them and indulge in something you enjoy. Xiao Chun, you have always been a great help to us. You must accept these gifts. Though these tokens bore little monetary value, for these impoverished folks, they represented a significant luxury, underscoring their heartfelt sentiments. In this world, beast masters are esteemed above all, specifically those of D rank or higher, capable of combating magical beasts. Those beneath this echelon exist at the very bottom of society, toiling away in menial jobs for barely enough sustenance, with little to no rights. Yet, one must concede that it is precisely the generosity of these individuals that has enabled Chen Yi, who found himself alone in this world, to establish his footing. He bowed deeply to his neighbors, his eyes brimming with gratitude, and declared, "Thank you all. I, Chen Yi, vow to change this world. Yes, Xiao Chen. Your heart is all that matters. Take care and do visit often." As the farewells of the neighbors echoed around them, the figures of Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue gradually receded into the distance. On their way home, Lin Mingxue finally seized an opportunity to speak, softly asking, "Chen Yi, is it true that you intend to change the world?" Chen Yi smiled gently and countered, "Do you believe in me?" "Yes, then that settles it. Let us return and cultivate our skills." Upon arriving home, Chen Yi emptied the magical beast cores from his spatial ring onto the table. Including the rewards from the 9 trials yesterday, there were a total of 53 first-tier magical beast cores, alongside 36 kilograms of beast meat. The 2 second-tier beast king cores, being of fire attribute and contrary to Lin Mingxue's affinity, were kept aside. "Come, let us feast. You shall begin with the magical beast core. Eat." Lin Mingxue hesitantly pointed at the magical beast core. "Am I to consume it directly? Isn't it customary to grind them into powder and steep them in water?" Chen Yi nodded and softly said, "Did you not promise to unconditionally trust me? Shall we give it a try? If it proves too daunting, grinding it into powder is an option." Upon hearing this, Lin Mingxue swallowed hard. She gazed at the magical beast core, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, and struggled to envision how she would swallow it whole. Nonetheless, she resolved to trust Chen Yi implicitly. If he suggested consuming it directly, there must be profound significance behind his words. With that thought, Lin Mingxue no longer hesitated. She resolutely picked up a magical beast core, closed her eyes, and unhesitatingly placed it in her mouth. As anticipated, the core was incredibly hard, and she found it impossible to bite down, let alone swallow. Just as confusion and helplessness began to wash over her, Chen Yi's voice resonated in her ear. "Hold it in your mouth. Do not move." He extended his right hand, gently resting it against her cheek, channeling the energy of his SSS level talent. In an instant, the once impenetrable energy core transformed into a texture akin to cream. With a mere gentle press, it melted away. The pure spiritual energy flowed down with her saliva, instantly permeating throughout her body. Lin Mingxue's eyes shot open, her expression one of disbelief. She stammered, "Chen Yi, what would just happen?" With a smile, Chen Yi responded, "Did I not say that trusting me would yield no missteps? That was incredible. Chen Yi, what other powers do you possess that I am unaware of?" Lin Mingxue gazed at Chen Yi in astonishment, a hint of infatuation gleaming in her beautiful eyes. She had thought she understood him well enough. Yet he continued to surprise her with the unexpected every day. Remarkable. Exceptional. Words failed to encapsulate Chen Yi's brilliance. His strength and excellence left her utterly astounded. Grateful for her choice to follow him into the training room 2 days prior, she reflected on how she would never have encountered such a treasure of a boy otherwise. With complete trust in Chen Yi, she felt assured that everything would be just fine. Beep. Lin Mingxue's affinity increased by 10 points. Beep. Lin Mingxue's affinity has reached 80 points. Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the heart of the spirit beast girl. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 reinforcement points. Congratulations to the host for mastering the Beast Master skill, Magical Beast Insight. Chapter 12. The method of cultivation for the overachiever. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chen Yi found himself momentarily taken aback. Had the affinity truly surpassed the threshold? He had anticipated needing to extend their battle time to over 20 minutes to achieve such a breakthrough. The suddenness of it all caught him off guard. Observing the reinforcement points displayed on the system interface, Chen Yi did not hesitate to allocate them towards enhancing his physique. Due to the increased physical exertion over the past 2 nights, his physique had risen to 10 points, barely reaching a normal adult male standard. However, that was far from sufficient. System, add 10 points to my physique. Beep. Reinforcement successful. Current physique value, 20 points. Chen Yi smiled slightly, saying, "All right. Enough with the astonishment. There are still 52 more to consume in one go." Lin Mingxue nodded, and with the assistance of energy guidance, she swiftly swallowed the remaining first-tier magical beast cores. In an instant, an exceptionally pure energy began to flow gently within her body. As the energy dissipated, a chilling aura enveloped the room. Recognizing the moment had arrived for him to take action, Chen Yi embraced Lin Mingxue tightly, their foreheads gently touching as he initiated energy guidance once more. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy began to swirl around them in a rhythmic pattern, as if drawn by an invisible force. Every 10 seconds, a thread of spiritual energy would merge into Lin Mingxue's body. Every 30 seconds or so, a fine thread of spiritual energy silently merged into Chen Yi's body. As these threads of energy continuously integrated with Lin Mingxue, the temperature in the living room plummeted, and a layer of crystalline frost began to form upon the furniture. The once jet black hair of Lin Mingxue gradually transformed to white from the tips. Above her head, a pair of delicate dragon horns began to sprout. Had she entered an armed form? No, this was the manifestation of power. Incredible. This SSS grade spirit beast could achieve such a manifestation at the first level? However, it seemed that she was still lacking somewhat in spiritual energy. It was unlikely that the manifestation would be complete. The so-called manifestation of power is a unique state that lies between the armed form and the humanoid form. When the energy within a spirit beast becomes too abundant to control fully, it results in a phenomenon of power overflow. This overflow grants the humanoid form a certain degree of power enhancement and alteration in appearance. To put it simply, it transforms into a beast girl. Maintaining both the armed and spirit beast forms requires substantial spiritual energy, while only the humanoid form allows for gradual recovery of energy. A spirit beast capable of manifesting power can still possess a certain level of combat self-defense ability, even in a fully depleted humanoid form. Typically, high-tier spirit beasts can trigger this manifestation, symbolizing their formidable strength. Yet, no one anticipated that Lin Mingxue would successfully trigger this state at merely the first level. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Lin Mingxue's body, signifying her successful breakthrough to the first level, third segment. However, this was merely the beginning. As Chen Yi continuously guided the spiritual energy within Lin Mingxue, her level ascended steadily. First level, fourth segment. First level, fifth segment. First level, sixth segment. Until Lin Mingxue finally elevated to the first level, 8th segment, at which point the energy from the 53 magical beast cores she had consumed was completely refined. Name, Lin Mingxue, Power Manifestation. Contractor, Chen Yi. Bloodline, SSS Grade Frost Dragon. Level, first level, 8th segment. Constitution, 28. Spiritual Energy, 21. Attributes, Ice Dragon. Skills, Breath of Ice. Affection, 80 points. Affinity, 6. Simultaneously, bolstered by Lin Mingxue's refinement of the magical beast cores, Chen Yi also successfully broke through to the first level, 6th segment. His constitution value reached 25 points, and his spiritual energy finally surpassed 10 points. Was this truly the first level, 8th segment? How could it happen so swiftly? Lin Mingxue, feeling the immense transformation in her level and power, was filled with astonishment. The teacher had once shared research data in class. Under normal circumstances, transitioning from the first level, first segment to the first level, 8th segment would require refining approximately 250 magical beast cores. Yet, she had only used 53 to surpass this bottleneck. Moreover, she sensed that she was not far from breaking through to the first level, 9th segment. Chen Yi, observing Lin Mingxue's astonished expression, smiled slightly and explained. The teacher must have mentioned that grinding magical beast cores into powder for consumption results in an approximately 80% loss of their spiritual energy, correct? Lin Mingxue nodded. But that's unavoidable, isn't it? How else can one consume them if not ground into powder? Even if one could swallow them whole. Absorbing the entire spiritual energy of a magical beast core would take months, at the very least. Chen Yi gently flicked Lin Mingxue's forehead and continued. That's precisely why I suggested you consume them whole. Combined with my abilities, we can ensure that not a single ounce of energy is wasted. Ah, that explains it. No wonder 53 first-level magical beast cores enabled me to directly break through to the first level, 8th segment, Lin Mingxue thought, filled with wonder. With someone like Chen Yi possessing such abilities, it was akin to having 5 times the magical beast cores. Moreover, it was not merely that. Although this was Lin Mingxue's first time cultivating, she could distinctly feel that when Chen Yi guided the spiritual energy, it flowed as effortlessly as a gentle stream, with no waste whatsoever. In class, it was taught that during the guidance of spiritual energy, depending on the Beastmaster's proficiency, there would inevitably be some loss of energy. Yet here, Chen Yi astonishingly wasted none of it. All things considered, a single magical beast core in Chen Yi's hands could be likened to 6 or 7 for other Beastmasters. This extraordinary talent was simply unbelievable. Stop being so surprised. You must still be hungry. How about a magical beast leg? That should be fine, right? No problem. I love eating magical beast legs. Is it okay to eat it raw? Wow, are you serious? Do I really have to eat it raw? Chen Yi couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Mingxue's expression. Just kidding. You can cook it however you like. After all, this thing doesn't contain much spiritual energy. Chen Yi stood up and gently poked the dragon horns sprouting from Lin Mingxue's head. By the way, can I use this as a handrail tonight? I think it would be quite amusing. Upon hearing this, Lin Mingxue's face turned crimson. She pouted and playfully scolded. What do you mean by handrail? Can't you be serious? Is that not permissible? Lin Mingxue sighed, feeling it necessary to inform Chen Yi that these were dragon horns, sacred and inviolable. How could they be used for such peculiar purposes? Alright, Chapter 13, The Wind and Moon Canyon. The following morning, Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue arrived at the Beastmaster Association to purchase magical beast cores. First-level Beastmaster teams that had passed the assessment and obtained the Beastmaster certificate could purchase 30 first-level magical beast cores per week at the price of 100 Dragon Kingdom coins each. If they wished to acquire more, the price would double, allowing for a maximum additional purchase of 50 cores. Although buying from the black market was an option, the price would likely exceed double. Consequently, some impoverished Beastmaster teams engaged in the business of reselling, taking the magical beast cores purchased from the Beastmaster Association to the black market, ensuring a monthly income exceeding 10,000. However, if caught, they would be blacklisted, losing their purchasing privileges forever. Lin Mingxue, coming from a wealthy family, initially intended to buy more magical beast cores, but was stopped by Chen Yi. There's no need. With 3 days remaining until the final assessment, we can venture outside the city and hunt some magical beasts. Money is a valuable asset. There will be plenty of opportunities to use it later. Lin Mingxue was momentarily taken aback. Hunting magical beasts in the wilderness? Isn't that dangerous? Due to the existence of dimensional rifts, countless magical beasts descended into this world almost daily. Cities, protected by defensive barriers, made it difficult for low-tier magical beasts to intrude. However, the situation was entirely different in the wilderness. Magical beasts grew stronger by devouring one another. The regions near human cities were regularly cleared by the military, so they typically did not grow too powerful. The first-level magical beast cores sold by the Beastmaster Association originated from this environment. Yet, the unpredictability of the world posed a risk. If they encountered a stray beast that had devoured numerous magical beasts and had grown to the second or third level, it would indeed be perilous. Risk is certainly present, but as the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Besides, you surely wouldn't want to spend your entire life cooped up in the city, would you? Under the current circumstances, venturing outside to train not only allows us to acquire magical beast cores, but also hones our combat abilities. I believe it would be a worthwhile endeavor. Hearing Chen Yi's response, Lin Mingxue's hesitation dissipated instantly. All right, Brother Chen Yi, I will follow your lead. She felt somewhat exasperated with herself. Despite possessing such formidable power, why does one still tread so cautiously? It's truly disheartening. After deciding to venture outside the city to hunt magical beasts, Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue spent 2 hours procuring essential supplies for their outdoor expedition. One must admit, with a spatial ring at their disposal, exploring the wilderness has become significantly more manageable, as all items can be conveniently stored within it. Chen Yi opened the map, searching for the most suitable location near Jiangqing for a first-tier beastmaster to hone their skills. After careful consideration, he ultimately selected the Fangyue Valley, situated in the southwest of Jiangqing. This area is surrounded by mountains on all sides, with only one northern exit connecting it to the supply station west of Jiangqing, effectively creating an isolated enclave. Due to the military's regular purges, the emergence of high-tier magical beasts is virtually impossible without external interference. Consequently, many low-tier beast masters and spiritual beasts have bestowed 5-star reviews on this location on the map, praising it as exceptionally suitable for the training of first and second-tier beast masters. Although Chen Yi appeared calm and composed on the surface, he remained quite cautious internally. With the system's support, growth was merely a matter of time. There was no need to venture into perilous territories. Thus, he chose the Fangyue Valley, a region with a higher foot traffic and minimal risk for his training. At 3 in the afternoon, under the radiant sun and mild climate, Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue arrived at the supply station west of Jiangqing. From a distance, they observed at least 200 beast masters and spiritual beasts gathered, vociferously calling out as if trying to recruit teammates. After all, compared to hunting magical beasts alone in the wilderness, forming a team is undoubtedly much safer. According to the system interface, most of the spiritual beasts were around first-tier 10th segment to second-tier 5th segment, and the levels of the beast masters were likely similar. It was indeed rare to witness such a large gathering of beast masters in the wild. Brother Chen Yi, I saw in the comments that once we reach the supply station, we can rent an off-road vehicle at the rental shop to head west. Otherwise, it would take at least 4 to 5 hours to walk to Fangyue Valley. Rent a car? Swear, let me ask you, do you have a driver's license? Huh. Brother Chen Yi, you don't have one? I'm just a vagabond. How could I afford the cost of driving lessons? Suddenly, the atmosphere turned awkward. According to the map, the distance from the supply station south to Fangyue Valley was approximately 45 kilometers. Although the road was straight and not overly rugged, if they were to walk, it would be challenging to reach their destination before nightfall. This is precisely why there was a rental shop set up at the supply station to capitalize on this need. However, the question arose, without a driver's license, what use was it to rent a vehicle? Just then, Chen Yi's gaze fell upon Lin Mingxue, and a flash of inspiration struck him. Dragon Lady, it's not only at night that one can ride. Surely one can ride now? Its speed would likely surpass that of an off-road vehicle. As Chen Yi prepared to voice this suggestion, a crisp female voice suddenly rang out from behind. Ah, it's junior sister Mingxue. Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue turned to see a girl in the Beastmaster Academy uniform approaching them with a smile. With a B-class bloodline and a level of second-tier 4th segment, she appeared to be a year or two older than Lin Mingxue. However, Lin Mingxue seemed completely unfamiliar with her, displaying a puzzled expression. Hello, may I ask who you are? I'm Su Yao, a junior. I'm just an inconspicuous person. So it's quite normal that you don't recognize me. Su Yao shifted the conversation, adding, junior sister Mingxua, your performance in the Beastmaster assessment the other day was truly impressive. Upon hearing this compliment, Lin Mingxua couldn't help but smile slightly in response. Thank you for the praise. Many students in the academy knew her, but it was impossible for her to know them all. Thus, the best approach in such situations was to respond courteously, as it might lead to unexpected benefits. As it turned out, her thoughts were indeed correct. Su Yao chuckled lightly and said, let's not dwell on that. Junior sister Mingxua, since you're here, you must be heading to Fengyue Valley, right? Would you like to join us for a ride? Our team just rented a vehicle. Hearing this, a glimmer of delight flickered in Lin Mingxua's eyes. Really? That would be wonderful. We were just worried about how to get to Fengyue Valley. Of course it's true. Our team consists entirely of academy members. We would be thrilled to travel with the recent legendary figure. Thank you so much. Chen Yi sighed softly at this. It seemed that the opportunity to experience riding on a dragon would have to wait for another time. Chapter 14, Beast Attack Before Long. Chen Yi and Lin Mingxua followed Su Yao to the gathering spot for her team. Including Su Yao, there were 2 men and 2 women in total. With spiritual beasts all at 2nd tier 4th segment and B-class bloodline, it was likely that the male members were of similar standing. The only downside of the system was that it could only reveal the information about spiritual beasts, not the beast masters. Being able to see only half the picture left an odd feeling of incompleteness. Wow, Yao Yao, you mentioned seeing an acquaintance. And it turns out to be the famous Lin. Su Yao's beast master, Yi Chun, was quite surprised upon recognizing Lin Mingxua. Not to mention, he had harbored a secret crush on her when she entered school last year. Unfortunately, he awakened his talent too late, and by then, Lin Mingxua had also not awakened hers, leading to a gradual fading of his feelings due to lack of interaction. Who would have thought they would meet again now? What's this? Are you still thinking about trying to win over junior sister Mingxua? How could that be? Not to mention whether Yao Yao agrees. Does junior sister Mingxua even consent? Chen Yi rolled his eyes. The key question should be whether he agreed. Another pair of beast masters, Zhang Yuan and Zhou Feifei, after exchanging greetings, couldn't help but gaze at the hat atop Lin Mingxua's head, whispering amongst themselves. However, curiosity eventually got the better of them, and they approached to ask, Junior sister Mingxua, what do you have hidden under your hat? I feel like there's some energy surging within it. Upon hearing this, Lin Mingxua smiled. Let's talk about it once we get on the vehicle. It's not convenient to disclose right now. After they boarded the vehicle, upon seeing the pair of silvery dragon horns, all 4 were left utterly astonished. The 31st tier magical beast cores that Chen Yi had helped Lin Mingxua refine had boosted her level to 1st tier 9th segment, making the manifestation of her power more visually apparent. The dragon horns and the gradient areas of her hair had grown longer, making her resemble the dragon lady even more. Power manifestation? No way. Junior sister Mingxua, you just reached 1st tier, and you've already manifested? The white tips of your hair, I thought it was dyed. But it's actually the result of power manifestation. Truly impressive. The renowned Lin dares to hunt magical beasts in Fengyue Valley at 1st tier. When I broke through to 2nd tier, I hesitated for a long time before coming here. Junior sister Mingxua even crushed a 1st tier 10th segment snow woman with a single slap. Facing the magical beasts in Fengyue Valley, which average a difficulty of 2 to 3 stars, even a 2nd tier might find it easier than us. Listening to the exclamations of her senior peers, an indescribable sense of pride surged within Lin Mingxua. Since awakening her F-class bloodline, she hadn't heard such praise in quite some time. She gently intertwined her arm with Chen Yi's, her face radiant with a proud smile as she declared, all of this is thanks to brother Chen Yi. Without him, I wouldn't be who I am today. As her words fell, the gazes of the 4 individuals converged on Chen Yi simultaneously. The eyes of the 2 girls sparkled with admiration, while those of the 2 boys were filled with envy and jealousy. Over the past few days, discussions about Chen Yi's talent and abilities had ignited fervent debates in various class groups, even more so than discussions regarding Lin Mingxua's lineage. However, there is one notable point. Many B-rank, and even some A-rank spirit beasts, seem to have developed a keen interest in Chen Yi, even harboring thoughts of forming contracts with him. After all, even an F-rank bloodline can exhibit such astonishing power. As B-rank and A-rank spirit beasts, they should have no reason to be weaker than Lin Mingxua, right? Chen Yi shrugged and explained, that power belongs solely to Mingxua. I merely serve as a guide. However, to others, his words sounded like a form of modesty akin to a display of false humility. What power could an F-rank bloodline possess? Even those beast masters with S-rank supportive talents, after contracting with Lin Mingxua, could never make her so formidable. Yet, it was precisely due to Chen Yi's ostentatious remarks that the atmosphere inside the vehicle became considerably more relaxed. Zhang Yuan was driving, and the group engaged in jovial banter as they made their way towards the Fengyue Valley. The magical beasts inhabiting Fengyue Valley typically possess attributes of wind, earth, and wood, making it suitable for battles involving ice and fire attributes. The average level of these beasts is around 1st tier, 10th stage, with slightly higher ones reaching only 2nd tier, 3rd or 4th stage. The overall challenge level is around 2 to 3 stars, thus not particularly difficult. According to Wikipedia, over 1 million people have rated this place as a 5-star hunting paradise. Along the way, Su Yao enthusiastically introduced the situation of Fengyue Valley. Of course, this was all basic information that Chen Yi had already acquainted himself with prior to their arrival. But I have a little insider information. Su Yao suddenly shifted her tone, her expression turning serious. I heard from an adventure group that at the southernmost end of Fengyue Valley, there is a cave that falls outside the military's purging range, where numerous spirit herbs containing spiritual power grow. If we could find it, it feels like we'd become instant millionaires overnight. Initially, when Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue heard the term insider information, a flicker of curiosity surged within them. They had assumed it would be some top-secret intel. However, upon realizing that this so-called insider information was akin to urban legends, their expressions involuntarily twitched. If such a cave truly existed, given that the average magical beast in the area was only first tier, those high-tier beastmasters would surely have already flocked to the place, excavating spirit herbs and fruits. How could it possibly be left for low-tier novices like them? If we have the time, we might take a look, Chen Yi said, though his tone implied skepticism. Just as Su Yao finished her sentence, the entire vehicle suddenly began to sway violently to the left. Lin Mingxue's reflexes kicked in, and she quickly embraced Chen Yi tightly to shield him from any potential impact. It must be said, having airbags truly provides a sense of security. Lin Chen shook his head, exasperated, and remarked, Zhang Yuan, what are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be watching the road? No, we were attacked by magical beasts. Indeed. When the group turned their gazes outside the window, they spotted a horde of magical beasts resembling withered trees, advancing rapidly towards them from approximately 100 meters away, numbering around 20 to 30. Among them, one particularly massive withered tree was gathering a green energy sphere with its branch-like arms. It was evident that the previous attack had originated from it. From Chen Yi's perspective, an interface system materialized above each of these magical beasts. Magical beast, withered wood demon. Difficulty, 2 stars. Level, 1st tier, 10th stage. Attributes, earthwood. Skills, none. Description, a magical beast formed from withered wood, known for attacking solitary individuals in groups. Magical beast, demonized withered wood. Difficulty, 4 stars. Level, 2nd tier, 3rd stage. Attributes, earthwood. Skills, energy sphere. Description, the demonized version of the withered wood demon, whose roots contain a certain amount of spiritual power, suitable for soup making. Chapter 15. Envy is a luxurious affair. It's the withered wood demon. How could so many appear all of a sudden? What happened to the previous passersby? Stop the chatter. Prepare for battle. Our luck is truly terrible. The 4 senior students swiftly exited the vehicle, entering a state of readiness. Su Yao transformed into her spirit beast form, a flame horse, its hooves ablaze with roaring flames. Exuding a scorching aura, Zhou Feifei's spirit beast form was a giant bear, standing 2 meters tall, robust, and imposing, instilling an unparalleled sense of pressure. Lin Mingxue glanced at Chen Yi, nodded gently, and similarly transformed into her spirit beast form. A massive frost dragon materialized before everyone. A bone-chilling aura emanated from the frost dragon, swiftly spreading throughout the area. Even in the sweltering summer heat, people couldn't help but shiver. With the increase in her level, Lin Mingxue's frost dragon had grown even larger, casting a shadow that completely obscured a small area of sunlight as it soared through the sky. Is this really Mingxue's spirit beast form? It's enormous. This ice dragon is incredibly majestic. Oh my goodness, it's far more imposing than what I saw in the videos. Stop the chatter. Let us deal with the enemies before us. At that moment, the withered wood demons rushed toward the off-road vehicle, brandishing their withered branches and lunging at the group. Yi Chun, whose beastmaster talent was also combat-oriented, mounted Su Yao, who was transformed into her flame horse, and with a swift motion, conjured a silver-white long-handled sword from thin air, charging into the throng of withered wood demons. The scene resembled an ancient general traversing through enemy lines. Exuding an air of grandeur, Zhang Yuan, whose talent was supportive, placed his hand on Zhou Feifei's back and silently chanted a spell. In an instant, the claws of the bear-like Zhou Feifei manifested a shadowy double. Every time she swung her claws, the double followed closely behind, inflicting secondary damage, creating the illusion of a dual-wielding warrior. Chen Yi leapt onto Lin Mingxue's back. Lin Mingxue let out a surprised yelp, filled with astonishment. Does Chen Yi have such powerful legs? She must be flying at least 3 to 4 meters high, and he managed to jump up? Schwer. Let's eliminate that demonized withered wood first. Remember not to harm the roots. Okay. Lin Mingxue did not linger in unnecessary dialogue. She flapped her wings and surged towards the demonized withered wood. The demonized withered wood, startled by this sudden colossal creature, hurriedly shot the energy sphere it had been gathering towards Lin Mingxue. Yet, with a mere flick of her hand, Lin Mingxue shattered the energy sphere, leaving only a faint azure smoke in her palm. The once menacing expression on the demonized withered wood's trunk transformed into one of shock. What on earth is this? This must have been its inner thoughts at that moment. Subsequently, Lin Mingxue delivered a powerful slap, cleaving the demonized withered wood in half, tearing its body apart above the roots with ease. The demonized withered wood was thus effortlessly defeated. Is that all it takes? Yes, that should suffice. Now I'll go assist the seniors. Without hesitation, Lin Mingxue turned her gaze towards the seniors engaged in fierce combat with the withered wood demons. Although the 4 of them were all of a higher level than the withered wood demons, the overwhelming numbers would likely lead them to be at a disadvantage soon. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mingxue exhaled forcefully. Frost breath. This marked her first skill deployment after breaking through to the first tier, 9th stage. She was uncertain of its potency. A torrent of ice-blue mist surged forth like a raging flood, freezing everything in its path. The horde of withered wood demons was engulfed by the terrifying ice mist, with over half of the enemies instantly obliterated. Incredible, so powerful. My goodness, this is utterly terrifying. It feels as though if we come into contact with that mist, we too shall become ice sculptures. Lin Chun and Zhang Yuan, witnessing this scene amidst the battle, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Despite their level surpassing that of the withered wood demons, in a one-on-one confrontation, it would likely take several moves to vanquish them. Yet Lin Mingxue effortlessly dispatched over 10 withered wood demons in one fell swoop. Is the disparity in strength truly that vast? The remaining 10 or so withered wood demons were entangled in combat with the senior students. Should she unleash her breath of ice, she might inadvertently harm her allies. Thus, Lin Mingxue decisively altered her strategy. With a swift kick, she dispatched the remaining withered wood demons in less than a minute. Mingxue, you are extraordinarily powerful. Thankfully you are here. Otherwise, I fear we would be unable to deal with those creatures. This is not my strength. The credit belongs entirely to Brother Chen Yi. After the battle concluded, the 3 spirit beast sisters gathered together, discussing the recent skirmish as if attending a ladies' meeting. Meanwhile, the beast masters Zhang Yuan and Lin Chun gazed at Chen Yi with eyes filled with awe and admiration. Previously, they may have felt a twinge of jealousy and envy. But now, those emotions had dissipated, for the gulf in their abilities was simply too immense. It is akin to a commoner not daring to compare themselves to the world's richest individual. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and collect the magical beast cores. Chen Yi called out helplessly. Why do these seniors always react so dramatically? Was it truly that astonishing? When his system awakened, he merely stood in shock for 2.5 minutes. Coming. Brother Chen Yi, you rest. We shall handle the collection soon. The spoils of this battle were tallied. A total of 27 first-tier magical beast cores, 1 second-tier magical beast core, and 1 kilogram of magical withered wood roots. If these were all sold at a stall, they could fetch over 10,000 coins. It is worth noting that Chen Yi's previous job earned him less than 2,000 a month. Thus, this haul directly equated to half a year's salary. It was truly outrageous. Brother Chen Yi, Zhang Yuan, and I have just conferred. Lin Chen approached, stating, for this successful extermination of the withered wood demon horde, you and Mingxue should take the lion's share of the magical beast cores. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi could not help but roll his eyes. Wasn't that just stating the obvious? Did they think he would want to split it evenly? Fine, let it be as you say. Wait, Brother Chen Yi, what is that on your hand? It's a spatial ring. Is there a problem? The moment these words left his mouth, the 4 senior students gasped in unison. A spatial ring. Chen Yi actually possesses a spatial ring? What kind of family does he hail from? However, after the initial shock, self-deprecation followed. As the saying goes, beauties are suited to the wealthy, especially those endowed with outstanding talents. It's truly a luxury to even feel envy. After dividing the spoils, the group gathered by the off-road vehicle to assess the situation. They soon discovered a vexing problem. Due to the recent magical beast attack, all but the left rear tire had burst. They had 1 spare tire, but it was insufficient. They would likely need to contact the supply station for assistance and arrange for someone to come and retrieve the vehicle. Chapter 16. Do you wish to ride me? Zhang Yuan scratched his head, frowning in distress. This is quite troublesome. It seems we cannot proceed any further. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi replied, then let us part ways here. I am very grateful for your company thus far. We are still approximately 20 kilometers from Fengyue Canyon. Do you intend to walk? Zhang Yuan refrained from finishing his sentence. They had all witnessed Chen Yi riding on Lin Mingxue's back just moments ago. Though it might seem somewhat impolite to Lin Mingxue, she was indeed a readily available mode of transportation. Moreover, one that could fly. Well then, as Brother Chen Yi suggests. After some light conversation, Lin Mingxue took Chen Yi and soared away from the sight. The 4 senior students gazed at the silvery figure vanishing into the horizon. A wave of yearning washing over them. If only they could be as formidable as Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue. Speaking of which, Su Yao. Zhang Yuan awkwardly interjected. Now that we lack transportation, could we possibly? Before he could finish, Lin Chen interrupted him decisively. Absolutely not. Do you want to die? Lin Chen, we are a team, are we not? Think of how much time we would waste if we had to walk. No. I said no, and that is final. Lin Chen's resolute rejection left no room for negotiation. It was obvious what Zhang Yuan was implying. Su Yao's spirit beast form is a flame horse. And this Zhang Yuan wished to ride her? How shameless could one be? Su Yao stood dumbfounded, utterly baffled by the cryptic exchange among the boys. Brother Chen Yi, I have a question for you, and you must answer truthfully. What is it? Were you, from the very beginning, contemplating riding me? Chen Yi's lips twitched slightly as he inwardly mused. To be honest, he had indeed touched Lin Mingxue's silver dragon horns last night. The sensation was simply exquisite, perfectly balanced in softness and firmness. If he could touch the most sensitive parts of a dragon race spirit beast, riding her human form would hardly be unreasonable, would it? The tone of her voice seemed to carry an air of reproach. Nevertheless, based on his experience over the past year with Lu Ruyan, he understood that in such situations, an apology was invariably the right course of action. I apologize. After all, it is simply more efficient. Honestly, if you wish to ride me, you could have just said so. Just now, Senior Su Yao and Senior Zhou Feifei kept glancing in your direction. I sense their intentions are not pure. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by her response. What kind of answer is that? What do you mean by just saying it if I wanted to ride? Wait, could it be that Mingxue is feeling jealous? Is she actually reluctant for me to ride with the senior sisters? With this thought, a smile crept onto Chen Yi's face. Initially, he thought Lin Mingxue would confront him, but he was pleasantly surprised to discover this adorable side of her. So, are you implying that I cannot contract with other spirit beasts? Chen Yi tentatively asked. No, that is not what I meant. Lin Mingxue hurriedly clarified. I want to stand at the pinnacle of the world alongside you, Brother Chen Yi, and any beast master who reaches such heights will undoubtedly be surrounded by admirers. However, I feel those two are not suitable. Oh, why not? They have already contracted with other beast masters. Abandoning their original beast master for another spirit beast is unacceptable. Having done it once, they will certainly do it again, a ticking time bomb. Listening to Lin Mingxue's explanation, Chen Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Rest assured, I am not one to take such matters lightly. My choice of contracting partners will certainly be as beautiful and kind-hearted as you. Upon hearing this, Lin Mingxue's face flushed slightly, and she playfully retorted, Humph, Brother Chen Yi, your words are music to my ears. She was indeed correct. If someone were to abandon their original beast master merely because of Chen Yi's remarkable talents, such a spirit beast would naturally be untrustworthy. However, one thing puzzled Chen Yi. Ever since he bound the system, it seemed he had not encountered any other spirit beast sisters capable of triggering the contract affinity rewards. Aside from Lin Mingxue, at first, he believed that only spirit beasts with hidden bloodlines could trigger this reward. However, during his previous shopping excursion, he had encountered 2 spirit beasts with S-class hidden bloodlines, yet the reward remained unactivated. Could it be that only those with hidden SSS-class bloodlines could initiate it? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the system unexpectedly emitted a prompt. To trigger the Affinity Strategy Task reward, the host must meet the following 3 conditions. Firstly, the other party must not have been contracted before. Secondly, the other party's affinity at the time of contracting cannot be below 0. Thirdly, the other party must possess a hidden bloodline of SS class or higher, which has not yet been activated. Ah, so that is how it is. Chen Yi nodded, surprised that simply inquiring with the system could yield an answer. He had previously wasted much effort trying to figure it out himself. Nevertheless, he found the first condition somewhat challenging. A spirit beast that had never been contracted before was indeed a conundrum. High-level beast tamers could contract multiple spirit beasts. Yet the gender ratio in this world was 1-to-1. This meant that an F-class talent beast tamer might find no spirit beasts willing to contract with them. However, spirit beasts of F-class bloodlines, regardless of how unfavorable the conditions might be, would generally find higher-level beast tamers eager to accept them. To locate a spirit beast maiden that had never contracted with anyone, Chen Yi felt he might have to wait patiently for those newly blossomed 18-year-olds. As for the second condition, how could one establish a contract with someone who harbored no affinity? It is not as if engaging in intimate acts would automatically forge a contract. Such a bond could only be established when both parties harbored the willingness to enter into a contract. Similar to how offspring could only be conceived when both parties desired it, and the higher their levels, the lower the probability. It was baffling to him why the system imposed such a restrictive condition. Meanwhile, Lin Mingxue had flown south for approximately 5 to 6 minutes, finally reaching her destination, the Fengyue Gorge. Along the way, she spotted a few scattered magical beasts, all of which were effortlessly dispatched by a mere breath from her. It felt akin to a sweeping mode in a mobile game, easy and straightforward. However, unlike mobile games, the process of collecting materials proved to be exceedingly tedious. Each time, she had to leap from the dragon's back to gather the materials dropped by the magical beasts, making several trips back and forth. Even though Chen Yi's physical attributes had reached 25 points, 2.5 times that of an average adult male, he still found it somewhat exhausting. Wouldn't it be wonderful if these magical beasts could just gather together for Schwer to eliminate? Chen Yi mused aloud. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Mingxue promptly cautioned. Brother Chen Yi, there's something unusual ahead. Let me take a look. He followed Lin Mingxue's gaze forward and saw a swarm of insect-like magical creatures converging in a particular direction. A rough estimate indicated there were at least 40 to 50 of them. Magical Beast, Iron-Shelled Centipede. Difficulty, 2 stars. Level, 1st rank, 10th stage. Attribute, Earth. Skill, Iron Armor Defense. Description, possesses an exoskeleton comparable to steel, yet lacks any additional advantages. Chapter 17, An Unexpected Incident. Could this be a dream come true? What fortune? Chen Yi exclaimed. Schwer, annihilate those insects. Understood. Lin Mingxue flapped her dragon wings and swiftly sped towards the iron-shelled centipedes. As if sensing the chilling aura, the centipedes all turned in unison. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The swarm of iron-shelled centipedes emitted a cacophony of fierce insect sounds. Instead of being intimidated by the Frost Dragon's imposing presence, they charged forward with ferocity. In light of such a significant size disparity, it was astonishing that these iron-shelled centipedes dared to counterattack. I commend your bravery, Chen Yi mentally acknowledged. This, however, spared him much trouble. Without needing any instructions from him, Lin Mingxue instinctively knew what to do. She took a deep breath, releasing a frigid breath that surged towards the centipede swarm with astonishing speed. In an instant, more than half of the iron-shelled centipedes were frozen into ice sculptures, shattering into countless fragments scattered across the ground. Yet, the remaining centipedes were undeterred by this terrifying sight and continued their assault. However, without exception, they all met their demise beneath Lin Mingxue's feet. What a windfall! With so many magical beast crystals, it should suffice for your breakthrough to the 2nd rank. But I'm quite full right now, I can't eat anymore. What are you thinking? I'm not suggesting you eat now, there's still some time before sunset. Let's gather more crystals. Alright, after 3 hours of hunting, the sun finally dipped below the horizon. Lin Mingxue landed before a massive tree hollow. After crushing the 2 magical beasts residing within, it created a perfect natural area for the night. Placing the magical beast carcasses outside the hollow effectively deterred other magical beasts from approaching. Chen Yi took out a warning stone, setting it outside the hollow. Before extracting the magical beast crystals, among them were 396 1st-rank magical beast crystals and 150 2nd-rank magical beast crystals. Come, let us eat. Start with the 1st-rank magical beast crystals. If you feel full, just let me know. Without hesitation, Lin Mingxue grabbed a magical beast crystal and stuffed it into her mouth. Meanwhile, Chen Yi's hand lingered on Lin Mingxue's cheek, assisting her in the refinement of the magical beast crystals. Seemingly indulged, Lin Mingxue's eyes flickered with a faint blue light, and her hand reaching for the magical beast crystals did not cease. She was no longer content with one at a time. She began to take handfuls. At last, after 1 hour, she had devoured 77 magical beast crystals. Truly worthy of a dragon. You can eat so much, Lin Mingxue remarked, clutching her now swollen belly and letting out a satisfied burp. Wow, I didn't realize you could pack it in so well. Upon hearing this, Lin Mingxue's face flushed crimson. She lightly tapped Chen Yi's chest, playfully expressing her discontent. Can you not be so lewd? Chen Yi chuckled as he explained. How am I being lewd? It's you who is thinking too far. Besides, it was you who requested it last night. Alright, enough of that. Quickly help me refine the energy. With a smile, Chen Yi lifted Lin Mingxue, beginning to guide her energy refinement. Boom, boom, boom. For the next 3 hours, 3 powerful auras ascended skyward as Lin Mingxue successfully broke through to the 2nd rank, 2nd stage. Chen Yi also benefited from Lin Mingxue's breakthrough, achieving a successful advancement to the 1st rank, 9th stage. However, Lin Mingxue did not display the excitement typically associated with a breakthrough. Instead, she wore a deep look of confusion. Strange, according to logic, with this many magical beast crystals, I should have been able to break through to the 2nd rank, 4th or 5th stage. Why does it feel so strenuous just to reach the 2nd rank, 2nd stage? Hearing this, Chen Yi immediately inquired with the system. Subsequently, it explained. The stronger the bloodline, the greater the spiritual energy required for each breakthrough. In the early stages, the difference may not be apparent, but as levels increase, this disparity will become increasingly pronounced. Upon hearing this, Lin Mingxue's eyes widened in realization. So that is how it is. But with brother Chen Yi's abilities, consuming more spiritual energy isn't a problem. Well then, now that we're full, shall we engage in some exercise? At this, Lin Mingxue's cheeks flushed once more. That is not what I meant. However, upon reflection, she considered that experiencing such feelings occasionally might not be so bad. Have you set up the warning stone properly? Rest assured, as long as anyone approaches, we'll be alerted immediately. However, if you make too much noise, that could be a different story. It won't happen. However, do remember to be gentle when gripping the dragon's horns. They are quite sensitive. The following day, at dawn, Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue donned their attire and set forth on today's hunting expedition, aiming to amass a greater number of magical beast crystal cores. Of course, Chen Yi's motivation was not rooted in financial gain. Lin Mingxue was already a well-to-do young lady, at least for the foreseeable future, free from monetary concerns. After breaking through to the 2nd tier, the spirit beast could still absorb 1st-tier magical beast crystal cores to gain spiritual energy. Otherwise, there would be no need to limit the purchase quantity of 1st-tier magical beast crystal cores. The The system had clearly informed him that the stronger the bloodline of the spirit beast, the greater the spiritual energy required for breakthroughs, particularly in the later stages. It was feared that the energy needed for each upgrade would surpass that of ordinary spirit beasts by more than tenfold, which could be quite a considerable expense. Thus, seizing the opportunity to collect as many magical beast crystal cores as possible while time permitted was of utmost importance. After half a day's time, Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue had amassed a significant bounty, collecting approximately 500 first-tier magical beast crystal cores and over 200 second-tier crystal cores. Furthermore, they had consumed quite a few crystal cores throughout the day. Lin Mingxue successfully advanced to the second-tier, third segment, while Chen Yi reached the second-tier, first segment. Within a mere 5 days of their contract, they had both achieved breakthroughs. One could only wonder who else could boast such feats. Brother Chen Yi, shall we continue to stay in the tree hollow tonight, or should we return home? The final assessment is the day after tomorrow. Let us return and rest for a day. It feels like the magical beasts in this area have been nearly eradicated. Once the harvest is complete, we will have to wait a while before we can reap again. All right. Just as Chen Yi mounted Lin Mingxue and prepared to depart from the Fengyue Gorge, a strange sound suddenly emanated from the distant forest. Simultaneously, the ground began to tremble slightly, reminiscent of a mild earthquake. Swear, if you're hungry. That noise seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? Brother Chen Yi, I don't believe this is a moment for jest. Accompanied by a biting cold wind, Lin Mingxue soared into the air, rising above the forest. In an instant, both of them comprehended the unfolding situation. Not far away, a colossal stone giant, larger than Lin Mingxue in her dragon form by a considerable margin, was charging towards them with an unstoppable force. Trees toppled in its wake, and the earth quaked persistently. Surrounding the stone giant were various magical beasts, truly deserving of the title King of Beasts. Magical Beast, Forest Giant. Difficulty, 8 stars, Beast King. Level, 4th tier, first segment. Attributes, Earthwood. Skills, Vine Whip, Trample, Collapse Fist. Description, a special mutated entity that evolved from the consumption of various would attribute magical beasts, possessing immense strength and formidable defense. Chapter 18, The Greatest Threat. Why are 4th-tier magical beasts appearing in Fengyue Gorge? ISNT, they're supposed to be a regular extermination every month? Where on earth did this creature come from? Enough with the chatter, let us make haste. Damn it. Had I known, I wouldn't have come here. Just hold on a bit longer. The supply station has already sent out a call for help. And soon the Beast Tamer Association will come to our rescue. In front of the forest giant and the tide of magical beasts, 30 or 40 panicked beast tamers and spirit beasts were fleeing in a frenzy, their faces etched with despair. The forest giant had been recorded in the bestiary as slow-moving and sluggish in response, the only challenge being its tough hide and thick flesh. If it were merely a single 4th-tier forest giant, they likely wouldn't be in such a panic. However, the issue lay in the fact that it was surrounded by a multitude of magical beasts aiding it. These were not mere decorations. The overwhelming tide of magical beasts, numbering at least in the thousands, was astonishing. Though composed primarily of second-tier, first-segment beasts, their sheer numbers could unleash an unfathomable combat prowess. Chen Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he rubbed them in astonishment. Swear, I'm not mistaken, am I? This is truly a tide of magical beasts. Lin Mingxue similarly chuckled wryly, replying, Yes, Brother Chen Yi, you are not mistaken. It is indeed a tide of magical beasts. This area was supposed to be a leveling haven, highly rated by millions online. Why, upon our arrival, did we encounter not only a 4th-tier beast, but also a tide of magical creatures? I can't tell if this is fortunate or unfortunate. After the initial shock, a smile crept upon Chen Yi's lips. Over 1,000 magical beasts. Did that not imply over 1,000 magical beast crystal cores? Moreover, many of them were second-tier. His gaze swiftly scanned the information on the magical beasts within the tide, noting the absence of any capable of ranged attacks or flight. For Lin Mingxue, these beasts were nothing less than perfect targets. Mingxue, you understand my intention, right? Of course. Let us proceed. We must endeavor to conclude this battle before sunset. Otherwise, collecting materials will become troublesome once night falls. Indeed, without further hesitation, Lin Mingxue unfurled her dragon wings and ascended into the sky. A biting chill immediately enveloped the entire forest. What is that? A dragon? Goodness, could it be a dragon-type magical beast? Are we surrounded? Are your eyes deceiving you? That is not a magical beast. It is a spirit beast. Haven't you seen the news these past few days? That spirit beast who cleared the Beast Tamer assessment at lightning speed. It's Mingxue. Mingxue is here. Save us, we're running out of stamina. Among the fleeing group were 4 senior students whom they had traveled with for a time. Upon spotting Lin Mingxue, they appeared as if seeing a savior, crying out for help. The other adventurers, hearing this, looked at Lin Mingxue with desperate hope, pleading for assistance. Though a single individual might find it challenging to survive amid such a tide of magical beasts, there was no one else to turn to for aid. Surviving was paramount. Lin Mingxue cast a glance at them, saying nothing further. After finding a suitable angle, she took a deep breath and unleashed her icy breath. In the next moment, a white mist enveloped the entire forest, surging towards the tide of magical beasts with an unstoppable force. To the astonishment of all, dozens of magical beasts were instantaneously encased in ice, shattering into countless shards that scattered through the air. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The icy breath, as Lin Mingshua's innate skill, was by no means a grand maneuver. As long as her spiritual energy was sufficient, she could continuously utilize this ability to freeze her foes one by one. What unfolded next left everyone in a state of stunned amazement. Lin Mingxue persistently sought angles from which to unleash her icy breath. With each exhalation, it was as if a blizzard swept through, freezing dozens of magical beasts into ice sculptures, transforming them into countless ice shards that danced through the air. Although it was still the height of summer, every tree was coated in white frost. From a distance, it appeared as though a silvery carpet had been laid, sending shivers down one's spine. The forest giant, upon witnessing such a formidable foe, immediately retaliated. Its stone fist, comparable to the trunk of a colossal tree, swung violently, creating a whirlwind that carried mud and debris, hurtling towards Lin Mingxue. One could not deny that fourth-tier magical beasts were indeed formidable. Even without employing any skills, they could still unleash such catastrophic destruction. One could only imagine that if that terrifying punch were to land, even Lin Mingxue in her spirit beast form would likely meet a grisly fate. However, all of this hinged on the ability to strike true. Lin Mingxue deftly flapped her dragon wings, soaring upwards as the tempest of mud and sand was effortlessly evaded. Upon witnessing the situation, the forest giant swiftly altered its strategy, unleashing a barrage of vine attacks in an attempt to strike down Lin Mingxue, who soared above. However, the tendrils proved to be woefully inadequate, falling short of reaching her. The lesser beasts, too, lacked any means of ranged assault, left to helplessly observe as the icy breath harvested their lives. After several rounds of confrontation, Lin Mingxue emerged with naught but a thin layer of dust upon her, sustaining no injury whatsoever. In stark contrast, the monstrous adversaries had already suffered the loss of nearly half their ranks. The beast tamers and their spirit beasts, frantically fleeing, were left utterly dumbfounded at the sight. How could one person stand against 1,000 beasts without faltering? Was Mingxue truly stronger now? It was hard to believe she had been less formidable when she vanquished the withered wood demon the day prior. Perhaps she had restrained her power then to avoid collateral damage. This must be her true strength. Indeed, she was a prodigy who had breezed through the beast tamer assessment with remarkable speed, so powerful. Surely, this was our salvation? Yet the crisis had not yet dissipated. With Lin Mingxue present, we could organize a counteroffensive against the beast horde, and perhaps secure our survival. As these words were spoken, many beast tamers awoke from their stupor. Indeed, the greatest threat posed by the beast tide was the sheer number of monsters. If Lin Mingxue could eliminate these lesser beasts, the chances of surviving against the lone, lumbering forest giant would increase significantly. The range of her icy breath was exceedingly vast. Any beasts that ventured too close were doomed to perish. However, as the number of beasts dwindled, the quantity that could be exterminated by a single breath would also diminish. Furthermore, Lin Mingxue's spiritual power was finite. She could not unleash her abilities without restraint. Thus, they needed to devise a way to lure the remaining beasts together, allowing Lin Mingxue to annihilate them in one fell swoop. Perhaps they could indeed survive this beastly onslaught. Chapter 19, Beast King. At this moment, Lin Shen raised his voice, shouting, "Everyone, listen to me. We must concentrate our efforts and gather all the lesser beasts in one place. If we wish to survive, we cannot merely flee. Let us use that towering tree as our rallying point." Upon hearing Lin Shen's call, the beast tamers and their spirit beasts sprang into action. They circled around the colossal tree, its trunk measuring 5 meters in diameter, slowing their pace to form a widening arc. The tree, leaning against the rock face, was shielded on one side, thus forcing the pursuing beasts to follow suit in a cumbersome circuit. The sheer number of monsters became their hindrance in their frantic chase. They jostled and collided, their speed significantly reduced, clustering together in a chaotic throng. Observing this, Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue silently applauded their ingenuity. This strategy was truly brilliant. "No, I understand now," Lin Mingxue exclaimed, evading a strike from the forest giant, before diving down to position herself above the towering tree. Taking a deep breath, she unleashed an icy breath that cascaded downwards. Instantly, over 200 beasts encircling the tree were frozen into statues of ice. Those that followed closely behind, unable to halt their momentum, crashed into the frozen forms, triggering a chaotic trampling incident. At least 30 beasts met their demise in this pandemonium. Seizing such a prime opportunity, Lin Mingxue would not relent. Another icy breath followed, entombing over 100 more beneath the frost. With this onslaught, she had directly eradicated more than 400 beasts. Thus, only a scattered 200 to 300 remained of the beast tide. Although this number still posed a considerable challenge to a group of 30 beast tamers, they were no longer insurmountable. Moreover, reinforcements were surely on the horizon. "We did it. Good heavens, I thought I was done for," someone exclaimed. But do not let your guard down. The danger is not yet averted. Remain vigilant. Do not wander alone. Those scattered beasts will still launch attacks upon us. Meng Shue has engaged the forest giant, and the frozen corpses of the beasts serve as an excellent barrier. Let us establish a defensive line there to repel the lesser beasts' assaults. With Lin Chen's command, a defensive line formed around the frozen corpses of the beasts. In an instant, spirit beasts and monsters were locked in combat. The intelligence of the beasts was remarkably low. Navigating through the complex terrain severely hampered their combat effectiveness. The various frozen corpses blocked their path, creating numerous channels, preventing them from launching a coordinated attack from all directions as they would on flat ground. The beast tamers adopted a tactic of isolating and defeating their foes, and the tide of battle began to turn in their favor. Meanwhile, Lin Mingxue had engaged the forest giant in a series of fierce exchanges. The giant's attacks fell like a tempest, yet it could never land a blow on Lin Mingxue. Although her strikes were fierce, they failed to inflict any substantial harm upon the giant. Both sides found themselves in a stalemate. Say, Chen Yi, do we truly need to defeat this creature? Reinforcements are on their way. Wouldn't it be better to wait for them to vanquish it? I fear that by the time they arrive, we might not even be able to slay it ourselves. So why not focus on eliminating more lesser beasts and earn some beast cores instead? In response, Chen Yi smiled faintly, explaining, the difference is monumental. This is a beast king. A fourth-tier beast king's core is worth thousands of times more than those of second-tier beasts. A fourth-tier beast king? No way. That creature is a beast king? Lin Mingxue was taken aback. Monsters could be classified into 3 categories based on the number of beasts they consumed: ordinary monsters, beast kings, and beast emperors. Defeating them would yield corresponding beast cores, the beast king core and the beast emperor core. These 3 types of cores not only differed in the potency of their spiritual energy, but also in the potential for learning new skills upon refinement. Moreover, the higher the tier, the greater the likelihood of acquiring new skills. In contrast, spirit beasts had a far more complex method of learning abilities, requiring their affinity to reach a certain level before they could even hope to learn a new skill, which depended heavily on the performance of their tamers. Most powerful abilities could only be learned by refining the cores of beast kings or beast emperors. Their value was incomparable to that of ordinary monster cores. To think that this forest giant would turn out to be a beast king? Indeed, it is a beast king. If we slay it now, the 4th-tier beast king core will be ours. But if we wait for the reinforcements to arrive and they defeat it, that prize will belong to them. Upon hearing this, Lin Mingxue grasped Chen Yi's intent. But Chen Yi, I feel as though I cannot defeat it. Its hide is too tough. Fear not. Enhancing your combat prowess is my responsibility. Leave it to me. With that, Chen Yi produced a red card from seemingly nowhere. On closer inspection, one could discern the inscription, Up, emblazoned upon it. This card was a power amplification card bestowed upon activation of the system. Its effects had been conveyed to Chen Yi. It could bolster the combat abilities of spirit beasts for 3 minutes, though it was limited to those below the 5th tier. Subsequently, it could be purchased for 5 enhancement points, not a rare commodity. Applying it to this beast king would undoubtedly yield great returns. Name, Lin Mingxue, Spirit Beast Form. Physique, 80. Spiritual Power, 72. Chen Yi cast a glance at Lin Mingxue's system panel, and without a moment's hesitation, he crushed the power amplification card. In the next instant, the shattered fragments of the card transformed into countless glimmers of starlight, cascading onto Lin Mingxue's back and merging with her essence. Subsequently, she appeared as though she had been fortified by a legendary treasure, deep crimson waves of power emanating from her form. The values on her information panel began to ascend wildly. Name, Lin Mingxue, Spirit Beast Form. Physique, 160, up. Spiritual Power, 144, up. Brother Chen Yi, what is this? Lin Mingxue exclaimed, awestruck by the transformation of her power. She had surmised that Chen Yi must possess some hidden trump cards. Yet she never anticipated that such a card could wield such tremendous strength. This power felt as though it surpassed the 4th tier. Chen Yi was equally astonished. Could a single power amplification card truly double her base attributes? Wasn't it supposed to only result in a slight enhancement? This was beyond incredible. Chapter 20. It seems rescue is unnecessary. Let us discuss this later. The enhancement time is limited. First, we must eliminate that creature. Chen Yi urged. Understood. Lin Mingxue nodded, charging towards the forest giant without a second thought. Sensing the shift in Lin Mingxue's power, the forest giant immediately retaliated, letting out a ferocious roar as it advanced towards her. With each step, the ground trembled violently. However, this time Lin Mingxue had no intention of evading. She extended her dragon claw, bracing herself for the impact. Boom! A tremendous shockwave erupted. How was it possible that a fist capable of demolishing a city was stopped in its tracks? Following this, Lin Mingxue opened her dragon maw and unleashed a breath of ice, aiming directly at the forest giant's head. The air around the icy breath seemed to freeze, leaving a delicate layer of frost in its wake. The forest giant howled in agony, staggering back several steps as the stones on its body cracked under the frigid assault. It was evident that Lin Mingxue held the upper hand in this confrontation. Those beast tamers engaged in battle with the magical beasts could not help but steal glances at the unfolding scene, their astonishment palpable. Is Lin Mingxue truly only at the first tier? How can a fourth-tier magical beast fail to match her strength? Incredible. This is the first time I've seen a spirit beast inflict damage on a fourth-tier magical creature while being at the first tier. Wait. Her aura is undoubtedly not that of a first tier. This feels akin to a fourth-tier spirit beast. Stop dawdling. The situation here is precarious. Hurry and provide support, they urged. Yet, despite the urgency, the conflict was nearing its conclusion. The magical beasts, devoid of intellect, fought purely on instinct, unable to leverage their surroundings, and were systematically defeated by the beast tamers. The remaining foes posed little threat. All that was left was to await reinforcements in tranquility, if they were even necessary at all. Lin Mingxue's strength was on par with the forest giant. Coupled with her agility and the advantage of flight, she dominated the battle with ease, creating a one-sided affair. Roar. The forest giant roared in frustration, stomping the ground with fervor. The earth shook violently beneath it, as if a seismic event were occurring. However, to Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue, this was merely an expression of futile rage. Such an attack was utterly ineffective against a flying opponent. Under Lin Mingxue's relentless assault, the forest giant finally succumbed, emitting a mournful wail before collapsing to the ground. Its vines seemed to lose all vitality, wilting instantaneously and falling silent. Sensing their leader's demise, the remaining magical beasts let out a collective cry of despair and began to scatter in panic. The fourth-tier forest giant had indeed been slain by Lin Mingxue. The tide of magical beasts was thus resolved. In that moment, the beast tamers and their spirit beasts did not revel in the joy of survival. Rather, they were struck by awe at Lin Mingxue's formidable power. A first-tier spirit beast could attain such might? Could she possibly be an SSS-grade spirit beast? Yet, even a third-tier SSS-grade spirit beast could not exhibit such strength. Remarkably powerful. Truly, astonishingly powerful. Phew, that was terrifying. I'm still alive. I can boast about this experience for years to come. Look over there. It seems the rescue team has arrived. A voice called out. The crowd turned their gaze towards the northern sky, where several small black dots were discernible, clearly the silhouettes of the rescue team. Yet, at this point, it appeared that rescue was no longer needed. Chen Yi also noticed the approaching rescue team. Without a moment's hesitation, he instructed Lin Mingxue to land atop the forest giant's carcass, where he proceeded to excavate the accumulated rocks from its chest, retrieving the fourth-tier beast king's crystal core. The market value of a fourth-tier magical beast crystal core was approximately 500 Dragon Kingdom coins. Although this price was relatively high compared to the average person's salary, it was not exceptionally rare. However, the fourth-tier beast king's crystal core, due to its scarcity and the high demand from affluent beast tamers, could easily fetch between 100,000 to 200,000 coins. To leave such a treasure lying in the corpse awaiting the rescue team's collection would likely result in it being claimed by someone during the spoils distribution. After all, it was nearly impossible to discern between an ordinary magical beast and a beast king based solely on appearance. If someone were to present a fourth-tier magical beast's crystal core as if it were the forest giant's, what recourse would one have? Thus, to preemptively secure it was undoubtedly the wisest decision. By the way, Brother Chen Yi, can that power you just gave me be used again? Lin Mingxue inquired eagerly, her large eyes brimming with anticipation. What's wrong? Are you worried that your strength isn't sufficient to attain first place in the final assessment? Not exactly. I just thought that explosive feeling of power was exhilarating. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi shook his head in exasperation, playfully tapping Lin Mingxue on the head. Lin Mingxue seemed unfazed, while he felt a sharp sting in his hand. He blew on his sore palm, remarking, "You, a young lady, shouldn't be fixated on power all day long. There's a need for decorum, you know? I don't understand. If I were to be proper, wouldn't he that mean Brother Chen Yi wouldn't he be able to enjoy himself at night? Who is it that desires enjoyment, I wonder? I never would have guessed that you, the illustrious Lin, have such a scandalous heart." Not long after, the rescue team arrived. The captain of the guard, Wang Yu, a seventh-tier beast tamer, was left utterly bewildered after hearing the reports from his comrades. A first-tier beast tamer paired with a first-tier spirit beast had managed, single-handedly, to slay over two-thirds of the magical beasts, even rendering the fourth-tier magical beasts powerless. How is this even possible? Was this some kind of international joke? So, where's that beast tamer? Wang Yu inquired, his expression laced with skepticism. The others sighed in resignation, all pointing towards the duo busily collecting magical beast crystal cores not far away. Those two. Wait, their aura is only at the second tier. Captain, those two seem to be the individuals we previously mentioned, the duo that swiftly passed through the Beastmaster assessment just 4 days ago. The spirit beast is a dragon, apparently called Lin Mingxue. Lin Mingxue, the daughter of Lin Xian? Isn't she of F-grade bloodline? Wang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he processed this information. He had just returned from out of town yesterday and had only heard from his comrades about a pair of prodigies that had rapidly cleared the Beastmaster assessment. Who would have thought it would be Lin Mingxue? Chapter 21. Lin Mingxue under scrutiny. Wang Yu and Lin Mingshua's father, Lin Xian, were once alumni of the same university. After graduation, they frequently teamed up to hunt magical beasts, forming a close friendship. Even though they eventually drifted apart due to their differing levels, they maintained contact. 3 years ago, after Lin Xian's father passed away, Wang Yu took special care of Lin Mingxue, as she was a beauty with parents who possessed S-grade talent and bloodlines. As long as Lin Mingxue could awaken a bloodline of A-grade or above in the future, with his devoted care over the past 3 years and his own S-grade talent, forming a contract with her would surely be uncomplicated. Yet, fate is often fraught with unpredictability. Who could have anticipated that Lin Mingxue would awaken an F-grade talent, instantly extinguishing Wang Yu's interest? But now he was informed that Lin Mingshue's spirit beast form was a dragon, a formidable entity capable of obliterating a tide of magical beasts single-handedly. Moreover, how had she already broken through to the second tier? Normally, even with unlimited crystal core supplies and a month of effort, a contracted spirit beast would find it exceedingly difficult to ascend from the first to the second tier. What on earth was happening? Could it be that her beastmaster had awakened a talent for rapid advancement? Captain, is everything all right? It's nothing. Send the word down to immediately begin clearing the battlefield. We must ascertain the cause of this magical beast tide. Yes. The members of the guard team received their orders and departed. Wang Yu then approached Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue, greeting her with a smile. Mingxue, what a coincidence to encounter you here. Hearing his voice, Lin Mingxue swiftly turned around. Upon realizing it was Wang Yu, she momentarily froze. Uncle Wang, didn't you say you were reassigned to the Han City guard team? How come you're back so soon? Wang Yu forced a wry smile, explaining, poor performance led to my recall. Is that so? Well, let us not dwell on sad matters. Wang Yu shifted the conversation, inquiring, Mingxue, what exactly is going on? When did your bloodline become so powerful? And why can you manifest your power now, at only the second tier? Given her father's friend and the benefactor who had looked after her for the past 3 years, Lin Mingxue had little reason to conceal the truth. Responding candidly, I'm not entirely sure, but Brother Chen Yi mentioned that the power within me is exceptionally unique, rivaling that of an S-grade bloodline. Which is why I could manifest my power early. Initially, I thought Brother Chen Yi was merely comforting me, but it seems he was indeed correct. Uncle Wang, I truly appreciate your assistance over these past 3 years. I will repay your kindness in the future. Upon hearing this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Wang Yu's eyes. What the hell? A month ago, he had learned that Lin Mingxue had tested as an F-grade bloodline. And in an effort to distance himself from her, to prevent this F-grade waste from continuing to cling to him, he had proactively offered to take a position in another city. But due to disagreements over compensation, he had returned early. And now, just upon his return, he heard that Lin Mingxue had awakened a formidable bloodline. The cabbage he had nurtured for 3 years had suddenly erupted with power, only to be snatched away inexplicably. And to top it off, she could manifest her power at the second tier. What kind of nonsense was this? Who the hell cares about such trivial benefits? He desired a spirit beast that possessed both beauty and strength. Nevertheless, Wang Yu suppressed his inner fury, forcing a smile as he calmly asked, So, are you living with this young man now? He cast a glance at Chen Yi. Although he concealed his displeasure well, Chen Yi could still sense a palpable discordant vibe. Could this guy be the good uncle that Mingxue had mentioned, who had been visiting her since her parents passed? Why does it feel like his intentions are somewhat dubious? Damn it, could this old fellow be trying to play out a scenario akin to a Japanese adult film? Yet, Lin Mingxue remained blissfully unaware of the tension, simply nodding in response. Yes, we have formed a contract, so we are indeed living together. Uncle Wang, I will take good care of myself from now on. Thank you for your concern over these past 3 years. Very well, I understand. Then allow me to congratulate you on escaping the mire of F-grade. I will have the battlefield cleared, and since you just experienced a battle, you should return to rest. Once the battlefield is cleared, I will send someone to deliver the magical beast crystal cores to you tomorrow. Wang Yu stated with a composed demeanor, then turned away to attend to business. His movements were decisive and efficient, exuding an air of professionalism. Observing this scene, Lin Mingxue felt somewhat bewildered. Why does Uncle Wang seem so strange today? Chen Yi seemed to sense her thoughts and sighed gently, saying, Let us not worry about that for now. We currently have over 500 first-tier magical beast crystal cores. Let us return and focus on our training. Understood. Meanwhile, watching Lin Mingxue transform into the Frost Dragon, Chen Yi climbed aboard without hesitation, disappearing into the distance. Wang Yu's gaze grew increasingly menacing. His first contracted spirit beast, Chu Qingze, sensed Wang Yu's unease and approached him, asking, Wang Yu, have you been caring for that girl all this time just to contract her? Wang Yu gritted his teeth and nodded, yes. But I never expected her to awaken such power and be snatched away by a little brat. Damn it. Chu Qingze's expression turned serious. That girl's bloodline level is even higher than mine. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu's pupils constricted sharply, and his expression darkened further. Chu Qingze's bloodline is that of the S-grade Overlord Demon Spider, granting her remarkable sensitivity to aura and peril, especially after breaking through to the 4th tier. She could even perceive the strength of another's bloodline. While she could not ascertain the precise level, as an S-grade bloodline, only SS grade and SSS grade bloodlines could surpass hers. This is infuriating. Are you sure? Is Lin Mingxue an SS grade or SSS grade bloodline? Chu Qingzhen nodded slightly. Indeed, once she matures, it's likely that even our combined efforts would struggle to contend with her. Wang Yu clicked his tongue in frustration, cursing vehemently. Damn it. How could such a powerful bloodline test as F-grade? Also, didn't you see Mingxue before? Didn't you notice her bloodline was stronger than yours at that time? Chu Qingzhen shook her head, explaining earnestly. At that time, I genuinely did not sense that aura. I suspect it was some fortunate coincidence that allowed Lin Mingxue to suddenly awaken. This is intolerable. Wang Yu gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, feeling utterly thwarted by a mere child. Just then, another of Wang Yu's contracted spirit beasts, Lin Fong, approached and whispered, "Since that ice dragon is so powerful, why not simply seize it? After all, you are about to break through to the 8th tier. Leaving the 8th slot for her wouldn't be a bad idea. And she is indeed quite beautiful." Chu Qingzhen chimed in. "We mustn't act hastily. We need to investigate that young man's background first." Wang Yu closed his eyes, taking a moment to meditate. After a considerable interval, he finally opened his eyes and spoke. "I am well aware of this. I understand Dream Snow's character all too well. She would certainly not be easily swayed by the trifling words of others. It is likely that this fellow named Chen Yi possesses some background. However, the most crucial matter at hand is to ensure robust intelligence control. If news spreads that a spirit beast can single-handedly combat a tide of magical beasts, I fear that more high-ranking beast tamers will set their sights on Lin Dream Snow. We must eliminate all potential risks." Chapter 22. Such fortuitous circumstances. As night descended and the city illuminated with vibrant lights, Chen Yi and Lin Dream Snow, weary from their exertions, finally returned home. Despite their fearless demeanor during battle, their physical strength was nearly at its limit. Upon stepping through the door, they collapsed onto the sofa like deflated balloons, breathing heavily. "Chen Yi, do you have something to tell me? You appeared to be hesitant just now." "Indeed, but you must not take offense at what I say. Even if you call me ugly, I won't be upset, so rest assured." "All right then." After a prolonged moment, Chen Yi laboriously sat up from the sofa and laid bare his suspicions. Lin Dream Snow blinked in disbelief at his words. "Is that truly the case? Uncle Wang Yu has always treated me well. How could he possibly be that sort of person?" "It is precisely because he treats you with such kindness that his intentions may be suspect," Chen Yi explained earnestly. "As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. You previously mentioned that your parents are utterly despicable. What kind of good people would associate with such scoundrels?" Taken aback by his assertion, Lin Dream Snow paused, seemingly contemplating. "That does seem to hold some truth. I cannot fathom that type of person having such a benevolent friend." Chen Yi gently patted her shoulder in consolation. "But for now, let us not dwell on this too much. Once you have rested, we shall focus on our training. Regardless of who Wang Yu truly is, it is prudent to remain vigilant." Lin Dream Snow nodded in agreement. "Understood." Finally, 5 hours later, Lin Dream Snow successfully refined 71st tier magical beast cores, achieving a breakthrough to the 5th stage of the 2nd tier. Chen Yi also advanced to the 2nd stage, elevating his strength further. As for the 4th tier Earth attribute Beast King core, they decided to postpone its refinement until after the final assessments. "Are you coming tonight?" Lin Dream Snow inquired. "Absolutely. We have the luxury of another day to rest tomorrow, so let us enjoy ourselves tonight. No more dragon horns, all right? Snow, let me share something with you. Since childhood, I have harbored a dream of becoming a dragon knight. Your aspiration to be a dragon knight is quite fanciful, isn't it? So, can I realize it tonight?" "Oh, I truly cannot deal with you." Ding. Lin Dream Snow's affection increased by 2 points. Current affection, 82 points. After an entire night of fervor, the events that transpired in Windmoon Gorge spread to every corner of Jiang City. All low-tier beast tamers, upon hearing the news, were collectively bewildered. They had previously regarded Windmoon Gorge as the most suitable venue for novice beast tamers and spirit beasts to hone their skills. Yet now they were informed that a terrifying tide of magical beasts had erupted, led by a 4th-tier magical beast. Was this a jest? However, the reports concerning the entire incident had been so thoroughly altered that they bore no resemblance to the truth. Yesterday, a group of novice beast tamers encountered a tide of magical beasts during their hunt, and the situation was exceedingly dire. Thankfully, the guard team arrived in time to successfully eliminate the magical beasts, and there were no casualties in this incident. Regarding the cause and progression of this magical beast tide, the guard team is conducting a thorough investigation. Please trust that our Jiang City Guard will provide a satisfactory explanation. We sincerely thank everyone for their support and trust in the guard team. I apologize, Mr. Chen Yi, Ms. Lin Dream Snow. As you know, our guard team undergoes annual performance assessments. If we were to report the true circumstances, it would reflect poorly on our capabilities. Not only would our salaries be jeopardized, but it would also tarnish the reputation of Windmoon Gorge as a hunting ground, deterring newcomers from hunting there, which would have significant repercussions. If possible, we kindly ask that you refrain from disseminating information about yesterday's events, We will provide you with appropriate compensation. A member of the guard team, who had come to deliver magical beast cores to Chen Yi, meticulously explained the reasons behind the fabricated reports. From any perspective, his rationale appeared sound and reasonable. The swift intervention of the guard team to resolve the magical beast tide was far more plausible than a duo of beast tamers doing so alone. Moreover, the guard team had promised compensation. Under such circumstances, both Chen Yi and Lin Dream Snow found his explanations credible to a degree. After all, attributing individual achievements to the collective and privately rewarding those commensurate with their contributions is a common and effective strategy. One that not only garners greater renown but also diminishes the likelihood of individual peril. However, they remained 2 parts wary regarding Wang Yu being the captain of the guard team, sensing that the underlying reasons were not so simple. Chen Yi nodded slightly. Very well. Let it be as you say. We do not place much importance on reputation. Upon hearing this, the guard team member visibly relaxed, exhaling a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to him, he was entirely ignorant of Wang Yu's schemes, conducting himself strictly according to protocol. Thus, he dreaded encountering those who were excessively concerned with reputation and prone to causing disturbances. He produced a large suitcase from behind him and said, "Thank you, Mr. Chen Yi, for your support. Within this case are 271 first-tier magical beast cores, of which 771 were your spoils from yesterday. The additional 500 are our compensation for your reputation. Furthermore, there are 3 second-tier ice attribute beast king cores as a reward for your rescue of 36 beast tamers and spirit beasts. Since Miss Lin Dreamsnow's attribute is ice, this should be of great assistance to her." Upon hearing this, both Chen Yi and Lin Dreamsnow raised their eyebrows in unison, their eyes gleaming with surprise. Such fortuitous circumstances exist? To be candid, they did not place much value on reputation, especially Lin Dreamsnow, who, as the belle of the Beast Tamer Academy, attracted attention wherever she went, leaving her with little personal privacy. At times, this brought her considerable trouble. Unexpectedly, not only did they receive gifts, but they were also presented with second-tier ice attribute beast king cores. Is this truly happening? Thank you. These are merely trifles, as long as Mr. Chen Yi does not disclose this matter. Rest assured, we are quite discreet. Thank you for your cooperation. Now, I shall take my leave. Please contact Captain Wang Yu if you require anything. With that, he swiftly departed from the scene. At this moment, the corners of Chen Yi and Lin Dreamsnow's mouths could no longer suppress their smiles. Chen Yi, it's a second-tier ice attribute beast king core. Snow, your smile is quite pronounced. What does it matter? Or do you intend to help me suppress it? After all, we have nothing pressing to do today. Ahem. I just got up. Let me rest for a moment. Here, hold the dragon horn. Come on. However, before that, let us order some takeout, for I am quite famished. Ding. Lin Mingshua's favorability increased by 1 point. Current favorability, 83 points. Chapter 23, Undercurrents. That evening, within a lavish private room of a restaurant in Jiangxing, the dim lighting cast a somber atmosphere. Lu Ruoyan, can you truly take responsibility for your words? Wang Yu inquired gravely, his gaze fixed intently on the 2 individuals before him. Throughout the day, Wang Yu had exerted considerable effort, leveraging numerous connections to investigate Chen Yi's background. However, the results left him increasingly bewildered as he struggled to grasp any clarity. On the surface, Chen Yi appeared to be an orphan from the slums, devoid of any notable background. Yet, as the investigation deepened, he stumbled upon some chilling details. In this information-driven world, an individual's activities cannot be entirely concealed. Yet, inexplicably, Chen Yi had no recorded activities for a full 18 years, as if he had only materialized in this world upon reaching adulthood. Surely, one could not claim that Chen Yi was a time traveler. Thus, Wang Yu resolved to adopt a different approach, focusing his inquiry on Lu Ruoyan, the only person Chen Yi had ever interacted with, leading to the current scene. To his astonishment, he learned of Chen Yi's near starvation, his awakening of an E-level talent merely 6 months prior, and his recent contract with Lin Mingxua just 5 days ago. This was utterly absurd. How could one ascend from the first tier to the second tier in just 5 days? I swear, every word I speak is the truth. Lu Ruoyan replied earnestly. That Chen Yi is genuinely an orphan, and a pitiful one at that. Wang Yu ran his fingers through his hair, perplexed. How curious. How did he manage to engage with Lin Mingxua? And how did he confer such power upon her? At that moment, Qin Shouxing interjected. Brother Wang, I possess some uncertain intelligence. If it proves erroneous, I hope you will not hold it against me. No worries, speak freely. Wang Yu urged. Brother Wang, are you aware of the Luo family in Magic City? Wang Yu's brow furrowed deeply. The Luo family, the foremost Beastmaster family in Magic City. How could I be unaware? Why do you bring this up? Qin Shouxing produced several photographs, explaining, after the assessments concluded that day, I dispatched someone to investigate Chen Yi. These photographs were procured through my connections. Take a look. Wang Yu received the photographs, scrutinizing them closely. The backgrounds suggested they were taken in the corridor of the Beastmaster Academy's faculty office, seemingly unremarkable. However, upon reaching the last few images, his pupils dilated in shock. The elderly figure emerging from the office was none other than Luo Qinghe, the head of the Luo family and one of the 7 dragon generals of the Dragon Kingdom. Why would a dragon general appear at the Jiangxing Beastmaster Academy? Moreover, why had he spent 5 minutes in a room with Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue? This incident occurred 5 days prior, on the very night of the Beastmaster assessments. Damn it. If Chen Yi's background truly connects to the Luo family, this could prove troublesome. Wang Yu muttered through gritted teeth, his expression growing increasingly grim. Although the school forum speculated that it was Chen Yi's talent that empowered Lin Mingxue, Wang Yu was acutely aware of her family background, knowing her parents were both S-level beastmasters, making it impossible for her to possess an F-level bloodline. Thus, the most plausible explanation was that Lin Mingxue's true bloodline had been concealed for some special reason. Perhaps Chen Yi, by mere chance, had activated Lin Mingxue's bloodline. Given Lin Mingxue's character, she might have chosen to form a contract with Chen Yi as an act of gratitude. If he eliminated Chen Yi, Wang Yu could still claim Lin Mingxue, who had already activated her bloodline. However, the crux of the matter lay in uncovering the nature of Chen Yi's relationship with the Luo family. Why had the head of the Luo family, Luo Qinghe, personally met with him? Observing Wang Yu's furrowed brow, Qin Shouxing glanced at the seemingly useless Lu Ruoyan and began to formulate an audacious plan. He discreetly drew Wang Yu into the restroom, retrieving his phone to compose a swift message. When these words appeared before Wang Yu, his frown deepened further. Tomorrow marks the final assessment at the Beastmaster Academy. If we were to eliminate Chen Yi during the assessment and disguise it as an accident, Lin Mingxue would be yours. Brother Wang. Wang Yu paused, ultimately retrieving his phone to respond. Lin Mingxue possesses formidable strength. How do you intend to evade her while killing Chen Yi? In response, Qin Shouxing's lips curled into a sly smile. He quietly produced a syringe filled with a dark green liquid from his bag. What is this? Wang Yu inquired. Have you seen the recent news? The Eagle Nation has developed a new energy-enhancing serum. I managed to acquire a vial through a friend there. Qin Shouxing explained. They claim that injecting it into a spirit beast can unleash power surpassing 2 or 3 tiers, and I have a demonstration video to prove it. Wang Yu took the phone and scrutinized the video. The spirit beast, upon receiving the serum, exhibited a terrifying ferocity, easily defeating dozens of magical beasts several times its strength. Initially, he had thought this was merely another marketing gimmick by the Eagle Nation, essentially an advertisement for spirit beast supplements. To his astonishment, it seemed to be genuine. Are you suggesting that your contracted spirit beast inject this serum and then eliminate Chen Yi? Such immense power must come with significant side effects, no? Qin Shouxing grinned widely, continuing to type. Of course. Besides, I've grown a bit weary of Lu Ruoyan after a week. After the assessment, I should be able to break through to the 3rd tier, and it's time for me to seek a proper spirit beast contract and change things up. For an E-level bloodline waste, gaining such immense power before death would be a form of solace for her. As Wang Yu contemplated Qin Shouxing's words, he recalled the figure of the magical beast that Lin Mingxue had obliterated in Fengyue Gorge the previous day. He clenched his jaw, momentarily caught in hesitation. He certainly desired to eliminate Chen Yi and claim Lin Mingxue for himself. Yet, the concern remained that Chen Yi might be connected to the Luo family. If he were to kill Chen Yi and take Lin Mingxue, should the truth come to light, the Luo family would have no trouble extinguishing him like a mere ant. Ultimately, however, desire triumphed over reason. As long as they were not discovered, everything would be perfectly fine, wouldn't it? With this thought, a glimmer of resolution flashed in Wang Yu's eyes. Very well, let it be so. However, Shouxing, your assistants suggest you have ulterior motives, yes? Upon hearing this, Qin Shouxing's smile broadened. He leaned closer to Wang Yu, lowering his voice. Brother Wang, you have quite the stockpile, do you not? I recall you acquired a pair of B-level bloodline twins a month ago in Hanqing, yes? Our Qin group has been experiencing some financial strain lately. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu finally comprehended Qin Shouxing's intentions. No wonder he had been so proactive today. He was eager to sample the goods. B-level bloodlines, particularly with beautiful twins, could fetch around 5 million in the eyes of wealthy individuals. Such a pair would certainly be considered high-end merchandise. Yet, Lin Mingxue had demonstrated the ability to defeat 3rd-tier magical beasts at the 1st tier. With such a bloodline, coupled with her beauty, she was beyond the reach of mere monetary valuation. Exchanging a sesame seed for a watermelon would be an enormous profit. With this realization, Wang Yu patted Qin Shouxing on the shoulder, smiling. These are trifles. As long as I can secure Lin Mingxue, the twins will be yours. But you must understand, should anything go awry, Qin Shouxing chuckled. Rest assured, nothing will go wrong. Even if it does, I would never divulge any matters concerning you, Brother Wang. Chapter 24, Luo Shiring. Inside the private room, Lu Ruoyan perched in her seat, her gaze intermittently drifting towards the restroom, a wave of inexplicable anxiety swelling within her. At last, Qin Shouxing and Wang Yu emerged from the lavatory, both adorned with somewhat forced smiles. Yet, for reasons unknown, an unsettling chill washed over Lu Ruoyan. Ruoyan, Qin Shouxing broke the silence. Regarding the final assessment you mentioned, I shall accompany you tomorrow. Lu Rian was momentarily taken aback, quickly responding, "Ah, sure. Thank you, Brother Shoshing." The fact that Qin Shoshing was willing to spend his time accompanying her to the final assessment lifted her spirits. After all, having contracted a formidable beast master was an excellent opportunity to flaunt her achievements among her peers. The final assessment was indeed a most fitting occasion. "Rian, I have some matters to discuss with Brother Wang. You should return to your room and rest. I will be sure to spend quality time with you tonight." "Really? Thank you, Brother Shoshing." "All right, hurry back. After all, this is your last night." The corners of Qin Shoshing's mouth curled into a barely perceptible smile. Of course, he refrained from voicing his last thought. The psychic enhancement elixirs from the Eagle Nation. If they could genuinely elevate the strength of spirit beasts by 2 or 3 tiers without any side effects, would be an invaluable treasure. Individuals like them could never hope to acquire such a thing. Toys of E-grade bloodlines that could still exert their last bit of energy at a critical moment were the true embodiment of resourcefulness. Meanwhile, that evening, after Chen Yi assisted Lin Mingxue in refining the monster cores, the clock had struck around 10. It was undeniable that the energy required for upgrades was escalating. After consuming 100 first-tier monster cores, coupled with Chen Yi's energy guidance skill, he had yet to level up. This prompted Chen Yi to lament the increasingly arduous path of ascension. However, time was on their side, given Lin Mingxue's prowess. Breaking through to above the 10th tier in the future would be a mere trifle. After a week of companionship, the two had developed an intimacy akin to that of an old married couple, their unspoken understanding palpable. Lin Mingxue seized Chen Yi's arm, leveraging her strength to effortlessly disrobe him, indulging in a luxurious hour-long bath. Just as they intended to return to their room to enhance their affinity, the doorbell rang suddenly. Lin Mingxue, exuding an air of exasperation, mused to herself, "Just as we're about to engage in something important, someone chooses to disturb us at such a late hour." As she pondered this, she reluctantly donned her outerwear and made her way to the door. Chen Yi, concerned that Wang Yu might be up to mischief, followed closely behind Lin Mingxue. To their astonishment, upon opening the door, they found a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a teal dress standing at their threshold. Tall and graceful, with exquisite features and an enchanting demeanor, her youthful visage and ample bosom were undeniably captivating. Lin Mingxue found herself momentarily perplexed, inwardly questioning the peculiarity of such a stunningly dressed woman appearing at their door in the dead of night. She glanced at Chen Yi, thinking, "Chen Yi is with me. Surely he wouldn't be ordering takeout at this hour?" The alluring woman noticed their bewilderment and smiled gently, her warmth akin to a spring breeze, instantly endearing her to them. "Am I intruding upon your night?" However, Chen Yi stood frozen in shock, as a system interface materialized before him, revealing the following details. Name, Luo Shireen. Contractor, none. Bloodline, F-grade Songbird. Hidden bloodline, SSS grade Qingwan. Level, 1st tier, 4th stage. Physique, 9. Spirit power, 11. Attribute, wind. Skill, cyclone. Affinity, 15 points. Compatibility, not yet cultivated. Evaluation, suffered severe vocal cord damage in childhood, rendering her incapable of harnessing the Qingwan's sonic power, thus concealed. Activating the hidden Qingwan bloodline may allow her to sing the Song of Annihilation. Ding. SSS grade hidden bloodline spirit beast detected. System has successfully recorded the spirit beast information. If the host successfully contracts her and elevates her affinity to above 80 points, the following rewards will be granted. Reward 1, 15 enhancement points. Reward 2, combat skill wind blade slash. Reward 3, item, century-old divine honey. To have successfully activated a system task, an SSS grade Qingwan bloodline. What a revelation. In the living room, Lin Mingxue poured a cup of hot tea for Luo Shireen before quietly taking a seat beside Chen Yi. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the room. A stranger, a beautiful woman, had appeared in their home late at night without a hint of decorum. The situation felt undeniably strange. To dispel the discomfort, Lin Mingxue took the initiative to inquire. May I ask who you are? What brings you here at such a late hour?" Luo Shireen smiled softly and replied, "I'm not here to see both of you. I'm here for you, Chen Yi." Here for Chen Yi? Lin Mingxue's instincts flared with suspicion. Could it be that Chen Yi had ordered something out of dissatisfaction? Chen Yi furrowed his brow. Were it not for her positive affinity, he might have assumed she was an adversary. "You seek me? Yet before stating your purpose, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" Luo Shireen cleared her throat and cheerfully declared, "My apologies. I got too excited and forgot. My name is Luo Shireen, from the Luo family of Magic City. I was sent by my grandfather to find you, as he believes you may be able to activate my powers." "The Luo family of Magic City?" Lin Mingxue echoed, her face reflecting disbelief. "Indeed." Luo Shireen pointed to the spatial ring adorning Chen Yi's finger. "That item was a gift from my grandfather." "Wait a moment." Lin Mingxue interjected hastily. "You said your name is Luo Shireen, from the Luo family. Are you implying that your grandfather is the 7-Dragon General, Luo Qinghe?" Luo Shireen nodded affirmatively. "Yes. Didn't my grandfather introduce himself to you last time?" At this revelation, Lin Mingshue's mind felt as though it had been struck by a thunderbolt, her worldview crumbling in an instant. Words failed her in that moment. No wonder the principal had been so deferential. It turns out that old man was a seven-dragon general. Chen Yi's focus diverged from Lin Mingshue's. If Luo Qinghe had sent Luo Shirin to seek him out, did it mean the secrets of the system had been uncovered? Contemplating this, Chen Yi countered, "May I inquire why your grandfather believes I can activate your powers?" Yet, Luo Shirin sidestepped his question. She linked her arm with Chen Yi's, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "That's not important. What I really want to know is, Chen Yi, do you think I could transform into a magnificent dragon like Mingxue?" Chapter 25. Would you like to join us? With a stunning visage rivaling Lin Mingshue's, and a figure even more alluring, it was undeniable that she was a formidable weapon. Even though Chen Yi had already entered a sage-like state several times that day, the sight before him still sent a tremor through his heart. The allure was simply overwhelming. "What are you doing?" Lin Mingxue exclaimed, rushing forward to physically separate Chen Yi and Luo Shirin. Chen Yi was her man, and yet Luo Shirin dared to act so affectionately before her. Regardless of her status as the Luo family's young mistress, such audacity could not be tolerated. Luo Shirin shrugged, maintaining her carefree demeanor. "Well, there will surely be even more thrilling actions to come. So as the first, you must exhibit a generous spirit." Despite possessing an F-grade bloodline, her personality was remarkably exuberant. It is truly difficult to ascertain whether to describe her as possessing a commendable character or a flawed one. No. When I say no, it means no. Chen Yi's younger brother has remained silent. You should refrain from interjecting. Observing that the conversation was veering off course, Chen Yi hastily shifted the topic. All right. My two stunning ladies, let us take a breather. Luo Shirin, I will speak candidly. I can indeed awaken your latent bloodline power." "Really?" Luo Shirin's eyes sparkled with delight, her face aglow with surprise. Indeed, Grandpa's judgment was not mistaken. She was not the F-grade waste she had believed herself to be. Awakening her F-grade bloodline at the age of 18 had felt like the sky had fallen in upon her. After 3 years, she had long since lost hope, even resigning herself to a life of mere existence, until preparations for euthanasia were to be made. Unexpectedly, fate had turned, and she had encountered someone capable of awakening her powers. Ding! Luo Shirin's favorability increased by 25 points. However, suddenly, Chen Yi changed his tone, stating that without a contract, he could only temporarily activate her powers. To achieve a permanent activation, a contractual relationship with him was essential. "I trust you understand what I mean." "No problem," Luo Shirin replied without hesitation. "This was precisely the intention that had brought me here." "Then let us not delay any further. Let us commence the contract now." With that, she swiftly grasped Chen Yi's hand, eager to select a room to initiate the contract. "No way." Lin Mingxue, fuming, blocked Luo Shirin's path, declaring, "Chen Yi is mine tonight. No one else is permitted to take him." Upon hearing this, Luo Shirin wrapped her arms around Lin Mingshue's slender waist, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "Why not all together?" At this remark, Lin Mingshue's face flushed crimson. "Why, you shameless." "Just kidding," Luo Shirin replied earnestly. "Chen Yi, may I first experience the power I awaken?" Chen Yi nodded with a smile. "Certainly. But we must proceed to the rooftop." "To the rooftop?" Luo Shirin paused momentarily. "My spirit beast form is about the size of a little duck. Is it necessary to go there?" Chen Yi chuckled. "You'll understand when we arrive." "Very well," Luo Shirin exclaimed, and without hesitation, dashed out of the room, eschewing the elevator entirely as she sprinted toward the rooftop. Ding! Luo Shirin's favorability increased by 10 points. Current favorability, 50 points. Watching Luo Shirin's exuberant figure, Lin Mingxue couldn't help but sigh, as if seeing her former self. She had merely lived 1 month with an F-grade bloodline, and had already contemplated ending her own life. Yet Luo Shirin had endured for 3 whole years, and within the pressure of the prestigious Luo family, her burdens must have been considerable. One could surmise that her upbeat demeanor was merely a facade. After changing her clothes, Lin Mingxue entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 40th floor. Approaching Chen Yi, she inquired softly, "Brother Chen Yi, will you be accompanying her tonight?" Chen Yi gently ruffled Lin Mingshue's hair, responding with a question, "Do you consent?" "If you object, I shall forego it." Lin Mingxue shook her head. "How could I possibly disagree? No one understands the feelings associated with being classified as an F-grade bloodline better than I do." Chen Yi, observing this, couldn't he help but chuckle silently. This girl was clearly feeling a tinge of jealousy. Through their interactions over these past few days, Chen Yi had sensed that Lin Mingxue possessed a kind heart, a pure disposition, devoid of any ill intent. As previously mentioned, she was quite willing for Chen Yi to contract with more spirit beast sisters. Yet, with each additional spirit beast sister, the love shared would be divided. How to treat each contracted spirit beast equally is a dilemma faced by all beast masters in this world. After all, they are beings with emotions. "Fear not, Schwer. I shall never abandon you, not in this lifetime. Even if I only have 10 minutes tonight, I will dedicate 5 of those to you." Upon hearing this, Lin Mingxue burst into laughter. 5 minutes? I demand at least 6. All right, I shall strive to carve out an additional minute for you. Ding. Lin Mingshua's favorability increased by 2 points. Ding. Congratulations, Lin Mingshua's favorability has reached 85 points. Reward, 15 enhancement points. Suddenly, several system notifications echoed in Chen Yi's mind, nearly startling him. What? There are rewards too. He had initially thought that only the 80-point favorability task would yield any significance, believing subsequent increases in favorability merely indicated that the Spirit Beast sisters liked him more. To his surprise, there were indeed rewards. Could it be that once favorability exceeds 80 points, every 5-point increase grants a reward? Incredible. Truly remarkable. However, this poses a challenge. Once the number of Spirit Beast sisters increases, it will undoubtedly become overwhelming. Maintaining favorability will be a feat in itself, let alone enhancing it. Feeling a headache coming on, it seems he would need to find time to research online, learning time management techniques from those advanced beast masters. Yet, the most pressing matter at hand is to satisfy Lin Mingshua's 6 minutes. Allocating all 15 enhancement points to his physique should extend that time considerably, right? With that thought, Chen Yi wasted no time and immediately allocated all 15 enhancement points to his physique. Ding. Enhancement successful. Current physique value, 48 points. As the system notification faded, Chen Yi suddenly felt his back no longer ached, and his legs were free from fatigue, as if he could engage in a vigorous battle with Lin Mingxua for another half hour. Excellent. It seems the evening should not leave Schwer disappointed. Speaking of which, considering my physique attribute, even without talent boosts, I could potentially serve as a combat-oriented beastmaster, right? Next time an opportunity arises, I shall put that to the test. Chapter 26, Qing Luan. Ding dong. With a melodious chime, the elevator doors opened slowly, arriving at the top floor. Upon glancing around, the moonlight, like liquid silver, cascaded upon Luo Shireen, rendering her exceptionally radiant against the night. Her aquamarine dress mirrored the surface of a moonlit lake, reflecting a chilling luminosity and exuding an elegant aura, akin to a celestial being. Ascending 11 floors, she had managed to run faster than the elevator, a testament to her palpable excitement. At last, you have arrived. Luo Shireen's bell-like voice rang out. We have been waiting for you for quite some time. Chen Yi shrugged, responding with exasperation. I would not flee. There was no need for such urgency. Very urgent, exceedingly urgent. All right, since you are so eager, I shall grant you the power you desire. With that, Chen Yi stepped forward, taking Luo Shireen's hand, and initiated the Spirit Beast awakening. Instantly, a warm energy surged from his palm, flowing continuously into Luo Shireen's body, rapidly spreading throughout her being. Despite her already cool attire and the refreshing night breeze, a powerful wave of heat enveloped her. Delicate azure symbols began to appear upon her fair skin, transforming into ethereal blue feathers. Meanwhile, her form gradually expanded under the illumination of these azure symbols, slowly ascending into the air. Clang clang. A clear and melodious cry resonated through the skies. As the light dissipated, a magnificent azure giant bird materialized before them, soaring gracefully. Its feathers shimmered with the luster of jade, its elongated tail feathers wafting like smoke, trailing wisps of azure mist, and the tips of its wings glimmering with fragmented white brilliance under the moonlight, presenting an image of pure sanctity. Name, Luo Shireen, Spirit Beast Form. Contract Holder, None. Bloodline, SSS Grade Qing Luan, Temporary Awakening. Level, First Stage, 4th Segment. Physique, 34. Spirit Power, 70. Attributes, Wind, Sound. Skills, Wind Blade, Song of Destruction. Favorability, 40 points. Affinity, Not Yet Cultivated. Observing this, Lin Mingshu gently waved her delicate hand, conjuring a wall of ice that served as a mirror. After awakening, one undoubtedly wishes to behold the transformation of their appearance at the earliest opportunity. As someone who has experienced this, she was all too familiar with the sensation. Is this truly my authentic visage? Luo Shireen's gaze was intensely fixed on her reflection in the ice wall, her face a canvas of disbelief. As an indescribable surge of excitement welled up within her, she was certainly not a worthless being. Instead, she was the legendary phoenix that could sing the song of destruction and soar through the heavens. Her era had finally arrived. Alas, having glimpsed her reflection, it wouldn't be courteous to disturb the neighbors at such a late hour. No, let me look a little longer. Sigh. Very well, let it be. Chen Yi also sighed at this. Fortunately, Lin Mingshua's building was the tallest in the community, with no neighboring residents nearby, so they were unlikely to be seen. Let her relish this rare moment. At that moment, Lin Mingxua gently tugged at Chen Yi's sleeve, her charming face slightly flushed as she shyly remarked, Chen Yi go. I actually think we should consider Shireen Jie's suggestion. Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback, but then it seemed he understood something. Surely, she was referring to that, right? The next morning at 7:30, Chen Yi awoke from a leisurely slumber. The Spirit Beast sisters had long risen, and the kitchen was filled with cheerful laughter and the sounds of chopping vegetables, seemingly preparing breakfast. After all, the final assessment was set to commence at 9 o'clock. and relying on consuming monster cores to quell hunger would leave no time for spiritual power guidance. Hence a normal breakfast was in order. However, it appeared that after a night, the bond between the two had improved considerably, eliminating any previous barriers. A cause for celebration, indeed. Contracted spirit beasts, Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin. Glancing at the system panel, Chen Yi couldn't help but break into a silly grin. Two spirit beast sisters, both possessing SSS-level bloodlines, had entered into a contract with him. Moreover, they were both stunning beauties, truly a divine gift. It must be said, it was simply perfect. Having changed into his clothes, as Chen Yi stepped out of his room, he unexpectedly collided with Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin, who were carrying steaming dishes. Steak, eggs, xiaomai fish soup, and sandwiches made for an exceedingly lavish breakfast. They must have woken up well before 7 to prepare it. How thoughtful. Chen Yi, you're awake. Chen Yi, you worked hard last night. Make sure to replenish your energy this morning. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi's face darkened. You too are aware of my toil? Of course. He said that, but if given the choice to relive last night's experience, he would undoubtedly choose to do so without hesitation. After breakfast, while organizing his attire and gathering various supplies needed for the assessment, the time had already reached 8:30. Fortunately, the Sky International community was not far from Jiangxing Beastmaster Academy. He hailed a cab, and within a mere 5 minutes, they arrived at the academy's playground. The moment Chen Yi and the two ladies stepped onto the playground, nearly all eyes in the vicinity converged upon them. It's Chen Yi. He truly came with Mengxue for the final assessment. Why does he look somewhat unwell? Could it be he had also cultivated affinity last night? Does it need saying? That's Lin, the campus belle. If I were to contract her, I would question whether I needed to visit a urologist for self-indulgence. Speaking of which, aren't your points of interest a bit different? Did you not notice another beauty beside Chen Yi? Wow, with all attention focused on the campus belle, I almost overlooked such a stunning beauty. Who is she? She seems to rival Lin in beauty. I don't know, but I've heard rumors that Chen Yi has already broken through to the 2nd rank. Perhaps that beauty is his second contracted spirit beast. Broken through to the 2nd rank. How is that possible? Just 6 days ago, he was at the 1st rank and now he is at the 2nd? Are you joking? Regardless, it appears that after being cast aside by Lu Ruyan, Chen Yi has truly soared. The surrounding students whispered among themselves, their words brimming with envy. They gazed at Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin, who followed Chen Yi like two protectors, their eyes nearly popping out. Of course, no fool dared to approach or provoke them. After all, Lin Mingxue had once decisively vanquished a 1st-rank 10th stage snow maiden with a single kick while still at the 1st-rank 2nd stage. Over the past few days, she had undoubtedly grown even more formidable. To provoke Chen Yi at this moment, they must be seeking to become a pancake. Witnessing this scene, Luo Shirin teasingly remarked, Chen Yi, your popularity is truly soaring. Lin Mingxue chimed in with a smile. Chen Yi is quite the celebrity. Naturally, his popularity is high. Chen Yi could only smile wryly. I feel as though they are mainly discussing you too. Chapter 27, The Final Assessment. Time swiftly progressed to 8:50. The Academy's playground was bustling with excitement. The principal, the director, and high-ranking members of the Beastmaster Association arrived in luxury vehicles. Amidst the crowd, Chen Yi's gaze inadvertently met that of Luo Shirin's grandfather, Luo Qinghe. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Chen Yi quickly averted his gaze, feeling a pang of guilt about last night's events. After all, he had already contracted with Luo Shirin, and everyone was aware of what had transpired. It felt somewhat embarrassing. However, aside from Luo Qinghe, Chen Yi also spotted a familiar figure, Lu Ruyan. He couldn't help but wonder. With the Qin family's wealth, what resources could they not procure? Why had she come to participate in the assessment? Was it for academic credits? When Chen Yi noticed Lu Ruyan, she simultaneously caught sight of him and shot him a fierce glare. Having done nothing wrong to her, why had her affinity for him plummeted to -30 points? You walk your sunny path, and I'll traverse my solitary bridge. We have nothing to detest about each other. Could it be, as the saying goes, that witnessing an ex-partner thriving incited feelings of jealousy? At that moment, a pair of soft hands gently covered Chen Yi's eyes from behind. Chen Yi, no peeking. Are you jealous again? Chen Yi smiled slightly. All right, I want to look. Is it acceptable if I gaze at you? That's more like it. Just remember to look at me too. Chen Yi, let us look together. I'm eager to see more. Chen Yi quickly pushed thoughts of Lu Ruyan aside and began to chat with the two sisters. Following this, a series of monotonous opening remarks ensued. Principal Yang Yuanxing stood on the stage, his words splattering like saliva, oblivious to the students below who were already yawning and on the verge of slumber. Now, with that said, the assessment officially begins. Upon hearing that the assessment was finally commencing, the students present instantly perked up, eagerly rolling up their sleeves, brimming with enthusiasm. Chen Yi observed this scene, somewhat bewildered. This final assessment merely affected academic credits. Achieving good results would only yield a few additional resources, a minor reward. Why were they all so exuberantly excited? After delivering this statement, Yang Yuanxing subtly nodded to a young teacher beside him and promptly began distributing the teleportation crystals to each student. These crystals emitted a soft white glow, containing traces of spatial power fluctuations. This assessment merely tests your current strength and will not significantly impact your future paths. Therefore, I implore you to act within your means and not jeopardize your future for a mere trifle of reward. Should you encounter an insurmountable beast, crush the teleportation crystal, allowing for an immediate transfer to the infirmary. Remember, life is of utmost importance. Furthermore, be advised that this assessment will be monitored and broadcasted live via aerial drones. Although the school encourages you to engage in combat with one another to hone your skills, all must remain within reasonable bounds. Never treat the lives of your fellow students as trifles. Without further ado, I shall now activate the teleportation portal to the testing grounds, and I ask everyone to enter in an orderly manner. As Principal Yang Yuanxing's words faded, a woman in her 50s, a beastmaster, gracefully ascended the stage behind him. Time had etched its marks upon her visage, yet she retained an undeniable charm. She extended her hand, lightly gesturing forward, and a beam of light shot forth from her fingertips, landing squarely upon the open ground of the playground. In an instant, the light erupted, forming a colossal pillar. Moments later, the brilliance subsided, revealing a teleportation portal before the assembled crowd. The spatial-type beastmaster, as the name suggests, possesses a unique ability to wield spatial skills. Such an attribute is exceedingly rare among beastmasters, akin to finding a gem among stones. How I yearn for such a companion. I wonder when I might encounter a spatial-type beastmaster myself. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Yi, accompanied by Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin, stepped through the portal. However, 10 meters behind Chen Yi, Qin Shoxing watched him with a sinister expression, a malevolent smile curling at the corners of his lips. Chen Yi, should you find fault, blame your choice of contract partner. Take heed in your next life. Beside him, Lu Rian's brow furrowed, her foreboding feeling intensifying. How did Chen Yi manage to advance so swiftly? And from where did he find such a beautiful beastmaster to contract with? It was infuriating. He was nothing but a nobody, yet after our breakup, he underwent such a dramatic transformation. Nevertheless, pondering this now serves no purpose. She had already established a contract with Qin Shoxing, who came from a well-off family. As an E-grade bloodline, his privileges were commendable. After this assessment, he would likely break through to the 3rd tier, paving his way to training at a prestigious Beastmaster Academy in a 1st-tier city. At that point, she could escape Jiang City and begin anew. She gently patted her cheeks, striving to calm her turbulent emotions, and then linked arms with Qin Shoxing as they entered the teleportation array. Meanwhile, in the Douyin 10086 livestream room, a channel called Greedy Little Peach finally went live. On screen, a cute girl sporting twin ponytails and a rosy complexion appeared before the audience. Within mere moments, tens of thousands of viewers surged into the stream, and the numbers continued to climb. Peach has finally gone live. I've been waiting since 8:30. Peach, my darling Peach, my goddess. Peach was 5 minutes late. She owes us 5 extra hours. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, indicative of her immense popularity. Su Taotao donned a pair of connected headphones, adjusted the sound, and flashed a sweet smile as she greeted her audience. Hello, I am Su Taotao. I apologize for being late due to some unforeseen circumstances. Today, I am broadcasting from Jiang City, where we will not indulge in culinary delights, but rather commentate on the final assessment of the Beastmaster Academy. In addition to myself, there will be 2 5th-tier Beastmasters serving as guest commentators. Let us witness the battles of these youthful warriors together. By the way, it is said that a Beastmaster duo recently completed the assessment in an impressive 57 seconds, and they will also be participating in this final assessment. It promises to be an exhilarating spectacle. Let us closely observe just how formidable these exceptional Beastmasters truly are. Upon hearing her words, the audience erupted with excitement. Is Peach transitioning to commentary? Could it be that she has exhausted her family's funds on extravagant meals? Come on, most of what Peach eats is sponsored by advertisers. There's no way she has gone broke. I was hoping to see her try some bizarre delicacies today. But I also enjoy listening to her commentary on the Beastmaster's battles. With a smile, Su Taotao reassured her viewers, rest assured, everyone. This final assessment will span 3 days, during which we will certainly indulge in meals. Just imagine, enjoying the breathtaking scenes of Beastmasters sweating on the battlefield while relishing Jiang City's local delicacies. What a sublime experience that would be. Her words garnered widespread approval from the audience. In truth, even without such an explanation, they would willingly remain in the stream. After all, Su Taotao was simply too adorable. Just gazing at her could fill one's appetite. Now, without further ado, the final assessment has officially commenced. Let us focus our cameras on those Beastmasters who aspire to become pillars of the world. Simultaneously, as Chen Yi and his companions stepped through the portal, they found themselves in a picturesque forest environment, brimming with the essence of nature. Nestled against the mountains and beside the waters, with a sea of flowers stretching for miles and verdant grass carpeting the ground, it resembled a veritable paradise. According to prior intelligence, this testing area is situated within a valley to the north of Jiang City. Its vast expanse is more than 2.5 times larger than the Fengyue Valley. with an estimated diameter of 70 to 80 kilometers. Surrounded by mountains, this area is effectively isolated from the outside world. Furthermore, isolation barriers have been set up around the valley, creating an independent domain. This area serves numerous purposes. In addition to the final assessment, it is utilized for practical training, youth camps, tourism, and more. One could say it is a veritable model workers' zone. Is this the assessment location? How beautiful! Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin exclaimed in awe. Before them lay not only the idyllic scenery reminiscent of a utopia, but also rows of temporary metal structures neatly arranged. The barriers surrounding the buildings shimmered with ripples in the gentle breeze. In the vicinity of the rest area, several high-ranking beastmasters and spirit beasts stood ready, acting as sentinels. As Lin Mingxue surveyed her surroundings, she felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Why are there so many unfamiliar faces? And why does the number seem to have increased significantly? Were there always this many students in the academy? As the beastmasters participating in the assessment began to gather, one robust girl with beast ears and a wild appearance stepped forward. With a massive golden-backed cleaver planted into the ground, she looked at the crowd with spirited bravado. Welcome to the final assessment. I am the invigilator, Wang Kailing. This year's final assessment differs somewhat from previous ones. To foster a spirit of competition, it is jointly hosted by Jiang City Beastmaster Academy, Linjiang Beastmaster Academy, and Yiqing Beastmaster Academy. Additionally, the reward standards have seen a substantial increase. The first-place Beastmaster duo will receive a third-tier Beast King Crystal Core, while the second place will earn a second-tier core. And the third place will receive a first-tier core of their chosen attribute. Those ranked 4th to 10th will receive either 100 second-tier Beast Cores or 53rd-tier Beast Cores. As long as one enters the top 100, one shall be rewarded with 30 second-tier Magical Beast Cores, and in the ensuing month, the quantity of Magical Beast Cores available for purchase will double. What do you think? Everyone, is your fighting spirit ignited? Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The rewards this year have increased at least 5-fold compared to last year. Haven't they? Furthermore, even the Beast King Cores can be distributed as prizes. A single second-tier Magical Beast Core is priced at 200 Dragon Country coins, totaling 6,000 coins for 30 cores. Reselling them could easily yield a profit of 10 to 20,000 coins. Looking around, it seems there are only about 300 pairs of beast tamers participating in the assessment from the 3 academies. Many of these pairs are merely taking part in the assessment for credits and magical beast meat, without any intention of competing. Entering the top 100 appears to be exceedingly simple. Chen Yi glanced at Wang Kailei's information, equally astonished. It turns out to be Luo Qinghe's contracted spirit beast? What in the world? Could it be here to seek retribution? Name, Wang Kailei. Contractor, Luo Qinghe. Bloodline, SS level Crimson Flame Golden Tiger. Level, 13th tier, 7th stage. Physique, 3,460. Mana, 2,880. Attributes, Fire, Wind, Earth, Light. Skills, Flame Fangs, Fiery Roar, Death Slash, Flame Tornado, Earth Smite. Affinity, 25 points. Compatibility, 540, excellent. Evaluation, mastery of 4 elements. Outstanding physique, nearly all essential skills learned. Describing her as invincible would not be an exaggeration. In that moment, the students were unable to contain their excitement, engaging in fervent discussions. No wonder I wondered why this year's final assessment required a commentary team. It turns out it is for this reason. It seems a high-ranking official must be present, hence the grand occasion. But why was there no prior notice? I could have prepared so much better. Indeed, had I known I would be competing against students from other academies, I would have surely gathered intelligence in advance. In truth, the school was also in a predicament. They had just received the notification of the rule changes the previous night and had no time to inform the students, having to rush about in haste. After establishing a contract with Luo Shirin, she awakened the SSS level Qing Wan bloodline, proving she was not worthless. Upon learning this news, Luo Qinghe was overjoyed and promptly utilized his authority to facilitate the joint hosting of the final assessment by several Beast Tamer academies near Jiangqing, allowing Luo Shirin to showcase her strength before everyone. Unfortunately, only 3 academies responded. The others could not participate due to conflicting schedules, lack of spatial spirit beasts, or already being on summer break. However, competing alongside the other 2 Beast Tamer academies was a rare opportunity for Luo Shirin. Clap, clap. Wang Kailei clapped her hands, interrupting the students' chatter. All right, everyone, I will now distribute the rule manuals. The assessment rules have undergone some changes, so please read them carefully to avoid any mistakes. The assessment will officially commence after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Before the assessment begins, you may select your own rooms. Simply swipe your student card on the identification machine to bind the room. Each room is equipped with a separate isolation barrier, providing you with a space that is entirely private. You may do anything you wish. However, I must remind everyone that while cultivating compatibility is indeed important, you young folks should also exercise moderation. Don't overindulge to the point where you lack the stamina to battle against magical beasts. With that, she declared dismissed. As Wang Kailei's words echoed, the students immediately dispersed, beginning to select their desired rooms. Chapter 29, The Change in Rules. Which two campus beauties would like to stay where? Chen Yi casually inquired. Having lived in the most impoverished areas, he had no particular demands regarding his living environment. However, Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin were quite different. They both hailed from affluent backgrounds and were very particular about their choices. Luo Shirin shrugged. I don't mind, as long as I can stay with my brother Chen Yi. With that declaration, the choice naturally fell to Lin Mingxue. Furrowing her brow, she surveyed her surroundings, meticulously assessing each room. Ultimately, her gaze settled on a standalone house that was not connected to any others. Let us choose this one. Why this secluded spot? Lin Mingxue's face flushed crimson, her fingers nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothing as she stammered. Well, last night's commotion was rather loud. It wouldn't be good to disturb anyone. So I thought a standalone room would be better. Upon hearing this, a mischievous smile appeared on Luo Shirin's face. She gently patted Lin Mingxue's shoulder, teasing. Can't you just be quieter? Lin Mingxue's face reddened even more. She looked at Luo Shirin with exasperation, playfully retorting, you always catch me off guard. How could I not scream? All right, let us not dwell on that. Let us go in and take a look before someone else snatches it. Chen Yi hastily interjected. There were other students from the Jiangxing Beast Tamer Academy nearby. If they overheard such a conversation, they would likely receive envious glances from the boys. Seeing Lin Mingxue had chosen her room, other students from the Jiangxing Beast Tamer Academy eagerly claimed several surrounding rooms. Although they could not have Lin Mingxue, being closer to her would suffice. However, after two students, Li Yi and Zhao Fong, entered their chosen room, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Upon opening the door, they were met with Lu Rian and her beast tamer, Qin Shoxing. Accompanying Lu Rian was a red-haired girl whose indifferent gaze suggested she was unconcerned with her surroundings. Likely another of Qin Shoxing's contracted spirit beasts. Qin Shoxing got straight to the point. Brother, 100,000. This room is now mine. Li Yi was taken aback. What do you mean? You want to buy this room for 100,000? Qin Shoxing nodded, casually pulling out a bank card from his pocket. Indeed. However, I have my conditions. Our room is in the western corner. You need not unbind your student card. Just move into my room. For the next 3 days, you are to stay put and remain in your room. The 100,000 will be yours. Li Yi and Zhao Fong exchanged glances, a wave of confusion washing over them. They had entered the final assessment primarily to earn money. The reward for first place, a third-tier Beast King core, might not even fetch 100,000. Now, they only needed to relinquish a room, and for 3 days they could do as they pleased. Focusing solely on cultivating compatibility, and they could easily pocket 100,000 coins. Could this be a stroke of fortune? All right. Brother Qin, feel free to take the room. It's yours. Thank you, Brother Qin. Li Yi and Zhao Fong happily left with the bank card. Meanwhile, a sinister smile crept across Qin Shoxing's face. In 3 days, he would finally have his hands on that exquisite pair of twins. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. At that moment, after settling in, Chen Yi and his companions began to peruse the rule manual. This final assessment would unfold over 3 days. The general process remained consistent with previous years. The school would capture various low-tier magical beasts of different attributes and implant special scoring orbs within them. By defeating the magical beasts, obtaining the scoring orbs, and depositing them into the scoring devices within their rooms, participants would earn varying points based on the difficulty rating and tier of the magical beasts, ultimately determining their rankings based on the points accumulated. Solo play or team efforts were both permissible, and even purchasing scoring orbs was allowed. It all depended on individual choice. The only notable difference lies in the introduction of several new regulations due to the increased number of participants. Firstly, the hunting hours have been strictly defined from 9 in the morning to 7 in the evening. Failure to return to the resting area within this time frame shall result in disqualification. Secondly, during the hours of 8 to 10 every evening, each participant may wager up to 500 points, under the supervision of invigilators, to duel with other beast tamers, with the victor claiming the points wagered by the vanquished. Thirdly, each day, a formidable boss monster, ranked at least at level 3 and stage 5, will be randomly introduced as a challenge. Those beast tamers who successfully defeat it will receive generous point rewards, and at the conclusion of the assessment, an additional 100 level 3 monster cores will be distributed among all participants of the boss challenge. It must be said that the methods of earning points have become increasingly diverse and challenging. Lin Mingxue excitedly rolled up her sleeves, declaring, "This time, I am determined to seize first place." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi smiled in agreement. "Isn't that a certainty?" he replied, though before proceeding, he added, "Shirin, let us eat." As he spoke, he poured out all the monster cores from his spatial ring. Consequently, a situation identical to that of Lin Mingxue unfolded. "Huh, eat." Luo Shirin exclaimed in surprise. "Aren't we supposed to grind them into powder?" Lin Mingxue couldn't help but stifle a laugh and patiently explained, "Don't worry. Just eat them as they are. Brother Chen Yi has a way to help us refine these cores." "All right then," Luo Shirin said, half convinced, as she picked up a monster core and placed it in her mouth. Meanwhile, Chen Yi extended his hand to rest gently on Luo Shirin's face, initiating the energy guidance. In an instant, a sweet and delectable stream of energy surged forth like a clear spring, reminiscent of creamy sweetness that entranced the senses. Luo Shirin's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "So sweet, so delicious. Can it really be refined like this?" "Indeed, Brother Chen Yi has many remarkable abilities." "Shall we continue, Chen Yi?" "Of course. You're only at level 1, stage 4. Let us see if we can elevate you to level 2 before the assessment begins." "Level 2? Are you joking? Can one really break through to level 2 in just a few hours? How will you know unless you try? Given your appetite this morning, you seem to have a much larger capacity than Mingxua. It should be fine. By the way, you should consume level 2 cores, as level 1 might not suffice." "So many, and they feel so tough. It seems a bit daunting." "No worries, just get accustomed to it for now. In the future, you'll certainly consume plenty." Lin Mingxua stood up and retrieved an apron from her spatial ring, saying, "You both take your time refining. I'll go prepare lunch. It's still early. And I have a few recipes I want to experiment with." Meanwhile, in the principal's office of the Jiangxing Beast Tamer Academy, the principal was respectfully serving tea to Luo Qinghe, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. "Mr. Luo, do you find this arrangement satisfactory?" Luo Qinghe nodded slightly. "Quite good. Thank you for your efforts." "It's my duty," the principal replied, feeling somewhat reassured, before adding, "However, Mr. Luo, your granddaughter is only at level 1. Stage 4, while the beast tamers participating in the assessment are predominantly at level 2 and above. She yet." Before the principal could finish his sentence, Luo Qinghe interrupted. "Rest assured, just keep an eye on things. My granddaughter is the best in the world." At this, the principal ceased to interject. After forming a contract with Chen Yi, Lin Mingxua had not only transformed into an existence that even S-level spirit beasts could scarcely rival, but had also rapidly advanced her rank to level 2. Now, with Luo Shirin also having contracted with Chen Yi, it seemed plausible that she might replicate Lin Mingxua's legendary feats. "By the way, Mr. Luo, some parents and higher-ups from Linjiang and Yicheng wish to observe from our viewing hall. Would you have any objections?" Luo Qinghe furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. "No problem. They may come as they please. However, my identity must remain confidential." "Understood." At this juncture, in Su Taotao's live streaming room, the scene transitioned to a cozy chamber where commentators Li Kai and Zhao Wanru had also arrived. They greeted the audience with warm smiles, providing a brief introduction to some basic knowledge about beast tamers. After all, many viewers of Su Taotao's stream were quite young and still maturing in their understanding of various aspects related to beast taming. A foundational knowledge would certainly enhance their comprehension of the upcoming final assessments. Thus, such explanations were quite necessary. Currently, the beast tamers are resting in their rooms. "What do the two commentators think these beast tamers might be doing during this time?" Su Taotao inquired. "With around 5 hours of preparation time. Cultivating affinity is a superb choice," Li Kai suggested. "If the beast tamer is confident in their skills, they could also assist their spirit beasts in refining monster cores. However, if they mismanage the energy guidance, they may not complete the energy digestion before 2 o'clock, thereby falling behind," Zhao Wanru added. "I see. Thank you both for your insights. Now, let us transition into the interactive segment of the live stream. Viewers may submit their questions via the bullet screen, and in 1 minute, the two commentators will address them. Please unleash your imaginative inquiries. However, do refrain from asking the host about her measurements." Upon this remark, a flurry of bullet screen comments inundated the entire screen. Nevertheless, many inquiries seemed to deviate from the topic at hand. What level is Taotao's awakened bloodline? Has Taotao ever formed a contract with a beast tamer? Can Taotao transform into her spirit beast form for us to see? She must be adorable. Observing the overwhelming barrage of messages, Su Taotao couldn't help but twitch her lips, silently lamenting. Why are they only posing such nonsensical questions? Shouldn't they inquire about beast taming knowledge instead? I hope I don't draw one of those questions. Ultimately, the live stream's draw system selected an exceptionally peculiar question. Given Taotao's prodigious appetite, if there were an endless supply of monster cores and monster meat along with a spirit beast trainer to guide the energy, could she break through to levels 3 or 4 in a month? This triggered another uproar in the bullet screen. Indeed, Su Taotao was indeed a rarity, capable of streaming for 3 to 4 hours without editing or stopping, all while indulging in food. Coupled with her eternally youthful appearance, she had swiftly risen to fame. Thus, her labels were simply 3, insatiable eater, lowly, adorable. Previously, Su Taotao had focused solely on her eating streams, with viewers adoring her cuteness and various culinary delights, without anyone considering her capabilities in beast taming. However, now that a topic concerning beast taming had finally emerged, it was difficult not to ponder whether such abilities could be harnessed for level cultivation. Su Taotao sighed inwardly, yet managed to maintain a cheerful facade as she explained. "That won't work. Monster cores and monster meat are entirely different from regular food. I've tried before, and I got full after just a few bites." "Is that so? What a pity. I thought we might see a level 10 Taotao." The bullet screen audience bore no ill intent. They simply recalled this intriguing question. The live stream maintained a harmonious and lively atmosphere, with various comments and gifts flooding the screen. However, deep within Su Taotao's heart, she let out a heavy sigh. In truth, she yearned to answer her fans' inquiries, yet her circumstances were far too unique. Despite her lowly-like appearance, she was already 21 years old, even older than Luo Shirin. Su Taotao was an orphan, having been cast out of her home around the age of 5 or 6. As for the reasons behind her abandonment, Su Taotao likely understands in her heart that her insatiable appetite was the primary cause, perpetually existing in a state of hunger that an ordinary household could scarcely accommodate. However, she was fortunate to possess an adorably charming appearance from a young age. The proprietor of Qianda Plaza, captivated by her looks, employed her as a doorman to attract customers, ensuring her 3 daily meals. Of course, these meals were merely the most basic sustenance, supplemented at most by leftovers from the staff cafeteria. Yet, even these provisions fell woefully short of satisfying her hunger. As time passed, Su Taotao blossomed, her cuteness only intensifying, rendering her increasingly delightful. She keenly felt the multitude of unkind gazes scrutinizing her while she performed her duties as a doorman. Aware that remaining in this role would inevitably lead to unfortunate circumstances, she resolutely resigned and immersed herself in the burgeoning world of mukbang, which suited her circumstances perfectly. With her enormous appetite and endearing visage, she swiftly garnered a substantial following. Her solitary hope was to awaken a powerful lineage upon reaching adulthood, transforming into a colossal dragon capable of devouring a magical beast in a single bite. Surely then, she would be able to indulge in a hearty feast in the wild. However, reality dealt her a crushing blow. The lineage she awakened was that of an F-grade wonton beast, resembling a tuft of cotton candy. Beyond her capacity to consume, it possessed no combat prowess whatsoever. At that moment, she sank into utter despair regarding her future. All she desired was to earn money diligently to purchase copious amounts of food to sate her hunger, hoping to experience the sensation of fullness at least once before being sent for euthanasia. Unexpectedly, during this time, viewers posed questions that stirred these memories. Alas, had she known, she would never have come to Jiangxing. Chapter 31. Comparisons that infuriate. Before long, the clock struck 1:30 in the afternoon. Ding. One affection for Luo Shirin. Ding. One affection for Luo Shirin. Ding. One affection for Luo Shirin. It appeared that Luo Shirin's emotions did not erupt abruptly like Lin Mingshue's. Rather, her emotional shifts were gradual, akin to a gentle stream, coalescing bit by bit. With the continuous advancement of energy guidance, her fondness for Chen Yi gradually increased, ultimately reaching a score of 70 points. Boom. Accompanied by a sudden surge of aura, her hair, much like Lin Mingshue's, began to take on delicate strands of emerald green at the tips, and a pair of azure ear feathers sprouted beside her ears, swaying gently and enhancing her cuteness. Remarkably, in just 4 hours, she had progressed from the first stage, 4th tier, to the second stage, 1st tier. She even completed the manifestation of her strength. Can you believe it? Chen Yi himself also advanced to the second stage, 3rd tier, experiencing a slight enhancement in his power. Phew. Chen Yi wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, letting out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they concluded before 2 o'clock. Guiding the energy from a second-stage magical beast's crystal core was indeed exhausting. The spiritual energy content within a second-stage magical beast's crystal core was approximately 1.5 times that of a first-stage crystal core. However, the resultant feeling of fullness was not significantly different. Those capable of consuming 50 first-stage magical beast crystal cores could typically also devour 20 second-stage crystal cores. Thus, if one sought to rapidly elevate their strength, consuming higher-tier magical beast crystal cores was undoubtedly the optimal choice. However, such an approach carried immense risk, demanding exceptional skill in energy guidance from the beast tamer. A slight misstep could lead to a surge of spiritual energy, potentially resulting in a regression of tiers. Consequently, few beast tamers dared to take such risks. A steady and measured approach was the path to longevity. Yet, Chen Yi managed to accomplish it. Not only did he perfectly refine all the spiritual energy from the second-stage magical beast crystal core, but he also executed the energy guidance flawlessly, without any waste. Isn't that utterly outrageous? Chen Yi, I have a question for you. Luo Shirin inquired earnestly. Are you using cheats? Chen Yi chuckled, casually responding. Have you read any beast-taming novels? I'm the protagonist with a system. Do you believe me? Upon hearing this, Luo Shirin pouted. Oh, come on. If you don't want to say, just don't. Such an absurd excuse is probably only believable to Xiaoxue. All right, Sister Shirin. Let's save these discussions for later. Lin Mingxue opened the thermal box, and a wave of steaming, fragrant aroma wafted out. Brother Chen Yi, you must be starving. Come and eat. Gurgle. Chen Yi's stomach audibly protested at the opportune moment. He rubbed his belly and chuckled ruefully. I am indeed hungry, but I'm also about to collapse. Guiding the energy from a second-stage magical beast crystal core is incredibly draining. Don't worry, I'll feed you. Later, I'll give your shoulders a nice massage. I'll feed you too, Hey, you too. Don't just shove everything into my mouth. How am I supposed to eat such a large piece of meat? Lin Mingshue's face flushed slightly. Isn't that something we should be saying? This is revenge for that arrow from last night. Luo Shirin nodded in agreement, adding, exactly, Chen Yi. Sometimes you really need to reflect on your actions. Bang bang bang. At precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the sound of drums announced the commencement of the final assessment. Various aerial drones buzzed overhead, weaving through the air. Some spirit beasts, already positioned at the barrier of the resting area, perked up at the sound of the drums, instantly transforming into their spirit beast forms. Shadow panthers, unicorns, flying tigers, and flame horses, all mountable spirit beasts, charged ahead, carrying their beast tamers deep into the forest. Their speed was astonishing, vanishing into the woods in the blink of an eye, eliciting envy from many beast tamers. How enviable. I would love to contract a mountable spirit beast. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Didn't I ride you enough last night? Speaking of which, the pair riding the Shadow Panthers seemed to be the elite beast tamer duo from Linjiang Academy, right? An S-tier beast tamer paired with an S-tier spirit beast. And now adding an A-tier Shadow Panther. Simply stunning. Indeed, I believe their names are Lin Mo and Fu Xiume. And those riding the unicorn are the ace beast tamer duo from Yiqing Academy, Wan Yuqing and Fang Xiaoya. It's a pity our Jiangqing Academy's ace, Kai Xiaoquan, broke through to the 3rd tier a month ago and cannot participate in the assessment. Otherwise, his contracted spirit beast, Time AG, would undoubtedly outshine them. Exactly. With Kai Xiaoquan and Time AG, we would have complete control over the situation. Bro, have you all forgotten our Jiangqing Academy's supernova? Isn't the Frost Dragon more imposing than those spirit beasts? As soon as these words were uttered, the gaze of the Jiangqing Academy beast tamers collectively fell upon Chen Yi, who had just emerged from his room. Chen Yi's complexion appeared somewhat unwell, evidently having just endured an exhausting ordeal. Instantly, murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Seriously, he looks this worn out after just a few hours of raising affinity? Do they really expect us to rush like this? However, this astonishment swiftly morphed into jealousy. With Lin Mingxue by his side, along with a stunning beauty whose charm rivaled Lin Mingxue's, such a scene would undoubtedly be hard for any man to resist. How infuriating it is that comparisons can be so disheartening. Come on, I've yet to see Mingxue's spirit beast form up close. Frost Dragon. Just hearing the name is awe-inspiring. Hurry, dear, get your phone ready to take pictures. Yet, just as Lin Mingxue prepared to transform into her spirit beast form, Luo Shirin suddenly stopped her. Xiaoxue, you should take a break. Let me test my strength. Upon hearing this, Lin Mingxue's lips curled into a knowing smile, conveying her understanding. After all, possessing power necessitates an immediate demonstration. Very well, I entrust this to you. Truth be told, I am also quite eager to experience the sensation of riding upon another. Hee, thank you, Xiaoxue. However, I recall you seem to have had that experience last night. Albeit with Chen Yi. Alright, enough of these trivial matters. Transform now. As the words fell, a luminescent azure aura suddenly enveloped Luo Shirin, swirling like a delicate mist. Within the radiance, her figure rapidly elongated and etherealized, her arms outstretched to metamorphose into a pair of resplendent, vibrant wings. Ornate, azure golden feathers swiftly adorned her entire form. The elongated tail feathers trailing shimmering stars. With a melodious cry that resonated through the heavens, the 10-meter wingspan of the Qinghuan spirit beast materialized before the astonished onlookers. Chapter 32. So you wish to start a brawl. In this moment, an eerie silence fell over the crowd. The yet-to-depart beast tamers stood dumbfounded. Their mouths agape as if one could fit an egg within. Rumors regarding Lin Mingxue and Chen Yi had long circulated amidst the neighboring cities of Jiangqing. Everyone knew that Lin Mingxue transformed into an ice dragon, yet the specifics of her bloodline and species remained shrouded in mystery. However, the colossal azure bird before them appeared far removed from any dragon-like spirit beast. Was it not said that Lin Mingxue's spirit beast form was a dragon? This hardly resembled one. Brother, you have mistaken the person. The beauty with horns and slightly white-tipped hair is indeed Lin Mingxue. What on earth? How could she not be Lin Mingxue? Chen Yi is truly fascinating. Wang Kairi mused, propping her chin with one hand. Genuinely impressed that he could grant the young lady a rebirth, and even break through to the 2nd tier. Remarkably impressive. Naturally, Luo Qinghe could not confine himself to merely watching Luo Shirin's unparalleled grace on the big screen. Thus, he dispatched his contracted spirit beast, Wang Kairi, to serve as an examiner. This was twofold: to observe Luo Shirin's south combat prowess up close, and to ensure her protection should danger arise. Wang Kairi could provide timely assistance. However, it appeared at this moment that such precautions were entirely unnecessary. Given her strength, she would encounter no peril within this examination area. Go, young lady. Reclaim all that is rightfully yours. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Lin Mingxue grasped Chen Yi's hand and leaped onto Luo Shirin's back. With a resounding cry piercing the clouds, Luo Shirin unfurled her azure wings, and with a mighty sweep, unleashed a powerful gust that sent the surrounding students flying. All that remained was a fleeting azure streak soaring skyward, racing away at an astonishing velocity, unmatched even by aerial drones. As Chen Yi and his companions vanished into the distant horizon, the spectators awoke from their stupor. What speed? What spirit beast was that? I feel as though I've never seen it in the compendium. This is absurd. Could it be that Chen Yi's awakened beast taming talent allows spirit beasts to alter their forms? Humph, as if contracting Mingxue were not enough. Who knows where he found such a formidable beauty spirit beast? Truly, beautiful beings belong to others. I am fated only to be a bystander lamenting. The astonishment was not confined to the examinees alone. It extended to all viewers in Su Taotao's live broadcast and to the esteemed parents within the observation hall. Is that your granddaughter? She seems remarkably powerful. A rotund middle-aged man, sporting a jovial demeanor, inquired. This was Lin Yang, the father of the ace Lin Mo from Linjiang Academy. Opposite him sat Luo Qinghe, one of the 7 dragon generals. Though he was present here in the guise of Luo Shirin's grandfather, his true identity unknown to others. Upon hearing such praise, Luo Qinghe could not suppress a smile, resembling a mischievous old man. Indeed, one need only consider whose granddaughter she is. The first place in the examination is assuredly my granddaughter's. Not necessarily. A middle-aged man with slicked back hair, cigar in mouth, arrogantly exhaled a ring of smoke, declaring, it's merely a larger bird. What is so special about that? The first place will undoubtedly belong to my daughter. This man was Fang Zhengkai, father of the ace S-tier spirit beast Fang Xiaoye from Yiqing Academy. As one of the upper echelons of the Yiqing Beast Tamer Association, his power and influence fostered a haughty demeanor, rendering him rather unpopular within social circles. Luo Qinghe's eyes flickered with displeasure at the belittling of his granddaughter. So, you are quite confident in your daughter's prowess? Indeed. Fang Zhengkai remained unabashedly arrogant. My daughter and her beast tamer are both S-tier. What reason could there be for them to lose? Lin Yang simply smiled in silence, inwardly shaking his head. It appeared that Fang Zhengkai had once again spoken without thinking. Did he not investigate the identities of others before discussing them? Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue were, after all, unparalleled prodigies who had achieved the fastest completion of the 9 challenges of the Beast Tamer examination. They even broke through to the 2nd tier within a week. Such talent and strength were beyond Fang Zhengkai's comprehension. Moreover, what kind of spirit beast would be worthy of a contract with Chen Yi? It could hardly be an ordinary entity. Yet, Luo Qinghe's temper flared at the mention. We shall see, when the results are revealed. You will comprehend just how formidable my granddaughter and her beast tamer truly are. We shall see indeed. My daughter is invincible. Feeling there were far too few magical beasts present, Luo Shirin, hovering high above, grumbled incessantly. Having finally acquired formidable power, she was naturally dissatisfied with merely slaying solitary beasts. Instead, she yearned to vanquish hordes of them. To demonstrate her strength to her grandfather, she even deliberately slowed her pace, allowing the aerial drone to keep pace with her. Yet, reality disappointed her greatly. Along the way, she encountered only scattered magical beasts, hardly sparking her interest. Is it that you wish to find magical beasts to engage in a brawl? Chen Yi remarked, somewhat exasperated. I thought you hadn't noticed the magical beasts at all. Of course not. Luo Shirin quickly retorted. Since this is my debut, I believe I must eliminate a substantial number of magical beasts to showcase my strength. Lin Mingxue nodded in agreement. Sister Shirin, I understand your sentiments. Chen Yi chuckled, somewhat helplessly replying, Shirin, why not say so earlier? Look, there's a beetle-like magical beast over on that hillside. Do you see it? Magical beast, gray-wing beetle. Difficulty, 2 stars. Level, 2nd tier, stage 3. Attributes, earth wind. Skills, insect call bite. Description, extremely timid. Upon sensing danger, it will immediately spread its wings and flee. In cold weather, it emits insect calls to summon companions to huddle together for warmth. Luo Shirin naturally spotted the beetle, her face reflecting curiosity. Is that the gray-wing beetle? Is there a problem? Lin Mingxue interjected. The gray-wing beetle has a certain habit, Sister Shirin. You wouldn't have forgotten, would you? Habit? Luo Shirin pondered momentarily. Is it the habit of huddling together for warmth in winter? But isn't it still summer? As she spoke halfway, she suddenly realized something and promptly closed her mouth. She felt a hint of embarrassment wash over her. Cold weather is not strictly limited to winter, is it? Lin Mingxue specializes in ice attribute attacks, after all. It seems that gaining power has rendered my mind somewhat dull. Chapter 33, Proactively Attracting Monsters. Luo Shirin hurriedly exclaimed, Xiao Xue, I implore you, leave this to me. As soon as Lin Mingxue's words fell, she swiftly transitioned into her armed form, with dragon wings and a dragon tail fully manifesting behind her. Over the past 2 days, Lin Mingxue had been diligently practicing her armed form in secret. Given that her power manifestation had already emerged, it was only reasonable to assume that she would have mastered her armed form to a considerable extent. However, the outcome was that while she could utilize it, her strength still paled in comparison to her spirit beast form. Nevertheless, under the current circumstances, employing her armed form was undoubtedly the optimal choice. With a graceful motion, Lin Mingxue extended her right hand and traced a V shape before her crimson lips, gently blowing. Instantly, an icy breath erupted, freezing the surrounding air within 100 meters and unleashing a bone-chilling torrent towards the gray-winged beetle perched on the hillside. The beetle, caught off guard by the onslaught of the icy current, was rendered powerless and was swiftly encased in a crystalline ice sculpture. Even the score orb embedded within its body shattered into several fragments under the immense force. The atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. Luo Shirin could not help but inquire, "Schwerer, may I ask, in such frigid weather, is it really possible to freeze a beetle into an ice sculpture?" Lin Mingxue twitched her lips, dispelling her armed form as she explained, "I didn't anticipate it would be so weak. A mere puff, and it was gone. Oh, you, be more careful, truly. I apologize. But I recall seeing quite a few of these on our way here. They shouldn't be rare. Look, there's one over there in the bushes. This time, you mustn't miss. Otherwise, I won't include you in the training time with Brother Chen Yi tonight." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi's face darkened. Again, after last night's ordeal, my waist felt like it was about to break. However, these thoughts remained unvoiced, for sometimes enduring pain while reveling in joy was a peculiar form of enjoyment. Lin Mingxue's lips curved into a confident smile. "Rest assured, I will control my strength." This time, Lin Mingxue opted to unleash her icy breath with the same intensity as before. However, her target was not the gray-winged beetle, but rather the surrounding bushes. A frigid torrent erupted, sweeping through the underbrush at an astonishing speed. Everything in its path was frozen, transforming the once vibrant bushes into a thick layer of frost. The temperature plummeted sharply, dropping from over 30 degrees to below -10, as if winter had descended in an instant. The gray-winged beetle shivered uncontrollably, trying to escape from this icy domain. Yet it was too late. Its wings had already stiffened with frost, and its ability to fly was utterly stripped away. A cacophony of hissing insect sounds erupted. Moments later, similar sounds echoed from the surrounding forest and thickets. The noise surged and ebbed, intertwining into a deafening chorus. Then, a chilling sight unfolded before them. Within a 1 to 2 kilometer radius of the forest, hundreds of gray-winged beetles emerged, flapping their wings and taking to the skies, darkening the horizon as they surged towards Chen Yi and his companions. Witnessing this spectacle, Luo Shirin was instantly exhilarated. "They're coming. Finally, my beast tide is here. Grandfather, you must watch closely. This is the current me. I have not brought shame to the Luo family. I am no mere waste, but a phoenix." The drones trailing behind Luo Shirin captured this frenzied scene. The spectators in the observation hall and the viewers in Su Taotao's live stream were left utterly dumbfounded upon witnessing this unfolding drama. What do they intend to do? Are they deliberately using the behavior of the gray-winged beetles to attract a swarm to huddle together for warmth? Madness. It must be madness. There are over 100 of these gray-winged beetles, and the captured beasts are all at least second tier. This is a death wish. Finishing the task is easy. I feel that capturing 2 more should pose no challenge. Fighting beasts is not such a big deal, right? In the forest, the elite Beast Master team from Icheng Beastmaster Academy had just vanquished 5 attacking second-tier beasts. To sum it up in one phrase, their clothes were slightly soiled. With an S-grade Beast Master and a combination of an S-grade Spirit Beast and an A-grade Spirit Beast, all at second-tier 10 segments. If they couldn't easily triumph over these amateur beasts, it would indeed be laughable. As sheltered flowers, they obtained the beast meat and cores needed for upgrades through various channels, never needing to venture into the city to hunt. Their combat training was merely conducted within the Beast Master Association's training rooms. This was the growth path for most children from affluent families in this world, enjoying a risk-free environment. Even after maturing, they seldom participated in battles against beasts. Their participation in the final assessment was a strong demand from their parents, for it was a rare opportunity to engage in practical combat under low risk. And they must seize it. They had thought that hunting beasts in the wild would be incredibly challenging. But this? Let us go. It seems there are only these 5 beasts nearby. Let us find some more. Lan Yuqing brushed off the dust from his clothes and was about to suggest looking for other beasts when he suddenly heard a piercing chorus of insect sounds. Moments later, a dozen gray-winged beetles soared out of the forest, marching towards the same direction. What is happening? What is going on? Those are gray-winged beetles, 2-star difficulty beasts. However, the compendium states that if one of them is affected by cold, they will gather in large numbers to huddle together for warmth. Clearly, some fool must have used an ice attribute skill against the gray-winged beetles without directly killing them, leading to this situation. Damn it, what an idiot to play like this. What should we do now? What can we do? We run. Lan Yuqing quickly shouted. If there are only a dozen, we can handle it. But if we kill any of them, we'll attract all the other gray-winged beetles in the area, and then we'll be utterly trapped. Lan Gu, Fang Jia. Hurry and mount up. I feel like we VE become the target. At this moment, Wang Yingying had transformed into a unicorn, signaling the ace duo to hop on and flee as swiftly as possible. TCH, if I find out which fool caused this mess, I'll slap them a few times just to make it up to them. Lan Yuqing cursed, then mounted the unicorn with Fang Xiaoya and headed in the opposite direction. fearing the wrath of the approaching swarm. Chapter 34. A mere insect tide is completely manageable. Old man, has your granddaughter lost her mind? If she wants to die, don't drag my daughter into it. If anything happens to her, I won't be playing around with you. Upon witnessing the footage captured by the drone, Fang Jinkai's face turned ashen as he rushed towards Luo Qinghe, cursing vehemently. Fortunately, Lan Yuqing and his companions were far enough from the source of the insect chorus that they were not affected by the swarm. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Yet, Luo Qinghe remained unfazed, a faint, barely perceptible smirk playing on his lips. Didn't you just say your daughter is incredibly strong? A mere insect tide, one that doesn't even include the gray-winged beetle king, is enough to send her fleeing in terror. I fail to see where her strength lies. You're wasting your breath. If your granddaughter doesn't escape, I'll take your surname. Luo Qinghe continued to mock, retorting, take my surname? I think that would be flattering you. You old man, you weren't a loudmouth in your youth, were you? I'm just speaking the truth. Observing the quarrel between Luo Qinghe and Fang Jinkai, along with the faint smile gracing Luo Qinghe's countenance, the various school leaders of Jiangxing Academy could only manage forced smiles. They found it utterly incomprehensible that Luo Qinghe, one of the 7 dragon generals, could exhibit such a childlike demeanor. It was no wonder he had previously mentioned the desire to conceal his identity. After all, was his intention merely to engage in a bit of banter? He even seemed to revel in it. Clearly, had he revealed his identity, everyone present would have shown him utmost reverence, eager to fawn over him. And such a scene would never have unfolded. Listening to the flattery that surrounded him, one could imagine Luo Qinghe growing weary of it. Fang Jinkai, seated with his arms crossed defiantly, declared, "Humph, old fool, I can't be bothered to argue with you. I want to see how your proud granddaughter will handle this swarm of insects." Luo Qinghe retrieved his phone and activated the screen recording mode. Just watch closely and witness what a true powerhouse looks like. With that, he ceased any further chatter, intently focusing on the aerial footage of Luo Shirin, anxious not to miss a single detail. Yet, despite his outward confidence, a flicker of unease lingered within him. A swarm of over 100 gray-winged beetles, known for their strong team mentality, certainly posed a formidable challenge. "Do you need my assistance, Sister Shirin?" Lin Mingxue inquired. However, Luo Shirin responded without hesitation, "No need. Just watch me shine." With that, she ascended into the sky, confronting the vast tide of insects that surged towards her from all directions. Akin to an immense net rapidly closing in. Resolutely, she concentrated her spiritual energy upon her wings, forming flowing streams of azure light. As the swarm drew nearer, the azure streams thickened, enveloping her wings like a dense mist. When the swarm was a mere 200 meters away from Chen Yi and his group, the azure streams had already cloaked her wings, creating an ethereal shadow. As the swarm approached within 100 meters, the azure stream seemed to come alive, swiftly extending to twice the wingspan, poised for action. At a distance of 50 meters from Chen Yi's group, hearts in the observation hall and the live streaming room raced, with some timid souls closing their eyes, utterly unable to fathom the impending spectacle. Are they not fleeing? Could it be that these individuals have truly lost their minds? Lin Mingxue appears disinclined to join the fray. What on earth are they contemplating? Do they intend to rely solely on that azure bird to fight? I can't bear to watch. It's too terrifying. Amidst the audience's fervent speculations, the swarm had closed in to within 20 meters of Chen Yi and his companions, nearly within arm's reach. In that critical moment, Luo Shirin sprang into action. She pivoted sharply, her wings sweeping forcefully, and the azure streams coalesced instantaneously into 2 massive, blade-like wind blades, rapidly expanding outward. The howling wind uprooted numerous trees, snapping them with a resounding crack, and sending a deluge of dust spiraling into a yellow whirlwind that obscured the sky. Wherever the wind blades passed, the airborne gray-winged beetles were cleaved in 2, their green ichor splattering everywhere. The monster cores and score orbs within them fell amidst the green mist. In just one strike, over 2/3 of the gray-winged beetles were annihilated. The only damage sustained was a slight soiling of her azure feathers by the dust. What on earth? Am I hallucinating? What just transpired? Did she truly annihilate 70 or 80 gray-winged beetles with a single move? This can't be real. Surely, I'm not watching some sort of monster taming film. Could it be that a spirit beast of tier 3 or above has slipped in? Both the spectators in the observation hall and the viewers in Su Taotao's livestream were collectively dumbfounded upon witnessing this scene. Such a terrifying range and lethality of attack were likely beyond the capabilities of many tier 3 or 4 spirit beasts. And yet, Luo Shirin unleashed such a move right from the outset. Was it not utterly extraordinary? Fang Jinkai, witnessing this spectacle, spewed his tea in shock, staring blankly at Luo Qinghe. Stammering, he managed to ask, "Old man, may I inquire what level of bloodline your granddaughter possesses?" Naturally, Luo Qinghe would not respond, as he himself was still enveloped in disbelief. Last night, after awakening her bloodline, Luo Shirin had confided in him that she felt an overwhelming power surging within her, nearly bursting forth. He had assumed she was merely misjudging her strength due to her newfound abilities, but it now seemed he had gravely underestimated her. and not merely by a small margin. In his eyes, her prowess was beyond that of a spirit beast with an S-rank bloodline. She was on par with those possessing an SSS-Rank bloodline. This was utterly outrageous. However, Luo Qinghe soon regained his composure, a proud smile unfurling across his lips as he cast a triumphant glance at Fang Zhenkai. Humph, didn't I tell you? My granddaughter is the best in the world. This mere insectide poses no challenge whatsoever. Chapter 35. A bit of flight training is in order. In response, Fang Zhenkai displayed an equally stubborn demeanor. Sitting upright, he retorted, Humph. I can see that your granddaughter possesses remarkable skills, but having unleashed such a powerful move, what will she do about the remaining swarm of gray-winged beetles? If you suggest relying on other spirit beasts to exterminate the rest, that hardly suffices. A spirit beast that can only fight once before becoming a burden on the battlefield is utterly useless. Fang Zhenkai's words held a kernel of truth. In combat, each attack must be executed with careful consideration. If one cannot achieve a one-hit kill, recklessly employing a high-cost ultimate move could swiftly turn the tide against them. Overexertion might lead to a complete loss of mobility, compelling allied spirit beasts or tamers to divert their focus to provide aid, thus diminishing overall combat effectiveness. Therefore, the most formidable moves in actual combat are not necessarily those with wide-ranging destructive power, but rather those that are low-cost and allow for steady, reliable victories while maintaining one's own condition. Luo Shirin's approach to battle seemed to be driving her into a corner. However, was there not a possibility that these wind blades were merely her most basic techniques? Just as Fang Zhenkai finished speaking, Luo Shirin suddenly soared upwards, once again condensing azure streams. Yet this time, the azure streams formed a shadow that seemed only a third the size of her wings. With a swift flick of her wings, a powerful gust erupted, dispersing the obscuring dust. The wind blades followed her wings' motion, cleaving through two gray-winged beetles in an instant. The beetles scarcely had time to emit a cry before being severed in twain. Many of the gray-winged beetles, witnessing their comrades fall, were seized by a sudden urge to flee, scattering in all directions. Yet how could Luo Shirin allow them to escape? Once more, she compressed the wind blades into slender azure streams, each merely half a meter long. Compared to before, the length and size of the azure silk stream have shrunk by a whole half. However, this reduction has yielded an unparalleled attack efficiency and minimal energy consumption. Almost every 2 seconds, a blade of wind would howl forth, cleaving two gray-winged beetles in half. In less than a minute, those originally fleeing gray-winged beetles were all severed. Just like harvested wheat, the cacophony of insects in the forest abruptly ceased at that moment, leaving only a ground strewn with carcasses. Witnessing this scene, all the spectators were left utterly stunned. Particularly, Fang Zhenkai's eyes were wide as saucers, nearly popping out of their sockets. So, it turns out that the wind blade is merely a minor skill? How could it be so formidable? Lin Yang also felt a profound astonishment. As the head of the Linjiang Beast Tamer Association, he had once taught at the Beijing Beast Tamer University, encountering countless S-rank bloodline spirit beasts, more than the students at Linjiang Beast Tamer Academy. Yet, without exception, these S-rank spirit beasts did not possess such extraordinary strength. Could it be a bloodline of SS or even SSS rank? Meanwhile, Luo Qinghe burst into triumphant laughter. Ha, young man, what you just said holds some merit. But now my granddaughter has demonstrated through her actions how to handle herself after using that ultimate move. Wouldn't you agree? What more can you say? Don't even mention the mere tide of gray-winged beetles. Even if the gray-winged beetle king were to appear, it would be nothing more than a trifle in my granddaughter's eyes. Upon hearing this, all the spectators in the viewing hall cast envious glances toward Luo Qinghe. With such strength, his granddaughter's future undoubtedly appears radiant. It must be said that Luo Qinghe truly reveled in this moment of vindication. Luo Shirin is not only far from being a waste, but possesses the capability to take on 100 foes. Perhaps, after some time, she could be returned to the family. However, the urgency of the moment must be tempered. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Luo Shirin gracefully descended into the forest, transforming back into her human form. Meanwhile, Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue, who had been perched upon her back, now appeared quite disheveled. Upon touching the ground, they nearly tumbled over in a heap. Swear, I think I'd rather ride you from now on. I feel the same way. I want to ride Sister Shirin again. Initially, when Luo Shirin transformed into a Qingwan, the soft and furry sensation on her back was exceedingly comfortable. When not engaged in battle, it was quite smooth flying. Yet, once combat commenced, the two immediately grasped what it felt like to be a fighter pilot enduring intense turbulence. It felt as if their brains were being scrambled. I apologize. I should have considered your comfort. Luo Shirin hastily deflected. Yet, it cannot be denied that this battle was exhilarating. It felt as though one were immersed in the game world of Beast Tamer Unmatched, reveling in the sheer thrill of mowing down foes, a sensation so intoxicating. However, unlike in a game where materials and points drop directly into one's inventory, in reality, it requires a considerable investment of time and energy to gather them. Let us collect the points. After this wave, We should be able to secure the top position. After catching his breath, Chen Yi promptly suggested, otherwise, if someone comes along, they might snatch our spoils. Agreed. Quickly, the three scattered to gather the monster cores and points. The entire process, from triggering the gray-winged beetle's cries with ice element attacks to the last beetle being bisected, took approximately 2.5 minutes. However, it took Chen Yi and his companions a full half-hour to collect the spoils from these gray-winged beetles. It is indeed rare for collecting rewards to consume more time and effort than the battle itself. Chen Yi, what do you say? Shall we continue? Chen Yi glanced at the time. It was still not even 4 in the afternoon. At this pace, they could still eliminate 6 more waves of beetles. Let us proceed. The third-tier Beast King Crystal Core for first place is quite desirable. Alright, Luo Shirin nodded, and once more transformed into a Qingwan. However, this time, Chen Yi did not leap onto her back as before, but instead onto Lin Mingxue, who had transformed into a Frost Dragon. Witnessing this, Luo Shirin couldn't help but let out a long sigh. It seems I must learn a bit of flying technique myself. Chapter 36, Transformation into a Monster. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, in a secluded cave, Shouxing, Ningyan, have I done something wrong? What is in that syringe? Shouxing, don't do anything reckless. Ningyan, please. Let me go? At this moment, Lu Rian was being restrained by Ningyan, who firmly limited her movements. Meanwhile, Qin Shouxing produced a syringe filled with a green solution. Slowly advancing toward Lu Rian. Anyone witnessing such a scene would undoubtedly feel a chill run down their spine, especially the protagonist, Lu Rian. However, Qin Shouxing had long since made up his mind. There was no turning back. All preparations were in place, and the arrow was on the string and must be released. Rian, haven't you always felt unworthy of me? This syringe contains a strengthening serum. After you inject it, you will gain power comparable to an S-rank bloodline. If you cooperate well, we wouldn't need to resort to such measures. Gazing at the greenish liquid oozing from the needle tip, Lu Rian felt increasingly despondent. This substance might genuinely grant her power, but she could scarcely bear to contemplate the consequences. An elixir that could bestow power without any side effects. If such a thing truly existed, how could it be within her reach? Yet, given her first tier, 4-stage rank and E-rank bloodline physical constitution, how could she possibly contend with Ningyan, whose A-rank bloodline reached the 2nd tier, 10-stage level? She was utterly powerless to resist, merely watching as the needle, containing the green liquid, inched closer to her body. No, please, don't. Don't worry. Just think of it as taking a nap. When you wake up, you will possess unparalleled strength. Chen Yi, save me. In her moment of despair, Lu Rian seemed to recall the man who had once doted on her. Yet, in this secluded cave, her cries seemed utterly feeble. As the green liquid was injected into Lu Rian's body, her heart suddenly jolted, and an incredibly terrifying aura erupted forth. The uniform of the Beast Tamer Academy burst apart at that moment. Strange green patterns began to appear all over her body, emitting a hauntingly beautiful green glow. Heart-wrenching screams echoed within the cave. Surrounding spiritual energy continuously surged into those green patterns, rapidly spreading throughout her being. At that moment, Ningyan also released Lu Rian, collapsing to the ground as she howled in agony. Her face contorted in extreme pain, her eyes wide, tears mingling with sweat as they streamed down her cheeks. Is this how it should be? I feel like this is somewhat different from the demonstration in the video. Ningyan, one of Wang Yu's subordinates, had merely formed a temporary contract with Qin Shouxing. She was present to ensure the smooth execution of the plan and to guarantee that Lu Rian was completely suppressed, preventing her from escaping and revealing Qin Shouxing and Wang Yu's scheme. As long as the plan succeeded, Wang Yu had promised her freedom, and thus she was aware of the entire plan. However, it seemed that the situation was unfolding quite differently than she had anticipated. Qin Shouxing nodded in agreement, adding, "It shouldn't be like this. Although this is my friend S method, I completely trust him. One should not sell counterfeit goods to me." Ningyan felt the shift in the aura surrounding Lu Rian, his brows knitting together in concern. Something was amiss. This aura, it seemed she was on the verge of being demonized. Demonized? Our contract remains intact, does it not? How could she possibly be succumbing to such a fate? Ningyan calmly analyzed. Prior to being captured by Wang Yu, I was in the hospital administering euthanasia. The women who were on the brink of demonization emitted this very aura. Upon hearing this, Qin Shouxing immediately gasped in shock. If that were true, it meant Lu Rian was about to transform into a beast. A howl erupted, the once piercing scream morphing into a ferocious roar. Lu Rian involuntarily shifted into her spirit beast form. But no, the creature before them was not a spirit beast, it was a demon beast. It bore the silhouette of a massive black tiger, yet its body was devoid of fur, encased in a chitinous exoskeleton reminiscent of a sandworm's segments. Its robust limbs ended in claws capable of rending earth and stone, and its feline head sported a pair of compound eyes, with a maw lined with inwardly spiraling ringed fangs that silently opened and closed in the darkness. The crimson glow of its compound eyes swiftly locked onto the two before it, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from its body, nearly suffocating. Although it could not speak, its gaze clearly conveyed the remnants of human memories, suffused with hatred, vowing vengeance upon those responsible for its transformation. Ruyan, you. Before Qin Shousheng could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by the now demonized Lu Ruyan, who advanced with a serpentine motion, swiftly closing the distance to him. She opened her ringed maw, seemingly intent on tearing him to shreds. Damn it! Qin Shousheng cursed inwardly as he summoned a silver spear from the void. With all his might, he wedged the spear's tip into Lu Ruyan's maw, attempting to hold her at bay. Seeing this, Ning Yin immediately transformed into a fiery lion, darting to Lu Ruyan's side and sinking his fiery fangs into her exoskeleton. Clang! A sharp sound rang out. Ning Yan's pupils constricted in disbelief. He had not anticipated that his attack would be utterly ineffective. Ning Yan, what are you doing? Hurry and pry her loose. I can barely hold on. I'm working on it. Ning Yan gritted his teeth, channeling flames that surged from within, once more launching his assault. Yet, apart from leaving a few charred marks on Lu Ruyan's shell, it had no further effect. Ruyan, please remain calm. Before Qin Shousheng could finish his plea, a sharp crack echoed as the silver spear shattered beneath Lu Ruyan's overwhelming force. Without any weapon to support him, Qin Shousheng was swiftly bitten in half and consumed. The scarlet mist of his blood enveloped the scene, leaving no time for a scream. What a shocking spectacle it was. After devouring Qin Shousheng, Lu Ruyan slowly turned, her bloodied maw fixating on Ning Yan. Her compound eyes glinted with a predatory gaze, radiating an aura of slaughter. Damn it! Why is this happening? How infuriating! Ning Yan stared in terror at the unfolding scene, unleashing a torrent of flames before turning to flee, vanishing into the depths of the cave in an instant. However, Lu Ruyan would not easily let her nemesis escape. Roar! With a furious bellow, she pursued Ning Yan relentlessly. Boom! As Lu Ruyan chased, the cave reverberated with a tremendous cacophony, yet this tumult subsided within mere seconds, plunging the cavern back into an eerie silence, devoid of any sound. Chapter 37. Is it not targeting me? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Observing Chen Yi once again employing the same tactic to attract a horde of insects, only to dispatch them effortlessly, the onlookers were left in a state of utter bewilderment. How absurd. While others tread cautiously against a few second-tier demon beasts, he seemed to be restocking his supplies, continuously drawing in swarms of insects to vanquish and collect their essence, orbs, and demon cores. Is it truly necessary to be this outrageous? Wait, did anyone else notice that Chen Yi seems to possess a space ring? I noticed it long ago. Otherwise, after just wiping out an entire insect horde, where would all those essence, orbs, and demon cores have gone? It appears that Chen Yi's identity is not to be underestimated. Securing a space ring implies an extraordinary background. At this moment, after concluding his business, Wang Yu finally arrived at the academy. Yet, upon hearing his subordinate's report, he was struck dumb, as if hit by a thunderbolt. What did you say? Chen Yi has even contracted the granddaughter of Luo Qinghe, and he annihilated the insect horde in an instant? Indeed. Luo Qinghe is currently in the observation hall. It's truly terrifying. Damn it. Wang Yu's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly as he silently cursed. Originally, he had sent Ning Yan to partner with Qin Shousheng to bolster the latter's chances of success. After all, Lin Mengshui had previously vanquished even a fourth-tier forest giant. It would be exceedingly difficult for the reinforced Lu Ruyan to best her. Hence, to cover all bases, Wang Yu had implemented a backup plan, intending for Ning Yan to assassinate Chen Yi while Lu Ruyan held Lin Mengshui in check. Who would have thought that this scoundrel Chen Yi would contract a spirit beast capable of single-handedly decimating insect hordes? This made it exceedingly challenging to take action against him now. Of course, Ning Yan still had one crucial task, to eliminate Qin Shousheng after the fact. Otherwise, an investigation could easily trace back to him. All unstable factors must be eradicated. However, it appeared that the disparity in strength was too great. If Qin Shousheng acted recklessly, it might alert others, even Luo Qinghe, and that would spell certain doom for him. You must immediately notify Ning Yan to eliminate both Qin Shousheng and Lu Ruyan together. Act swiftly. Yes, I will make the arrangements at once. Watching his subordinate depart, Wang Yu's unease intensified. He clenched his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Had I known, I would have refrained from meddling in this hot potato. I've caught no chickens, yet I've lost rice. Just who is Chen Yi? Why would even Luo Qinghe be willing to betroth his granddaughter to him? At that moment, his contracted spirit beast, Chu Qingze, approached and whispered, "We should leave Jiang City. Even if Qin Shousheng and the others perish, as long as the Luo family remains intent, it will only be a matter of time before they lock onto us. Given that it is now confirmed Chen Yi has ties to the Luo family, we ought to refrain from further involvement in this matter." Wang Yu nodded. I am well aware of that. I will return to make arrangements immediately. Ensure that all goods in Jiang City are transferred to Han City without fail. Yes, can we not have Chen Yi withdraw from the assessment? Indeed. What if he comes in first? We'll be the ones to suffer the consequences. If he continues this way, it is only a matter of time before someone perishes because of them. In the observation hall, a multitude of parents beseeched the principal of Jiang City Beastmaster Academy. The principal looked at the assembled parents with a bitter smile. The reason was simple. Chen Yi was completely unorthodox, persistently targeting the gray-winged armored insect and invariably provoking a wave of insect hordes. At times, the chaos caused by the insect swarms would even lead some demon beasts to panic and rampage towards the outer areas, triggering localized beast tides. Thus far, 10 pairs of beast masters had utilized teleportation crystals to exit the assessment, with 8 of those pairs having been deterred by the insect and beast tides instigated by Chen Yi. And this was merely the first day. In 2 days' time, who knows what peculiar antics Chen Yi might indulge in again. Upon hearing this, the principal couldn't help but let out a few bitter laughs. This is quite a conundrum. What is so difficult about it? If it's troublesome, then just stop Chen Yi from his antics. The principal cast a sideways glance at Luo Qing'e, who silently nodded in understanding, aware that Chen Yi's behavior could indeed incite unnecessary complications. Having successfully recorded the impressive display of Luo Shirin's prowess, that was more than sufficient. Very well, I shall issue a notification shortly. Let us not allow this Chen Yi to cause further chaos. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was 7 in the evening. Chen Yi and his companions managed to return to their resting area just before the deadline. The only regret was that they hadn't encountered the so-called Tier 3 boss challenge monster. Perhaps it had already been exterminated by the beast tamers elsewhere. Along the way, they spotted numerous beast tamers and spirit beasts, most of whom bore numerous injuries, covered in bruises, evidently having faced considerable challenges during their hunts. What bad luck. To encounter a small-scale monster wave right here, Sai. Did you experience it too? I encountered it as well over at the Lust Slope to the east. What a stroke of misfortune. Was it that terrible? Yet, since the school didn't intervene, it's likely a deliberate design, simulating the normal occurrence of monster waves. Isn't it? Truly terrifying. Indeed. Thankfully, there weren't too many, and I had several teams of beast tamers nearby. Otherwise, I would have certainly had to use a teleportation crystal to escape. Listening to the discussions among the students along the way, Chen Yi and his 2 companions were momentarily taken aback. There are monster waves in the assessment zone, but why hadn't they encountered any? Every time they used the breath of ice to eliminate a nest and dispatched a swarm of gray-winged beetles, they had to fly several kilometers to continue their hunt. It was undeniably troublesome. If a monster wave had occurred, they could have entirely bypassed the nest-clearing process. With this thought in mind, Chen Yi prepared to inquire about where the monster waves had transpired. However, at that moment, the loudspeaker in the resting area suddenly crackled to life. Attention, everyone. Please note, a new rule will be temporarily added for the upcoming 2 days of assessments. No one shall gather monsters by any means. Violators will have their assessment qualifications and rewards revoked. As compensation, the top 100 Beast Tamer teams will each receive an additional 10 second-tier monster cores. We hope for your understanding and support. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. No gathering monsters? What kind of game is this? Are we expected to defeat them one by one? Is this some sort of targeted attack against me? Chapter 38, The Dual Notice. Upon hearing the announcement, Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin exchanged glances, seemingly struck by a realization. Could it be that the monster waves the students discussed were instigated by them? If that were the case, it would be understandable for the school to implement such a rule in order to ensure the students' safety. With this thought, the 2 girls promptly moved closer, each wrapping an arm around Chen Yi's. Let us set aside the monster wave discussion for tomorrow. It's late now. Let us head back and check how many points we've amassed. I also need to prepare your dinner with Shirin. Indeed, I'm quite hungry. Soon. The trio returned to their room, retrieving the point orbs from their spatial rings and placing them into the point counter for tallying. Instantly, the rankings in the resting area's top 10 list shifted, with everyone's position dropping by 1. The 10th place vanished entirely. Point rankings. First place, Chen Yi, Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin, points, 12,800. Second place, Lan Yuqing, Fang Xiaoya, Wang Yingying, points, 2,440. Third place, Lin Mo, Fu Xueme, Su Ting, points, 2,200. 10th place, Yang Tao, Zhang Lanlan, Zhu Ming, points, 1,140. This sudden shift in rankings left all the students in the resting area dumbfounded, especially the students from the other 2 schools, who had certainly heard the rumors about Chen Yi. But this score seemed even more outrageous than the tales recounted. It was more than 5 times that of the second place. Defeating second-tier monsters ranging from Stage 1 to Stage 3 yields 10 points. Defeating second-tier Stage 4 to Stage 7 monsters grants 15 points. And defeating second-tier Stage 8 to Stage 10 monsters awards 20 points. Even assuming each monster Chen Yi defeated granted him 20 points, he would still need to slay at least 640 beasts. Even if monsters lined up for him to kill, the effort of dispatching 640 would surely leave him exhausted. How on earth did he accumulate so many points? Could it be that he defeated the Tier 3 challenge boss to achieve such a high score? It's possible. I just asked many people, and no one has seen what this challenge boss looks like. Unbelievable. Is the score really that high? Had I known, I would have sought out the challenge boss myself. Previously, my wives and I defeated a Tier 3, Stage 5 monster of 4-star difficulty in the training room. I feel confident that I could handle the challenge boss if I encountered one. Clearly, tomorrow's primary objective will be to locate the challenge boss. The score is simply too high. Lin Mo fixated on the scores on the leaderboard, letting out a resigned sigh. He recalled the events of the afternoon, realizing that the gray-winged beetles had consistently flown off to one side. Piecing this together, he began to understand how those high scores were achieved. Darling, it seems we have lost this round. Fu Shuamei approached, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she teasingly remarked. Lin Mo shrugged, stating matter-of-factly, "It's only to be expected. We are merely at the S rank, while that Chen Yi may possess SSS-level talent, making comparison impossible. After all, this is merely a trial. We should proceed at our own pace." True enough. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lan Yuqing, one of the victims of the insect wave incident, was all too aware of Chen Yi's point-accumulating methods. He was instantly infuriated. However, he did not dare confront Chen Yi. After all, if Chen Yi could handle an insect wave, defeating him would be akin to bullying a child. At that moment, Fang Xiaoya proposed a different perspective. Lan Gu, how about we challenge him during the duel period after 8 o'clock? Challenge him? Are you certain? A small wager on points should suffice. Let us treat it as a bit of fun, just to see how strong he truly is. Those proficient in group attacks may not excel in one-on-one duels. Wouldn't you agree? Furthermore, we are here merely for training. Losing a few points isn't a significant issue, but if we win. Fang Xiaoya said this while rubbing her thumb and forefinger together, a sly smile spreading across her face. Seeing this, Lan Yuqing immediately grasped Fang Xiaoya's intentions. Losing to Chen Yi wouldn't be shameful, but if they could triumph over the currently illustrious Chen Yi, their pocket money would certainly see a substantial increase. For these affluent heirs, without tangible results, their allowances would undoubtedly dwindle. This was one of their many concerns. All right, I'll go along with your plan. Let us see how it goes. If we manage to win, I'll definitely give Chen Yi a couple of good slaps. After finishing dinner, the clock struck 8 in the evening. Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin merely had a light dessert to tide them over. Considering they would need to consume monster cores later to elevate their levels, eating too much would hinder their ability to cultivate later. With the duel time upon them, the atmosphere outside was particularly lively. Ah, the first place, you finally decided to emerge. Wang Kairi wore a mischievous grin as she gazed at Chen Yi and his companions, clearly expecting them to emerge utterly exhausted once again. Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback. Instructor Kelly? Why are you loitering at my doorstep instead of officiating the duel? Wang Kairi chuckled softly and replied, "Of course, I am here to preside over the duel. Here, this is your duel notice. Will you accept it?" Chen Yi and his companions exchanged bewildered glances. With such an overwhelming display of prowess securing his first place, it was astonishing that someone would challenge him to a duel. As Chen Yi accepted the duel notice, he inquired, "Who initiated this duel?" Wang Kairi gestured towards the distance where Lan Yuqing and Fang Xiaoya were warming up. Those two, the second ranked on the leaderboard. Following Wang Kairi's gaze, Chen Yi's attention swiftly fixed upon a woman adorned with colorful wings, wielding 2 vibrant daggers, resembling a butterfly fairy. A system interface materialized before her, revealing details of her prowess. Name, Fang Xiaoya, armed form. Contract master, Lan Yuqing. Bloodline, S-class colorful phoenix butterfly. Hidden bloodline, SS-class rainbow phoenix butterfly. Level, 2nd tier, 10th stage. Physique, 50. Mana, 77. Attributes, wind, poison, darkness. Skills, Gale/Venomous Fawn. Affection level, 25 points. Affinity level, 196. New skills can be learned. Evaluation, a spirit beast with exceptionally comprehensive abilities. Mastering the shadow skill would significantly enhance its strength. Ding. The target has established a contract with another beast master. Affection task activation failed. Please refrain from acting like Chow Chow. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chen Yi rolled his eyes. Who on earth wants to act like Chow Chow? Chapter 39, an excellent training subject. My word, that affinity level is impressively high. It seems her beast master has invested considerable effort in her cultivation. Yet, why does this girl harbor some affection for me as well? Despite having a hidden SS-class bloodline, I do not possess such inclinations. Moreover, there are no system tasks associated. Glancing at Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin's system interfaces, Chen Yi sighed inwardly. Lin Mingxue's affinity was a mere 28 points, while Luo Shirin's was a pitiful 6 points. Compared to most spirit beast girls, these figures were decidedly low, insufficient even for the prerequisites to learn new skills. However, it was unavoidable, as he had not contracted with either of them for long. It seems I must exert a bit more effort tonight to help them learn new skills sooner. Chen Yi declared, Instructor Kelly, I accept this duel. Hee. I knew you would. Wang Kairi replied, leading Chen Yi and his companions to the central area of the resting zone. The already lively atmosphere surged with heightened excitement as the top-ranked contender prepared to duel the second. Li Yi, Wang Feng, what are you two doing? Mengxue might be about to duel. Aren't you coming to watch? Strange, this guy hasn't made a peep all day. I hope nothing has happened. What could possibly happen? Isn't he just in his room cultivating affinity? He probably engrossed in the main event, pretending he not around. Forget him. The duel is about to commence. Outside Li Yi and Wang Feng's room, several students shook their heads in resignation. Having secured such a prime room, they had expressed a desire to witness Lin Mingshua's battle. Yet now they were absent. It was indeed perplexing. You are Chen Yi. Lan Yuqing expressed his displeasure. You have quite the luck with such beautiful spirit beasts under your contract. Chen Yi rolled his eyes in response. You're not even sure it's me. Yet you challenge me? Lan Yuqing snorted, then continued. No more idle chatter. Your presence here indicates you accept my challenge, correct? 500 points. A 2-on-2 between beast masters and spirit beasts. Are you in? As you wish. Chen Yi turned to Lin Mingxue. Swear. Didn't you mention wanting to find an opportunity to practice your armed form? This is a perfect chance. Lin Mingxue nodded slightly. Sure. Thank you, Brother Chen Yi. Excellent. The duel is officially established. Wang Kairi announced, and the onlookers quickly dispersed, as the duel was set to begin in 15 seconds. With Wang Kairi's words, the atmosphere became charged with tension. Lin Mingxue immediately shifted into her armed form, her dragon wings, tail, and scales manifesting, elevating her aura significantly, causing the temperature around her to drop several degrees. Upon witnessing this, the other students were instantly captivated. Wow, it's the Dragon Maiden. The Dragon Maiden. Those white stockings and legs. I could indulge for a decade. Goodness, I'm so envious. Lin Mingshua's armed form is truly stunning. Oh, my Lin school flower. Why did you contract with someone from another school? Amidst the frenzy of admiration, Lan Yuqing readied his stance, arms drawn back as he concentrated his mana, swiftly forming a longbow that radiated a cerulean glow. 6 shimmering blue arrows floated beside him like mobile artillery. One must admit, this scene was undeniably impressive. A combat-oriented beastmaster? No wonder he proposed a 2-on-2 duel. However, this presented no concern. It was an ideal opportunity for me to test my current strength. Swear, remember to hold back a little. Before his words could fade, Wang Kairi announced the commencement of the duel. The moment the declaration was made, Lin Mingxue surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, leaving only a blurred afterimage in her wake. Goodness, that is fast, Lan Yuqing thought, hastily knocking an arrow for defensive fire. Yet, his maneuver was utterly miscalculated. Lin Mingshua's attack toward Fang Xiaoya was merely a feint. Her true target was Lan Yuqing. With claws extended, Lin Mingxue aimed for Fang Xiaoya's neck, seemingly intent on a swift kill. Faced with such fierce aggression, Fang Xiaoya could not afford to be complacent and quickly raised her daggers to block. Yet, in a surprising twist, Lin Mingxue retracted her claws, gracefully maneuvering past Fang Xiaoya to confront Lan Yuqing. In such a multi-opponent battle, it was undoubtedly wise to first eliminate the weaker adversary, thereby diminishing the numerical advantage of the opposition. How unscrupulous! Lan Yuqing barely managed to draw back his longbow before Lin Mingxue was upon him. Thank you for the compliment. Lin Mingshue's lips curled into a gentle smile, reminiscent of a goddess from a dream. Yet, her attack was relentless, landing solidly upon Lan Yuqing. With a single strike, she sent Lan Yuqing hurtling away, his body flipping through the air before crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. He appeared to have lost consciousness. Lan Gu. Fang Xiaoya exclaimed, how despicable. You're being incredibly unfair. You wanted a 2-on-1. Isn't that unfair to begin with? Now it's just the two of us. How cunning. Fang Xiaoya gritted her teeth, fixating on Lin Mingshue's every move. Hearing Lin Mingshue's words, Chen Yi rolled his eyes. For heaven's sake. He is a person too. He can fight as well. Why was he inexplicably excluded? As Chen Yi silently lamented, the two women commenced their fierce exchange. Although Lin Mingxue possessed a superior bloodline rank, Fang Xiaoya held a slightly higher tier, and she clearly wielded her armed form with greater finesse, boasting more experience in one-on-one combat. Thus, after several exchanges, neither could gain the upper hand. However, in the very next moment of their confrontation, Fang Xiaoya abruptly withdrew several steps, and a colorful ripple suddenly coalesced around the dagger in her hand. Whoosh! With a sharp sound slicing through the air, it transformed into a stream of radiant color, hurtling toward Lin Mingshue's abdomen. This strike was executed with such swiftness that it resembled a tempest, catching everyone off guard. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Such a fierce assault, combined with Fang Xiaoya's weaponized attack, would undoubtedly spell instant demise if one could not evade it. Nevertheless, in the face of such a ferocious offensive, Lin Mingxue exhibited no inclination to retreat. Instead, she boldly met the attack head-on. Clang! With a resounding chime, the spectators witnessed Fang Xiaoya, along with her dagger, being forcefully sent sprawling to the ground, incapacitated. Strikingly, Lin Mingxue bore not even the slightest scratch upon the dragon scale bracelet adorning her wrist. Such formidable defense, was it truly necessary? Chapter 40, New Skills. The duel concludes. Chen Yi, Lin Mingxue wins. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Wang Kairi promptly declared the outcome of the duel. The expressions of the surrounding students morphed into disbelief. They were well aware of Lin Mingshue's prowess, but had never anticipated her abilities to be so terrifying. Fang Xiaoya was renowned at Yiqing Beast Tamer Academy as the champion of one-on-one combat, celebrated for her high attack and speed. Yet, before Lin Mingxue, she could scarcely withstand a few exchanges. Your high score indicates a vast range of skills and potent damage, and your ability to fly makes locating magical beasts a breeze. But who would have thought you could be so formidable in one-on-one combat, even surpassing several ranks to effortlessly vanquish your opponent? Many A-level beast tamers, upon witnessing Fang Xiaoya's recent assault, concluded that they could never withstand such a fierce onslaught. Yet, Lin Mingxue effortlessly blocked Fang Xiaoya's attack and struck her down in a single blow. Was perfection truly attainable? Impressive, dear Xiaoxue, Luo Shirin beamed as she approached. Initially believing that you would at least sustain some injuries to secure victory, Lin Mingxue pouted and softly replied, I merely had good fortune. The crowd's gaze shifted toward the sprawled, unconscious figures of Lan Yuqing and Fang Xiaoya, who were still frothing at the mouth. At that moment, a singular thought consumed their minds. You must be joking. No one had anticipated that the usually delicate and fragile Lin Mingxue, who frequently requested leave during physical education classes, would strike with such ferocity. Wang Kairi approached the fallen Lan Yuqing and Fang Xiaoya to assess their injuries. A satisfied smile graced her face as she nodded approvingly. Very good. A decisive blow, yet the injuries are not severe. With a bit of rest, they will recover overnight. The power was perfectly calibrated. Wang Kairi turned to several students and instructed, you all, and you too, come help carry them to the infirmary. Understood. At this moment, Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin walked over to Chen Yi. A blush graced Lin Mingxue's cheeks as she shyly inquired, Brother Chen Yi, how did I perform? Chen Yi nodded affirmatively, quite commendably. It was worth bestowing my strength upon you. Upon receiving Chen Yi's praise, Lin Mingxue's cheeks flushed even deeper. Lowering her gaze, her voice dwindled. Then, may I increase our affinity tonight? Typically, such matters between a beast tamer and their spirit beast were commonplace. Every beast tamer and spirit beast must undergo this process to enhance their bond strength and learn new skills. However, when these words escaped Lin Mingxue's lips, the situation took on a rather delicate nuance. She was, after all, the campus belle of Jiangqing Beast Tamer Academy, a goddess in the hearts of countless boys. If looks could kill, Chen Yi would have surely met his demise 1,000 times over. How infuriating. I too wish to bond with a dragon. Wake up. Dragons possess bloodlines above S-rank. With your C-rank talent, do you dare dream of forming a bond with one? Though it stings. I find contentment in seeing Mingxue grow so formidable. At this moment, Wang Kairi, having attended to the wounded, clapped her hands to interrupt the discussions. All right, everyone disperse. Those who wish to duel may continue, while the rest should work on enhancing their affinity and improving their combat prowess. Rather than wasting time here in envy, it would be better to hone your skills and grow stronger. Once you bolster your strength, you can choose from the most beautiful and powerful girls. Upon hearing this, the crowd snapped back to reality, turning to seek out beast tamer combinations they believed they could triumph over and initiating duels. As for Chen Yi, he would undoubtedly no longer receive duel requests. After all, even the ace of Yiqing Beast Tamer Academy had suffered a crushing defeat at his hands. What chance did these lesser competitors have other than to surrender points and endure beatings? However, perhaps being bested by Lin Mingxue could be considered a unique experience? Ha ha ha. Your daughter is lacking indeed. Ha ha. Even my granddaughter's friends can't defeat her. Observing Fang Xiaoya's effortless defeat, Luo Qinghe erupted into hearty laughter. His boisterous mirth echoed through the room, prompting one to question whether this individual truly belonged among the 7 strongest beast tamers in the Dragon Kingdom. Fang Zhenkai still harbored some dissent. He exhaled a puff of smoke, smirking as he said, It's not like she lost to your granddaughter. So what's so amusing about it? The outcome remains that your daughter was instantly defeated by that girl Mingxue. Is there a problem with that? I refuse to accept it. My daughter did not lose to your granddaughter. I want to acknowledge it. What good is your refusal? So many witnesses have seen your granddaughter's dismal defeat. This infuriated Chen Yi, who, accompanied by the girls, returned to their room. After all, the purpose of their nighttime outing was to witness the duel unfold. Now that it had transpired, it seemed rather underwhelming. It would be more beneficial to dedicate time to enhance their affinity. However, before that, he would first ensure Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin's hunger was satiated. As for cultivating affinity, it was imperative to ensure equal progress for both girls. Ding. Lin Mingxue's affection points 2. Current affection points, 87. Ding. Luo Shirin's affection points 5. Current affection points, 75. The morning sun bathed the earth, heralding the commencement of the second day's assessments. Yet, Chen Yi's evaluation was far from over. Brother Chen Yi, since our points are so abundant, there's no need to rush out to hunt magical beasts today. Indeed, I sense that I will soon master a new skill. A little more effort should suffice. Listening to Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin's whispers, Chen Yi let out a resigned sigh. He genuinely regretted his earlier words. This all began with a thoughtless comment made in the early hours of the previous night. After Lin Mingxue's affinity reached 30 points, a new option appeared in the affinity section, indicating she could learn a new skill. Out of curiosity, Chen Yi tentatively clicked on the option. The result was a series of system prompts. Ding. Lin Mingshua's affinity has reached 30 points, meeting the requirements for second-tier status. Congratulations. Contracted spirit beast Lin Mingxua has successfully learned the new skill, Dragon's Breath. Instantly, Lin Mingshua's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. In their perspective, this was the manifestation of acquiring a new skill following an increase in affinity. Moreover, it was an exceptionally powerful skill. However, unlike Chen Yi, they were unable to see the specific numerical value of the affinity directly. They only knew one thing. For an ordinary beast tamer and spirit beast to elevate their affinity to a level sufficient for learning new skills within a few months was nearly impossible. Chapter 41, Challenging the Boss. Yet now, it was indeed a different story. Lin Mingxua had followed Chen Yi for a week, yet she had not consistently focused on enhancing their affinity. Surprisingly, she had nonetheless acquired a new skill. The strength of a spirit beast hinges on various factors, and the number of skills possessed is certainly one of those. Both Lin Mingxua and Luo Shirin had just undergone the transformation from F-rank bloodlines and were fervently eager to grow stronger. Moreover, the process was undeniably pleasurable. Presently, the opportunity to enhance their abilities lay before them, and they were determined to seize it, nurturing their skills whenever possible. Hey, do you two know a saying? Chen Yi remarked, exasperated. There are only overworked oxen, not worn-out fields. I exerted myself quite a bit last night. An hour is my limit as a young man. As he spoke, he rubbed his aching arms and lumbar spine, inwardly lamenting. Shouldn't youth be brimming with vigor? Exactly. Does Brother Chen Yi not wish for us to grow stronger? Besides, you've had an entire night's rest, Lin Mingxua and Luo Shirin chimed in. Their voices like a siren's call, relentlessly undermining Chen Yi's defenses. Ultimately, he succumbed to their persuasion, gritting his teeth and adding another hour of training. It seemed he needed to bolster his physical conditioning further, otherwise he might face an untimely demise. With his body aching, Chen Yi stared at the ceiling, quietly muttering to himself. After finishing his meal and assisting the two sisters in channeling the energy from the beast cores, the clock struck 1 in the afternoon. Lin Mingshua's level remained unchanged, while both Luo Shirin and Chen Yi had made notable advancements. Observing the remaining beast cores in his spatial ring, Chen Yi couldn't help but marvel at the situation. With 100 second-tier beast cores and 50 first-tier ones, if utilized on ordinary spirit beasts, they could likely elevate them to levels 5 or 6. Yet, their impact on the sisters was disappointingly minimal. Indeed, the path of cultivation was fraught with challenges, a journey laden with burdens. As Chen Yi emerged from the room, visibly exhausted, the other male students in the rest area looked on with envious eyes. Damn, is life really this lavish? A glance at the leaderboard revealed no change in Lan Yuqing's points. After deducting 500 points from last night's bet and adding the morning's hunting time, his ranking had plummeted to 10th place. The previous third-place holder, Lin Mo, had risen to second place with 3,000 points, still far from Chen Yi's score. It seemed the first place was indeed secure. However, this stability did not afford Chen Yi the luxury of rest. Luo Shirin had previously mentioned that after the assessment, she could obtain some beast cores from her grandfather. This was quite commonplace. Affluent families boasted abundant resources, allowing them to procure numerous beast cores for distribution among their beast tamers and spirit beasts to aid in cultivation. However, the circumstances for Chen Yi and his companions were quite unique. Ordinary beast tamers typically ground beast cores into powder for their training, consuming 10 or so cores daily, with a maximum of around 20, supplemented by beast meat. But for the trio, according to standard progress, they required 1 to 200 beast cores each day to meet their cultivation needs, a matter that left Luo Shirin at a loss for words. Thus, it seemed that they would have to rely on their own resources for cultivation, leaving no room for complacency. Due to a recent edict from the school forbidding any methods of monster aggregation, Chen Yi and his group had no choice but to hunt the beasts one by one. Surprisingly, it did not seem to hinder their efficiency. Chen Yi rode on Lin Mingshua's back, directing her to launch attacks. Thanks to the system's observational capabilities, even beasts concealed within thickets or buried in the earth could not evade detection, rendering them utterly defenseless. Thus, from his vantage point above, Chen Yi naturally acted as Lin Mingshua's telescope. Having indulged in the thrill of slaughter the previous day, Luo Shirin tempered her exuberance today, playing a more auxiliary role by gathering materials from the beasts Lin Mingxua had slain. After a few hours, they had managed to eliminate 300 to 400 beasts, yielding rich rewards. Just then, Chen Yi's group keenly perceived several beast tamers and spirit beasts fleeing in panic from the forest ahead, suggesting they were in the midst of a crisis. Upon witnessing this, Luo Shirin promptly transformed into her human form, approaching them to inquire about the situation. Fellow students, why do you appear so disheveled? You're Chen Yi's contracted spirit beast? That tall beauty. Yes, that's me. So what has transpired? There's hope. Beautiful lady. There's a third-tier ghost face spider up ahead. It must be the boss challenge mentioned in the rules, and it's terrifying. Is that true? Luo Shirin's heart soared with joy at this revelation. She had not encountered a boss challenge all day yesterday, and had almost given up hope, thinking she would miss out once again. Yet, fate proved to be surprisingly delightful, presenting her with this unexpected opportunity. In an instant, she transformed back into her spirit beast form, soaring to Chen Yi's side to relay the news. A boss challenge? Let us go, let us go. What if it's a beast king? That would be a windfall. No sooner had he spoken than the ghost-faced spider the students had mentioned closed in behind them. Monster, ghost-faced spider. Difficulty, 7 stars. Level, 3rd tier, 9th stage. Attributes, earth, poison. Skills, venomous fangs, night stare. Description, a spider monster bearing a ghostly visage. Direct eye contact may induce madness, serving as both its strongest weapon and greatest vulnerability. Standing 3 meters tall and 5 meters long. 8 massive legs resembling pillars supported its enormous body, each step sending tremors through the ground like a truck. Its head was devoid of the familiar compound eye structure, replaced by dozens of eerie green single eyes. Its razor-sharp fangs could slice through trees as effortlessly as scissors through paper. Yet, despite the terrifying appearance of this colossal spider monster, Chen Yi found something strangely off about it. It moved with remarkable speed, yet it did not seem to pursue prey. Rather, it appeared to be fleeing in a state of panic. Chen Yi pondered, perplexed. Is there a creature even stronger than it in this assessment area? Or is it being hunted by other beast tamers? However, he did not dwell on these thoughts for long, promptly directing the 2 sisters to target the spider's eyes. Boom. Boom, boom. Under the relentless barrage of firepower from the sisters, the ghost-faced spider swiftly met its demise, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 42. How about a little extra work? This 3rd tier, 10th stage monster just died like that? Is this the strength of Chen Yi's contracted spirit beast? Remarkably powerful. Indeed. No wonder he holds the record for the fastest completion of the beast tamer assessment. He truly is impressive. Phew, that was terrifying. Thank goodness it was dealt with, otherwise I felt we would have been caught eventually. That's why I said from the start to keep away from that cave. If it weren't for Chen Yi, we would have had to use teleportation crystals. I just had a feeling that something was lurking in that cave. I never expected it to be this creature. Are you still talking back? Keep it up, and I want to attend to you tonight. At that moment, Chen Yi and his companions retrieved their points and beast cores, approaching the students. As they did so, they overheard their discussions. Cave? What do you mean? Did this thing come from a cave? Yes. If you head 3 to 4 kilometers east from here, you should find that cave, under a willow tree, quite concealed. A bespectacled beast master elucidated, given the cave's concealed nature. I couldn't help but ponder whether it was a designated treasure site arranged by the academy. Little did I expect. The ensuing events need not be elaborated upon. Upon entering to seek treasure, they encountered a ghost-faced spider and found themselves fleeing for several kilometers. Chen Yi and his companions exchanged glances, their lips curling into faint smiles. It appeared that they all shared the same sentiment. With a treasure cave at hand, an investigation was surely in order. However, the hunting hours for the day were drawing to a close, so they decided to defer their plans until tomorrow. As night fell, it was only natural to engage in the evening's pursuits. Before long, Chen Yi and his companions returned to the resting area. After depositing all their score orbs, their points surged dramatically once more. Score ranking, 1st place. Chen Yi, Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin. Points, 21, 600. 2nd place. Lin Mo, Fu Xiumei. Su Ting. Points, 6, 100. Even after wasting a substantial portion of the day, their lead over the 2nd place continued to widen significantly. If they maintained this momentum tomorrow, the 1st place reward would be theirs for the taking. After guiding the young ladies through the energy of the magical beast cores, the clock struck midnight. It seemed that Luo Shirin and Lin Mingxue had conspired in advance, as they did not launch their attacks simultaneously this time. Chen Yi, brother. I want to learn a skill too. Lin Mingxue seized the moment to assist, playfully patting Luo Shirin's pert rear while flashing a mischievous smile. Chen Yi, brother. Doesn't this sound delightful? I bet you'd relish hearing it a few more times before bed. Chen Yi, clearing his throat, remarked. When did you two master this delightful duet? Luo Shirin leaned closer to Chen Yi, exhaling softly. Brother Chen Yi, don't you like it? Her breath was fragrant, imbued with a subtle allure. Yet, Chen Yi remained unperturbed. As the beast master of these 2 little enchantresses, he felt it was imperative to impart to them the true values of a refined lady. They ought not to spend all day indulging in frivolous thoughts and neglecting their duties. The 3rd day of the final assessments dawned. As the first light of dawn broke, Chen Yi, astonishingly, awoke early, seated at the dining table by 7:30, savoring breakfast. Ultimately, it was because he had only to manage one spiritual beast girl the previous night. Compared to the night before, it was significantly easier. This morning, Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin opted not to train with spiritual beast cores as usual, but instead chose conventional food. On one hand, overindulgence in spiritual beast cores could indeed lead to a distasteful experience. On the other hand, even for someone of Chen Yi's skill, refining magical beast cores required 3 to 4 hours, which was rather time-consuming. Now was the time to thoroughly explore the cave information obtained from other students the previous evening. Just as Chen Yi prepared to rise, Luo Shirin suddenly displayed a bashful demeanor. She gently tugged at Chen Yi's hand and whispered, "Brother Chen Yi, didn't you say I could learn a new skill soon? How about a little extra practice now?" Hearing this, Chen Yi sighed. The system interface indicated that Luo Shirin's current affinity was at 14 points, and she needed 15 points to learn a new skill. Regrettably, he had been too fatigued last night. Otherwise, he would not have postponed it until this morning. What a slip of the tongue, he mused. All right, let this be a post-meal exercise. Thank you, Brother Chen Yi. Mua. Lin Mingxue, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but break into a delighted smile. Initially, she had worried that Luo Shirin, coming from a prominent family, would be proud and find it difficult to bond with Chen Yi. However, it seemed her concerns were unfounded. The harmonious rapport between Chen Yi and Luo Shirin was undoubtedly the best outcome. Soon, 15 minutes elapsed, and a system notification chimed. Ding. Luo Shirin's affinity has reached 15 points, meeting the requirements for second-tier skills. Congratulations, your contracted spiritual beast Luo Shirin has successfully learned the new skill, Sonic Boom. Feeling her newfound power, Luo Shirin was overwhelmed with excitement and embraced Chen Yi exuberantly. Thank you, Chen Yi. I never imagined I would achieve this. Chen Yi gently patted her head, a soft smile gracing his lips. What are you thinking? Do you believe acquiring a minor skill is where it ends? I assure you, you will one day stand at the pinnacle of the world. Really? Do I seem like someone who would deceive you? Oh, thank you, Brother Chen Yi. You are my lifelong benefactor. Luo Shirin was so moved that tears welled in her eyes, and she flung herself into Chen Yi's arms, freely expressing her emotions. Ding. Luo Shirin's favorability increased by 5 points. Ding. Luo Shirin's favorability has reached 80 points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully captured the heart of the spiritual beast girl. Congratulations, host. You have gained 15 enhancement points. Congratulations, host. You have mastered the combat skill, Wine Blade Slash. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the item, Century-Old Divine Bee Jelly. Wait, has her favorability exceeded 80 points already? Chen Yi mused, astonished. Before crossing over, he had always perceived beautiful women as lofty beings, believing that making them take the initiative was an arduous endeavor, or that they simply lacked the option to do so. It now seemed that the issue was not that beautiful school flowers were unapproachable, but rather whether one was worthy of their initiative. He decided to save the 15 enhancement points for later. With 50 points in physique, it should suffice to manage the two of them for now. Just then, Lin Mingxue interjected, Brother Chen Yi, what about me? Chen Yi smiled gently, wrapping an arm around Lin Mingxue's slender waist and lifting her lightly into his embrace. Allow me to apologize. We shall undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of the world together. That's more like it. Chapter 43, Lin Mo's Request. Once they finished, the trio enjoyed a refreshing shower and changed their attire. By the time they stepped outside, it was already 9:30, exceeding the hunting hours by a full 30 minutes. To their astonishment, many students in the resting area had yet to depart. Look, Chen Yi has finally decided to rise. His complexion looks remarkably good today. It seems he managed to restrain himself with our Mengxue last night. I commend you for your fortitude. Indeed, if it were me, once I secured first place, I'd be eager to remain in my room nurturing affinity every day. Do you possess such prowess? It took you 3 minutes to finish last night. Give you a day, and you'd still only take 3 minutes to repay me? Hearing the students' banter, Chen Yi felt utterly speechless. He wondered why every time he left his room, he drew a crowd. It was already 9:30. Did these individuals not intend to hunt magical beasts, instead lingering outside to gawk like village gossipers? Just then, Lin Mo approached, initiating conversation. Brother Chen Yi, may I have a word? Upon hearing this, Chen Yi glanced at the two contracted spiritual beasts beside Lin Mo. Their favorability towards him was positive, suggesting no malicious intent. Yet, Fushuame, you seem a bit off. Having already secured a beastmaster, her favorability had inexplicably risen to 50 points, akin to that of an ordinary couple. Surely, Lin Mo's request to speak was not aimed at having him contract Fushuame, right? My back couldn't bear it. All right, lead the way. However, it soon became evident that Chen Yi was overthinking. After hearing Lin Mo's explanation, his brows furrowed as he reconfirmed. So you mean to say you wish to secure first place? Indeed, the reward for first place will be yours, while I shall collect all the score orbs along the way, and the magical beast cores shall also belong to you. Chen Yi looked up at the aerial drone hovering above him and sighed. What is the point of this? The entire process is being live-streamed, and I am the one who has slain the beasts. Even if you collect the points, no one will acknowledge you as the victor, will they? Beside him, Fushuame let out a sigh and interjected. This guy is on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd tier. He wants to contract a more formidable spirit beast, so he aims to secure a first-place finish to bolster his competitiveness. I was lured in by his tricks back then. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo hastily defended himself. How can you call it trickery? Shuame, have I not treated you well? Fushuame rolled her eyes and candidly retorted. You have indeed treated me well. But isn't that the truth? My hometown is near Linjiang, and if I hadn't seen that fake score sheet you somehow procured. Listening to their banter, Chen Yi began to comprehend Lin Mo's motives for his actions. An S-rank Beastmaster is undoubtedly exceptional. With a mere call, spirit beasts would line up to contract with him. However, in this world, while Beastmasters may establish contracts with multiple spirit beasts, the spirit beasts can only have one Beastmaster. This means that for a Beastmaster to contract a spirit beast of a higher tier, it is nearly an insurmountable challenge, whereas spirit beasts can more easily seek higher-tier Beastmasters. S-rank spirit beasts are already rare, and they certainly have the opportunity to choose SS-rank Beastmasters. Conversely, for an S-rank Beastmaster to establish a contract with an S-rank spirit beast, they must demonstrate their superiority within the S-rank by achieving various outstanding accomplishments to gain more contracting rights. Otherwise, they must settle for an A-rank spirit beast. Securing the top position in the final assessments of the three schools is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity to validate one's strength, albeit this recognition only holds weight in other cities. Alright, Chen Yi immediately agreed, but what benefits do I stand to gain? Surely, you cannot expect me to relinquish the first place without compensation. After all, the rewards for both the first and second places belong to him, and he could even receive an additional reward. Such an opportunity is too good to pass up. Hearing Chen Yi's agreement, Lin Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him, exhaling deeply. Thank you, Brother Chen, for your willingness to assist. Is there anything you desire? How about a second tier or above ice or wind attribute Beast King Crystal Core? Chen Yi proposed. The mention of the Beast King Crystal Core caused Lin Mo and Fang Xiaoye to exchange glances, their expressions betraying their hesitation. Such treasures, given their backgrounds, were indeed within their means to procure. However, these crystal cores had been prepared for the potential contracting of spirit beasts proficient in ice or wind attributes. The effort to acquire them had not been insignificant, and parting with them for Chen Yi felt like a waste. After half a minute of contemplation, Lin Mo finally sighed in resignation. Very well, if you want it, take it. Deal. Follow me. I have a place in mind. Su Ting, transformed into a shadow war leopard, was a land-based unit, and naturally, its speed through the forest could not match that of Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin. As for having them ride, that was out of the question. Along the journey, it not only had to assist Su Ting in hunting beasts, but also gather point orbs. A demanding task. By the time they reached the cavern mentioned by the students yesterday, it was already nearing noon. In the observation hall, upon seeing the cavern, Luo Qinghe's brow furrowed immediately. For some reason, he felt a disquieting sensation even through the screen. Is there really a cavern in the assessment area? The principal quickly clarified. Yes, this cavern was left over from a previous exploration team's investigation of the mineral vein. There is nothing particularly special about it. Luo Qinghe nodded slightly at the principal's words, yet his doubts lingered. Is it merely my illusion? At that moment, Fang Zhengkai scoffed, old man. Isn't your granddaughter and that Lin Mingxue quite powerful? Even the Tier 3, 9th stage challenge boss fell to them in a single blow. Why do you look so anxious? However, this time, Luo Qinghe did not respond to Fang Zhengkai as he normally would. He silently stood up and walked towards the vacant office next door. Upon entering the office, he snapped his fingers, and a barrier instantly sealed the room. In the next moment, a middle-aged woman slowly emerged from his shadow. Dear, what do you need? Shaoan, do you remember the Abyss cult? The woman furrowed her brow at the mention of the cult. I recall it. Why? Luo Qinghe's demeanor shifted from that of a jovial old man to one of icy severity. I need you to summon Qinglian, Fenghua, and Ziyuan immediately. Gather the backgrounds of all the students participating in this final assessment. It would be best to collect their recent activity records and interpersonal relationships. Be swift. I suspect there may be individuals connected to the Abyss cult among them. Upon hearing this, the woman nodded and vanished back into the shadows. Chapter 44, The Black Giant Worm. Luo Qinghe's gaze was fixed intently out the window. His lips moved slightly as he muttered to himself. I hope those are merely traces left by someone who accidentally wielded black power. In the livestream footage, the black power patterns belonging to the Abyss cult flickered ominously as they drifted from the cavern. Although faint, their presence was undeniable. Either the Abyss cult had been here, or some object closely related to them was buried within. Regardless, this likely proved that someone with ties to the Abyss cult had indeed visited this location. That mad organization that venerates beasts. On the way to the cavern, Chen Yi inquired about the purpose of the century-old divine bee honey. Essentially, it is a culinary resource imbued with a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Consuming the entire jar would equate to the total spiritual energy of about 300 4th-tier beast crystal cores. However, it is crucial to note that this kind of energy-rich treasure, when activated with enhancement points, can yield different effects based on the quantity of spiritual energy contained and its attributes. The century-old divine bee honey is a low-tier would attribute spiritual treasure. When activated with 5 enhancement points, it can create a shield capable of withstanding all attacks below the 6th tier. Of course, the amount in this jar would only suffice for 2 uses and cannot provide infinite protection. Are you saying that once I activate this, no Beastmaster, Spirit Beast, or magical beast below the 6th tier can harm me? Chen Yi clarified. Not quite. If a 5th tier magical beast unleashes an attack exceeding the 6th tier's power, it will still penetrate the shield. Alright, I understand now. Chen Yi grasped the system's meaning. Essentially, it could withstand attacks of around 6th tier strength twice. He felt that Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin's powers would likely not be needed, so he might as well let them enjoy the honey as a delicacy. Otherwise, if they only consume beast crystal cores for training without indulging in delicacies, that would be quite unfortunate. At that moment, Lin Mo stared into the pitch-black cavern before him, filled with doubt. Are there magical beasts inside? I don't know. Exploring a cavern doesn't take much time. Let's just take a look. Sigh, fine. But will we have enough time? With the current score, we only have a little over 11,000 points, and only 7 hours left. Can we catch up to your score? Don't worry, we will make it. 10 minutes later, they ventured deep into the cavern. I told you there would be nothing here. Lin Mo sighed. The challenge boss you killed yesterday probably stumbled in here by chance, and then the other students discovered it, which is why they pursued them. Before he could finish, Su Ting suddenly let out a scream. What happened? Lin Mo and Chen Yi both inquired simultaneously. Shui Ting trembled as she pointed at the wall and floor stained crimson with blood. This is human blood, and it's still fresh. It must have appeared just within the last couple of days. Shui Ting's spirit beast lineage was that of an A-grade shadow battle leopard. Although her sense of smell was not as acute as that of canine spirit beasts, distinguishing the scent of blood was certainly within her capabilities. She was accustomed to the scent of magical beast's blood, having encountered it frequently. However, human blood, particularly in such a copious amount, was something she had never witnessed before. Lin Mingxue's gaze sharpened as she spotted a bloodied white bracelet in the corner. Could it be? What is it, Shuer? Chen Yi inquired. Have you discovered something? That bracelet. It resembles a gift Qin Shouxing had previously given me, but I felt he had ulterior motives, so I returned it. How could it possibly end up here? A gift from Qin Shouxing? Wait, could it be? Chen Yi had a nagging feeling that something significant had slipped his mind over the past couple of days. It suddenly dawned on him that he hadn't seen Qin Shouxing or Lu Rian at all. Given Qin Shouxing's commendable combat abilities and Lu Rian's penchant for flaunting her achievements, it was reasonable to expect that after their successful contract, she would have showcased him widely to satisfy her vanity. Yet, the past few days had been eerily tranquil, devoid of any sign of them. And now, a bloodied bracelet had surfaced. Could it be that they had met with misfortune? Boom. At that moment, the ground erupted with a deafening roar. A violent tremor surged through the air, reminiscent of an earthquake. What on earth is happening? We must leave at once. If this is an earthquake, we'll be buried alive in this cave. Chen Yi's words were met with unanimous agreement as they hastily sprinted towards the cave's exit. The emergence of fresh human blood within the cave needed to be reported to the school as a matter of urgency. However, shortly after they had exited the cave, Chen Yi was confronted with a chilling sight. A gigantic insectoid magical beast was leading a pack of ferocious beasts in pursuit of a throng of students. The towering trees around them fell like fragile blades of grass before the might of the colossal insect. It moved with astonishing speed, swiftly overtaking the desperate students. What is happening? Why is there such a creature in a final assessment? Help! My wife, save me! A second-tier, fourth-segment beast master let out a harrowing cry for help. Yet, before he could finish speaking, the enormous black insect devoured him whole, leaving only half of his body sprawled in a pool of blood. No, husband! The beast master's contracted spirit beast wailed in despair, seemingly attempting to rescue him. But the insect, showing no mercy, took another bite, swallowing both her and her master in one fell swoop. Witnessing such a gruesome scene left the remaining fleeing students in shock. This was their first time witnessing the horrific deaths of a beast master and their spirit beast, and in such a brutal manner. Run! Hurry! Why is this happening? Enough with the chatter, just run. Do you want to die? This is outrageous. Didn't they send aerial drones? Why isn't the school dispatched help? The students cried out in anguish. Among them were familiar faces, Wan Yuqing, Fang Xiaoya, and Wang Yingying. Chen Yi, upon seeing this scene, was momentarily stunned. What shocked him, however, was not merely witnessing someone perish before his eyes, but the system interface of the massive black insect. Name, Lu Ruyan, demonized. Contract master, none. Bloodline, demon-eating goo insect. Level, 5th tier, 5th segment. Physique, 366. Spirit power, 260. Attributes, earth, dark. Skills, sand manipulation, devour, dark space. Affection, 40 points. Affinity, none. Evaluation, entered a demonized state after injecting spinal fluid refined from the 7-star demon-eating goo insect, temporarily gaining its powers. Capable of rapidly enhancing strength through the consumption of humans and magical beasts. Chapter 45, 5th tier magical beast. What on earth? This creature is actually Lu Rian? The contract master section shows none, which implies Qin Shouxing has been consumed by her. But what happened to Lu Rian? Why has she transformed into this state while her affection for me has turned positive, and at such a high value of 40 points? Chen Yi was inwardly astonished. Although his feelings for Lu Rian had long dissipated, seeing her in this grotesque form stirred a sense of pity within him. The process of a spirit beast becoming demonized was exceedingly brutal, an unspeakable torment. It was precisely for this reason that various countries, out of humanitarian concern, offered those spirit beasts on the brink of demonization, a state from which there was no return, the option of euthanasia. However, it was astonishing that such a rare phenomenon of spirit beast demonization, typically seen only on television, would occur here. Judging by Lu Rian's evaluation, it seemed that she had been coerced into this demonization. What could possibly force a spirit beast to undergo such a transformation? Moreover, the presence of dark space severely disrupted communications from aerial drones, leaving the outside world potentially oblivious to the situation here. Additionally, this ability could block all spatial skills, making it impossible to escape using teleportation crystals. Was this merely a coincidence, or had it been premeditated? Luo Shirin, with a worried expression, inquired, Chen Yi, what should we do now? That insect appears to be 5th tier, we are no match for it. Chen Yi, decisively, commanded, we are certainly no match for it. Shirin, you must fly back to the resting area and find Wang Kairi. This monster lacks ranged attack skills, Lin Mingxue, and I can temporarily hold it off. Understood. Luo Shirin did not hesitate, immediately spreading her wings and darting towards the resting area. Chen Yi then retrieved a power amplification card from his pocket and enhanced Lin Mingxue. The boundary of the assessment area was approximately 30 kilometers from the resting area. If Luo Shirin flew at full speed, she could complete a round trip in about 20 minutes. They would need to stall the creature for that duration. Lin Ming, make haste to escape. Once the teleportation crystals are usable, flee and inform the outside world of our predicament. I know. Can't you see I'm already running? Although Lin Ming yearned for first place, in this life and death scenario, he could still discern the priority of matters. Remaining here could result in being devoured by that creature without any warning. Swear go? The creature lacks ranged attack skills. Save those students first. Right. Help. Help. This is infuriating. Just as a pair of Beastmaster duo was about to be overtaken by Lu Rian, a sudden breath of ice descended from above, striking Lu Rian squarely on the back. Although the attack did not inflict any substantial damage, it did grant the two students precious moments to escape. Lu Rian whipped around, momentarily stunned upon seeing Chen Yi. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mingxue unleashed a dragon breath attack, the pure white energy erupting above Lu Rian, leveling the surrounding forest for dozens of meters. Yet, even with her attributes doubled and the power amplification card, Lin Mingxue struggled to inflict significant harm on Lu Rian. The disparity in their levels was simply too vast. Even with her enhanced strength, it was a challenging feat. Roar. Lu Rian let out a furious cry. Her body began to writhe violently, akin to a colossal serpent, launching an assault with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it leaped several dozen meters into the air. Fortunately, Lin Mingxue reacted swiftly. With a powerful sweep of her dragon wings, she ascended 10 meters, narrowly evading Lu Rian's attack. Goodness, what kind of creature is this? It can fly as well. Swear, be careful. Yes, I am aware. Meanwhile, the group of students witnessing Chen Yi's arrival finally exhaled a sigh of relief. However, this sense of ease did not last long. It's Chen Yi. You scared me. I thought we were done for. Mengxue is incredible. That creature seems to be at least a 4th or 5th tier, yet it could inflict harm on her. Everyone, don't think we can relax. There is still the beast tide triggered by that creature. Lan Yuqing shouted. Yet, before the students could catch their breath, the overwhelming tide of beasts surged forward. Despite their organized defensive line, their efforts appeared trivial in the face of such vast numbers. The defense was swiftly breached, and in an instant, several students met a tragic fate. As the beasts ruthlessly tore into the bodies of the fallen students, their entrails a gruesome sight, blood splattering everywhere. The remaining students were instantly paralyzed with fear, their faces pale, legs trembling, some even wetting themselves in terror. This was far bloodier than the earlier encounter. Did you see that ravine on the left? Chen Yi shouted from the air, run in that direction and establish a defense base there. We might be able to hold on until reinforcements arrive. Hearing his call, everyone turned to look in the direction Chen Yi indicated. The ravine was flanked by towering rock walls, with a fallen tree behind them, forming a makeshift barrier. If they stayed inside, aside from flying beasts that could attack from behind, they only needed to deal with assaults from the front, significantly alleviating the pressure of their defense. The school's reinforcements should arrive soon. Holding out for a few minutes is entirely feasible. In this dire situation, the students had no time for further contemplation and quickly dashed toward the ravine. Soon, the 30 or so surviving students had all taken refuge within. They positioned themselves closely together, taking turns to guard the front against the oncoming tide of beasts. Although the pressure of defense remained immense, it was far better than being attacked from all sides. Particularly, Fang Xiaoya, due to her remarkable agility, was able to swiftly reduce the number of beasts while other spirit beasts held the line. Meanwhile, Lan Yuqing's archery from the rear proved to be devastatingly effective, with nearly every arrow claiming an enemy, truly embodying the prowess of the Academy's elite. Incredible. Just the other night, I saw those two being taken down in a single blow by Mengxue. I thought they were weaklings, yet they are surprisingly formidable. That's because Mingxue is extraordinarily strong. Just because others fell to her doesn't mean they lack strength. Can you all stop chatting and come help me? Sorry, Longu, we're on our way. The group snapped back to reality, hastily joining the fray. Chapter 46, Lu Rian's Grievance. On the other side, Lin Mingxue was engaged in a fierce struggle with Lu Rian. For some reason, Chen Yi felt that Lu Rian still retained a measure of rationality and had not completely succumbed to her demonic state. After all, her methods of attack were far from those of a mindless beast. They bore a closer resemblance to human behavior. Lin Mingxue evidently shared the same sentiment. Brother Chen Yi, what exactly is this creature? Why do I feel its offensive strategy resembles that of a human? Chen Yi decided to temporarily conceal the truth, offering reassurance. I'm not entirely certain, but you must be cautious. It harbors great hostility towards you. Just hold on for a few more minutes. Reinforcements should be arriving soon. All right, I understand. What on earth is happening? Why has the signal from the aerial drones been cut off? It seems there is something unusual near the A13 and A14 zones. The signal disappears as soon as the drones enter that area. There doesn't appear to be any extreme weather. So why is this happening? In the observation room, a group of parents and academy staff were fixated on the interrupted drone feeds, their brows furrowed in concern. Such occurrences had happened a few times before, though they were not particularly rare. After all, it was early July, and the summer heat could easily overheat the equipment at the Mountain-S relay stations, leading to signal disruptions. Thus far, no students had reported anomalies in those two areas using teleportation crystals, so the crowd initially paid little mind. However, this situation had persisted for over 10 minutes, particularly in the A13 and A14 zones, which housed a substantial number of students. As they gazed at the darkened livestream, the anxiety in their hearts intensified. At that moment, news arrived from the infirmary. Someone had managed to teleport out. Considering that students who used the teleportation crystals were likely fleeing after encountering beast attacks, the academy had established the teleportation point in the infirmary, adjacent to the observation room. Upon hearing this news, everyone hurried forward, eager to grasp the situation. When they saw that the team teleporting out comprised Lin Mo and two others, they were taken aback. Lin Yang rushed forward and asked, Mo, what is going on? Why did you come out early? Lin Mo panted, hastily explaining, a fifth-tier beast has appeared in the assessment area, and some students have already died. That creature possesses a spatial restriction skill, rendering teleportation crystals unusable within several kilometers of it. I only managed to escape the spatial blockade thanks to Chen Yi's cover. You must hurry and provide support. I fear if we delay, Chen Yi won't be able to hold on. At these words, everyone present collectively gasped. A fifth-tier beast in the assessment area? How is that possible? The assessment area is guarded by barriers. How could a fifth-tier beast infiltrate? Could it be that there was a miscalculation during its deployment, allowing a fifth-tier beast to slip in? With this thought, all eyes turned towards the various leaders of Jiangxing Academy, their minds echoing a singular question. How did you organize this assessment? However, at this moment, everyone understood that it was not the time to assign blame. Saving lives was paramount. Where exactly did the fifth-tier beast appear? Principal Yang Yuanxing swiftly produced a map of the area, unfolding it before Lin Mo to indicate the location. When everyone saw Lin Mo point to the locations of A13 and A14, they were instantly on edge. Indeed, there was a problem here. Enough talk. Let us save them. The medical team followed suit. The situation might be worse than anticipated. Without hesitation, the principal's contracted spirit beast opened a teleportation portal, transporting everyone into the resting area of the assessment zone. Luo Qinghe remained still. However, he did not join the others. Just moments ago, he had received a message from Wang Kairi via the specialized communicator. She had already set out to provide aid, and the Beastmaster's presence would contribute significantly. Beyond praying for Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue's safety, all he could do was eliminate any enemies associated with the Demon Abyss sect. Roar. Lu Rian let out a ferocious roar, her body shaking violently as she struck the ground with her tail, raising a cloud of dust that obscured the sky. Under the cover of this dust, she swiftly maneuvered into Lin Mingxue's blind spot, preparing to launch a deadly ambush. In this latest assault, the destructive force and speed of the attack far surpassed all previous encounters. It was evident that Lu Rian had exerted every ounce of her power, determined to eliminate Lin Mingxue once and for all. However, before Chen Yi, who wielded the might of the system, her efforts were as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Schwerer to your left. Got it. Without hesitation, Lin Mingxue placed her trust in Chen Yi's judgment, using the gust of wind to swiftly evade the ambush. Seizing the moment when Lu Rian lingered in the air, she unleashed her dragon's breath, striking her squarely in the head. Yet, this blow proved insufficient to inflict any substantial harm upon Lu Rian. Lu Rian watched in disbelief as her attack was once again effortlessly dodged by Chen Yi. Her compound eyes widened in shock, the incredulity evident within them. Deep down, she understood that her time was limited. Even without the arrival of the school officials, she could not escape the clutches of death. This incident had finally enlightened Lu Rian. It became clear that only Chen Yi genuinely cherished her, While she had squandered that affection, their relationship had often been marked by quarrels, yet they invariably reconciled, their bond remaining strong. Although her pact with Qin Shoxing was indeed excessive compared to past events, given Chen Yi's feelings for her, a few words of explanation and a proactive approach to re-establish their bond could restore everything to its former state. However, all of this changed irrevocably with Lin Mingshua's appearance. Chen Yi had forsaken her, drawn away by Lin Mingshua's allure, opting not to reconcile. It should have been she, not Lin Mingxue, who transformed into a dragon. It should have been her, not Lin Mingxue, who wreaked havoc alongside Chen Yi. It should have been Lin Mingxue who morphed into this grotesque form, not her. Lin Mingxue was akin to a thief, robbing her of everything, including her future. Lin Mingxue, along with Qin Shoxing and Ning Yan, were the chief architects of her descent into despair. In her current state, Chen Yi would surely fail to recognize her. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. Even if Chen Yi discovered her disappearance later, he might assume she had met a tragic fate after devouring several students. This way, she could die without the burden of infamy, departing as a tragic girl. Thus, her sole objective now remained clear. She must eliminate Lin Mingxue, the one who had taken everything from her. Chapter 47, The Power of the Underdog. Roar. Lu Rian unleashed another thunderous roar, a dense aura of darkness erupting around her. This technique, black space, was not merely capable of restraining spatial abilities. If she channeled all her spiritual energy into it, she could completely seal the space surrounding her opponent, confining their movements. Lu Rian sensed the proctor, Wang Kairi, approaching her with astonishing speed. This move was to be her final gambit. Lin Mingxue die? Lu Rian's heart thundered with rage. In an instant, Lin Mingxue found herself enveloped in a suffocating black aura, tightly ensnared within it. No matter how desperately she flapped her dragon wings, she could not break free from this binding. Brother Chen Yi, this black aura is strange. I can't move. Damn it. This is dire. Chen Yi marveled inwardly, realizing it was time to unleash his underdog power. He suddenly produced a jar that resembled a honey pot, extracting half of its contents and flinging it forward without hesitation. System, I wish to activate the defensive effect of the century honey. Ding. Consumed 5 enhancement points. Activation successful. As the system's prompt echoed, the honey he had thrown did not fall as anticipated. Instead, it expanded in midair, solidifying into a massive, semi-transparent barrier with a gelatinous texture, radiating a warm honey-colored glow and exuding a faint, sweet aroma. At this moment, Lu Rian was ready to unleash her assault, propelling herself forward with a ferocity that emanated a metallic scent of blood as her ringed teeth twisted and morphed, extending to more than triple their original length. Surely, Lin Mingshua's dragon scales would be torn asunder before such vicious fangs, wouldn't they? Yet, when Lu Rian collided with the barrier, it was as if she had plunged into a viscous syrup trap. The once ferocious force was inexplicably dampened and delayed, no matter how she struggled. She could not advance a single inch. Her pupils constricted in shock, caught off guard by Chen Yi's unexpected trump card. Brother Chen Yi, thank you. No need for thanks. Hurry and break free. Understood. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Rian was ensnared by the honey shield, Lin Mingxue took a deep breath, channeling her spiritual energy and concentrating at least half of her power in her mouth, unleashing her dragon's breath to dispel the surrounding black aura. Although she remained at a significant disadvantage compared to Lu Rian, she managed to buy herself a precious second to escape. Just then, Chen Yi uttered an inexplicable remark. Rian, I'll bring you your favorite moose cake. He then broke free from the confines of the black space, creating distance between himself and Lu Rian. Lu Rian stood there, utterly dumbfounded, gazing in the direction Chen Yi had departed, her heart brimming with confusion and anguish. In this state, will Chen Yi still recognize me? In that moment, Lu Rian's heart shattered completely. Qin Shoxing had valued her appearance and forged a pact with her, yet ultimately pushed her into an abyss of despair. Now, transformed beyond recognition, could Chen Yi still see her? Memories flooded back, those beautiful recollections washing over her like a tidal wave. If only she could return to that day. Even without Chen Yi's formidable strength, she would never let go again. Alas, time could not be reversed, and everything was irrevocably lost. There was no returning to the past. Chen Yi, I'm sorry. It was a pity that Chen Yi could not hear her words. Meanwhile, transformed into the blazing golden tiger, Wang Kairi sprinted towards Chen Yi's location with astonishing speed, leaving nothing but a fiery afterimage in the air. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy caused her heart to race uncontrollably. Is that 6th tier power? Have others arrived before me? Or is there someone else aside from that beast? Frustration welled within her. Chen Yi, Lin Mingxue, you two must not come to harm. Wang Kairi mentally chastised herself, given the magnitude of the incident. How could she have idly lounged on a beach chair basking in the sun? Such negligence was unacceptable. In the background, Luo Shirin gazed at the vanishing figure of Wang Kairi, her heart filled with myriad emotions. Despite being a flying-type spirit beast, she found herself overshadowed by Wang Kairi's presence, unable even to catch a glimpse of her silhouette. It was utterly absurd. That's it, Chen Yi and Mingxue. Thankfully, they appear unharmed. But wait, that power, 4th tier? How could a 2nd tier individual unleash 4th tier strength? Wang Kairi observed the scene above, exhaling a heavy sigh of relief. However, she quickly regained her focus. Her gaze honing in on Lu Ruyan, ensnared within the honey shield. That must be the culprit. Indeed, a 5th tier beast. The overwhelming scent of blood suggests it has claimed many lives. This is truly dereliction of duty. With a twinge of guilt, Wang Kairi leaped into action like an arrow released from a bow. Without employing any grandiose skills, she struck out with a simple claw. Enveloped in flames that seemed capable of rending space itself. Like the effortless tearing of paper, Lu Ruan's form was mercilessly cleaved in two. The terrifying flames swiftly engulfed her corporeal being, spreading with alarming rapidity. In the blink of an eye, her dismembered body was reduced to mere ashes, leaving not even a wisp of smoke in its wake. My goodness, is this the formidable power of a 13th tier spirit beast? It's overwhelmingly potent. Enough with the lamentations. Brother Chen Yi, do those beast tides require our intervention? Certainly. Just a breath will yield hundreds of beast cores. Excellent. Before Wang Kairi could touch the ground, Lin Mingxue dove towards the student's defensive line. She opened her mouth, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath. Wherever the pure white radiance traversed, hundreds of magical beasts were silenced before they could even utter a cry, instantly transformed into ash, leaving behind only scorched earth and a pungent odor of char. This horrifying scene left the students in the ravine utterly dumbfounded. Goodness gracious, is this truly Mingxue's authentic strength? It's utterly outrageous. So powerful. I doubt even a 4th tier magical beast could withstand such a strike. Regardless, does this mean we've survived? Fang Xiaoya and Lan Yuqing couldn't help but twitch their lips at the sight. It seems that in the duel 2 nights prior, Lin Mingxue hadn't even used a fraction of her power against them. In retrospect, they should be genuinely grateful to Lin Mingxue for her mercy that allowed them to survive that encounter. Everyone, look over there. It's our teachers from the Linjiang Beast Taming Academy. They've finally arrived. Oh dear, I was frightened to death. But it seems like it's already over, right? The teleportation crystal appears to be operational. Darling, I can't bear to remain here for another second. Chapter 48, An Unattainable Dream. Atop the mountain beyond the examination area S barrier, a spirit beast woman gently lowered her telescope. The results are quite promising. Initially, I estimated her strength to be around the 3rd tier, 10th stage. Yet after devouring 2 3rd tier, 10th stage beasts, over 50 2nd tier beasts, and a dozen 2nd tier spirit beasts, she astonishingly broke through to a level exceeding the 5th tier. This must be the perfect embodiment of the original magical beast characteristics, right? The man beside her, leisurely puffing on a cigar, listened to her words and slowly exhaled a ring of smoke. If Qin Shouxing were alive, he would undoubtedly recognize this person as a friend commissioned to procure energy potions in the Eagle Kingdom. Since he is a friend, a grand gift is certainly in order. A potion with enhancement effects that far surpass the energy potion. Is that so? That indeed sounds commendable. I initially thought it would be a defective product, but now it seems the experimental results have greatly exceeded expectations. The only pity is that we were unable to collect mortality data. It remains unclear how long the natural lifespan of the spirit beasts injected with spinal fluid will be. The spirit beast woman shook her head. We are still in the preliminary testing phase. We must first ensure combat effectiveness before considering longevity. Moreover, it seems that even after transformation, they retain their original memories, which is quite a ticking time bomb. The man chuckled. Isn't that simple? Just erase the memories, and the issue is resolved. You are quite the optimist. The spirit beast woman sighed, then shifted the conversation. So, what do you think of that, Chen Yi? Upon hearing this, the man's expression instantly turned grave, revealing a serious demeanor. I suspect his talent is on par with Her Majesty the Queen's abilities. He merely channels the bloodline of spirit beasts, while Her Majesty channels that of magical beasts. Is that so? Should we capture him then? With his abilities, our faction could surely expand rapidly. The man glanced at the examination area and shook his head. The term capture seems somewhat inappropriate. Such a promising talent would undoubtedly resonate with our faction's ideals. We should extend a proper invitation to him. However, we must not act hastily now. Luo Qinghe has already sensed our presence, and any rash move during this sensitive period could easily expose our vulnerabilities. Upon hearing this, the woman nodded slightly, expressing her agreement. That is indeed prudent. The man extinguished his cigar against a nearby tree trunk, then twisted it, causing the entire cigar to disintegrate into nothingness. All right. The experimental data has been collected. It's time to depart. The man handed a letter to the spirit beast woman, instructing her to send it to Chen Yi's residence, believing that he and the Luo family would surely be intrigued. The woman accepted the envelope, nodding, understood. With that, the two figures gradually became indistinct, ultimately transforming into a wisp of green smoke that slowly dissipated, leaving behind only a small patch of charred bark as evidence of their existence. With the arrival of high-tier beast tamers and spirit beasts, the 5-tier magical beast attack incident was officially declared over. However, the examination had to be abruptly halted. In the area designated for students below the 3rd tier, a 5th-tier magical beast had appeared, leading to the disappearance and casualties of 17 students, thrusting the academy into the spotlight. Moreover, as this final examination was broadcast live, the incident rapidly spread across the internet. However, the public's reaction was not solely one of condemnation. After all, under normal circumstances, it would be inconceivable to mistake a 2nd-tier magical beast for a 5th-tier one. Consequently, the origins of that 5th-tier magical beast became a mystery, sparking widespread speculation online. Meanwhile, in Su Taotao's live streaming room, she sighed softly, her face etched with regret. It's truly unfortunate to encounter such an event. Don't cry, Taotao. These are mere accidents. There's no need to be disheartened. That said, that Chen Yi really is something else, managing to hold back that 5th-tier magical beast for so long. Indeed, without him, the casualties would have been far greater. A person like him will surely become a pillar of strength in the future. Let me break some shocking news. Did you know that Chen Yi's talent level, as measured by the Beast Tamer Association, is only E rank? And that Lin Mingxue is merely F rank bloodline. F rank. Impossible. Even without witnessing Chen Yi restraining the 5th-tier magical beast, I watched the footage of him slaying magical beasts the other day, and it felt as though even a 3rd-tier spirit beast would struggle to achieve such ease. It's indeed F rank. I'm a student from Jiangxing Beast Taming Academy, and Lin Mingxue is our school S-Belle. The news of her awakening an F-rank bloodline caused quite a stir back then. What the heck? Is that for real? Such combat power is F-rank. Does that mean my girlfriend's awakening was a false B-rank talent? Could it be possible that Chen Yi's awakened E-rank talent specifically targets F-rank spirit beasts, allowing them to harness S-rank bloodline power? What are you thinking? Such a talent would at least be S-rank. E-rank talents are typically unrelated to combat. I suspect the testing results were flawed. They should retest immediately. The barrage of comments was rife with speculation, and the conversation seemed to drift slightly off course. But perhaps that was for the best. After all, if the atmosphere in the live stream remained too oppressive, it could feel rather unsettling. Su Taotao gazed at the ceaselessly rolling comments on the screen, a faint smile blossoming on her lips. Occasionally, she imagined a dashing Prince Charming arriving heroically during her moment of peril, gently taking her hand and assuring her that she was not a failure. Then, together, they would traverse the world, marveling at the breathtaking scenery atop the pinnacle of existence. That, too, seemed quite delightful, did it not? However, Su Taotao was acutely aware that this was merely an unattainable dream. She helplessly shook her head, pulling her thoughts back to reality. All right. Everyone seems to have drifted off topic. Now that the final assessment at the Jiangxing Beastmaster Academy has concluded successfully, it is time for me to return to my true calling. I haven't eaten anything all day, and I feel as though I might perish from hunger. So, let us indulge in the culinary delight that one must savor when visiting Jiangxing, the Donghu vinegar fish. Wow, Taotao is amazing. She dares to eat this gourmet food. I can only say that those who dare to eat this are truly formidable. That day, I took a bite of this dish and felt unwell for an entire day. You are not true fans. Taotao has previously devoured spicy seafood sashimi cake. So how could she fear a mere Donghu vinegar fish? Chapter 49, An Unusual Situation. At 9 o'clock that evening, within a private hot pot room at the Jiangxing Century Hotel, Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin sat closely beside Chen Yi, while Luo Qinghe and Wang Kairi occupied the seats opposite them. The soft light bathed the table, and the 9-grid hot pot steamed with tantalizing heat, the red oil bubbling vigorously, filling the air with a rich aroma of spices. Witnessing this scene, one would surely drool. Kid, what do you think of Shirin? Luo Qinghe broke the silence with a question. Chen Yi's heart jolted, nearly causing him to spit out the drink he had just sipped. Seriously, is this something a grandfather should be asking? However, Chen Yi quickly regained his composure and replied, Shirin possesses remarkable talent. Wang Kairi, observing the exchange, suddenly burst into laughter. Huh? This is youth for you, immediately thinking in that direction. All right, back to the main topic. Luo Qinghe coughed lightly to interrupt Wang Kairi's laughter. Do you think Shirin can break through to above the 10th rank in the future? Chen Yi, upon hearing this, straightened his posture, his expression earnest as he said, absolutely no problem. Not to mention the 10th rank. I am confident even in reaching the 15th rank, which has never been attained before. Oh, such confidence? Indeed. So, Lord Luo Qinghe, please rest assured. Chen Yi stood up, declaring, I have already told Shirin and Mingxue that I will definitely lead them to the pinnacle of the world. Good. Such ambition. I believe in you. Luo Qinghe nodded in satisfaction, a smile of approval gracing his face. He then took out a frosty blue crystal and a verdant green crystal, placing them on the table. Chen Yi took the crystals, his face filled with curiosity as he inquired, What are these? Luo Shirin smiled and explained. These are the Ice Soul Stone and the Wind Fairy Stone. When soaked in water made from grinding beast crystals, they can cause the spiritual energy properties contained within to undergo slight changes. Take the Wind Fairy Stone, for instance. It can slightly tilt the spiritual energy attributes of the soaked beast crystal powder towards the wind element. As a spirit beast of wind attribute, if I can absorb and refine it, the enhancement in spiritual energy will be slightly higher than that of a non-attribute beast, although the increase may be modest. The cumulative effect over time can be quite substantial. Chen Yi nodded thoughtfully, beginning to grasp the purpose of these items. It's akin to adding a few goji berries when drinking water, a form of punk health preservation. The only distinction is that this goji berry can be used indefinitely. However, it seems that his cultivation method may not require such things. Thank you, Lord Luo Qinghe. Before Chen Yi could finish, he was interrupted by Luo Qinghe. What should you call me now? Chen Yi immediately realized his error and quickly corrected himself. Grandfather Luo. That's more like it. Luo Qinghe nodded in satisfaction, then picked up a large piece of beef tripe and placed it in Lin Mingshue's bowl. Mengshue, I am aware of your family circumstances. If you don't mind, you may also call me grandfather. Lin Mingxue was slightly taken aback, unsure if she had heard correctly. Is that really all right? Of course. I would be delighted to have such a beautiful granddaughter. Then, Grandfather Luo, don't be so formal. Relax a bit. Grandfather. Good. Remember, we are family now. No need for such restraint. Luo Qinghe joyfully added several pieces of beef to both Chen Yi's and Lin Mingshue's bowls. Come on, let us eat. Thank you. Grandfather. Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue chorused. However, Luo Shirin, sitting nearby, pouted in dissatisfaction, complaining, Grandfather, what about mine? Serve yourself. You're a grown person. Yet you still expect me to serve you? Biased. Grandfather, you are biased. As the drinks flowed and the food was savored, Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin found themselves quite intoxicated, their faces flushed. Their cherry-red lips babbled nonsensically, their bodies swaying as if they might topple over at any moment. Luo Qinghe observed their state, shaking his head helplessly. He then instructed Wang Kairi to look after them and led Chen Yi out to the balcony for a private conversation. Chen Yi, I want to pry too much into your secrets. I've inquired about your aspirations before in the office. I called you here this time to ask you one thing. When you went to that assessment area as cave, did you notice anything unusual? Seeing Luo Qinghe's serious expression, Chen Yi knew he must be aware of something. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yi decided to disclose the situation regarding Lu Ruyan. There was nothing peculiar in the cave, but I sensed that the fifth-tier beast might be my ex-girlfriend, Lu Ruyan. Luo Qinghe furrowed his brow. Your ex-girlfriend? Are you serious? Chen Yi nodded. To be honest, I cannot be 100% certain, but I am more than 80% confident. The system's information panel surely cannot be erroneous. Yet one must leave room for ambiguity in their statements. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghe pondered deeply, resting his chin on his hand. The bloodstains in the cave had already been confirmed to belong to Qin Shoxing. There was also a pool of unidentified blood, which could only be determined to be from an A-class bloodline spirit beast, likely another spirit beast belonging to Qin Shoxing. However, no bloodstains from Lu Ruyan were found, which was quite peculiar. Unexpectedly, she had transformed into a beast? Could it be that with Qin Shoxing's death, without a beast master to restrain her encroaching power, she became a beast? Yet how could a spirit beast that hadn't even broken through to the second tier transform into a fifth-tier creature? Moreover, Lu Ruyan hadn't even reached 20 yet. Just as Luo Qinghe was lost in thought, the door of the adjacent room slowly creaked open. A petite girl adorned in a cute and pastel outfit emerged, standing just over 1.50 meters tall with twin ponytails, exuding a lively charm. Yet, despite it being the height of summer, she was clad in a frilly Lolita dress. Wasn't that rather warm? In stark contrast to her diminutive stature, she dragged along a suitcase towering at 1 meter. The suitcase appeared somewhat worn, clearly having endured numerous journeys. Attached to the suitcase was a camera, suggesting she was likely a vlogger of some sort. Of course, these superficial details were not the crux of the matter. The most significant revelation was that this little girl possessed an SSS-level hidden bloodline. Chapter 50, Chen Yi's fan. Name, Su Tao Tao. Contract Master, None. Bloodline, F-level Wanton Beast. Hidden Bloodline, SSS-level Glutton. Level, First Tier, Second Stage. Physique, 3. Spiritual Power, 7. Attribute, Earth. Skill, Devour. Affinity, 15 points. Affinity, not yet cultivated. Evaluation, due to a severe deficiency in energy intake from a young age, resulting in extreme malnutrition, the bloodline of the voracious beast cannot be awakened, hence it remains concealed. The ancient ferocious beast, Taotie, devours the cosmos, consumes the sun and moon, and is the most tyrannical of spiritual beasts. Ding. SSS-level hidden bloodline spiritual beast detected. The system has successfully recorded the information of this spiritual beast. If the host successfully contracts it and raises the affinity to over 80 points, the following rewards will be obtained. Reward 1, 25 enhancement points. Reward 2, Beast Mastery Skill Identification Technique. Reward 3, Spiritual Beast Immortal Fruit. Upon seeing this system notification, Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback. An SSS-level hidden bloodline, which he rarely encountered, appeared today simply while he was having a meal. Moreover, the system task had been activated. This was certainly an opportunity not to be missed. However, it struck him as odd that he had never even met her. So why would she have any affinity towards him? Could it be that she was also a student from the Beastmaster Academy and had seen his combat scenes during a live broadcast, thus developing some fondness for him? No, with Su Taotao being so adorably cute, the otaku boys in the academy would undoubtedly idolize her, making it impossible for her to remain inconspicuous. Chen Yi shook his head, deciding not to dwell on such trivial matters. Since there was a spiritual beast girl who activated the system task, he naturally could not let this slip away. Luo Qinghe standing nearby, he felt a twinge of dilemma. Was it really appropriate to blatantly flirt with another girl in this moment? Considering the timeline, he had only contracted Luo Shireen 4 days ago. Approaching another girl in front of her grandfather felt a bit awkward. While Chen Yi pondered these thoughts, Su Taotao suddenly turned around, seemingly preparing to take some photos with her camera to upload to her blog. Consequently, their gazes unexpectedly met. An affinity level of 15 points, according to the system, suggested that after a brief encounter, she found some admirable qualities in Chen Yi, enough to warrant a casual conversation. Although this level of affinity was not particularly high, it nonetheless indicated a degree of recognition. Su Taotao was slightly taken aback and instinctively gasped, "It's you, the Chen Yi from Jiangxing Beastmaster Academy." Hearing this, Chen Yi felt a surge of delight within. This was Su Taotao initiating the conversation. He couldn't possibly be accused of being fickle-hearted. However, he feigned ignorance. Nodding slightly in response, "Is it me? What's the matter?" A blush crept onto Su Taotao's cheeks as she hurriedly replied, "I'm sorry. I got a bit flustered upon seeing a celebrity. I'm a fan of yours. Do you have a moment? I'd love to get an autograph." Luo Qinghe, observing the interaction, patted Chen Yi on the shoulder and teased, "I didn't realize you had fans now. I won't interrupt you further. Just remember not to go overboard." With that, he turned back towards the private room, leaving Chen Yi and Su Taotao alone. One must admit, this was truly a fortuitous assist. Chen Yi scratched his head, inwardly musing, "I actually have a fan now? And an SSS-level hidden bloodline at that. How serendipitous." With the infinite contract in place, even as a second-tier beastmaster, he could contract a third spiritual beast girl, but he needed to proceed cautiously. Taking a deep breath, he considered how to further strengthen his rapport with Su Taotao. He had some understanding of Lin Mingxue, the campus belle with a beastmaster lineage, which allowed him to leverage the secret of the F-level bloodline to compel her into the training room, subsequently seeking opportunities to empower her. Meanwhile, Luo Shireen had approached him voluntarily. She was already aware of Chen Yi's capabilities, making their contract relatively smooth. However, Su Taotao's case was entirely different. Until tonight, Chen Yi had not even met her. "Hey, do you want power? Contract with me," would undoubtedly come off as lecherous if he directly uttered it. He needed a more subtle approach. With this in mind, Chen Yi nodded, saying, "Sure, I'm free right now. Thank you, wait just a moment." Su Taotao quickly rummaged through her suitcase for a signing board. Meanwhile, Chen Yi leaned against the wall and casually asked, "By the way, how did you come to know about me? I don't recall being on television." Su Taotao, with no ulterior motives, explained candidly, "I'm an eating broadcast blogger, streaming on Douyin. 3 days ago, I was invited to Jiangxing to commentate with 2 other guests on your final assessment at the Jiangxing Beastmaster Academy. I saw you in the live broadcast. Though the events of the last day were somewhat regrettable, your performance was truly impressive. So I became a fan of both you and your contracted spiritual beasts. You were so cool. I didn't expect to discuss you earlier today in my live stream. And then to find you tonight. Perhaps this is fate." After saying this, she skipped over to Chen Yi, holding the signing board and a marker with eager anticipation in her eyes. Chen Yi took the signing board and scribbled his rather immature name on it. Admittedly, it looked rather unsightly. He would need to find time to practice his handwriting in the future. It was indeed fate. He had never imagined he would have a fan, especially one who was a well-known blogger. Su Taotao gleefully accepted the signing board. "By the way, where are your 2 contracted spiritual beast sisters? Aren't they with you? I'd love to get their autographs too." Chen Yi pointed towards the private room with a chuckle. "One is nobly collapsed on the sofa, while the other has claimed the floor as her strategic base. It seems the task of cleaning up the battlefield might fall to me." Haha, that sounds quite laborious. However, before he could finish his sentence, Su Taotao's expression suddenly changed. She bent over, clutching her chest, gasping for breath, her face contorted in pain. The spiritual energy in the surrounding air seemed to stir restlessly, as if something catastrophic was unfolding. Seeing this, Chen Yi rushed forward to support Su Taotao, asking, "What's wrong? I don't have money to extort from you." Su Taotao didn't respond. Instead, she looked begrudgingly at the floor, her body trembling as she murmured, "How could this happen? It's only been 3 years. Why is it starting now?" Chapter 51, Demonic Transformation. At that moment, Chen Yi also noticed that Su Taotao's information panel displayed an additional line. Demonic Transformation Countdown, 360 hours, 44 minutes, 37 seconds. The numbers continually fluctuated, seemingly heralding Su Taotao's fate. This was demonic transformation. How could this girl be undergoing transformation so swiftly? Su Taotao appeared to be a mere little lowly. Were it not for the existence of the system interface, Chen Yi might have thought she was only 14 or 15 years old. Coupled with her adorably youthful appearance and the fact that she had not yet established a contract with anyone, it was natural to assume she had only recently awakened. Who would have guessed that she had actually awakened nearly 4 years ago? She was on the brink of being eroded by power and transformed. However, soon Su Taotao regained her composure. She took a few deep breaths, her complexion improving slightly. I'm sorry, I have a bit of anemia. Thank you for supporting me. Her voice trembled, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Even without the system's assistance, any normal person could sense that she was concealing something significant. Once a spiritual beast girl begins to undergo demonic transformation, it signifies that her body has been assimilated by the corrosive power. This is an irreversible process. Even if she establishes a contract with a beastmaster now, it would not halt the progression of her transformation. At most, it could only delay the process for a time. It's akin to having an arm severed. With timely medical intervention, there might still be a chance to reattach it. However, if the severed arm has already been thoroughly cooked by the flames, sizzling and oozing with oil, the idea of reattaching it is nothing short of a fantastical dream. Of course, there are not entirely devoid of salvaging options. Modern human technology has made remarkable strides, allowing for the use of specialized medications to slow the process of demonic transformation. Tranquilizers, for instance, serve as a notable example. A single injection can temporarily alleviate the torment of demonic transformation for a spirit beast within a 3-month span. However, the cost is a staggering $500,000 per injection, accompanied by severe side effects. Much like the chemotherapy endured by cancer patients, it can lead to hair loss, physical weakness, difficulties in movement, and skin ulcers, making it exceedingly challenging to regain their former state. Chen Yi has also heard of several rare treasures that may restore spirit beasts on the verge of transformation to normalcy. Yet, these artifacts are predominantly elusive, often unattainable even with wealth. Thus, for spirit beasts, the onset of demonic transformation is akin to a death sentence. What perplexes Su Taotao is that in this world, even those who awaken their spirit beast lineage upon turning 18 typically manage to stave off transformation until around the age of 35. Why then? At the tender age of 22, has she begun to transform? Why is this world so unjust towards her? She had initially harbored hopes that, upon gaining fame, she might attract the attention of a wealthy patron and enjoy a life free from hunger. Yet, she never anticipated the arrival of her doomsday would come so swiftly. Struggling to hold back tears, she turned to Chen Yi and bowed deeply, her voice trembling slightly as she expressed her gratitude for the autograph. Thank you for the signature. I have something to attend to. See you next time. With that, she picked up her suitcase and rushed into the elevator without a backward glance. The moment the elevator doors closed, it was evident that tears streamed down her cheeks. Chen Yi watched her retreating silhouette, shaking his head with a sense of helplessness. He was well aware of the rules governing the demonic transformation of spirit beasts. For those already undergoing transformation, the best outcome was likely euthanasia, with little hope for redemption. Sighing, he pondered whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. He had finally encountered a spirit beast girl with an SSS-level lineage, only to let her slip away. Had he met her a day earlier, before the onset of transformation, they could have forged a contract, and there might have still been hope. What a pity. Upon returning to the private room, he found that Luo Qinghe had mysteriously departed, leaving Wang Kairi alone to tend to the two inebriated spirit beast girls. It seemed Wang Kairi had gleaned information from Luo Qinghe regarding Chen Yi's encounter with a fan. Noting the melancholic expression on Chen Yi's face as he entered, she curiously inquired, Why do you look so peculiar? Did you encounter a hater? Chen Yi shook his head, replying, Not exactly, I just feel sorry for that girl. At this, Wang Kairi refrained from probing further, and, after hoisting the drunken Luo Shirin and Lin Mingxue onto her shoulders, offered words of consolation. There are many unfortunate souls in this world, so you must strive to become stronger, strong enough to possess the power to change the world. For now, you have yet to earn the right to pity others' plights. Chen Yi nodded in agreement. I am well aware of this. I must admit, the Luo family indeed possesses remarkable generosity. Although the distance from here to Lin Mingxue's home is a mere 3 kilometers, they arranged for a luxury vehicle for the journey. The opulent exterior and spacious interior of the vehicle left one in awe of its grandeur. Upon returning home, after gently placing the two girls on the bed, Chen Yi settled onto the sofa and took a moment to research Su Taotao's information. To his surprise, he discovered her livestream room on Douyin. However, just 5 minutes prior, she had posted an update stating that she needed to take a break for a while. In that brief span, there were already tens of thousands of comments and thousands of shares, indicating her status as a significant online influencer. It seemed she had also come to realize the state of her body. What a shame, such a beautiful girl succumbing to demonic transformation. Sigh. Oh well, it is what it is. It's rare to have an early night. I shall take the opportunity to rest well. Yet, just as Chen Yi stood to take a shower, his attention was unexpectedly drawn to the mailbox behind the door. To his astonishment, a white envelope had appeared there. A flicker of curiosity surged within him. An envelope? How did I not notice this earlier? Could it be a letter from Schwer? Driven by intrigue, he opened the envelope. Inside was an invitation to a black market banquet, prominently featuring the phrase high-class bloodline spirit beast auction in artistic lettering. Upon reading the bold words on the invitation, Chen Yi furrowed his brow slightly. In this world, the trafficking of spirit beasts is unequivocally illegal, carrying the most severe penalties, akin to murder. Yet, the brazen distribution of spirit beast auction flyers to his home was utterly outrageous. Moreover, the location of this invitation was not Jiang City, but rather Han City. That made it even more absurd. How could an invitation from Han City reach Jiang City? Nevertheless, these matters held little relevance for Chen Yi. His current strength was insufficient to intervene in such affairs. After contemplating for a few moments, he decided to send the information to Luo Xinghe to gauge his thoughts on the matter. Having completed this task, Chen Yi proceeded to the bathroom for a shower. Enjoying a peaceful night's sleep, the absence of two lively companions left him feeling somewhat melancholic at times. Chapter 52, Luo Xinghe's Visit. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite of the Century Hotel in Jiang City, what is the outcome? Have any leads on the abyssal cult been discovered? Luo Xinghe inquired, gazing at the three middle-aged women before him. Based on communication records, we have found indications that Qin Shouxing has had contact with suspicious individuals. This surveillance footage from 4 nights ago at the Jiang City Grand Hotel shows Qin Shouxing interacting with the captain of the Jiang City Guard, Wang Yu. However, the specifics of their conversation remain unknown for the time being. Furthermore, Wang Yu himself departed Jiang City 2 days ago, and his whereabouts are currently a mystery. This is the detailed record of his bank transactions, which reveals a significant amount of unexplained income. Following this lead, we uncovered his close ties to an underground black market syndicate in Han City. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinghe's brow furrowed tightly. Coupled with the information provided by Chen Yi, it was highly probable that Qin Shouxing was involved in something nefarious. However, he had never anticipated that even the captain of the Jiang City Guard, Wang Yu, would be implicated. 2 days ago, on the first day of the assessment, did he flee the moment he discovered my presence at the Jiang City Beastmaster Academy? Or was there some unforeseen event that necessitated his immediate departure from Jiang City? The more Luo Xinghe pondered, the more muddled his thoughts became. Such clumsy tactics were hard to believe as the work of the abyssal cult. They appeared more akin to the actions of amateurs. Yet, he had personally explored that cave in the afternoon, confirming that the residual black energy was indeed from the abyssal cult. What could possibly be amiss? Was there an issue with the Qin group behind Qin Shouxing? No, at least from the data on paper, no problems have been discovered. From the perspective of the financial chain, no unexplained income or expenditure has been identified. I had the finance personnel analyze it, and nothing suspicious was found. It appears to be a normal enterprise. Then that is strange. Have I overlooked some detail? In an instant, the room fell into a heavy silence. Just then, a crisp notification sound broke the stillness. Luo Xinghe's phone buzzed with a message from Chen Yi. He glanced at it and asked, "Is the underground black market related to Wang Yu called the Black Ghost Market?" Indeed. This organization primarily engages in the trafficking of spirit beasts and operates underground spirit beast arenas, earning a notorious reputation in the vicinity of Han City, widely recognized by all. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinghe furrowed his brow slightly, once again plunged into contemplation. At this moment, Chen Yi unexpectedly received a flyer, sensing an air of peculiarity about it. "Very well, you may return to rest. As for the subsequent matters, let us dispatch an investigation team to look into it." "Sir, are you not planning to return to the family estate?" "Not for the time being. If I do return, I wish to take Shirin along." "Very well, we understand." As soon as the words fell, the 3 middle-aged women vanished without a trace. Luo Xinghe picked up the photograph sent by Chen Yi, pondering it carefully before making up his mind. Since there are no other leads at present, let us first investigate this location. The following morning, Chen Yi, still in a daze, felt a slight numbness in his hands. He attempted to move his arms, only to discover they were firmly pinned down. After several minutes, his eyes finally triumphed over sleepiness and slowly opened. It was then he realized that his hands had been commandeered as pillows by Luo Shirin and Lin Mingxue. Both girls pouted at him, wearing expressions of discontent. "Chen Yi, how could you abandon us to sleep alone last night?" "Chen Yi, do you not understand that time is precious? You squandered an entire night. What punishment do you deserve?" Chen Yi hastily defended himself. "You two were the ones who got drunk. Can you really blame me? Are you still a man?" "Exactly. We were both inebriated. Could you not take advantage of the situation?" Hearing this, Chen Yi rolled his eyes in exasperation. Were these two sisters slightly out of their minds? Were they truly aiming to enhance their rapport, or was it something else entirely? All right, I'll work overtime tonight. Will that suffice? Not acceptable. What was lost last night must be reclaimed now. Indeed, consider it a bit of morning exercise. What do you even call this early exercise? 2 hours later, Chen Yi finally managed to have breakfast. After assisting Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin in channeling the energy of the beast cores, the clock struck 3 in the afternoon. It must be said, a day in the life of a beast master flies by swiftly. It felt as though he had accomplished nothing. Yet half the day had already slipped away, which was quite disheartening. No wonder high-level beast masters are rarely seen. As the number of contracted spirit beast companions increased, he would likely have to dedicate 20 hours a day to their training, leaving no leisure time for outings. Of course, Chen Yi's sentiments stemmed primarily from the excessive beast cores consumed by the spirit beast girls, necessitating a significant amount of energy for refinement. Generally, beast masters would cultivate by grinding, typically completing the channeling of all spiritual energy within half an hour. However, by having them directly ingest the beast cores, almost no energy was wasted. Moreover, due to the large quantities they consumed at once, the accumulated spiritual energy was at least dozens of times greater than that of other spirit beasts, with the assistance of their SSS level talents. Completing spiritual energy channeling in a time frame 10 times shorter than that of ordinary beast masters was already remarkably efficient. Naturally, the consequence of this approach was that, compared to typical spirit beasts, their rate of spiritual energy accumulation was exponentially greater. Even with the increased energy demands for leveling due to their potent bloodlines, they could maintain a speed of advancement exceeding tenfold. One could say there are both advantages and disadvantages to this. After Chen Yi, Lin Mingxue, and Luo Shirin finished bathing and changed in a fresh attire, they discovered Luo Qinghe had taken a seat on the sofa at some point. Witnessing this scene, he cleared his throat softly, his expression reflecting a sense of decorum. Young ones, one must understand moderation. While cultivating rapport is indeed important, there is no need to carry on like this even in the bath, is there? Upon hearing this, Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin's faces instantly flushed crimson, and they hastily released Chen Yi's arm. Lin Mingxue rushed back to the kitchen to brew tea, while Luo Shirin, like a startled fawn, swiftly positioned herself diagonally across from Luo Qinghe, picking up a green feather from nowhere and beginning to count its splits with intense focus. It was clear they both felt guilty. Chen Yi sighed in resignation and proceeded to sit beside Luo Qinghe. Grandfather Luo, good afternoon. What sort of address is that? Let us just say afternoon. Luo Qinghe cut straight to the chase. I have not come for any trivial matter. I simply wish to inquire if you all are free a week from now. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi instinctively took out his phone to check the calendar. After a second, he remembered that he no longer needed to return to work at the marketplace. Previously, he had to time his purchases of various foodstuffs and daily necessities around promotional events. Now he found himself unencumbered by such concerns. Time truly flies. In just a week, such significant changes had occurred. Chen Yi mused inwardly, responding, during this period, we should have no pressing matters. We should be free. Luo Qinghe nodded slightly, his gaze falling upon the invitation on the coffee table. Then it is settled, a week from now. You shall visit Han City to attend this banquet at the black market. Are we going? Chen Yi expressed surprise. Such a banquet hardly seemed like an event for upstanding citizens to attend. May I ask the reason? Luo Qinghe did not withhold information, directly revealing the intelligence gathered from the previous night. After hearing this, Lin Mingxue was left speechless. Indeed, Chen Yi's suspicions were correct. This Wang Yu posed a significant problem. So, are you suggesting that Wang Yu has been looking after me for the 3 years following my parents' deaths, simply to sell me as a commodity once I awaken my advanced bloodline? There is a possibility, though I lean towards the notion that he intended to form a contract with you. However, upon witnessing your awakening of an F-grade bloodline, he likely abandoned that idea. I see. Lin Mingxue's forehead glistened with a fine sheen of sweat as she felt a wave of dread. Truly, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. Fortunately, she awakened with an F-grade bloodline, concealing her true bloodline level. Otherwise, she could scarcely imagine the fate that awaited her. Luo Shirin calmly summarized the information. So, grandfather, you suspect that this black market has connections with the Abyss cult, which is why you want us to utilize this invitation to investigate. Luo Qinghe withdrew 3 white crystals from his spatial ring and placed them on the table. His voice grave. Indeed, while there is a chance it may be a trap, I cannot afford to overlook this lead. The Abyss cult must be eradicated, otherwise, no one can predict whether the tragedy of 20 years ago may repeat itself. These 3 crystals are communication stones. Simply infuse them with spiritual energy, and I will be instantly aware of your current situation and can provide timely support. What do you say? Shall we take a gamble? This experience may serve as excellent training for you. At these words, the trio exchanged glances, needing no further discussion. Such an invaluable opportunity for experience was not to be missed. Furthermore, the invitation had already been sent to their home, indicating that an investigation had indeed been conducted on Chen Yi and his companions. It was imperative to eliminate this unsettling variable. At this moment, Luo Shirin interjected, but grandfather, since it is the black market, shouldn't you make some sort of gesture? Luo Qinghe smiled faintly, producing a bank card from his pocket. There is 1 million inside. My personal funds. Consider it your activity budget. Should you encounter any treasures during your investigation, feel free to procure them. Luo Shirin eagerly accepted the bank card, her smile brightening. Now that is more like it. Immediately thereafter, Luo Qinghe retrieved a dozen or so second and third tier Beast King crystal cores from his spatial ring and placed them upon the table. Among them were 2 second-tier ice attribute Beast King crystal cores, gifted by Lin Mo's father and Fang Xiaoya's father as a token of gratitude for saving their lives. The 2 third-tier wind attribute Beast King crystal cores were bestowed upon you by the Academy as a reward for your protection of the students. The remainder were procured from my family. With Yuqing in power, extracting resources has become quite troublesome. Upon hearing the name Yuqing, a flicker of anger flashed in Luo Shirin's beautiful eyes, though it quickly vanished. While prestigious, great families are rife with fierce internal competition, especially for someone like Luo Shirin. A woman of the main lineage who awakened an F-grade bloodline, being cast aside by the family, can happen in an instant. When collateral bloodlines seize power, they naturally bestow no special treatment upon those of the main lineage, making the acquisition of superior resources exceedingly difficult. I understand. This is more than sufficient. Good. During this period, you all must diligently cultivate. In a week, I will arrange transportation for you. Upon hearing these words, Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue were struck with astonishment. Is this the power of a great family? Even under suppression, they can effortlessly procure a dozen Beast King crystal cores. And that 1 million in the bank card feels as trivial as a mere 100. It's absurd. How many magical beast crystal cores could that buy? Once Luo Qinghe departed, the gazes of Chen Yi and the others fell upon the Beast King crystal cores on the table, their lips curving into faint smiles. With a whole week at their disposal, they were determined to refine these crystal cores to the fullest. Chen Yi, have you ever guided the energy of a Beast King crystal core before? Lin Mingxue asked with curiosity. No, but rest assured, I will not make any mistakes. It's a jest. Chen Yi possesses the SSS grade talent for energy guidance. How could he possibly falter in that regard? Upon hearing this, Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Chen Yi, I trust you. Let us not delay. Let us begin the refinement now. Indeed. Let us get started. I might as well consume it directly. All right. Without hesitation, Lin Mingxue seized one of the second-tier ice attribute Beast King crystal cores and popped it into her mouth. At that moment, Chen Yi unleashed his energy guidance, swiftly refining the Beast King crystal core. Just then, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding. The system has detected that the host is assisting Lin Mingxue in refining the second-tier ice element Beast King crystal core. The skill contained within this Beast King crystal core is Ice Arrow. Probability of successfully learning this skill, 28. The host may consume 5 enhancement points to guarantee Lin Mingxue learns this skill. Will the host consume? What the heck? Is this even possible? Truly, this is the system. Chen Yi exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. It seems like having enhancement points allows anything to be accomplished. Wait, system. Let me inquire. Can enhancement points dispel the demonic state of a spirit beast? Yes. The host can consume 25 enhancement points to activate a celestial treasure infused with light attribute spiritual energy, which will help the spirit beast dispel all abnormal states, including demonic transformation. However, please note, using this method to dispel the demonic state does not guarantee it will not return. If in the future the spirit beast cannot establish a contract with a beast master, it may revert to a demonic state. Chapter 54. Refining the Beast King crystal core. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi rolled his eyes. So it is indeed possible. I just wonder where to find a celestial treasure infused with light attribute spiritual energy. Spirit beasts capable of activating the system's favorability tasks are already rare. And Su Taotao not only possesses an SSS grade hidden bloodline, but is also adorably charming. She must not be overlooked. Nevertheless, the most pressing matter at hand is to assist Lin Mingxue in refining the Beast King crystal core. Ice Arrow is merely the most basic ice attribute technique in the skill catalog. While having more skills is always beneficial, Lin Mingxue already possesses a superior alternative, Breath of Ice, making it unnecessary to squander enhancement points on such a comparatively weak skill. I will not consume. As Chen Yi's words fell, the ice element Beast King crystal core in Lin Mingxue's mouth seemed to melt instantaneously. Like ice cream, it slid down her throat and into her stomach, sending a wave of frigid energy crashing over her. An invisible chill enveloped the entire living room, causing shivers to run down their spines. Under the onslaught of this extreme cold, a pale blue rune quietly coalesced at Lin Mingxue's brow. As time passed, the rune grew increasingly distinct, ultimately stabilizing at her forehead. So fast, has it already been refined? Luo Shirin could not help but exclaim. Having come from a prominent family, she was well versed in such matters. The spiritual energy contained within a Beast King crystal core is 100 times that of a magical beast crystal core of the same tier, making the refinement process tremendously arduous, typically requiring a significant investment of time and energy. Yet, Chen Yi accomplished it so effortlessly. What else is this man incapable of? Ding. Luo Shirin's favorability increased by 2 points. Current favorability, 82 points. Not yet. I have merely refined the spiritual energy from the Beast King crystal core. Next, I must proceed with energy guidance. Chen Yi explained, then began the energy guidance. Shirin, I cannot spare a moment. I have a favor to ask you. Speak, Chen Yi. I will assist you with anything within my capabilities. Please help me locate a person named Su Taotao. She is a streamer on Douyin and has been experiencing some mental distress recently. If possible, please keep an eye on her. Su Taotao. ISN Tishia food streamer? Alright, I understand. Although Luo Shireen felt a hint of confusion regarding Chen Yi's sudden interest in a female food streamer, she wholeheartedly supported his choice without further inquiry and immediately set about her task. There was no room for jealousy in this scenario. Influenced by the Luo family's beast master ideology, she even felt a thrill at the prospect of more contract spirit beasts surrounding Chen Yi. In this world, a male beast master's worth is measured not only by his talent level, but also by the spirit beasts accompanying him. The greater the number of contracted spirit beasts, the stronger their bloodline, the higher their tier, and the more beautiful they are, the better that beast master fares, and the more profound his background. As a member of the contracted spirit beasts, if Chen Yi thrives, her own reputation will naturally rise in tandem. The only regret lies in the fact that as the number of contracted spirit beasts increases, the affection she receives may dwindle. But compared to the peak Chen Yi is destined to reach, what does that matter? Thus, why should she feel jealous? Before long, she utilized her resources to begin gathering information about Su Taotao. After all, she was merely a female streamer without any substantial background, making it relatively easy for the Luo family to gather intelligence. In less than an hour, all information regarding her, including her activity history, was laid bare. Miss, she is currently in room 2025 at the Century Hotel. However, I sense that this girl may be in a precarious state, exhibiting signs of self-harm. Self-harm? What is going on? We seem to detect a hint of demonic energy. She is likely not far from her end. Upon hearing this, Luo Shireen paused for a moment. Is she already beginning to transform into a demonic spirit beast? Does that mean she is beyond saving? Nevertheless, since Chen Yi has spoken thus, there must be profound implications behind his words. It is imperative to keep a vigilant eye on her, even if she succumbs to her dark side. Do not allow her to end her life. Indeed, shortly thereafter, all pertinent information regarding Su Taotao was transmitted to Luo Shireen's mobile device. One can only say that the hearers weep while the listeners lament, as it is impossible not to feel heartbroken and regretful for Su Taotao's plight. It is truly tragic. However, what is perplexing is that Su Taotao's father is an SS-level beast master, and her mother is an S-level spirit beast. Such a family background is considered the pinnacle of beast master families in any city. How could they not afford to raise a child with a hearty appetite? Or could there be other reasons for her abandonment? Of course, what captures the most attention is the awakening of Su Taotao's spirit beast bloodline. It is yet another F-level bloodline. It seems she, like me and Schwer, is a younger sister whose true lineage has been concealed for certain reasons. No wonder she requested me to gather her information. Schwer experienced something similar. It seems that Chen Yi's brother could discern at a glance whether her bloodline had been hidden. What kind of extraordinary talent for beast mastery is this? It truly piques one's curiosity. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Boom. Accompanied by a surge of icy energy. All the power contained within the Beast King's crystal core surged into Lin Mingshua's body at that moment. At last, she successfully broke through to the second stage, 7th rank. Ah, is this the spiritual power contained within the Beast King's crystal core? How exhilarating. Feeling the gentle energy of the ice attribute Beast King's crystal core, Lin Mingxua stretched her body with great satisfaction. Her hair had been dyed a pure white by the power of the ice element, and the silver-white dragon horn stood proudly atop her head, exuding an unparalleled majesty. Even without entering her armed form, one could see a snow-white tail extending gracefully from her back, gently swaying with a hint of seduction, coupled with her sweat-soaked white stockings and her enchanting beauty. Every smile and frown resembled that of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, captivating all who beheld her. Truly, the phrase a beauty that could topple kingdoms may not be mere hyperbole. Have I fully manifested my powers? Lin Mingxua joyfully leapt into Chen Yi's embrace, exclaiming, "Chen Yi, thank you." A faint fragrance wafted from her lips, enveloping Chen Yi's senses. Simultaneously, the cool sensations emanating from Lin Mingxua permeated through her clothing to reach him. This chill was not uncomfortable. On the contrary, it provided an unusual sense of comfort, as if it could dispel the summer's heat. Chapter 55, Sudden Increase in Affection. Chen Yi instinctively wrapped his arms around Lin Mingxua's waist and softly said, "Congratulations, my little dragon daughter." Lin Mingxua's cheeks flushed slightly, resembling a ripe apple, as she shyly murmured, "Hee, then tonight, let Chen Yi go experience the service from the dragon daughter. Is that so? This is your promise. Naturally, you may touch the dragon horns at your leisure." Ahem. Suddenly, a light cough broke the atmosphere that was about to turn intimate. There stood Luo Shireen, arms crossed, pouting in a feigned sulk. "You too. Do you intend to leave me out? Or am I just arriving at an inopportune moment?" Seeing this, Chen Yi promptly pulled Luo Shireen into his embrace as well, gently stating, "How could that be? Shireen, your timing is perfect. It's quite late. Let us all enjoy the little dragon daughter together." Lin Mingxua pouted in retort, What do you mean by enjoying the little dragon daughter? I am not here for your enjoyment. The following noon, Chen Yi awoke languidly, still savoring the events of the previous night, the Frost Dragon night and the Qingwan night. Surely the occurrences from last night were worthy of such titles? Upon rising, his first action was to peruse the information Luo Shirin had compiled. It was indeed tragic. No wonder at nearly 22 years of age, she still resembled a lowly. The gluttonous bloodline within her required vast amounts of energy to activate. Everything consumed was transformed into energy to awaken that bloodline, leaving no room for adequate nutrition for growth. Yet even so, it could not meet even a fraction of the energy demands of the gluttonous bloodline. As one of the ancient ferocious beasts, the full potential of the gluttonous bloodline would likely surpass both Luo Shirin and Lin Mingxue. Such immense power, even if not fully activated, would result in considerable backlash, leading to her current state of darkening at the age of 22. Had Luo Shirin encountered Chen Yi any later, she too might have followed the same tragic path as Su Taotie. Chen Yi, brother, are you certain? As long as there exists a heavenly spiritual treasure containing light attribute spiritual power, you can save the spirit beast on the brink of darkening? Luo Shirin asked incredulously. Being from the Luo family, she was well aware of the rarity of treasures capable of dispelling the darkening of spirit beasts and granting them rebirth. Even for the Luo family, acquiring such a treasure would likely require significant sacrifice. Although heavenly spiritual treasures imbued with various attribute spiritual powers are also rare, they pale in comparison to such extraordinary artifacts. Chen Yi, brother, to possess such remarkable abilities? Every time she encountered Chen Yi, it felt akin to unboxing a mystery box, never knowing what delightful surprise awaited her next. Each meeting felt like merely scratching the surface of his true potential. How astonishing. Ding. Luo Shirin's affection level increased by 3 points. Ding. Congratulations, Luo Shirin's affection level has reached 85 points. Reward, 20 enhancement points. Current enhancement points, 30. What? Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, he had been contemplating how to increase the affection levels of Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin to garner more enhancement points. Last night, in his efforts to boost affection, he had persevered for 2.5 hours. Yet, both Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin's affection levels had shown no improvement. It seemed that attempting to raise affection through such means would only become increasingly challenging. Initially, he had considered preparing a grand surprise gift, hoping to enhance their affection. But he never anticipated such a sudden increase in affection. Truly, understanding a woman's heart is akin to finding a needle in the ocean. Nevertheless, this turn of events was fortuitous, as it allowed him to accumulate the necessary 20 enhancement points. Now, all that remained was to acquire a heavenly spiritual treasure containing light attributes. Unfortunately, the current head of the Luo family, Luo Yuqing, was at odds with Luo Shirin. Relying on the Luo family's power to procure such an item would likely be exceedingly difficult. Luo Qinghe had also expressed willingness to leverage his connections to attempt to reach out. For now, they could only take one step at a time. With half a month remaining until complete darkening, there should still be time. Chen Yi gazed into the eyes of Luo Shirin, who looked at him with deep affection, gently caressing her ear feathers, and smiled. Of course, when have you seen me deceive you? Chen Yi, brother, you are truly remarkable. All right, save that compliment for tonight. Chen Yi picked up a third-tier wind attribute Beast King's crystal core, saying, now, let us flaunt this third-tier Beast King's crystal core. Good. Ding. Detecting that the host is assisting Luo Shirin in refining the third-tier wind elemental Beast King's crystal core. The skill contained within this Beast King's crystal core is Wind Breath Technique. Probability of successfully learning this skill, 42. The host may consume 10 enhancement points to guarantee that Luo Shirin learns this skill. Does the host wish to consume? System. May I view the skill introduction for Wind Breath Technique? As his words fell, a skill information panel emanating a faint glow clearly appeared before him. Wind Breath Technique, 2 stars. Passive skill, slightly enhances recovery effects in windy weather. A 2-star skill? Chen Yi glanced at the skills that Luo Shirin had already acquired. Windblade, 3 stars. Song of Destruction, 7 stars. Feather Nest, 5 stars. Even the most basic Windblade skill has a higher star rating than the Wind Rest Technique. It seems this skill is rather lackluster. No consumption. Yet. As soon as Chen Yi finished speaking, Luo Shirin's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Chen Yi, the moment that energy surged into my body, I felt as though I comprehended a new skill. Huh, you learned it? What luck? Chen Yi was also quite surprised, never expecting that Luo Shirin would grasp a new skill so effortlessly. Had he spent 10 enhancement points to learn this underwhelming skill, he would have undoubtedly refused without hesitation. However, if she could acquire a new skill purely by chance, then that would certainly be a boon. Luo Shirin closed her eyes, quietly attuning to the power of her new skill. After a moment, she sighed lightly, opened her eyes, and remarked, but I feel like the skill I just learned is rather useless. It seems to be merely a passive ability, as long as it has no negative effects. Now, let us proceed with the spiritual energy guidance. Lin Mingxue, seeing this, had no intention of interrupting. After finishing their meal, she sat on the sofa, browsing the internet for details on how to better serve their beastmaster. Otherwise, Chen Yi would be complaining of back pain every day after just 1 or 2 hours. It really was quite unfulfilling. Chapter 56, Journey to Hanqing. 6 days flew by in the blink of an eye. During these 6 days, Chen Yi quietly purchased a moose cake and visited the grave of Lu Ruoyan. After all, she was his first love in this world. And it was rather pitiful that she had passed away so inexplicably. Even her dignity as a human had been stripped away. Nevertheless, one must always look forward. This could be considered a final farewell. Aside from the grave visit, Chen Yi spent the rest of his time at home, wholeheartedly assisting Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin in refining the magic beast cores and nurturing their affinity, striving to enhance their abilities as much as possible. After 6 days of diligent effort, Chen Yi's dedication finally bore fruit. Lin Mingxue successfully broke through to the 3rd rank, attaining a significant enhancement in strength. Luo Shirin also smoothly advanced to the 2nd rank, nearing the 3rd rank by just 1 step. Chen Yi himself, benefiting from the excess spiritual energy they refined, also successfully broke through to the 2nd rank, achieving a remarkable leap in overall strength compared to when he participated in the final assessment. During this process, Chen Yi discovered an intriguing phenomenon. It seemed that the probability of acquiring new skills was not solely dependent on rank advancement. Rather, the higher the rank, the more powerful the skills obtained. Thus, it appeared that low-rank Beast King cores could simply be utilized as higher-tier energy crystals, without the need to concern oneself with the possibility of learning new skills. However, at that moment, a member monitoring Su Taotao suddenly sent a report. Miss, our target Su Taotao has left the hotel. We have investigated her identity information and found that she has purchased a ticket for the 7th flight to Hanqing and is currently checking out of the hotel. A taxi is already reserved outside. I suspect she is heading to the airship docking station. Her birthplace is Hanqing, and I estimate she may have realized her impending demonization, thus choosing to return home to arrange for her euthanasia. We have also prepared a vehicle to follow her, and will keep you updated on any further developments. Upon receiving this news, Luo Shirin's heart tightened. She had initially thought Su Taotao would remain withdrawn until 1 or 2 days before her demonization, but now she had taken action unexpectedly. Chen Yi, upon seeing this message, made a swift decision to head to Hanqing. After all, they had originally planned to go to Hanqing the following day for the underground black market banquet. So departing a day early would not cause significant disruption. The 7th flight, huh? Let me check. Chen Yi quickly opened his phone and browsed the flight information from Jiangqing. In this world, a substantial number of magical beasts descend from dimensional rifts daily, resulting in a transportation system unlike that of his previous life, lacking airports, high-speed rail, and highways. Each city here relies on protective barriers to fend off magical beast incursions. However, these barriers do not extend to wilderness areas. So public facilities built outdoors are often utterly destroyed within days of completion, incurring substantial property losses. Deploying beastmasters for protection would waste significant manpower, proving impractical. Consequently, intercity transportation primarily relies on a mode of transport known as airships. Airships are typically equipped with heavy weaponry and several high-tier beastmasters to ensure safe passage during encounters with ordinary magical beasts. For over a decade, the Dragon Kingdom has not experienced any airship accidents, so safety is relatively assured. The 7th flight is scheduled to depart at 4:30 p.m. and will arrive in Hanqing in approximately 4 hours, but it is already fully booked. However, for the Luo family, this is hardly a challenge. I'll handle the ticket arrangements. Chen Yi, please inform Grandpa that we will be heading to Hanqing a day early. Got it. Meanwhile, Lin Mingxue, accustomed to independent living, had already begun methodically preparing her luggage. With a spatial ring, traveling became incredibly convenient. Luo Qinghe expressed no objections either. After all, as long as they shattered the communication stone, they could arrive in an instant. In terms of safety, there should be no significant issues. At 3:30 p.m., with the sun shining and a gentle breeze blowing, the trio arrived at Jiangqing's airship dock. Along the way, it seemed many people recognized Chen Yi and his companions, eagerly pulling out their phones to take photos. It appeared that the scenes from the previous final assessment had indeed spread. If they were to register a livestream account now, paired with Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin's stunning looks, they would likely amass 1 million followers in no time. Of course, Chen Yi had no such leisure. Who had time to be a streamer when hunting magical beasts was a much quicker way to earn money? As for Su Taotao, thanks to Luo Shirin's advanced surveillance, they soon located her position. At that moment, Su Taotao was wearing a baseball cap, her mask covering most of her face, revealing only her large, watery eyes. She was dressed in a simple white shirt and a burgundy plaid skirt, with white knee-high socks extending to her thighs, and donned a pair of little red shoes, swaying in place like a child waiting for her parents. In fact, many people approached her to ask if she was lost from her parents. Of course, there were also some dubious characters attempting to engage her, but Su Taotao deftly deflected their advances. She appeared to be behaving normally. However, only Chen Yi knew that her life countdown had dwindled to just 1 week. Considering that euthanasia needed to be arranged in advance to prevent her from transforming into a magical beast, and posing a threat to the city. It was likely that in 3 days, Su Taotao would cease to exist in this world. Her mental state seemed stable enough. Appearing to have the leisure to apply light makeup, she should be fine for the time being. Observing from a distance, Luo Shirin and Lin Mingxue analyzed Su Taotao's situation. Chen Yi nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. As long as she wasn't exhibiting signs of a mental breakdown, they should refrain from disturbing her for now. Through a series of means, Luo Shirin successfully acquired tickets for the 7th flight, with their seats situated in the same booth as Su Taotao. Opportunities for conversation will abound. Yet, Chen Yi remains blissfully ignorant of this fact. At this moment, Su Taotao has already discerned Chen Yi's presence. In truth, she has been aware of him since the instant he and his companions entered the station. Are they also bound for Han City? To think that my final journey would allow me to share a flight with Chen Yi and his group feels fortuitous indeed. I can only wonder if our seats will be in proximity to one another. Chapter 57, The Airship. Time swiftly advances to precisely 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Yi and his companions navigate the necessary procedures, entry, ticket validation, and security checks, effortlessly, arriving at the departure lounge, which bears an uncanny resemblance to the high-speed railway stations of his previous life. On the tarmac, an airship enveloped in gleaming silver steel hovers aloft, its colossal spindle-shaped hull shrouded in a layer of black-gold metallic armor. Above the vessel, several enormous gas bags resemble inflated silver-gray lungs, providing lift, while at the rear, propellers are installed to propel it forward. The bridge section and the flanking decks host multiple rotating turrets, their robust barrels protruding, offering heavy firepower for protection. However, the rust and dust clinging to the exterior suggest it has not been utilized in quite some time, indicating that such formidable weaponry is seldom needed for routine flights. Upon closer inspection, it becomes apparent that rather than a civilian airship, it would be more fitting to describe it as an armed warship intended for combat against magical beasts. On the opposite side of the airship, one can observe 10 beast masters and over 30 spirit beast maidens, all poised for action. They are likely the squad responsible for safeguarding the airship. However, their average rank is not particularly high. The most advanced spirit beast maiden is merely at level 4. Stage 8, while the least experienced is only at level 2, Stage 8. The strength of the beast masters bonded to these spirit beasts appears rather modest as well, suggesting they are not a regular military unit, but rather a hastily assembled security team. This is not entirely surprising. It is akin to a community hiring retired individuals as security guards to cut costs and maintain appearances. Given the scarcity of flying magical beasts and the absence of any air disasters in recent years, it is quite reasonable to employ amateur beast masters for such protective duties in order to economize. Chen Yi pays little heed to these details and strides directly into the cabin. Su Taotao, perhaps aware that this is her final journey, has spared no expense in reserving the most luxurious private suite, eager to indulge herself. Thanks to her generosity, Chen Yi and his companions also relish the benefits of the opulent compartment. Upon entering the lavish suite, the heavy soundproof door silently closes behind them, isolating them from the clamor outside. The lighting within is perfectly balanced, with warm yellow beams illuminating the central obsidian bar, showcasing an array of crystal liquor bottles above. 6 dark velvet sofa booths form a semicircle, with 3 on either side, their softness reminiscent of clouds, while an intoxicating fragrance wafts through the air, enveloping the senses in a delightful haze. A handsome bartender stands at the right side of the bar, ready to serve drinks, while a sweet-faced attendant at the left side of the counter offers snacks. The suite's walls are adorned with top-quality soundproof material, likely costing a fortune per square meter, epitomizing extravagance. Observing this scene, Chen Yi, with a curious expression, leans towards Luo Shirin and whispers, "If I may ask, how much does it cost to sit in this luxurious suite?" Luo Shirin smiles slightly and playfully holds up 3 fingers. 3,000. Chen Yi muses. What are you thinking? It's 30,000 per person. Goodness. Is this what the world of the wealthy looks like? Impressive. Chen Yi cannot help but exclaim. His words a testament to the grandeur of the situation. Spending 30,000 for a 4-hour airship ride is something he could scarcely imagine in his previous life. Beside him, Lin Mingxue stifles a laugh, covering her mouth. Chen Yi, in the future, this will undoubtedly be your standard mode of travel. There's no need to be so astonished. Chen Yi shakes his head with a wry smile, sighing in resignation. It's still early. I haven't even managed to support you 2 beautiful ladies yet. Where would I find the spare funds for this? Then you, dear brother Chen Yi, must work hard. Indeed. Especially refrain from constantly complaining about back pain. Girls don't wish to hear such things. With the way you both are playing, how could my back not hurt? Amidst their banter, the trio reaches their designated seats. The sofa booths are evenly divided into 4 sections, with the innermost seat reserved for Su Taotao. Just then, the soundproof door opens once more, and 4 young individuals, appearing to be in their 20s, enter. 3 young men and 1 woman, all fashionably dressed, exude an aura that clearly indicates they are of rank 3 or higher. Chen Yi's gaze is inevitably drawn to the solitary woman. Tall and strikingly beautiful, She wears a black gown that accentuates her elegant demeanor. Yet, for some reason, her Beastmaster status is listed as none. A level 3, stage 5 spirit beast without a contracted Beastmaster? Is this the luxury suite? Truly opulent. No wonder Brother Li is so affluent. I had initially reserved 7 seats, hoping to allow Tingting and the others to join us, but just moments ago, I received notification of a ticketing system error. Only 4 seats were available. The man with slicked back hair laments, clearly exasperated. How can such an error even occur? I had to pull strings to secure 3 ordinary tickets for Tingting and the others. Not to worry, your Tingting and my little ladies get along just fine. There's no need to crowd together, one of the others reassures him. Right. The last seat can go to Lily as well. The slick-haired man nods. Then turns to the only woman, ingratiatingly inquires, Lily, how do you find the ambience here? The woman named Lily smiles and nods. It's quite nice. I really like it. That is wonderful. Come, our seats are over here. The slick-haired man enthusiastically gestures, wrapping his arm around Lily's slender waist as they proceed to the booth on the right. Observing the slick-haired man's obsequious demeanor, Chen Yi begins to comprehend the dynamics among this group. The 3 men appear to be friends, likely leaving their contracted spirit beasts outside in the ordinary suites, while the lone woman likely just severed her contract with her previous beastmaster, explaining her lack of a listed master. The slick-haired man seems quite taken with her, perhaps wishing to contract her, but alas, his quota is already filled, leaving him to court her for the time being. His background appears affluent. As a level 3 beastmaster, he had originally secured luxurious seating for his 3 contracted spirit beasts, only to have them usurped by Luo Shirin's underhanded means. Thus, this predicament arose. In this regard, Chen Yi can only internally express his apologies to them. After all, proximity breeds affection. If he wishes to win over Su Taotao, he must engage in conversation. Chapter 58, The Encounter. Time ticks away. The luxurious suite grows increasingly crowded. It is not until 5 minutes remain before takeoff that Su Taotao finally struggles in with her suitcase. Her gaze sweeps around the room until she spots her seat and strides directly toward it. Excuse me, pardon me, she begins, but suddenly recognizes a familiar face. Chen Yi? What are you doing here? Chen Yi, hearing her voice, turns in her direction, a hint of confusion crossing his features. And you are? In response, Su Taotao hastily removes her mask, revealing an adorably youthful visage. I am Su Taotao. We met at the restaurant in Jiangxing a week ago. You even gave me an autograph. Oh, it's you. Chen Yi suddenly realized, a subtle smile gracing his lips, astonished by the serendipity of encountering someone here. Indeed. What an extraordinary coincidence. Su Taotao felt a surge of joy within her heart. She was aware that Chen Yi would be aboard this airship. Yet she never anticipated they would share the same booth, and even sit together. Could this truly be a fated connection? Ding. Su Taotao's favorability increased by 5 points. Current favorability, 20 points. After taking her seat, Su Taotao excitedly retrieved a signboard bearing Chen Yi's name from her suitcase, and turned her gaze towards Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin, seated beside her. Sister Mingxue. Sister Shirin, I am an ardent fan of your group. The last time you were inebriated, I couldn't obtain your signatures. Could you possibly grant me one this time? Upon hearing her words, Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin exchanged glances, their fondness for this little girl soaring to new heights. Despite being on the verge of death, she remained so optimistic and polite. Truly endearing. Of course, our handwriting may not be very elegant, so please pardon us. How could that be? Su Taotao waved her hands dismissively. Such beautiful signatures can never be deemed unattractive. Even if I were to be laid to rest, I would still take this signboard with me. If an ordinary person heard such words, they might perceive it as a jest and laugh it off. However, those privy to the truth, including Chen Yi, genuinely believed she would act on it, for she truly understood her imminent fate, fully aware that her time was limited. At that moment, Chen Yi interjected, what are you thinking? You have several decades ahead of you. That thing would have long deteriorated. Hearing this, Su Taotao chuckled. Haha, you have a point. Ding. This flight is about to commence. We kindly ask all passengers to hold onto the handrails to avoid unnecessary accidents. An announcement echoed, breaking the brief silence. Moments later, a sensation akin to an old elevator's ascent jolted through the cabin. Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin swayed slightly, instinctively grasping Chen Yi's hands. Feeling a comforting warmth, the roar of the engine erupted suddenly, and the airship began to ascend slowly. The scenery outside transformed into a flowing tapestry, ever-changing. The once mighty Jiang city gradually vanished, shrouded in mist, until it was lost from view. Only when the landscape broke through the clouds did the jarring sensation cease, replaced by a serene buoyancy. By the way, Brother Chen Yi, Sister Mingxue, Sister Shirin, I have some homemade snacks. If you don't mind, would you like to try some? Su Taotao produced a tin of macarons from her suitcase and placed it on the table. Homemade snacks by Taotao? I must try them. Hee, that's great. Su Taotao set the macarons on the table, saying, come, eat. Chen Yi took a macaron and placed it in his mouth. The delicate texture and the perfect balance of sweetness instantly blossomed on his palate. Delicious. I would love to hire you as my personal pastry chef. Hiring me would come at a steep price, you know. No worries. Chen, will undoubtedly earn a fortune in the future. A mere pastry chef's salary is insignificant. The future, huh? Su Taotao paused, a glimmer of melancholy flashing in her eyes. She too needed a future. It could even be said that he spoke thus intentionally, seeking to gauge Su Taotao's reaction. It seemed she genuinely wished to live on. The question remained, where to procure the celestial treasures of light. The four of them gathered around the table, savoring the snacks and engaging in light-hearted conversation. Before they knew it, an hour had flown by. Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin had seemingly embraced Su Taotao as one of their own, sharing amusing anecdotes without reservation, causing Su Taotao to laugh heartily. However, thanks to this, her favorability towards Chen Yi increased significantly, reaching a height of 30 points. This level of favorability could certainly be considered a solid friendship between the opposite sexes. Perhaps she truly enjoyed the lively atmosphere that Chen Yi and his companions exuded. Look, it's Huangshan. Suddenly, she pointed excitedly at the view outside, exclaiming in awe. Did you not see it when you arrived? I was seated in a regular seat without a window, so I never imagined that viewing Huangshan from above would be so magnificent. It's merely the habitat of magical beasts, after all. Naturally, Chen Yi only dared to think this internally, for voicing it would disrupt the ambience. Brother Chen Yi, Sister Mingxue, Sister Shirin, would you like some drinks? I can fetch some from the bar. I want lemon tea. Me too. I would like lemon tea as well. All right, I will bring it to you right away. However, just as Su Taotao stood up, preparing to head towards the bar for drinks, the previously smooth flight of the airship was abruptly jolted violently, without warning. The sudden turbulence caused Su Taotao to lose her balance entirely, tumbling straight into Chen Yi's embrace. I'm so sorry, I couldn't maintain my footing. It's all right. But what is happening? Did we collide with a bird? No, Brother Chen Yi, look over there. Following Luo Shirin's pointed direction, the group was taken aback by the sight before them. At the summit of Huangshan, several salamanders were relentlessly launching fireballs toward the airship, which hurtled towards them. Simultaneously, numerous flying magical beasts were assaulting the airship, intertwining with the salamanders' fireballs to create a dense net of firepower, ensnaring the airship within. Above the airship, a multitude of attacks continually rained down upon the mountain peak, the faint glow of explosions flickering in the valleys below. Various magical beast carcasses plummeted from the sky like dumplings, painting a scene of utter carnage. Due to the soundproofing of the luxury booth, the group had only seen the cross-section of the chaos and had not realized that this battle had likely commenced long ago. Chapter 59. I said I would save you. And I will. What is happening? What occurred? Look over there. Magical beasts are attacking our airship. A magical beast attack? How could that be? Wasn't it said that such occurrences hadn't happened in over a decade? Not only Chen Yi and his companions, but others within the luxury booth also sensed the anomaly. A wave of panic instantly swept through the lavish compartment. Two bar attendants seemed to have received orders to calm the affluent guests within the luxury booth. However, how could anyone calm down in the face of an imminent magical beast attack? Brother Chen Yi, this can't be mere coincidence, can it? Luo Shirin spoke with concern, her gaze shifting to Su Taotao. A magically corrupted spirit beast emits a unique aura that strongly attracts other magical beasts. This fact is unknown to ordinary people, and no measures have been taken by various nations regarding such occurrences. However, families like the Luo clan, which are renowned beast tamers, have their own intelligence networks and have certainly heard of such phenomena throughout their millennia of history. Yet, to attract magical beasts from hundreds or even thousands of meters away, wasn't that a tad excessive? Of course, Chen Yi was already aware of such matters from Luo Shirin's insights. He just hadn't anticipated that the aura could draw magical beasts to attack even from within the booth. Let's check the situation in the regular booth first. If things look dire, let's call for help from Old Master Luo. All right. Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin agreed without hesitation, rising from their seats to make room. Chen Yi reached out to grasp the hand of the still shocked Su Taotao, saying, "Come with us, we shall protect you." Upon hearing these words, Su Taotao finally regained her composure and hurriedly replied, "Yes, all right." Among those sharing Chen Yi's sentiments were the group of slick-haired men, who paused momentarily upon noticing that the three young women Chen Yi had brought along were all stunningly beautiful. This lad truly is fortunate. However, now is not the time for such thoughts. One misstep here, and they might all meet their doom. The ordinary compartment lacked soundproof walls, allowing the cacophony of the outside world to seep in as soon as the soundproof door was opened. Why must I be so unfortunate? Father, mother, I do not wish to die. Woe is me. How infuriating. Just yesterday, I had told my sister Xian that once I finished this business trip and returned to Hansheng, I would establish a pact. Why must I encounter such calamity? Is there not a guard team? Are they unable to handle the approaching magical beasts? I had seen those guards when I boarded the vehicle. They hardly appeared to be a proper military force. And now it seemed they were nothing but a bunch of inept fools. Voices of despair, lamentation, and complaints intertwined, making it nearly impossible to discern any coherent conversation. Simultaneously, the sounds of battle outside grew increasingly intense, with the clashing of metal, the roars of magical beasts, and the explosive sounds of skills echoing in a chaotic symphony. Reminiscent of an apocalyptic celebration, the rapid footfalls above on the deck hinted that magical beasts might have landed there, engaging the tamers in combat. It was genuinely terrifying. After the slick-haired men regrouped with their contracted spirit beasts, solemn expressions appeared on their faces. One of them feigned calmness, forcing a smile as he softly reassured the woman beside him. "Lily, do not worry. I will surely protect you. Once I break through to the 4th tier, we will establish our pact." However, Lily's expression remained somewhat rigid. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wished to say something. Yet all that escaped her was a vague ah or mm. After all, most beast tamers had seldom seen battle, particularly those born into wealth. The levels of their tamers and spirit beasts were merely a means of boasting, having grown up in a life of comfort. Their lack of real combat experience made it only natural for them to panic in such a dire situation. This does not bode well. Should I call for my grandfather and the others? Although we had not yet reached Hansheng, this situation clearly fell within the realm of an emergency. It would indeed be prudent to have Luo Qinghe send reinforcements. I shared the same thought. However, just as Chen Yi was about to take out his communication crystal, a tremendous roar erupted, accompanied by a violent tremor. At the rear of the cabin, a massive explosion of fire erupted. The acrid smell of smoke quickly spread, and the tempered glass of the ordinary compartment shattered under the immense force, sending shards flying in all directions. Immediately following this, the cabin tilted severely and began to plummet, an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness enveloping them. The fierce difference in air pressure mercilessly swept several individuals near the windows out into the open air. "Ah, no. I do not want to die." Chen Yi. In the midst of the chaos, Su Taotao was knocked over, losing her balance. Her petite frame was instantly swept away by the powerful pressure, drifting towards the window. "Oh no, my gluttonous little sister," Chen Yi exclaimed, nearly losing control of himself in fear. He leaped forward, reaching out to grasp her hand, which was already dangling outside the window. Yet, the pressure was still too formidable. Despite Chen Yi's impressive physique, boasting a score of 50, equivalent to 5 times that of an average adult male, he still felt minuscule against this force. As if they were both about to be flung out together. Seeing that he might soon lose his grip, Su Taotao urgently called out, "Chen Yi, let go. If this continues, you will be thrown out too." Chen Yi hurriedly replied, "You are my fan. I, Chen, will undoubtedly save your life. But I am destined to die. You need not risk your life for me. Enough of this. I said I will save you, and I will." Ding. Su Taotao's favorability increases by 20 points. At that moment, Su Taotao was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. She had never imagined that in this life and death situation, Chen Yi would unhesitatingly risk his life to save her. Though they had only met twice, why was he so determined? "Chen Yi, brother Chen Yi." Fortunately, at that moment, Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin finally managed to navigate through the crowd, seizing hold of Chen Yi and Su Taotao, who were on the verge of being thrown out. The power of their spirit beasts surged forth, pulling them back from the brink. Simultaneously, Lin Mingxue exhaled a breath, freezing all the windows to prevent anyone from being thrown out again. However, the current situation remained extremely precarious. The airship was still in freefall, and there was no way to avert disaster. They would have to brace themselves for impact. Chapter 60, The Plummet. We're saved. Thank goodness for that beautiful woman. Otherwise, I would have surely been swept away. Saved? The airship is still plummeting. Even if it doesn't explode, we will crash into Huangshan, a territory teeming with 3rd-tier magical beasts. And before help arrives, we will be devoured alive. Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck. Why must I encounter such a calamity? The ordinary passengers grumbled indignantly. They had originally hoped to reach Hansheng swiftly, enjoy a relaxing bath, and then sleep soundly. Yet reality had dealt them a crushing blow. Who could have foreseen such an occurrence? They had been assured that the airship had not experienced any accidents in over a decade. Why did such misfortune befall them the moment they boarded? At this time, Su Taotao also let out a deep sigh of relief and hurriedly thanked Chen Yi. "Thank you, Chen Yi." Chen Yi promptly interrupted her, assigning tasks. "Now is not the time for such talk. Prepare for impact. This airship is about to crash. Schwer, quickly create an ice wall to shield us. If an explosion occurs, the ice wall will help absorb the shockwave. Shirin, I dropped my communication crystal while saving Taotao. Use yours to contact Lord Luo and request reinforcements." Understood. Both women replied in unison, completing Chen Yi's assignments in less than 5 seconds. Meanwhile, Chen Yi held tightly onto Su Taotao, ensuring she would not sustain any injuries during the descent. Time passed agonizingly slowly, each second stretching out before them. With a thunderous roar, the entire cabin of the airship violently collided with the ground. The metal framework groaned painfully, twisting and fracturing under the impact. The hull crumpled like an eggshell struck by a mighty hammer, the internal structure collapsing chaotically. A massive wave of debris, a mixture of earth, grass, and metal fragments, surged outward with ferocity. Several magical beasts that had made their home here were instantly killed by the shockwave. Fortunately, the airship did not explode. thus sparing them from total annihilation. Yet, the situation remained dire. They were in the wilderness, a haven for magical beasts that could appear at any moment. Moreover, due to the impact of the crash, it was likely that most of the passengers would be severely injured. Cough, cough. Schwer, Shireen, are you both alright? We are fine. Chen Yi, you should be unscathed, right? Just a few scrapes. It should not be a significant issue. With a physique score of 50. Enduring the impact of an airship crash is manageable. Moreover, it seemed that the pilot of the airship executed a sudden brake just before touching the ground, mitigating most of the impact. Although Su Taotao, cradled in my arms, had lost consciousness, she appeared to be relatively unscathed, showing no obvious external injuries. All in all, this could be considered a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. At that moment, several crew members rushed into the cabin, urgently inquiring, "Ladies and gentlemen, are there any beast tamers of the 3rd rank or above among you? We require assistance." Upon hearing this, a chill ran through the minds of those who were still somewhat aware. In such dire circumstances, instead of first assessing casualties, the crew was directly seeking passengers to serve as reinforcements. This was a clear indication of just how dire the situation truly was. Indeed, the gravity of the situation proved to be as critical as it seemed. Noticing the silence in response, the crew member's voice instinctively rose a few notches. "Ladies and gentlemen, the situation is far from optimistic. The area where the airship has fallen is located on a plain to the west of Huangshan, devoid of any cover, and is a primary territory for 3rd rank and above magical beasts. Although the shockwave from the crash eliminated numerous surrounding beasts, others quickly sensed the disturbance and are converging here, forming an encirclement around us. We contacted headquarters for support prior to our descent, but it will take at least 10 minutes for help to arrive. We must rely on ourselves to endure this period, or we shall perish here." This proclamation sent a wave of dread among the beast tamers present. Was this not a moment of life and death? Initially, they had hoped that other beast tamers would step forward, allowing them to remain in the background until aid arrived. Who would have thought that failing to assist would result in imminent death? "I am a 3rd rank, 10th tier beast tamer." A man with slicked back hair pried open a piece of metal and stepped forward, declaring, "I am willing to join the defense team." Simultaneously, his 2 companions also stepped forward, ready to enter the fray. In such circumstances, to refrain from aiding would mean being picked off by the magical beasts one by one, a fate too dreadful to contemplate. Just then, a voice from a middle-aged woman echoed in Chen Yi's mind. "Chen Yi, I am Shui Haiyao, one of Luo Qing's wives. I am currently within your shadow, and I shall ensure your safety. I have conducted a brief reconnaissance of the surroundings and found no formidable magical beasts or signs of the enemy. You may train freely, and I will intervene should danger arise." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback. Could support truly arrive so swiftly? Moreover, to be concealed within shadows had a certain flair. Given that Wang Kurue was already a 13th rank spiritual beast, Shui Haiyao's prowess would surely not be lacking. With a guardian of such caliber, there was no need for excessive caution. "I shall join as well." Chen Yi, bearing the unconscious Su Taotao, stepped forward, proclaiming, "Though I am but a 2nd rank beast tamer, I can still contribute." The slick-haired man shot a glance at Chen Yi, his expression revealing a hint of approval. Despite appearing quite youthful, with a contract spirit beast that was a beautiful young woman, he had initially presumed him to be some pampered heir, likely to be cowardly. To his surprise, the young man exhibited such resolve. The crew member hesitated momentarily. After all, the magical beasts in this area were all 3rd rank. Could a 2nd rank beast tamer truly be of use? However, any additional strength was better than none. There was no room for selectivity now. A 2nd rank beast tamer, is it? Come forth. Your abilities are indeed needed in this dire situation. Witnessing others, mere 2nd rank beast tamers, stepping up. Several 3rd rank beast tamers hesitated for a moment before also stepping forward. "I shall fight." "Me too. Though I have just recently broken through to the 3rd rank. I believe that my 2 spirit beasts and I shall not lag behind." With the younger generation volunteering, how could the rest of them shrink back? Chapter 61. How it seems I have undervalued the situation. Thank you all immensely. The crew member exhaled in relief, no longer wasting words, and promptly led those willing to fight out of the cabin. The scene before them was grim. All present beast tamers and spirit beasts, despite having weathered countless storms, could not help but tremble at the sight. The spirit beasts engaged in battle with the magical creatures were nearly drenched in blood, truly embodying the phrase fighting valiantly. On the ground near the cabin, beast tamers lay scattered, battered, and bruised, their life force barely discernible. Originally, the presence of heavy weaponry had provided some level of protection, but with the airship's crash, those heavy weapons were rendered useless. Coupled with the increased number of magical beasts now on the ground, the situation could only be described as one of utter despair. It was no wonder they sought assistance from the passengers. Finally, reinforcements had arrived. The captain of the guard, Wang Qingyu, a 4th rank, 7th tier beast tamer, immediately issued orders upon seeing the reinforcements. "Everyone, fall in line. Now, retreat to the cabin, using the corridor as a defensive line against these magical beasts." No sooner had he spoken, Then the spirit beasts still engaged in fierce combat on the plains swiftly retreated without hesitation, scooping up their respective beast tamers and racing towards the cabin. Though the airship had crashed, its basic framework remained intact. To not utilize it as a shield against the incoming magical beasts would be sheer folly, given the current situation. The entire cabin's defense could be divided into 5 zones: the left deck, the right deck, the cabin entrance, the fractured section of the cabin, and the cockpit at the bow. Simply establishing a defensive line in these 5 zones against the magical beasts would likely allow them to endure until help arrived. Chen Yi, carrying the unconscious Su Taotie, alongside Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin, along with the slick-haired man's team and the trio of third-rank beast tamers, was assigned to the bow area for defense. After all, this area was the most spacious, necessitating the greatest manpower. Before long, the spirit beasts transformed into their armed forms, engaging in battle. For third-rank and above beast tamers, the armed form was undoubtedly the mainstream combat style. In an instant, the cries of battle, roars, and the clashing of weapons reverberated through the air, transforming the bow area into a bloody battlefield. The slick-haired man glanced at Chen Yi, curious about the nature of the spirit beasts contracted by this rich air. Chen Yi immediately called out, "Mingxue, Shirin, I entrust this to you." With that, a resounding dragon's roar and a melodious bird's cry erupted, echoing through the skies. A chilling frost intermingled with a cerulean tempest, culminating in a massive icy storm that surged forward with unparalleled might. In the blink of an eye, it shredded dozens of magical beasts into tiny crystalline fragments, scattering them far and wide. This astonishing spectacle left all present beast tamers in stunned disbelief. Wasn't he merely a second-rank beast tamer? Though the attacking magical beasts were at the initial stage of the third rank, there was still a fundamental difference from a second rank. Yet, he had eliminated over a dozen magical beasts in one strike. Surely, he hadn't misrepresented his rank. However, this was merely the beginning. Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin, being aerial spirit beasts, surged forth to engage in the hunt for magical creatures. The magical beasts that had been assaulting the airship from above now sensed a tremendous threat and dove down rapidly, launching a surprise attack on the group. Observing this, Lin Mingxue took a deep breath and unleashed a powerful breath of ice. The sky, which had been gradually enveloped in night, was suddenly submerged in a blanket of swirling snow. Under the relentless onslaught of wind and snow, the bodies of the third-tier flying beasts rapidly succumbed to the cold, freezing into exquisite ice sculptures within mere seconds. They plummeted from the sky, shattering upon impact with the ground into countless fragments. With this singular maneuver, Lin Mingxue had nearly eradicated the wave of airborne monstrosities. Meanwhile, Luo Shirin, after dispatching several hostile beasts with her wind blades, alighted upon Lin Mingxue's back, transforming into her human form. Suddenly, without any forewarning, an ethereal melody, both distant and imbued with a sense of boundless annihilation, flowed from her lips. Invisible sound waves manifested as delicate azure ripples around her, slowly expanding outward like gentle waves in water. This was the song of destruction. As the ripples traversed the air, it seemed to purify the very atmosphere. The azure ripples spread silently, and the beasts they touched abruptly halted in their tracks, their robust muscles crumbling like weathered stone, producing a crisp sound as they disintegrated. The once mighty scales, sharp claws, and lush fur quickly lost their luster, fading into dullness under the caress of the song. Soon, they transformed into fine gray dust, cascading down like delicate ash. In just a few breaths, the wilderness surrounding the ship fell into utter tranquility. Not only had the roars of the beasts ceased, but the beastmasters were also left in a state of shock, their expressions vacant, as if unable to comprehend the events unfolding before them. Could this truly be a second-tier spirit beast? A second-tier beastmaster? If so, what did that make them? Perhaps mere third-tier beastmasters? At that moment, Lily, who had not participated in the battle, covered her mouth with one hand and pointed at Chen Yi in astonishment. Wait, the ice dragon and the azure giant bird. Are you not the Chen Yi reported in the recent news from Jiang City? Upon her revelation, all the beastmasters and spirit beasts present were momentarily stunned. Recently, the incident involving fifth-tier beasts during the final assessment at the Jiang City Beastmaster Academy had sparked considerable uproar in several nearby cities. The public, while directing their ire at the academy, had also expressed keen curiosity towards Chen Yi, who had single-handedly thwarted the fifth-tier beasts and saved numerous students' lives. His exploits had become the stuff of legend within the Beastmaster community of Jiang City. Yet, in respect for his privacy, his appearance had remained undisclosed. Only those who had taken the initiative to seek him out through livestream snippets could vaguely recognize him. Of course, the average person would find such pursuits rather tedious. What they did know was that Chen Yi's contracted spirit beasts were an ice dragon and an azure giant bird. Wasn't that him? They had thought the claims circulating in the Beastmaster community were slightly exaggerated. How could a second-tier spirit beast contend with a fifth-tier one? Now, it seemed the rumors had perhaps underestimated Chen Yi's true strength. Chapter 62, The Awakening of Taotie. Chen Yi nodded slightly, calmly acknowledging, "It is I." Joy illuminated Lily's face. Wonderful. I never imagined I would meet the renowned figure from the rumors. Wang Qingyu, the captain of the Beastmaster team, soon regained his composure and commanded, "Focus. Our situation remains unchanged until reinforcements arrive." With his words, the others snapped back from their astonishment. They resumed their battle stances. Yet one had to wonder, were they even needed at this juncture? Lin Mingxue's icy breath and Luo Shirin's wind blades rendered the third-tier beasts utterly helpless, akin to mere fodder. Swiftly vanquished, their presence seemed almost superfluous. However, Wang Qingyu couldn't shake an unsettling feeling. Logically, given the formidable destructive capabilities displayed by Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin, the beasts, though devoid of intelligence, should possess an instinctual fear and retreat. Yet, these beasts continued to charge at them recklessly, their numbers increasing. There were no signs of a beast king or higher-tier creatures inciting this tide. What was truly occurring? As time passed, 10 minutes slipped by without reinforcements, and the situation grew increasingly dire. With the relentless onslaught of beasts, Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin began to exhibit signs of fatigue. Unlike their previous encounters in the assessment zone, where they at least had moments of respite, they now found themselves with scarcely a breath to spare. Maintaining such high-intensity combat, even against weaker foes, was exhausting. Thus, despite the presence of several fourth-tier beastmasters in the escort team, they found themselves overwhelmed by the sheer number of beasts, ultimately leading to the downfall of their airship. The defensive pressure at the ship's bow was somewhat alleviated by Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin's presence. Yet the conditions in the other 4 regions were dire. An ever-increasing swarm of beasts surged forth, rendering resistance futile. I can't go on. My spiritual energy is depleted. Me too. When will this battle end? Didn't they say reinforcements would arrive in 10 minutes? Where are they? Isn't Yin sitting nearby? Everyone, hold on a little longer. If any of our defenses falter, it will trigger a chain reaction, and we will all perish. I'll go to the cabin and summon some reinforcements. I'll bring all the second-tier beastmasters with me. As the situation continued to deteriorate, anxiety and despair spread through the ranks like a plague. Amidst this tense atmosphere, a faint whimper emerged from behind Chen Yi. Su Taotao slowly opened her eyes. However, the shock from the airship's descent surged through her body, bringing waves of excruciating pain. Where am I? Chen Yi looked at her, his tone unexpectedly lighthearted. The Yellow Mountain Plain, your favorite. Do you love it? Yellow Mountain Plain? Su Taotao paused, striving to recall her prior experiences. Finally, she remembered that the airship had indeed plummeted. Chen Yi had shielded her with his body, saving her life. Otherwise, given her frail constitution, she surely would have met a tragic end from such a violent impact. At this realization, a blush crept onto her cheeks as she softly murmured, "Thank you, brother Chen Yi." Ding. Su Taotao's favorability increased by 10 points. "It's nothing, just a minor act." As he spoke, an important thought suddenly struck Chen Yi. Perhaps the current circumstances presented an exceptional opportunity. An opportunity for Su Taotao to recognize her own potential. With that in mind, he gently set her down, grasped her shoulders firmly, crouched to meet her gaze earnestly, and asked, "Taotao, I have a question for you. Do you desire power?" Su Taotao was momentarily taken aback. What did it mean to seek power? Could it be true what the livestream comments had suggested, that Chen Yi's Beastmaster talent could truly enhance an F-grade bloodline spirit beast? Though she did not fully grasp the meaning of his words or understand why he had posed such a question, an uncontrollable yearning surged within her, prompting her to instinctively nod. "Yes, I want power." "Then accept this power." Without hesitation, Chen Yi activated the Spirit Beast Awakening for Su Taotao. Instantly, a warm energy flowed from his hands, continuously surging into her body. Chen Yi's palms suddenly erupted with a blazing radiance, coursing through the skin where he and Su Taotao made contact, penetrating deep into her being and striking at the essence of her wanton beast bloodline. A luminous barrier materialized abruptly, enveloping Su Taotao within its embrace. When the barrier dissipated, a charmingly fierce little lowly creature materialized before them. The petite figure of the girl was adorned with dark blue hair sprinkled with golden starlight, and atop her head, animated, curved lamb-like ears. Her eyes, clear yet perilous, gleamed in dark golden vertical slits, while mysterious cloud-like patterns graced her cheeks. A plush, soft tail, transitioning from cloud white to dark blue, served as her emotional barometer. The most potent symbol of her power lay in the swirling energy vortices on the insides of her arms, which normally resembled tattoos but transformed into black holes during combat. Despite her seemingly harmless demeanor, exuding a lazy cuteness, an incredibly terrifying devouring force emanated from her, threatening to consume the life force of everything around her at any moment. A roar resonated, reverberating deep within the souls of all present, filled with insatiable hunger. Instantly, everyone shuddered involuntarily, their legs trembling uncontrollably. All magical beasts within a kilometer radius felt an instinctive dread emanating from the depths of their bloodlines, and were compelled to prostrate themselves upon the ground. The ancient fierce beast, Taotie, had finally awakened at this moment. Name, Su Taotao, armed form. Insufficient energy within the target, unable to temporarily enter beast spirit form. Demonization countdown, 184 hours, 24 minutes, 55 seconds. Contract master, none. Bloodline, SSS grade Taotie. Level, first stage, second tier. Physique, 35. Spirit power, 60. Attributes, earth, darkness, light. Skills, devour, life drain. Affection, 60 points. Familiarity, not yet cultivated. Evaluation, ancient fierce beast Taotie, capable of devouring all life sources to nourish itself. Surprisingly, while Su Taotao's strength remained at the first stage, second tier, her attributes in armed form had undergone an astonishing enhancement. Could this phenomenon be a compensatory measure for her inability to transition into beast spirit form? Chapter 63, Life Devour. In that moment, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. The beast tamers and spirit beasts gaped in disbelief at Su Taotao. The aura emanating from her was undoubtedly that of a first-stage spirit beast. Yet, the fear originating from deep within her bloodline lingered like a shadow, refusing to dissipate. Confused glances were exchanged among the crowd, filled with both curiosity and trepidation. So powerful. It defied the heavens. What kind of bloodline is this? I have no idea. I've never seen anything like it. She appears so adorable. Yet why do I feel such fear? Me too. That inexplicable roar nearly terrified me into submission. This can't be demonization, can it? The conversations buzzed, filled with intrigue and dread regarding Su Taotao's bloodline. Feeling the surging power within her, Su Taotao herself was somewhat bewildered. Is this truly my strength? How can it be so formidable? Brother Chen Yi, what is this? Do you like my power? My power. But I am an F. Before Su Taotao could finish her sentence, Chen Yi gently placed a hand over her mouth, silencing her. He encouraged her with a pat on the shoulder. Do you see that mountain-moving creature over there? Why not test your strength against it? Use it. But that's a third-tier magical beast. Have faith. I believe you can win, and you will. At his words, Su Taotao swallowed hard, a flicker of fear crossing her features. Yet, her gaze soon hardened with resolve. After all, her life was gifted by Chen Yi. What was there to fear from a third-tier beast? All right, I'll give it a try. Taking a deep breath, Su Taotao strode toward the mountain-moving creature. A roar erupted as the beast sensed the source of the demonic aura, unleashing a deafening bellow. It opened its massive jaws, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged fiercely at Su Taotao. With its colossal claws carrying the might to shatter mountains, it aimed to crush her into a mere pancake. However, Su Taotao stood her ground, utterly unmoved. In her golden vertical pupils, there was no hint of panic, only a flicker of curiosity. For in her memory, a third-tier magical beast facing a first-stage little girl was akin to a cat playing with a mouse. There was no contest. Yet, the mountain-moving creature before her moved with an unusual sluggishness, almost resembling prey. As this thought crossed her mind, an overwhelming hunger surged within her. She couldn't help but lick her lips, a bold idea forming in her mind. Surely, this mountain-moving creature could be consumed, right? At that moment, the beast charged towards her, a claw poised to strike. Yet, Su Taotao remained calm, her form flickering as she effortlessly evaded its attack. The claw crashed into empty air, causing the ground to shatter and create a massive pit, dust swirling around. Seizing the opportunity, Su Taotao swiftly extended her small hand. Dark, golden light flashing at her fingertips as the black vortex appeared beneath her armpit, enveloping the creature. Life drain. A terrifying force akin to an invisible hand gripped the mountain-moving creature, rendering it immobile. The surging earth attribute spirit power within it, the essence of its formidable defense, began to be forcibly extracted at that moment. Its heavy rock-like scales lost their luster at a visible rate, becoming dull and fragile. The mountain-moving creature emitted a pained, horrified cry, staggering backward uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the pressure of Su Taotao's aura surged dramatically. From Chen Yi's perspective, her attribute panel skyrocketed to an astonishing height. Name, Su Taotao, armed form. Physique, 66, up. Spirit power, 104, up. It was noteworthy that many second-tier 10th-stage spirit beasts did not possess such high attributes. Yet here stood Su Taotao, merely at the first stage, second tier, boasting such remarkable stats. It was utterly outrageous. Su Taotao seemed to sense the vast gap in strength between herself and her opponent, instantly brimming with confidence. Incredible. Is this truly my power? No wonder Brother Chen Yi said I could defeat this creature. At that moment, the mountain-moving creature, realizing its strength was rapidly depleting, felt its rage ignite. Lowering its head, it charged like a battering ram, its spiked head aimed directly at her. However, this time, Su Taotao chose not to evade. Her petite fist, now enveloped in a deep golden energy, met the massive rocky head with a powerful strike. Bang! A resounding thud echoed, accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering rock. The creature's forward momentum halted abruptly, its proud spiked head cracking like a web of fractures around her fist, staggering backward several steps, its footing unsteady. Seizing the moment, Su Taotao launched another life drain. This time, Her aim was no longer to steal its power, but to claim the very life of the mountain-moving creature. The devouring force surged forth, engulfing the beast entirely. Its hard, rocky flesh, under the influence of this devouring force, crumbled as if it were a piece of marble accelerated to decay 1,000,000 times over, instantly transforming into a pile of gray rubble and powder. Blown by the wilderness wind, these fragments scattered gracefully into the air. A third-tier magical beast was effortlessly slain in such a manner. This spectacle left the other beast tamers and spirit beasts momentarily stunned. Could it be? Am I hallucinating in my final moments? A first-tier spirit beast has actually triumphed over a third-tier magical beast? And with such ease? Truly formidable. Beyond measure. Chen Yi, with a second-tier contracted spirit beast, single-handedly challenges a multitude of third-tier magical beasts, and even his first-tier spirit beast can vanquish a third-tier magical beast. Is this not absurd? Even Su Haiyao, who had always concealed herself in the shadows, ready to act, and having witnessed countless grand events, could not help but be astonished. Initially perplexed by Chen Yi's decision to send a first-tier, second-stage child to confront a third-tier magical beast, she now realized that he must have been fully aware of Su Taotao's capabilities to orchestrate such a plan. What extraordinary lineage does this spirit beast possess? With such bizarre abilities? At that moment, it seemed someone sensed an anomaly. Wait, didn't Chen Yi claim to be a second-tier beast tamer? How could he contract 3 spirit beasts? Chapter 64. A display of insecurity. Upon uttering this statement, the atmosphere on the battlefield froze for a brief moment. The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, their faces reflecting disbelief. It is common knowledge that a second-tier beast tamer can typically contract only 2 spirit beasts. Yet Chen Yi had managed to contract 3. This either meant that Chen Yi was actually a third-tier beast tamer, utilizing some secret treasure to conceal his aura, or that one of those spirit beasts was not truly his contracted spirit beast. If that were the case, as the crowd indulged in speculation, Wang Qingyu suddenly called out, "Let us not concern ourselves with others for now. We must prioritize dealing with these magical beasts." Hearing this, the crowd snapped back to reality and resumed their confrontation. Meanwhile, Su Taotao retracted her arm, the energy vortex on it gradually subsiding and reverting back to a tattoo. She tilted her little head, her fluffy tail swaying leisurely, the dark azure tips fluttering in the wind. Observing the pile of ashes swiftly scattered by the breeze, a faint smile of satisfaction graced her lips. At that moment, a singular thought echoed in her mind. How delicious! Unlike those ordinary foods that provide only fleeting pleasure at the tip of the tongue, this experience penetrated to her very marrow, making every cell in her body rejoice. It was as though she had received a mysterious power that filled her with unparalleled exhilaration. It must be said, this sensation was exceedingly addictive. However, the only concern lingering in her mind was that the devoured magical beast seemed to leave a mark of spiritual energy within her. At that point, she might need to seek assistance from others to guide it. Otherwise, this potent spiritual energy would erode her physical form. Su Taotao delicately licked her sharp tiger teeth with her petite tongue, casting her gaze toward the magical beast still engaged in battle with other spirit beasts. A flicker of longing flashing in her golden vertical pupils. Nevertheless, before all else, she had to report her triumph to Chen Yi. She hopped joyfully to Chen Yi's side, her face alight with excitement as she exclaimed, "Chen Yi, go! I did it!" Chen Yi smiled and gently patted Su Taotao's little head, softly saying, "Well done. Go on, continue seeking out those magical beasts you relish." Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, Su Taotao was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Chen Yi had suggested she challenge the mountain-dwelling beast because he believed it would be delightful for her? He had even considered this detail. How heartwarming. Ding. Su Taotao's affection level increased by 5 points. Current affection level, 65 points. Thank you, Chen Yi, go. I'll be off now. As Su Taotao dashed into battle, a satisfied smile spread across Chen Yi's face. The most formidable aspect of Su Taotao's ability lay in her capacity to consume her opponent's vitality to enhance her own strength. In such a reciprocal exchange, she could nearly overcome adversaries several tiers above her. Simultaneously, the absorbed spiritual energy could provide her with a continuous supply, akin to refining magical beast cores. With Chen Yi's assistance in guiding her spiritual energy, she would be able to level up seamlessly. This would save considerable costs on purchasing magical beast cores. Naturally, such a potent technique also bore its drawbacks. It could not inflict damage on groups like Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin. It was solely effective against individuals. In other words, she was a singular boss slayer, which would likely make it challenging to confront waves of magical beasts. Yet, this was still a remarkable strength. If she could devour the vitality of magical beasts on a large scale, the spiritual energy might overwhelm her physical form entirely. With Su Taotao entering the battlefield, the tide of battle shifted once more. It was not merely her speed in dispatching foes, but rather her presence that resembled a guardian deity, instilling fear in the magical beasts and rendering them hesitant to act recklessly. Furthermore, due to the voracious nature of her powers, she continuously consumed the surrounding energy. leading to a noticeable reduction in the demonic aura she emitted. After clearing the nearby magical beasts, it became evident that the number of approaching magical beasts had significantly diminished. The magical beast count was dwindling. Observing this, Wang Qingyu immediately ordered, "Everyone, let us put in extra effort. Once we eliminate these magical beasts, we should be able to rest." The crowd, invigorated by his words, rallied their strength to eradicate the remaining foes. 150, 20, 10. Until the last magical beast was completely consumed by Su Taotao, officially declaring victory in the aerial vessel defense battle. Gazing outwards, not a single living magical beast remained in sight. Simultaneously, several aerial vessels and flying spirit beasts were rapidly approaching from the horizon. Their delay was primarily due to the initial magical beast attack causing a disturbance, which directly resulted in a malfunction of the positioning and navigation system, leading to inaccuracies in the reported coordinates. Consequently, the rescue team arrived at the destination a good 10 kilometers away from the crash site. While this distance could be covered in mere minutes by high-tier flying spirit beasts, the lack of clarity regarding direction necessitated a carpet search, consuming considerable time. However, judging by their actions in exterminating magical beasts along the way, it seemed they had played a critical role in the drastic reduction of the attacking magical beasts. Regardless, it could be said that they were now safe. Witnessing this scene, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. "We did it. I survived. How terrifying." It was all thanks to Chen Yi. I never imagined that each of his contracted spirit beasts would be so formidable. Chen Yi, on behalf of our escort team, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance. Without your cooperation, we would have surely faced dire consequences. Wang Qingyu approached Chen Yi, his expression sincere in his gratitude. In response, Chen Yi could only manage a wry smile. "It's nothing. This is merely my duty. Moreover, if it weren't for Captain Qingyu's valiant resistance aboard the aerial vessel, I would have perished in the flames when it crashed. Thus, we owe you our deepest gratitude for saving our lives." As he spoke, Chen Yi bowed respectfully. He dared not mention that the root cause of the magical beast attack was, in fact, due to Su Taotao. After all, Luo Shirin had also stated that the aura generated during her demonic transformation, while alluring to magical beasts, could not possibly exert such a vast influence. Otherwise, she would have been stopped from boarding the aerial vessel, wouldn't she? It is precisely for this reason that, during the descent of the airship, Chen Yi refrained from allowing Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin, both of whom are flight-type spirit beasts, to carry them away from the impending catastrophe of the crashing vessel. Had they managed to escape with Su Taotao, the magical beasts would have immediately shifted their focus of attack. And any rational individual could discern that Chen Yi and his companions were in trouble. This would undoubtedly lead to a plethora of complications. Considering Su Taotao's performance today, it was indeed somewhat astounding. Regardless of the circumstances, it was evident that she bore significant responsibility for the calamity that befell the airship. As Su Taotao was his contracted spirit beast, it was only natural for Chen Yi to feel a twinge of guilt. If Su Taotao were to be captured and imprisoned, what fate would await her? Ultimately, it seems that no one had previously broached such matters. Ordinary individuals remain oblivious to the fact that a demonic aura can attract magical beasts. Chapter 65, A Gamble. Enough of this for now. Beside them, the battered contracted spirit beast, Kai Xiaoping, interjected, "Chengyu, hurry and heal me. I feel as though I might perish from this pain. My sincerest apologies. I shall attend to it at once." Chengyu exclaimed, offering several hasty apologies to Chen Yi before swiftly ushering his 4 contracted spirit beasts towards the cabin. Although they had successfully fended off the onslaught of magical beasts with Chen Yi's assistance, the majority of contracted spirit beasts had sustained injuries and required immediate treatment. No sooner had they departed than Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin, and Su Taotao gathered around. "Brother Chen Yi, how did I perform? Brother Chen Yi, what did you think of the song of destruction I just unleashed? Brother Chen Yi, you weren't injured, were you? Extremely impressive." Chen Yi praised, then gently pinched Su Taotao's cheek. "What were you thinking, Taotao? I didn't even need to fight. How could I possibly be hurt?" Upon hearing this, Su Taotao let out a relieved sigh. "Oh, that is a relief. I'm glad you're unscathed. Brother Chen Yi, have you found a new love and forgotten your old flame?" "Nonsense. You are my favorite, Shirin. And what about me? Brother Chen Yi, I was here first. I like you too, you are my utmost favorite. Now that is more like it." Watching the playful banter among Chen Yi and the 2 ladies, the surrounding beast tamers could not help but smile wryly. It seemed nearly impossible to intervene, whether a contract existed or not. This state of affairs persisted for a minute or two until the arrival of the rescue team shattered the warm atmosphere. The members of the rescue team swiftly commenced their search and rescue operations. Thanks to the presence of contracted spirit beasts, they could easily pry open the metal debris without the need for tools, extricating the trapped individuals from the wreckage. Fortunately, this disaster did not result in any fatalities. While many were left severely injured and unconscious, this was indeed a stroke of luck amidst the misfortune. In the face of both the airship's descent and the magical beast assault, to hope that no one was injured seemed almost miraculous. At present, All individuals capable of moving were transferred to another airship to continue their journey to Han City. The completely unconscious injured were taken to the nearest city for treatment, ensuring their survival. Of course, unlike the previous airship, Chen Yi found himself seated in a standard compartment. The luxurious compartments had been converted into a makeshift hospital for the lightly injured, a necessary measure under the circumstances. As soon as he settled into his seat, the other passengers of the airship flocked to him. After all, the exploits of Chen Yi and his companions during this defense battle had spread like wildfire, embellished with numerous embellishments. Requests for contact information, recommendations of personal products, expressions of gratitude for their life-saving efforts, and even introductions of daughters came from all directions. After dealing with these individuals, an hour had passed. So exhausting, Chen Yi slumped in his seat, his expression one of utter disillusionment. Managing these people proved even more tiring than battling magical beasts. How absurd. Brother Chen Yi, once you become famous, you'll likely encounter such scenarios daily, Lin Mingxue teased. You'd better think carefully about how to handle these situations. If it's all this exhausting, I truly do not wish for fame. Chen Yi stretched languidly, then glanced at the somewhat excited, yet slightly forlorn Su Taotao. The reason was apparent to Chen Yi. Despite her immense power, which should promise a bright future, she remained unable to halt the process of demonic transformation, facing imminent demise. This was akin to offering a drop of water to someone on the verge of dying of thirst in the desert, yet failing to guide them out of the sand. How could one not wear such an expression? After some contemplation, Chen Yi resolved to take a chance. He stood, patted Su Taotao on the shoulder, and smiled. Taotao, may I have a word with you? Where shall we go? The restroom, if that is acceptable? Yes, that works. Su Taotao nodded without hesitation. Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin exchanged knowing smiles, sensing that a new sister might soon join their ranks. However, these were trivial matters. Su Taotao had a delightful personality and no ill intentions, far preferable to those duplicitous women seeking affection. Yet, having found a third contracted spirit beast in less than a month, wasn't he that a bit too fickle? Once the restroom door was closed, Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin stood guard outside, preventing anyone else from entering. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Shui Haiyao seized the moment to stealthily emerge. Lin Mingxue was startled by this sudden appearance, but relaxed upon recognizing that it was a familiar acquaintance of Luo Shirin. Shui Haiyao slightly bowed. Greeting, miss. I hope you are well. Oh, it's Aunt Shui. I was wondering why no assistance had arrived for so long. After all, I am the only one capable of long-distance teleportation. When you informed father of the dire situation, I thought it was something monumental. Yet it turns out to be just this? Do you understand how expensive communication crystals are? The airship was on the brink of crashing. Was that not an emergency? Nevertheless, since you've come, you may as well accompany us to Han City. Upon hearing this, Shui Haiyao sighed deeply. Realistically, now that they were safe, there was no need for her to continue as a bodyguard. She was on the verge of breaking through to the 12th rank and had been summoned unexpectedly. However, Chen Yi was quite an intriguing individual. Perhaps a few days of adventure with him would present a different perspective. Very well, consider it a trip. But you must speak highly of me to father. Rest assured, I shall gladly assist with that. Excellent. With that, Shui Haiyao's figure vanished once more into Luo Shirin's shadow, as if she had never existed. Lin Mingxue stared blankly at the unfolding scene, only coming to her senses after a while, her curiosity prompting her to ask, Sister Shirin, is she also your grandfather's contracted spirit beast? Luo Shirin nodded slightly, replying, Indeed, she is my grandfather's 12th contracted spirit beast and the last to be bound, thus holding the lowest rank at only 11 tier 10 segments. Only 11 tier? Lin Mingxue chuckled in disbelief. It appeared that there were just over 100 beast tamers in the Dragon Kingdom who had surpassed the 10th tier, while spirit beasts numbered around 300. Yet, Luo Shirin described the 11 tier 10 segments of Shui Haiyao in merely 2 words. Is this what it means to be from the Luo family? Is this the power of the 7 dragon generals? Truly impressive. Chapter 66. Would you care to contract with me? Meanwhile, Chen Yi led Su Taotao into the restroom and locked the door. In this cramped space, the atmosphere between the solitary man and woman became palpably delicate. Su Taotao's heartbeat quickened involuntarily, and she unconsciously swallowed hard. Surely, there wouldn't be any scenes reminiscent of those found in risque novels, would there? Chen Yi observed the slightly frightened Su Taotao, a faint smile curving at the corners of his lips. He gently tapped her forehead and teased, What absurd thoughts are you entertaining? I assure you, I have no such interests. Su Taotao paused for a moment, blinking in confusion, her expression filled with curiosity. Oh, then why did you call me here, Brother Chen Yi? Chen Yi straightened his collar and approached Su Taotao, bending down to grasp her hand delicately. Taotao, let me be clear, what I am about to say is no jest, and I hope you will reflect on it seriously. You are not the worthless F-rank bloodline you believe yourself to be. Rather, you possess the ancient and formidable SSS-Rank bloodline of a legendary beast, destined to rise to the pinnacle of existence. The powers you have displayed thus far are not granted by me. They are, in fact, your own, the power of the Taotao. You must have felt a perpetual hunger throughout your life, a gnawing emptiness, haven't you? This is not due to any flaw in your physique. The Taotie inherently consumes all in existence and requires an immense amount of energy. Ordinary sustenance cannot satiate you. The reason you awakened with an F-rank bloodline is due to insufficient energy, which caused your Taotie bloodline to remain dormant. Each word from Chen Yi sent tremors through Su Taotie's heart. SSS-Rank bloodline. Such a rarity even in the Dragon Kingdom. With scarcely any spiritual beasts in the world possessing such a remarkable lineage. How could an ordinary girl like her possibly lay claim to such extraordinary power? Brother Chen Yi, you cannot possibly be jesting. In truth, Su Taotao wholeheartedly believed Chen Yi's words. Yet, the improbability of it all seemed to hover near zero, making it unfathomable that such a phenomenon could manifest in her life. Chen Yi gazed earnestly into Su Taotao's eyes. Do you trust me? Without a hint of hesitation. Su Taotao replied, I do. Then that settles it. Chen Yi smiled lightly. As I mentioned earlier, your awakening of the F-rank bloodline was due to the inability to provide the energy required by the Taotao. My strength can awaken your bloodline, just as it did when you fought against the magical beasts. So what say you? Are you interested in forging a contract with me to ascend to the heights together? As he extended his right hand, an invitation to Su Taotao, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this not the very scene she had longed for? A prince on a white steed, reaching out to her in her moment of despair, assuring her that she was not worthless, destined to conquer the world together. Chen Yi was her prince, was he not? Just as she was about to touch Chen Yi's hand, she instinctively withdrew. I'm sorry, Brother Chen Yi. I cannot enter into a contract with you. Please forgive me. However, before she could finish, Chen Yi firmly grasped her hand, which had just retreated, and spoke gently. You are not worried about the impending doom of being consumed by magic, are you? At these words, Su Taotao's pupils contracted sharply, and she looked up at Chen Yi in shock. How could he possibly know about her plight? Brother Chen Yi, how did you know? There is much I know. Chen Yi tenderly stroked Su Taotao's hair, his voice soft. You need not concern yourself with such matters. Simply follow your heart. I will shoulder all other burdens for you. If you wish to live, I will save you. If you refuse to lead a mundane existence, I will assist you. If you desire to reach the summit, I will gladly guide you there. Come now, express your innermost desires. Upon hearing Chen Yi's heartfelt words, tears streamed down Su Taotao's cheeks. She could no longer suppress her fears and threw herself into Chen Yi's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Brother Chen Yi, I don't want to die? Then that settles it. I will save you. The mere threat of magic is nothing to me. Su Taotao's tears flowed for half an hour, blinking her big, watery eyes. She gazed at Chen Yi, her voice trembling. Brother Chen Yi, is there truly a way for me to survive? Can I really keep up with you all and stand atop the pinnacle? Chen Yi gently brushed away the tears from the corners of Su Taotao's eyes and smiled tenderly. Of course, trust me. As long as you are willing, I will guide you to the heights of the world. Hearing Chen Yi's affirmative response, Su Taotao's eyes gradually brightened. She stood up and hurried to the wash basin to splash her face with water. Although her light makeup was washed away, her bare face remained so charming that it was heart-stirring, perhaps even more so than before she had applied makeup. She couldn't comprehend why she had bothered with it at all. Returning to Chen Yi, she clasped his hand tightly, as if fearing he might vanish at any moment. Brother Chen Yi, I wish to enter into a contract with you. No, please allow me to become your contracted spirit beast. I want to live. I want to ascend to the pinnacle of the world with you. Ding. Su Taotao's favorability increased by 15 points. Current favorability, 80 points. Seeing the change in favorability, Chen Yi sighed with relief internally. Had Su Taotao not agreed, he would have been at a loss for words. After all, it was quite a challenge for someone who had been a virgin just half a month ago to utter such declarations. To his surprise, he had directly surpassed 80 points in favorability. Once the contract was completed, he would receive the reward for his favorability task. Was it not? He looked forward to it. A hint of embarrassment suddenly crossed Su Taotao's face. But Brother Chen Yi, it seems unnecessary to establish a contract in the restroom, right? Chen Yi playfully flicked Su Taotao's forehead and chuckled. What are you thinking? Haven't I already said I have no such interests? Su Taotao exhaled in relief. Oh, is that so? Chen Yi took Su Taotao's hand and led her outside. Let's find a hotel in Han City and discuss it there. You should also get to know your sisters, Manhwaaudiobook and Shireen, better. Okay. Chapter 67. The Performance Evaluation of a Rich Second Generation. Upon returning to their seats, it was evident that Su Taotao had become much more cheerful, completely shedding her previous sense of restraint. She engaged in conversation about anything and everything, even delving into topics of a more risque nature. It was a revelation. Perhaps this truly was her authentic self. Brother Chen Yi, well, my figure might not be the best, so even if you enter into a contract with me, it's perfectly fine if you don't wish to cultivate a close bond. I just want to experience your care at least once a month, Su Taotao said. Her cheeks flushed as she struggled to articulate the words. Despite her incredibly cute appearance, rivaling that of Lin Manhwaaudiobook and Luo Shireen, her modest height of just over 1.5 meters, combined with a rather flat physique, unfortunately, detracted from her overall appeal. Chen Yi couldn't help but chuckle at Su Taotao's adorable yet bashful demeanor. He gently flicked her forehead and reassured her, "You're perfect just the way you are, Taotao. I would never treat anyone unfairly." "Really? Absolutely." At his words, Su Taotao's face lit up with joy, her earlier insecurities gradually fading away. The main reasons she had hesitated to enter into a contract were her insatiable appetite, which a typical household could hardly accommodate, and her deep-seated insecurities regarding her physique, especially when comparing herself to the stunning female streamers on Douyin, all of whom possessed enviably perfect figures. Her figure was such that even the most flattering photographs could not salvage it, which was indeed quite disheartening. Just as she was preparing to respond to this excitement, an abrupt voice interjected. "Chen Yi, do you have a moment? I would like to have a brief conversation." Turning to see who it was, Chen Yi and his companions recognized the man with slicked back hair from the luxurious private room. "Wasn't he called Li Ge? Is there something you need?" Chen Yi inquired. "I am Liang," he replied, handing over his business card. "I wish to discuss a potential business collaboration with you. And I wonder if you might be interested?" Chen Yi narrowed his eyes. He wasn't a shop owner. What sort of business collaboration could there be to discuss? Nevertheless, he accepted the card and glanced over the information printed on it. "You are the head of the commercial department of the Han City Beastmasters Association?" Liang smiled awkwardly, scratching his head as he explained. "To be precise, it is my father who holds that position. However, I will soon be inheriting it. And this business collaboration is crucial for my future succession, which is why I wanted to speak with you." Noticing the situation, Chen Yi gently lifted Su Taotao onto his lap. "Why don't you sit here? I hope you don't mind the presence of others." "Not at all." Liang settled down and cleared his throat. "Let us get straight to the point. You must be aware of the Beastmasters competition, correct?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yi and his companions exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what he meant. The Beastmasters competition is a grand national event held annually in the Dragon Country, drawing significant attention, typically taking place in mid-October. It was still early July, making the sudden mention of it quite perplexing. Liang seemed to sense their confusion and continued. "You may not know this, but those of us working within the Beastmasters Association are subject to performance evaluations. Of course, these evaluations are not based on sales figures, but rather on the cultivation of the new generation. If you've watched the Beastmasters competition, you might have noticed some Beastmasters draped in city emblems, right? Those individuals are the elites selected by various city Beastmaster associations to serve as representatives. Our role in the association involves selecting a new generation Beastmaster to serve as a representative, and their performance in the competition serves as the basis for our evaluations." At this point, Chen Yi and his companions finally grasped Li Yang's intention. He wanted Chen Yi to become his representative in the Beastmasters competition, thereby enhancing his own performance metrics and aiding his future inheritance of his father's position. They had heard of such arrangements before, but hadn't immediately connected the dots due to its lack of personal relevance. Chen Yi fell into contemplation. After a moment, he raised his head and asked, "Others typically select representatives only after the Beastmasters competition concludes. You have only 3 months until the event, yet are only now beginning to select a representative. May I inquire about the reason for this?" "Reasons? Must I disclose them?" Liang hesitated. "Fine, if you prefer not to share. Let me pose another question. What benefits could I expect?" Upon hearing Chen Yi's willingness to negotiate, Li Yang's heart swelled with optimism. He gestured with his right hand, forming the shape of a 7, and said with a sycophantic tone, "A 30 discount. Brother Chen Yi, whenever you purchase resources like monster crystal cores from our Beastmasters Association, I will ensure you receive a 30 discount." At this, Chen Yi and his companions rolled their eyes in unison. They had hoped for some groundbreaking offer, but instead, it was merely a discount on the purchase of monster crystal cores. Given that these cores were already limited in availability, a 30 discount would yield minimal savings, especially since it was only applicable in Han City. It would be far more beneficial to offer something of genuine value. Noticing Chen Yi's apparent disappointment, Liang quickly backtracked. "How about a 40 discount?" However, Chen Yi merely shook his head and replied coolly, "No need. We are not in dire need of money. But if you could assist me with a request, I might consider your proposal." Liang, eager to secure Chen Yi's assistance, immediately inquired, "What do you need?" "As long as it's not illegal, I will do my utmost to help." Chen Yi's prowess was nearly on par with that of a 4th-tier Beastmaster. If he could secure Chen Yi's support, the outcome of the Beastmasters competition would undoubtedly be favorable. It was imperative to strike a deal. Chen Yi calmly stated, "I seek a treasure infused with light attribute elements. As the son of the head of a commercial firm, you should be able to procure one, right? Rest assured, I will compensate you as usual." Upon hearing this, Li Yang's brow furrowed deeply. Treasures infused with elemental attributes were categorized into 7 types: light, dark, ice, fire, wind, earth, and water. Among these, those imbued with light and dark energies were particularly rare. Even his father would find it challenging to acquire such items. While treasures with elemental attributes had a higher energy conversion rate compared to ordinary monster crystal cores, their cost-effectiveness was far inferior. In fact, disregarding the aspect of skill acquisition, their value was even less than that of Beast King crystal cores. He truly could not fathom why Chen Yi would desire such a thing. After all, none of the spirit beasts accompanying Chen Yi appeared to be of the light attribute. Nevertheless, despite his confusion, he could not let this opportunity slip away. With 3 months remaining until the Beast Masters competition, Chen Yi's innate talent might allow him to grow even stronger during this period. If he could procure a treasure infused with light attribute elements within that time frame, his performance metrics would surely be secure. Chapter 68, A Frugal Blessing. 3 days? Chen Yi's statement startled Li Yang considerably. It was hardly a common item. Where could one find it in such a short span? However, looking at Chen Yi's earnest expression, Li Yang understood that further words would be superfluous. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly replied, "Very well, I will strive to acquire it for you within 3 days. Then I appreciate your assistance." Chen Yi did not harbor high hopes, viewing it merely as an additional bargaining chip. After all, Luo Qing'e, as one of the 7 dragon generals, possessed connections and status beyond the norm. Nonetheless, even after a week, he had found no trace of any light attribute treasures. It was reasonable to have low expectations from the son of a small-town merchant. Of course, even if he could not locate one in the coming days. Chen Yi had his own means to safeguard Su Taotie. The system had stated that anything related to nurturing spirit beasts could be accomplished with achievement points. By consuming 5 achievement points, he could reset the countdown for the spirit beast transformation, effectively extending Su Taotie's transformation time by about half a month. If all else failed, he could simply use his achievement points to delay until he found the item. Otherwise, he would not have dared to make such guarantees. The remainder of the journey unfolded without incident, the atmosphere calm and tranquil. Chen Yi and his companions, exhausted from their earlier battle, soon succumbed to fatigue and drifted into slumber. Around 11 o'clock at night, the announcement finally rang out, shattering the night's tranquility. "Dear passengers, the airship has arrived at Han City. Please take care of your personal belongings and disembark in an orderly manner. Thank you for flying with Harmony Airship. We look forward to your next journey." After descending from the airship, Li Yang graciously booked a luxurious suite in a 5-star hotel for Chen Yi and his companions, costing 10,000 a night. It must be said that his sincerity was indeed commendable, especially upon entering the room, where the warm decor left Chen Yi with a significantly improved impression of Li Yang. "Brother Chen Yi, Snow and I will take the second bed. The round bed is yours. Enjoy your night. Oh, by the way, with such a figure, Su Taotie, dear Chen Yi, do remember not to overdo it." After finishing her bath, Luo Shirin took Lin Mingxue's hand and dashed into the guest room, leaving Chen Yi and Su Taotie in the living room. Chen Yi's expression was slightly awkward, unsure of how to respond to Luo Shirin's words. Su Taotie shyly lowered her head. After a moment of silence, she took the initiative to speak. "Brother Chen Yi, you need not concern yourself with my feelings. Simply indulge in what pleases you." With such encouragement from her, how could Chen Yi possibly hesitate? He swiftly scooped Su Taotie into his arms and dashed into the round bedchamber. "Taotie, you are truly adorable. Brother Chen Yi, you are incorrigible, saying such things at this moment. What? Is it wrong for me to speak the truth? Very well. Tonight, I am entirely yours, Brother Chen Yi. Indulge as you wish." Ding. Su Taotie's favorability increased by 2 points. Current favorability, 82 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully establishing a contract with the spirit beast Su Taotie. The target's favorability has exceeded 80 points. Congratulations to the host for winning the heart of the spirit beast girl. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 25 enhancement points. Congratulations to the host for mastering the beast taming skill appraisal technique. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the item Spirit Beast Immortal Fruit. The following day, Chen Yi awoke to find it was already around 10 in the morning. Su Taotie had long been awake, quietly gazing at Chen Yi's sleeping face. Her eyes filled with tenderness and affection. Upon noticing Chen Yi awaken, Su Taotie beamed a sweet smile. "Brother Chen Yi, you're awake. How did you find last night?" With her hair cascading down and devoid of any makeup, Su Taotie appeared exceptionally charming. She exuded less allure, but possessed an enchanting liveliness that made one yearn to draw closer to her. Chen Yi smiled faintly and teased, "Thanks to you. I had a splendid night's sleep." This statement was indeed true. Su Taotie was very accommodating, entirely devoid of any trivialities, making the experience genuinely fulfilling. Unlike Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin, who would not relent until they had thoroughly exhausted him. "That's great. I was worried you might be dissatisfied with me." "How could I be dissatisfied? I even feel that my XP might transform me into a lowly enthusiast. But I'm not a lowly." Amidst their playful banter, the two rose from bed, dressed, and made their way to the living room. Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin had already risen and were seated on the sofa, reviewing details concerning the evening's banquet. As they saw Chen Yi and Su Taotie emerge from the room, smiles of amusement graced their faces. "Brother Chen Yi, judging by your complexion, it appears you had a delightful rest last night. You aren't perhaps a lowly enthusiast, are you?" Chen Yi raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, replying helplessly, "Could it be that entertaining both of you is simply too exhausting?" Su Taotie was the first to approach the coffee table, bowing respectfully to both of them. "Sister Mingxue, Sister Shirin, Thank you for allowing Brother Chen Yi to be with me last night. We are all sisters here. There's no need for such formalities. Tonight might not be possible, but tomorrow night, I'll take you for some thrilling adventures. All right, I shall eagerly await that. Observing the scene, Chen Yi could not help but let out a long sigh. It seemed he needed to devise a method to bolster his stamina. Otherwise, he would be facing a trial by fire tomorrow night. After breakfast, Chen Yi began assisting Su Taotao in channeling the spiritual energy previously absorbed from the devouring beast. No way. At the moment he initiated the energy guiding technique, Chen Yi was struck with astonishment. He had never anticipated that the spiritual energy imprint formed after the devouring of the beast would be so unique. Unlike the conventional spiritual energy imprints that merely served the beast itself, these spiritual energy imprints could be transmitted through a contract to other spirit beast girls, aiding them in leveling up. To put it simply, when Su Taotao devours a beast, she not only saves on purchasing beast cores for herself, but also helps other spirit beast girls save money as well. This was simply astounding. Is this truly my lucky star? What is it? Su Taotao tilted her head, her expression one of confusion. It's nothing. I just suddenly find you incredibly adorable, Taotao. Honestly, you have no idea how many times I've heard that last night, but I do enjoy hearing it. She was not surprised by Chen Yi's adept guidance technique. After all, he had even managed to rejuvenate a spirit beast of F-grade bloodline. Thus, it was only natural that he excelled in the art of energy guidance. Chapter 69, Clue to the Spirit Light, remains. What truly astonished Su Taotao was the remarkable speed of her leveling up. Moreover, the increase in strength after her level breakthrough was exceedingly apparent. It felt as though she were playing on easy mode, especially with her ears gradually transforming into beast ears, giving her an even more endearing appearance. The bloodline of the devouring beast, yet it seems I lack horns? I wonder if Brother Chen Yi will dislike me for that. At 3 in the afternoon, the energy guidance concluded. Su Taotao successfully advanced to the first stage, 10th level, and Chen Yi, thanks to her, also broke through to the third stage, 1st level. To ascend from the first stage to the third stage in just over half a month. Who else could claim such a feat? Ding dong. At that moment, the hotel's doorbell rang unexpectedly. Upon opening it, Chen Yi was surprised to find Li Yang standing there, looking extremely excited. What's the matter? Chen Yi inquired, furrowing his brow. Brother Chen Yi, I bring good news. Li Yang exclaimed, producing an auction flyer. Have you heard about the upcoming auction at the black market in Han City? This is the auction list just released by the market, and among the items is a spirit light remains, which I believe you would find quite valuable. Chen Yi took the flyer and scrutinized it closely. Aside from a few prominent spirit beasts slated for auction, all other items were displayed. The spirit light remains Li Yang mentioned was indeed among them. It truly exists? I never expected such serendipity. What do you think? Does this count as me helping you? Well, I did come to Han City specifically for the black market. However, as I mentioned before, I must obtain this item before I can agree to collaborate. Li Yang grinned mischievously. Since you are also attending the black market banquet, that simplifies matters significantly. I still have some funds in my little treasury. If your money falls short, I can assist. As long as you are willing to be my spokesperson, I can guarantee you will secure this item. Chen Yi nodded slightly. If the need arises, I will certainly request your assistance. After Li Yang departed, Chen Yi and the others burst into applause, celebrating the news. Taotao, once we acquire this item, Brother Chen Yi will have a way to prevent your demonic transformation. Your predicament will be resolved. Really? Is it truly that simple? Indeed. Just look at who Brother Chen Yi is. Chen Yi scooped Su Taotao into his arms, a teasing smile playing on his lips as he softly remarked, Taotao, remember to repay me for however much we bid. However, in the next moment, Su Taotao pulled out her phone, showcasing her bank account balance. The string of numbers was astonishing. 3 million. My goodness, is being a female streamer this lucrative? I believe I can manage to bid for it myself. Whoa. A little wealthy lady. I certainly cannot allow you to escape now. I won't run away. I will always be yours, Brother Chen Yi. Meanwhile, at the black market, in a lavishly decorated room, Wang Yu had just concluded a session of affinity training with his contracted spirit beast, wearily adjusting his trousers. He lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply and slowly exhaling a cloud of smoke. Amidst the swirling smoke, he finally found a fleeting moment of leisure to begin perusing the intelligence brought forth by his subordinates. However, as the details of the report unfolded, Wang Yu's brow gradually furrowed in concern. Chen Yi, how could this fellow possibly arrive in Han City? Does he intend to participate in the Black Ghost Market? Has he uncovered something? It remains unclear. Due to the presence of the Luo family, we dare not delve too deeply into the investigation, for fear of revealing our intentions. How vexing. What on earth is happening? Wang Yu crushed the cigarette but with ferocity, the unease within him intensifying. He had acted too hastily, leaving many traces unremoved. Discovering his arrival in Han City would not be a formidable task. However, his backing is the Black Ghost Market. Should the Jiangxing Beastmaster Association investigate this matter, it is unlikely to escalate to a point of no return. Let us consider him missing and cease further involvement. These matters are relatively minor. Yet, The crux of the issue lies in his uncertainty regarding whether Qin Shouxing and Ning Yin divulged his intent to assassinate Chen Yi before their demise. Given Chen Yi's current close ties with the Luo family, if this were to be exposed, his implication in the murder of Chen Yi would equate to an accusation of murdering a member of the Luo family. At that juncture, he would truly find himself in an irretrievable predicament, with nowhere to hide. Having harbored no further intentions towards Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue, why had he sought him out? No, that cannot be. If that were the case, the Luo family would have long ago dispatched individuals to raid the entirety of the black ghost market. It would not remain tranquil for a week. Lin Mingxue's father, Lin Xian, was once a senior figure within the black ghost market. Could it be that his old associates discovered Lin Mingxue's transformation and thus sent her an invitation to broaden her horizons at the black ghost market? Wang Yu's brow knitted tighter as he pondered, increasingly convinced of this possibility. After all, considering the Luo family's modus operandi and tactics, should they have learned of this matter, they would likely have acted without the need for evidence, and he would have perished long ago. However, this remains mere conjecture. The specifics require further investigation. Contemplating, Wang Yu inquired, "Has Chen Yi already arrived at the black ghost market?" "Not yet." His subordinate suddenly received a notification. "No. They had just departed the hotel and boarded a taxi, seemingly heading in our direction." Wang Yu nodded. "Good. Immediately inform the gatekeeper. It is imperative that we..." According to the address on the invitation, Chen Yi and his party of 4 arrived by taxi at what was purported to be a shopping mall in the northernmost part of Han City, yet the scene before them could hardly be described as a mall. The night wind whistled through shattered windows, emitting a mournful sound, as if lamenting. Enormous glass facades were riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, and several distorted metal doors stood ajar at awkward angles. The tattered ceiling allowed faint glimmers of moonlight to filter through, illuminating the dust floating in the air. A heavy scent of dust, mildew, and a faint hint of decay pervaded the frigid atmosphere, evoking a sense of suffocation. If this could be deemed a shopping mall, the backdrop would surely have to be set in a post-apocalyptic world, wouldn't it? The girls shivered in unison. This hardly appeared to be a venue suitable for hosting a banquet. Su Taotao pointed to the address on the invitation. "It states to meet on the B2 level. This does not seem to be the right place, does it?" Chen Yi smiled wryly and shook his head. "I reckon, given the state of things up here, the conditions below are unlikely to be any better." Chapter 70, Wang Yu's Test. Just then, several luxury vehicles roared onto the scene, coming to a halt by the roadside, and Li Yong and his entourage disembarked. "Ah, Chen Yi, you've arrived," Li Yong exclaimed. "Li Yong, since you're here, does that mean the black ghost market truly resides here?" "Indeed. However, my first visit was much like yours. I too believed I had taken a wrong turn." As the elevator descended slowly to the B2 level, the moment the doors opened, the spectacle before them left them awestruck. The thunderous cacophony and dazzling lights instantly enveloped them. Crystal ball lights cascaded down with radiant brilliance, reflecting off gilded decorations, crimson velvet drapes, and marble floors, exuding an air of opulence and allure. The air was thick with the rich aroma of high-end cigars, the fragrance of expensive perfumes, and the sharpness of spirits, intertwining to create a unique and intoxicating atmosphere. If one were to encapsulate this place in a single phrase, it would be a hedonistic paradise. It resembled a lavish illusion constructed from wealth and desire. No wonder the mall above was so desolate. All the excitement had congregated underground. Li Yong guided Chen Yi and his party to a bar, presenting the invitation. The suited gatekeeper accepted the invitation, scrutinizing it carefully without uttering a word. He handed Li Yong a number tag inscribed with the number 65, gesturing for him to proceed through the beaded curtain door behind him. Li Yong's 2 companions received tags numbered 288 and 289, a notable disparity in their sequence. However, upon seeing Chen Yi produce his invitation, the gatekeeper's expression abruptly shifted. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, and then, with a tone tinged with respect, he inquired, "Might you be Mr. Chen Yi?" "Indeed, that is I. Is there a problem?" Once the gatekeeper confirmed Chen Yi's identity, he retrieved a tag inscribed with the number 7, respectfully handing it to Chen Yi. "This is a VIP seat specially arranged for you by Mr. Wang Yu. As an apology to you and Miss Lin Mingxue, do let me know if you require anything further." The mention of this caused both Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue to be momentarily taken aback. What scheme is Wang Yu plotting? They had anticipated him to remain discreet, yet he had so readily revealed his identity. Chen Yi glanced at Luo Shirin, and upon their shared gaze, he confirmed that Shui Haiyao still lingered in the shadows, which allowed him to relax slightly, nodding to accept the number tag. "Are you aware that we are here to find Wang Yu?" "Not quite sure, Mr. Wang Yu merely mentioned this, and I am simply following orders." "Very well." Chen Yi mused internally. Under normal circumstances, he would never take such risks. However, with Shui Haiyao guarding him and Luo Qinghe having sent them to this location with the purpose of investigating the black ghost market, this opportunity to engage with the upper echelons of the market was one he could not afford to miss. After accepting the number tag, they passed through the beaded curtain. Li Yong immediately noticed the number tag in Chen Yi's hand, displaying an expression of surprise. Chen Yi, you wouldn't happen to have a significant background as well, would you? Background? What do you mean? The number tag. The tags for the Black Ghost Market Banquet are categorized into single-digit, double-digit, and triple-digit numbers. The fewer the digits, the more exclusive the environment of the booth, indicating the higher the status of the individual. A single-digit tag grants access to a private booth, allowing as many guests as one desires. A double-digit tag permits entry solely with one contracted spirit beast, while a triple-digit tag allows only the individual to enter. Liang elaborated, to secure a tag numbered 7, you must surely hail from a prominent Beastmaster family. Chen Yi glanced down at the number tag in his hand, increasingly perplexed. What on earth does Wang Yu intend to achieve? If this is truly a banquet of treachery, then the extravagance is indeed excessive. I see. I hadn't anticipated receiving such a number tag. The luxurious booth numbered 7 is located on the 3rd floor. I'm on the 2nd floor. If funds fall short, just contact me directly, and I will surely assist you in acquiring it. Very well, I extend my gratitude to you, Brother Liang. The banquet hall was vast, comprising 3 levels. The first level, with its triple-digit section, was arranged similarly to a cinema, with densely packed seating that allowed for almost no personal space. The 2-digit area on the 2nd floor creates an ambience reminiscent of a bar lounge, where beast tamers can sit adjacent to their contracted companions, enjoying a semblance of privacy. In contrast, the 3rd floor adopts an independent compartment structure, equipped with one-way glass and separate elevator access, ensuring utmost confidentiality, rendering it nearly impossible for outsiders to discern who occupies the space within. This layout undeniably resonates with the essence of the black market. To Chen Yi's astonishment, he observed a surprising turnout for the bidding of spirit beasts, revealing the profound darkness that permeates this world. He couldn't help but exclaim before stepping into box number 7. To his surprise, he found Wang Yu already seated inside. However, he was alone in the room, with no sign of his contracted spirit beast, nor did Chen Yi sense any malice emanating from him. Lin Mingxue, in turn, discreetly concealed herself behind Chen Yi, avoiding any direct eye contact with Wang Yu. Wang Yu, for his part, refrained from elaborating further. Please, take a seat. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to discuss a few matters before the auction commences. In response, Chen Yi decisively led the girls to sit opposite Wang Yu, fixing him with a serious gaze. What is it that you wish to discuss? Wang Yu slowly lifted his coffee cup, taking a few sips before letting out a deep sigh. He paused momentarily, seemingly deliberating on his choice of words. Then he stood up and deeply bowed to Lin Mingxue. Mingxue, there is something I must apologize for in advance. My intention in caring for you over these past 3 years was indeed driven by certain personal motives. However, I only sought to contract you, with no ulterior motives whatsoever. Your presence here indicates that you are likely aware of my identity, so I do not wish to conceal anything from you. Upon hearing Wang Yu's opening remarks, Lin Mingxue was momentarily taken aback. She had expected him to deny the matter, yet he confessed so readily. So you intend to contract me, rather than auction me off as a mere commodity? She queried, incredulously. How could that be? Wang Yu hastily gestured. Mingxue, please do not misunderstand. Even if I had such intentions, it would be impossible for me. Lin Mingxue furrowed her brow slightly, pressing further. Your status here must be quite significant then. How could it be impossible? Wang Yu, hearing her words, sighed deeply once more. He raised his coffee cup and drained it, speaking slowly. Mingxue, since you were able to locate this place, did you not also discover that the black market was indeed founded by your father? Chapter 71. Justification. Lin Mingxue's heart raced. The black market was established by my father? Wang Yu nodded slightly. Indeed, though to be precise, he was merely one of the founders. Even though your father has passed away, numerous loyalists of his still remain within the black market. Do you think I could survive if I were to bring you to the auction? Would your father's remnants spare my life? Lin Mingxue found herself momentarily speechless. Her understanding of her father was limited to knowing he was a scoundrel, his hands stained with blood, rarely returning home, and indifferent towards her. However, she had never imagined that even a place like the black market could be his creation. Very well, Mingxue, I admit this is indeed my fault, and I apologize. While I have had my own objectives, I have not wronged you over these 3 years, nor have I treated you with disrespect, have I? Now that you possess such formidable power and have formed contracts with other beast tamers, I must admit that I feel a twinge of regret. Yet, witnessing the daughter of an old friend secure a bright future brings me a sense of peace. As Wang Yu spoke, a look of wistfulness crossed his face, as if he truly felt some reluctance, yet ultimately had to let go. Lin Mingxue, possessing a kind heart, chose to believe Wang Yu's words. After all, he had indeed treated her well over the past 3 years, a fact that could not be fabricated, despite his morally dubious character. However, Chen Yi remained skeptical, sensing something amiss. Ever since his arrival, he felt as if he had been led by the nose by Wang Yu. Luo Shirin also discerned the anomaly. Being a person of action, she had little patience for Wang Yu's lengthy monologue. She abruptly produced 2 photographs and demanded, "Stop with the rambling. I only want to ask you one thing. What did you and Qin Shoxing discuss in the hotel suite the day before the final assessment?" Seeing the photos Luo Shirin presented, cold sweat trickled down Wang Yu's back. It was clear that the Luo family had conducted an investigation into this matter. However, he was uncertain about the nature of their conversation. Nevertheless, this confirmed that Qin Shoxing had likely revealed nothing. Now, he could leverage this to his advantage. Wang Yu took a deep breath, retrieving his phone to display a trending news article. International news. The Eagle Nation Beast Tamer Association has developed a specialized enhancement energy serum for spirit beasts, which, when injected. You must be aware of this news, right? Chen Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. What are you implying? Wang Yu placed his phone on the table and resumed his lengthy explanation. That night, he invited me to the suite to showcase a serum he claimed to have acquired through illicit means from the Eagle Nation. Likely the very substance mentioned in this news piece. I am unaware of the conflict between you and Qin Shoxing, but it seems he had been investigating you for some time. Once he determined that you lacked substantial backing, he devised a plan for your ex-girlfriend to inject this serum and eliminate you, while I was to tamper with the surveillance to ensure their actions went undetected. Naturally, I refused such an arrangement. Setting aside whether Qin Shoxing could meet my demands, if this were discovered, the penalties would be severe. The risk far outweighed any potential gain, and I had no desire to take such a chance. Although the deal fell through, Qin Shoxing ultimately produced evidence linking me to the black market to coerce me, which is why I remained silent until the very end. The following day, upon learning of your capability to eradicate the insect tide, I became certain that Qin Shoxing was no match for you. This matter would undoubtedly lead back to me, and I feared my illicit assets would be seized. Hence, I made my escape in advance, though I never anticipated that you would track me to Han City. One must admit, Wang Yu's narrative contained a mix of truth and fabrication, with few discernible flaws, particularly for Chen Yi. He recalled from Lu Rian's system interface that she had been injected with a substance known as beast spine essence. Could it be the very energy serum mentioned in the news? This indeed aligned somewhat with Wang Yu's claims. However, considering Wang Yu's modus operandi, it remained uncertain who truly intended to harm Chen Yi. Of course, Qin Shoxing had motives as well. After all, he had pursued Lin Mingxue in the past, and witnessing her newfound strength might drive him to eliminate Chen Yi to take her place. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Yi spoke. So, your purpose in waiting here was to clarify this matter? The critical issue remains securing the spirit light remains. Before that, it is prudent to distance ourselves from any uncertain factors, despite the numerous doubts surrounding Wang Yu. Wang Yu nodded, producing a pendant from his pocket. Mengxue, this is a keepsake from your mother. The reason I am only now presenting it to you is that I intended to give it to you post-contract. But it seems that opportunity has passed. My mother? Indeed. That is all I have to say. Now, you may enjoy the black market's banquet. With that, Wang Yu departed with an air of nonchalance. A palpable absence of murderous intent lingered in the air, accompanied by an absence of superfluous dialogue, leading Chen Yi to question the accuracy of his own judgments. His gaze flitted to the gemstone adorning Lin Mingxue's pendant, triggering his identification skill. Icefall stone, 9 stars. Capable of absorbing ice elemental energy from the air, when crafted into an accessory, it can enhance the wearer's ice attribute attack power. The system interface revealed no suspicious traces. Chen Yi's brow furrowed slightly, as he pondered. What exactly was Wang Yu scheming? Brother Chen Yi, you should wear this pendant. After all, it belonged to your mother. It would be beneficial for you, and it would be a waste not to use it. Alright, I understand. Although Lin Mingxue remained skeptical of Wang Yu's assertions, Chen Yi's word seemed to assure her of the pendant's legitimacy. As the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense, Chen Yi reached for the call machine on the table, giving it a gentle shake before cheerfully suggesting. It seems the luxurious private room offers drinks. Let us see if there's anything you'd like to indulge in. I'll inform Grandpa about this intelligence first and see what he thinks. Luo Shirin replied, promptly opening her phone to relay the details of the events and Wang Yu's statements to Luo Qinghe. Chapter 72, The Black Market Banquet. Meanwhile, upon returning to his room, Wang Yu exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. Fortunately, he had prepared extensively, anticipating the various questions Chen Yi might pose even before their arrival, thus equipping himself with appropriate responses. Had he faltered in his answers or left any doubts, the Luo family would undoubtedly have dealt with him mercilessly. His current responses, neither entirely exculpating him nor revealing his helplessness, rendered his credibility significantly more robust. Even if the Luo family were to conduct an investigation, the clues they unearthed would likely align with his narrative. Should he face repercussions for failing to disclose this matter beforehand, there would be little he could do. Yet, as it stood, such a possibility seemed rather remote. However, what perplexed Wang Yu was the demeanor and actions of Lin Mingxue, which offered no indication that she had been sent to the black market by her father's old faction. Why, then, had Chen Yi come here without reason? From where had he procured the invitation? It felt surreal, and he regretted becoming embroiled in such affairs. Had he known Lin Mingxue would awaken her F-grade bloodline, he should have first forged a contract with her, and once her useless lineage was revealed, he could have easily discarded her. Wang Yu's frustration simmered as he struck the wall with a clenched fist, his expression one of indignation. If it were an ordinary Beastmaster family, he would not have been so cautious. Yet, this time, he had entangled himself with the Luo family, a stroke of misfortune indeed. My dear, calm down, one of his companions soothed. Yes, the situation has passed. Dwelling on it serves no purpose. Once we sell this batch of goods, let us retreat to Eagle Country and avoid the troubles of Long Country, another chimed in. Wang Yu's contracted spirit beasts encircled him, offering their comfort. With Wang Yu's S-grade talent and his rank of level 7, tier 10, he would undoubtedly be the object of admiration in any country he ventured to. Enjoying considerable favor, there was no need for him to remain in Long Country, filled with trepidation and anxiety. Hearing their words, a semblance of relaxation crept into Wang Yu's tightly drawn features, gradually returning him to his usual demeanor. Indeed, it was unreasonable to assume that the Luo family would relentlessly pursue him, even across borders. Once this batch of goods was cleared, his savings would surpass 200 million. He could find a tranquil place abroad to enjoy a leisurely retirement. That is true. Wang Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. He decided to delegate the auction of the merchandise to others. Let us continue. As he spoke, a delicate blush graced the faces of his companions. For they had just spent an exhaustive 6 hours together, and now they still possessed such vitality. It was undeniable that Wang Yu was impressive. However, just as Wang Yu reclined on the leather sofa, enveloped by the warmth of laughter intertwined with soft background music, the atmosphere teetering towards a more intimate ambience, a sudden sound broke the tranquility. With a sharp snap, the lights in the room extinguished, plunging everything into darkness. The music abruptly silenced. Mere seconds later, with a crisp crack, the lights blazed back to life. Yet, to their astonishment, Wang Yu, who should have been seated on the sofa, had vanished. The 7 spirit beasts under his command also disappeared without a trace. The wine glasses remained in place, the red wine leaving distinct trails on the glass. And the cigar smoke lingered, the air still redolent with the mingled scents of perfume and tobacco, evidencing that just moments ago, the space had been alive with vibrancy. Now, however, the room lay in eerie silence, save for the ghostly emptiness of the furnishings illuminated by the lights. A careful observer might discern an incongruous shadow quietly emerging from behind the sofa. This shadow, twisting and writhing, gradually revealed a middle-aged woman, Shui Haiyao, the contracted spirit beast of Luo Qinghe. With a single strike, she had eliminated everyone in an instant, a feat truly terrifying. However, the order to eliminate Wang Yu had not originated from Chen Yi's group. Instead, it was a directive issued remotely by Luo Qinghe, who, upon receiving Luo Shirin's report, deemed it necessary. Luo Qinghe, having collected sufficient intelligence, assessed that the suspicions surrounding Wang Yu and Qin Shouxing were too numerous. However, with both Qin Shouxing and Lu Rian deceased, she could only hope to extract information about the Abyss cult from Wang Yu as a potential breakthrough. Shadow Devour. The exclusive ability of the S-grade bloodline, Shadow Claw Wolf, awakened by Shui Haiyao. Upon successfully slaying and consuming her target, she would gain access to their memories, a superb technique for extracting information. Yet, this ability was not without its flaws. Its sole limitation lay in the fact that digesting these memories required a certain amount of time, during which her power would significantly diminish. Ugh. Consuming the memories of such scum makes me feel utterly unwell, Shui Haiyao sighed in resignation, a wave of indescribable revulsion surging within her. Without hesitation, she summoned several shadow clones to begin clearing the scene. It was imperative to disguise the situation as Wang Yu having fled in a panic, thus avoiding any unnecessary complications. Fortunately, it seemed that Wang Yu had already considered such an eventuality, making the task considerably easier. Time swiftly progressed to 9 o'clock in the evening. The first segment of the black market banquet, the auction, commenced amidst the anticipation of the attendees. With a crisp sound, the lights dimmed abruptly. Bright spotlights illuminated the stage, where a man clad in a black tailcoat and adorned with a butterfly mask, accompanied by a scantily clad spirit beast woman, ascended the platform. They bowed slightly to the audience, proclaiming, "Welcome esteemed guests to our black market banquet. We extend our gratitude for your presence at this grand affair." After a lengthy introduction, the auction officially began. A woman dressed in a provocative bunny girl outfit stepped onto the stage, cradling an exquisite wooden box, which she placed on the display stand. Simultaneously, a massive screen behind her vividly displayed the detailed description of the item. Within the wooden box lay a deep red gemstone. Ladies and gentlemen, the first item up for auction today is one of the highlights of this banquet, the fiery red gemstone. If this gem were fashioned into a pendant and worn, it would bestow upon the wearer formidable fire attributes, significantly enhancing the potency of fire-based skills, rendering it an exceptionally rare piece of equipment. Without further ado, the starting bid is set at 1 million. Let the auction commence. This fiery red gemstone is indeed quite rare, and wealth alone may not suffice to acquire it. However, is a starting bid of 1 million not rather excessive? Astonishingly, a multitude of affluent bidders have joined in. 1,500,000. 2 million. 2,200,000. The cries of bidding resound in a continuous chorus. Although the auction rules do not stipulate a minimum increment, these affluent individuals appear unrestrained, raising their bids by at least 100,000 each time, with prices skyrocketing like a rocket. Chapter 73, The Bidding. After all, each person present here possesses a net worth in the hundreds of millions, if not billions. For them, such a rare treasure undoubtedly represents an enticing investment. Should a wealthy individual arise in need of this item in the future, its acquisition price would surely soar, with no end in sight. It is fair to say this is a surefire investment. Who would dare to turn away from money? Before long, this fiery red gemstone was claimed for 5 million by a wealthy woman from Box 6. Chen Yi sighed, hoping that the Lingguang Zhihai would not attract any bidders. If it were to fetch a price exceeding 5 million, its worth would be one consideration, but Chen Yi likely does not possess that much money. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item for auction is a 7th-tier Earth Element Beast King Crystal Core. This is an exceedingly rare treasure, whose value I need not expound upon, correct? Without further ado, the starting bid is set at 1 million. Let the bidding begin. Generally, most wild magical beasts are below the 6th tier. Occasionally, a 6th-tier beast may rampage, but they are swiftly dealt with by the Beast Tamer Association. Most magical beasts above the 6th tier lurk in the dimensional rifts of the African and Antarctic continents. Moreover, their level distribution is highly uneven. One might just slay a 6th-tier beast, only to encounter a 7th or 8th-tier formidable creature next. There is even the possibility of facing a terrifying Beast King-level beast, significantly raising the danger factor. Thus, beast tamers capable of exploring such perilous regions are as rare as phoenix feathers, with few in existence worldwide. The magical beast crystal cores derived from such creatures, especially the Beast King crystal cores, cannot be appraised with ordinary valuations. Soon, after an intense series of bidding rounds, this Beast King crystal core was ultimately secured for a jaw-dropping 15 million by a wealthy second-generation beast tamer. Chen Yi inwardly lamented that it was indeed poverty that limited his imagination. Spending over 10 million on a Beast King crystal core was unfathomable to him. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is a signed photograph of the renowned beast tamer Kai Kunkin, starting at a mere 100,000. Let the bidding commence. As the auctioneer's words echoed, Chen Yi nearly spewed his milk tea. The first two items were incredibly rare treasures of heaven and earth, and now suddenly, a mere signed photo of an internet celebrity beast tamer appears. What a jest. However, this development caused Chen Yi to breathe a sigh of relief. It seems not all items start at 1 million. Perhaps the starting bid for the Lingguang Zhihai will be lower. The auction proceeded swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, over 30 items had been successfully sold. Finally, it was time for the Lingguang Zhihai to make its entrance. The primary purpose of Chen Yi's attendance at this soiree was indeed for this. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Lingguang Zhihai, a type of treasure from heaven and earth, containing spiritual energy equivalent to the storage capacity of 100 third-tier magical beast crystal cores. If consumed and cultivated by a light attribute spirit beast, the enhancement effect will be even more remarkable. Therefore, without further ado, the starting bid for the Lingguang Zhihai is set at 200,000. Let the bidding commence. Upon hearing the starting bid for the Lingguang Zhihai was only 200,000, a weight lifted from Chen Yi's heart. Had it been 1 million, he would have been unable to afford it even if he sold himself. However, he knew it was too early to rejoice, as nothing was guaranteed yet. While the Lingguang Zhihai sounded magnificent, in reality, it was merely an advanced version of a magical beast crystal core. Even if consumed and cultivated by a light attribute spirit beast, its energy would not exceed that of a 4th-tier Beast King crystal core. A 4th-tier magical beast crystal core is priced at 500. Even on the black market, it might fetch 1,500, meaning 100 would total only 150,000. This is akin to the disparity between bird's nest and eggs, despite the high price of bird's nest. Its nutritional value is not vastly superior to that of eggs. The exorbitant price is more a result of speculation and its so-called prestigious image, lacking any intrinsic additional value. For others, lacking a system with such special capabilities, these attribute-infused treasures of heaven and earth do not yield additional effects. Thus, any rational beast tamer would generally refrain from bidding on such items. However, most individuals present are affluent. Their interest in the Lingguang Zhihai stems not from necessity, but rather for collection purposes. Before long, the price escalated to 1 million. Chen Yi's heart bled. Yet, there was no choice. He had to press on. 110,000. 1,050,000. Just as Chen Yi's voice fell, a voice from Box 6 immediately countered. Oh no, who on earth would spend millions on this item? 160,000. 2 million. 2,100,000. It seemed Chen Yi had become a nuisance. The buyer next door decided to splurge extravagantly this time. 5 million. The entire room erupted in astonishment. All the guests on the first and second floors turned their curious gazes toward Box 6. While the Lingguang Zhihai is rare, it is not considered high tier among treasures of heaven and earth. For collection purposes, a few dozen to 100 million should suffice, right? Yet, someone is bidding 5 million? Chen Yi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Is this madness? Spending 5 million on this item, Could it be a deliberate affront aimed at me? At that moment, Li Yang sent a message. Brother Chen Yi, do you have enough funds? I have 3 million here. Upon seeing Li Yang's message, Chen Yi's spirits lifted. Yes, please. If you have nothing you desire to bid on, lend me all 3 million. He quickly replied. After receiving a positive response, Chen Yi took a deep breath, steadied himself, and continued bidding. 6 million. This time, the hall erupted once again. Could this be a marketing ploy? The black market is auctioning off its own items, allowing its own people to bid, thereby inflating the price of a rare item hoarded in abundance. The affluent attendees here cannot possibly overlook such a marketing strategy. Yet, the issue remains. No matter how much one inflates the price of the Lingguang Zhihai, its effects are evident, and the price cannot rise indefinitely. What more can they concoct? Is it insanity to spend so much on this item? Could it be hiding some unknown secret? They are the top 10 guests, with discerning tastes and backgrounds far superior to what one might envision. I suspect these two big shots may have a grudge, having inadvertently discovered each other's identities, thus deliberately trying to trip each other up. There is certainly a possibility of that. For those large families, a few million is merely pocket change. Chapter 74. Slightly yielding to the neighboring box. Meanwhile, within Box 6, upon hearing that the individuals in Box 7 continued to counterbid, a young lady, clearly of affluent lineage, abruptly snapped her fan and inquired sharply, "Who is in Box 7? Can we find out?" She reclined elegantly upon the genuine leather sofa, her posture poised as she crossed her legs. Beneath her moon-white mink coat, her skin glowed with a porcelain-like radiance akin to the finest mutton-fat jade. Her raven locks were meticulously arranged in an updo, revealing a gracefully sculpted neck adorned with delicate pearl earrings. An innate aura of aloofness enveloped her, rendering her nearly untouchable. The air was thick with the silent, commanding presence of a top-tier conglomerate heiress, subtly disseminated with the soft rustle of her folding fan. To encapsulate her essence in a single term would be to conjure the quintessential image of a wealthy young lady frequently seen in cinematic portrayals. Indeed, she was genuinely the scion of a prestigious family. Nearby, a subordinate approached, whispering an apology. "I regret to inform you, but the identities of the top 10 esteemed guests at the black market are strictly confidential, and it would be challenging to ascertain their details in such a short time frame. However, a little patience should prove manageable. Is that so? Then let us assume he is an informed party. Continue the bidding. We must secure this item at all costs." "Yes, 7 million. At this moment, Luo Shireen hastily grabbed her phone, instructing her maid to transfer the funds. She had merely awakened an F-grade bloodline, and within the Luo family's grand lineage, one deemed a waste would hardly receive a substantial allowance. Yet, in such circumstances, any amount would suffice. 750,000. 10 million. As the bids soared, the room erupted once more in astonishment. Who could have anticipated that an item valued at merely hundreds of thousands in the market could fetch such a staggering price? Was there some clandestine secret hidden within? "Chen Yi, go. Perhaps we should reconsider." Su Taotao lamented despondently. "My life cannot possibly be worth such an exorbitant sum." Chen Yi gently pinched her delicate cheek, offering solace. "You are a priceless treasure. No matter the cost, I shall rescue you." Ding. Su Taotao's affection level increased by 2 points. Current affection level, 84 points. Chen Yi, go. But if such a sum could be spent on Sister Meng Shui and Sister Shireen instead before Su Taotao could finish her thought, Chen Yi silenced her with a kiss. Let us not forget that Su Taotao was endowed with an SSS-grade bloodline, possessing the ability to absorb magical beasts, thereby gaining vast amounts of spiritual energy to share with others. With such a talent, she could potentially save billions in the future. And considering her beauty, how could Chen Yi possibly stand by and do nothing? Yet, at that moment, he indeed had no further resources to continue the bidding. Just then, Shui Haiyao completed her tidying of Wang Yu's room. Upon her return, she was taken aback to find Chen Yi and his entourage frivolously bidding millions on a trivial item. Was it truly necessary? She swiftly slipped into the shadows of Box 6. To her surprise, the occupants of that box were acquaintances. Returning to her own box, she addressed Chen Yi. "Let us concede this to the patrons of Box 6. As long as we ascertain the item's destination, we shall have an opportunity to acquire it post-banquet. Would that not be improper? Surely, those who frequent such opulent boxes possess considerable status? Fear not. I have just observed that the patron of Box 6 is Yin Juyue, the daughter of the Yin family from Huaqing. For centuries, the Yin family has been a subordinate of the Luo clan, only establishing their independence in the past 2 decades. Shui Haiyao puffed her chest with pride, declaring, "As long as my husband intervenes, it will be effortlessly resolved." Is that so? Chen Yi exhaled in relief. With such assurance, allowing the neighboring box to prevail seemed prudent. 10 million once. 10 million twice. 10 million thrice. Congratulations to the guest of Box 6 for successfully acquiring the spirit light. Remains for 10 million. The auctioneer's tempo hastened, seemingly fearful of a bidder's withdrawal. After all, they stood to gain a commission from this transaction. Money earned is money well spent. As the staff of the black market delivered the spirit light remains into Yin Juyue's possession, a subtle smile graced her lips. It appeared her worries were unfounded. She had presumed that the patrons of Box 7 were informed parties. Likely, they were merely affluent second-generation heirs, keen to impress a certain light-attributed spirit beast, willing to squander lavishly in pursuit of their goal. Had they known the true purpose of this item, they would undoubtedly have continued bidding. Those invited to the third-floor box of the black market were, at the very least, representatives of the top elite of each city. For them, a mere 10 million was a trifling sum. Even 100 million in liquid assets would likely be readily available. To her astonishment, having prepared 300 million for this item, she had secured it for only 10 million. What fortuitous luck. Miss, congratulations. Miss, congratulations. Miss, congratulations. The surrounding attendants echoed in unison, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles, lavishing her with flattery. Yan Jiyue's ears nearly grew calloused from the incessant praise, and with a wave of her hand, she impatiently interjected, enough? Since we saved significantly on the spirit light remains, ensure you acquire all materials related to fire attributes at the next auction. Understood. Sold. Congratulations to the guest at table 111 for successfully acquiring the Mingxin herb for 750,000. Thus concluded the offerings of this evening's gala. Brought to you by the black market. Now, we shall proceed to the highlight of the event. This evening's main auction comprises 18 exquisite spirit beasts, each meticulously selected for your consideration. The black market guarantees that these spirit beasts are in their prime, certainly not discarded refuse, whether for entertainment or cultivation as combat companions. They are invaluable assets. I trust all esteemed guests have gathered here with anticipation for these headlining items. Without further ado, let us delve directly into the main event. As the auctioneer concluded, the atmosphere surged with excitement. The previous 100 items had merely served as a display of opulence for these tycoons. What truly captivated their interest were the spirit beasts. Simultaneously, the venue's lights illuminated fully. Several spirit beast maidens approached, carrying a cage draped in fine silk, slowly making their way to the forefront. With a swift motion, the silk was yanked away. What emerged was a young woman confined within the cage, clad only in a thin garment, hugging her knees, her hair disheveled, and her gaze vacant. The auctioneer raised the microphone, announcing, "The first item for bidding today is Fu Xiaodai from Linqing, 19 years of age, an A-grade bloodline, hunting phoenix butterfly, belonging to the flying unit. And she has been trained to be exceptionally obedient, ready for immediate use upon purchase. For further details, please refer to the VCR." A minute later, bidding for Fu Xiaodai commenced. Starting bid, 3 million. Chapter 75, Spirit Beast Auction. As the auctioneer's voice resonated, the large screen behind began displaying Fu Xiaodai's various data. The entire audience buzzed with chatter. This girl is rather attractive and possesses an A-grade bloodline in the flying category. Her stats are impressive. She must have formidable combat capabilities. My son is on the verge of adulthood. I wonder what bloodline he will awaken. Regardless, acquiring this girl would be a worthwhile investment. Are there really that many bidders? Alas, I fear I shan't secure her. Listening to the discussions of the affluent, Chen Yi and his companions sighed in unison, opting for a soundproof mode. Particularly Lin Mingxue, whose eyes reflected disbelief. She could scarcely fathom that her father had orchestrated such a reprehensible organization. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, Shui Haiyao gently clapped her hands. Everyone, let us maintain a calm demeanor. Your current strength is still far too inadequate. You simply lack the capacity to engage with such matters. If you wish to prevent these occurrences, you must fortify yourselves. Otherwise, all efforts will be in vain. Do not overestimate your capabilities and undertake foolish actions. Chen Yi inhaled deeply, his tone calm as he declared, I understand. In everything I do, the safety of their well-being will remain my utmost priority. I will never take unnecessary risks. As he spoke, he extended his arms, drawing Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin, and Su Taotao tightly into his embrace. Observing this scene, Shui Haiyao nodded slightly, expressing her satisfaction. Yes, this is good. As long as you possess this intent, it is already sufficient. The pace of the Spirit Beast auction had considerably slowed compared to before, not only due to the multitude of bidders, but also because each Spirit Beast's attributes required meticulous evaluation. Ultimately, Fu Xiaodai was purchased for the staggering sum of 11 million by a second-generation aristocrat on the second floor. From the sinister smile adorning his face, one could easily surmise the grim fate that awaited Fu Xiaodai. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for bid is a Spirit Beast from Yanjing, owned by Li Shaoling, who possesses an S-class bloodline. As the host introduced the next item, yet another Spirit Beast girl was presented before the audience. Chen Yi and his companions chose to feign ignorance. Shui Haiyao had also stated that such matters were beyond the Luo family's ability to obstruct. The entangled interests of the wealthy elite were complex. Even the Beastmaster Association found it challenging to intervene. If one were to believe that casually eliminating a few individuals, like Wang Yu, could halt this entire situation, it would be nothing short of wishful thinking. The black market, an ordinary underground syndicate, had developed to such a scale, undoubtedly supported by some of the most illustrious families. The loss of life could be compensated with more lives. It truly had no impact. Unless one could unearth and uproot the families behind it all for a display of force, everything would be in vain. After 2 long hours, we finally reached the last item for auction. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the final item. This particular item is quite special, a pair of twins with B-class bloodlines. Hailing from the local area of Hanqing. However, they seem to suffer from some ailments, rendering them unable to enter their spirit beast or armed forms. They are likely of a non-combat type. Nevertheless, as playthings, their beauty and figures are unparalleled, guaranteed to provide you with an extraordinary experience. As his words faded, the silk covering the cage on stage was swiftly lifted. The cold spotlight mercilessly illuminated the auction stage, revealing the twin sisters bound by chains. They wore simple dresses, their complexions pale as paper, yet their exquisite beauty and curvaceous figures remained undeniable. The crowd below erupted in excitement upon witnessing this scene. Goodness, are they actually twin spirit beasts? With such beauty, I would rate them at least a 9. However, they cannot fight. Such a B-class bloodline feels utterly wasted. No worries. Since they possess a B-class bloodline, their future offspring's bloodline level will likely be quite commendable. Given their striking looks, it's a buy one get one free deal. Wong. We'll take them for 5 million. It seems 5 million may not suffice for these sister flowers. A throng of affluent individuals brazenly scrutinized the twins on stage. Engaged in animated discussions, the elder sister bit her bloodless lower lip, her long eyelashes trembling violently as she fought back tears. The younger sister bowed her head deeply, nearly burying her face into her sister's frail shoulder. The entire scene evoked a sense of heartache and despair. The auctioneer approached the cage confining the twins. Continuing with the introduction. This pair of twins, the elder sister is named Hua Yuetong, identifiable by the tear mole on her left. The younger sister is Hua Xingtong, a name that sounds quite delightful. Due to their inability to assume spirit beast or armed forms, the testing instruments displayed garbled results, leaving us uncertain of their species and attributes. However, we have consulted beast masters with investigative talents, and these ailments are confirmed not to be hereditary or contagious. They are merely acquired manifestations of unique spiritual energy. Without further ado, the starting bid is set at 2 million. Let the auction commence. 250,000. 3 million. 4 million. The price soared rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the auction price surpassed 8 million. When the twin sisters appeared simultaneously, their charm would compound, far exceeding that of any single individual. Moreover, each sister was a paragon of beauty among the finest. In the eyes of the crowd, the previous 17 spirit beast girls could hardly compare to either of them. Yet, it seemed their bodies had weakened somewhat due to recent malnutrition. However, after a few days of recuperation, they would likely return to their former glory. Consequently, the auction venue buzzed with excitement, and bidders flocked in droves. Nevertheless, considering that these sisters could not engage in combat, merely serving as visually appealing ornaments, while a B-class bloodline is indeed high, it pales in comparison to the S-class bloodlines of other spirit beasts. If the intent is merely to utilize them for enhancing the bloodline quality of their offspring, spending 10 million on second-hand S-class bloodline spirit beasts for surrogacy might prove more economical. Thus, once the price exceeded 10 million, it was evident that the number of participants dwindled significantly. Spending several million for a mere novelty is acceptable, but investing 10 to 20 million is undeniably excessive. Originally, Chen Yi had little interest in the proceedings, choosing instead to converse with the girls beside him. However, during a casual glance, he was utterly astonished. For this pair of twins, both possessed an SSS-level hidden bloodline. Chapter 76, Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong. Name, Hua Yuetong. This target cannot enter spirit beast or armed forms. Contract Master, none. Bloodline B-class. Hidden bloodline, SSS-level White Knight Fairy. Level, 2nd stage, 10th tier. Constitution, 19. Spiritual power, 22. Attribute, light. Skill, none. Favorability, 0. Affinity, not yet cultivated. Evaluation. They have become aware of their extraordinary hidden bloodline, yet have employed incorrect methods to forcibly activate it, resulting in an incomplete manifestation, only revealing a B-class bloodline, while also leaving them with the inability to transform into spirit beasts. The White Knight Fairy wields the power of light, capable of bestowing formidable combat enhancements to allied units. Ding. SSS-level hidden bloodline spirit beast detected. The system has successfully recorded this spirit beast's information. Should the host successfully contract them and elevate their favorability to above 80 points, the following rewards will be granted. Reward 1, 35 enhancement points. Reward 2, Beast Master Skill Robustness. When the host possesses this skill, their constitution value increases by an additional 20, and their stamina recovery speed doubles. Name, Hua Xingtong. This target cannot enter spirit beast or armed forms. Contract Master, none. Bloodline B-class. Hidden bloodline, SSS level Dark Knight Fairy. Level, 2nd stage, 10th tier. Constitution, 20. Spiritual power, 20. Attribute, dark. Skill, none. Favorability, 0. Affinity, not yet cultivated. Evaluation. They have become aware of their extraordinary hidden bloodline, yet have employed incorrect methods to forcibly activate it, resulting in an incomplete manifestation, only revealing a B-class bloodline. While also leaving them with the inability to transform into spirit beasts, the Dark Knight Fairy wields the power of darkness, capable of bestowing formidable suppression to opposing units. Ding. Detected an SSS-level hidden bloodline spirit beast. The system has successfully recorded the information of this spirit beast. Should the host successfully contract it and elevate its affinity to over 80 points, the following rewards will be granted. Reward 1, 35 enhancement points. Reward 2, Beast Mastery Skill, Spirit Power Surge. When the host possesses this skill, the spirit power will increase by an additional 20. And the recovery and guiding speed of spirit power will double. What? Is it truly so easy to encounter an SSS-level bloodline? It has only been a short time since the last encounter. Chen Yi's face displayed concern as he silently lamented. The two young ladies had successfully bound their system tasks, and naturally, Chen Yi hoped to contract with them. However, the auction price had already soared to 12 million, which was rather burdensome for his finances. Chen Yi, what's wrong? Luo Shireen asked, noticing the peculiar expression on his face, her brow furrowing in concern. Chen Yi gently shook his head, offering a wry smile as he replied. It's nothing, just spotted a rather exceptional candidate. Exceptional candidate? The young ladies were taken aback, their gazes instinctively drawn to the twins on the platform. Could it be that these twins, like them, were spirit beasts whose bloodlines had been thoroughly suppressed for some special reason? And now, two of them had appeared at once. Luo Shireen furrowed her brow, seeking confirmation. Chen Yi, are you certain? Can those twins truly become strong under your talent enhancement? Chen Yi nodded, affirming. I cannot guarantee how strong they will become, but they indeed share the hidden SSS-level bloodline like you. I see, the young lady sighed softly, fully aware of the torment of being mired in despair and the deep yearning for a helping hand. Yet now, the pressure of two competitors was palpable. Moreover, the price exceeding 1 million was not feasible for them at present. Su Taodao's savings had already been fully invested. Lin Mingxue, despite her affluent background, had most of her assets tied up in fixed investments, leaving her with only a 6-figure liquid capital, and Luo Shireen, though born into a prestigious family, had received minimal financial resources due to her prior awakening of an F-level bloodline. Even when combined with Li Yang's funds, their total barely surpassed 10 million. This meager sum was insufficient even for bidding. 15 million. Just as Chen Yi and his companions were mired in their dilemma, the bidding for the Hua sisters had reached 15 million. Aside from the previous S-level bloodline spirit beast fetching 50 million. The price for these sisters was the highest at that moment, revealing their immense allure. Shui Haiyao had been listening quietly in the shadows, and a deep sigh escaped her lips. She silently picked up her phone and dialed Luo Qinghe. Since these sisters were indeed exceptional spirit beasts and Chen Yi possessed the ability to awaken their powers, it would be prudent to acquire them. One rescue is better than none. Is it true? Did Chen Yi really say that? An SSS-level bloodline. Luo Qinghe murmured in disbelief. Could it be that SSS-level bloodline spirit beasts were numerous? Yet, most were hidden due to various constraints. In less than a month, encountering 5 SSS-level bloodline spirit beasts seemed almost miraculous. Indeed, he spoke those words himself. After a moment's thought, Luo Qinghe responded. Please take my card to Chen Yi. That card? Didn't you say the funds were reserved for Shireen's return to the family? Precisely. The time has come to utilize it. If Chen Yi can contract more SSS-level bloodline spirit beasts, Shireen's standing will surely rise, aiding her future return to the family. Moreover, it won't require much. I have matters to attend to, so you may return afterwards. Understood. Shui Haiyao refrained from further inquiries, swiftly making her way to Luo Qinghe's residence. However, unlike usual, the estate seemed unusually bustling today, with even the attendants and sisters absent. Was a significant figure in attendance? A flicker of curiosity surged within her, but she quickly dismissed it. Securing funds for bidding was paramount. In a mere 10 seconds, Shui Haiyao returned to the private room and handed the bank card to Chen Yi. Chen Yi looked at her in confusion, asking, what is this? With a slight smile, Shui Haiyao replied, since you believe those twins are worth cultivating, use the funds in this card for the bidding. Do not concern yourself with the expenditure. Chen Yi was taken aback by her words. Could it be that Shui Haiyao had pilfered this card from somewhere? After all, with her ability for long-distance teleportation, it wouldn't be surprising if she had acquired something illicit. 20 million. The auctioneer's voice resounded throughout the banquet hall once more. Chen Yi had no time to ponder. Even if it were a black card, he had to use it. 20 million. Excellent. Has anyone else in the audience any desire to raise their bid? 20 million once. 20 million twice. The price had already exceeded many people's expectations. Whether one possessed the money was one thing. The willingness to spend such a sum was another. Even the rich young heir who had previously bid 9 million felt a wave of relief upon hearing Chen Yi's willingness to increase his bid. Fortunately, someone had stepped in. Otherwise, spending so much on 2 vases would have felt like a significant loss. Had it not been for a moment of impulsiveness, he would never have considered bidding on the twins. 20 million for the 3rd time. Congratulations to Box 7. The auctioneer's words had barely left his lips when a voice interrupted. Wait, I bid 25 million. This sudden bid sent a ripple of commotion through the crowd. Hadn't this individual just spent 10 million on the Lingguan corpse? Now they were willing to invest so much in the twins. Was there truly a conflict with the bidder from Box 7? Upon hearing that it was Yin Zhuyue from Box 6 causing the disruption, Chen Yi nearly spewed blood in frustration. What on earth is wrong with you? Aren't you the eldest daughter of the Yin family, a spirit beast? What do you want with bidding on spirit beasts? Surely you aren't a blooming flower. Yet, there was no alternative. The bidding had to continue. 26 million. However, Yin Zhuyue showed no signs of backing down. 30 million. 35. Before Chen Yi could finish his sentence, Yin Zhuyue resolutely continued to raise her bid. 40 million. This pair of sisters belongs to me. No one else shall compete. Chen Yi's vision darkened. This girl had previously shown no interest in bidding. Why was she suddenly bidding against him? Was she truly targeting him? In truth, that was indeed the case. Before Chen Yi's bid, Yin Zhuyue had no interest in auctioning spirit beasts. After all, she herself was a spirit beast and not a blooming flower. The Yin family lacked other talented beast masters. So acquiring spirit beasts would be sheer waste. The reason she engaged in bidding was that, just moments ago, her subordinates had finally uncovered the identity of the owner of Box 7. Upon discovering it was none other than the recently renowned Chen Yi, her interest was piqued. After all, one of the rumors about Chen Yi that had been trending online was that Lin Mingxue, who had contracted with Chen Yi, had previously been revealed to be an F-level spirit beast. This news has stirred up a considerable uproar within the Beastmasters community, prompting a flurry of speculation regarding its underlying reasons. Following an extensive investigation, it was revealed that Lin Mingxue's father is one of the founders of the Black Ghost Market, a distinguished S-rank Beastmaster named Lin Xian. Her mother, the daughter of the influential Lung family and the covert proprietor of the Black Ghost Market, is Lung Ningxuan, also an S-rank spirit beast. This peculiar scenario mirrors her own circumstances perfectly. Despite having an S-rank Beastmaster for a father and an S-rank spirit beast for a mother, she emerged as a mere F-rank failure. However, fortune smiled upon her with the revelation that her elder sister, Yin Qiuya, married into the Gongsun family, which boasts an ancestral beast master whose extraordinary ability allows him to perceive the flaws of other spirit beasts. He swiftly concluded that Yin Zhuyue currently possesses an incomplete bloodline. Yet, the precise cause of this anomaly and the means to awaken her true bloodline remain elusive. Nonetheless, this revelation served as a beacon of hope, sparing Yin Zhuyue from the fate of being cast aside by her family. The Yin family has since exerted great effort to explore various methods to awaken her authentic bloodline. Although these attempts yielded some results, they were far from remarkable. Over the course of 5 years, Yin Zhuyue's prowess barely ascended from F rank to C rank, still falling short of the family's expectations. Coincidentally, at this juncture, her parents learned of a spirit beast from the Tianzhu kingdom that faced a similar predicament. That spirit beast successfully activated its bloodline through the 5 elements secret realm located at the border of the two nations. Presently, that spirit beast has achieved the status of an SS rank. To activate the 5 elements formation within the secret realm, 5 types of medium, spirit light remains, storm remains, rain condensation remains, flame remains, and earth remains, are required. Currently, the Yin family has managed to gather 4 of these crucial items, which is why they are willing to invest 300 million to acquire the spirit light remains. However, the situation has since changed. Given that Chen Yi was able to assist the F-rank Lin Mingxue in awakening her transformation into a dragon, it is conceivable that he could do the same for her. Perhaps there would be no need to activate the cumbersome 5 elements formation after all. Thus, she resolved to acquire the twins that Chen Yi had his eye on, intending to use them as leverage in her negotiations. Regardless of the cost, she is determined to shed her identity as a failure. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the bid for the 6th box reach 40 million, Chen Yi shook his head in resignation and gently set down the bidding device. As per Shui Haiyao's words, there are 10 billion in cash in his account, a sum accumulated by Luo Qinghe over many years. Should he continue to bid, his chances of victory would still be substantial. However, he deemed it unnecessary to persist. After all, negotiations regarding the spirit light remains would need to take place next door. An internal strife was unwarranted at this juncture. 40 million, 3 times. Congratulations to the guests of the 6th box for successfully acquiring Hua Yuedong and Hua Xingtong. The first phase of tonight's auction has concluded splendidly. On behalf of the Black Ghost Market, I extend my gratitude for your support. The second phase of the banquet is set to commence. However, Chen Yi did not intend to participate further. His primary objectives for attending the Black Ghost Market banquet were twofold: to acquire the spirit light remains and to gather intelligence on Wang Yu. Now that Shui Haiyao has consumed Wang Yu, it won't be long before she comprehends the underlying dynamics of the Black Ghost Market. Moreover, the elder Luo Qinghe has dispatched personnel to the Eagle Country to investigate the matters concerning the Demon Abyss sect, following the lead of the spiritual energy potion. Presently, both of these matters can be temporarily set aside. The spirit light remains, and the twins have already fallen into Yin Juyue's possession. Henceforth, Chen Yi merely needs to await contact from the Luo family and engage in negotiations with Yin Juyue. After all, she is a woman. It would be unreasonable to assume she would exploit the twin sisters tonight. Just then, Chen Yi's phone unexpectedly received a text message. Lord Chen Yi, I am Yin Juyue from the 6th box of the auction, representing the Yin family. I sincerely apologize for seizing the spirit beast you had your eye on. I resorted to this method due to pressing matters that require discussion. If our negotiations proceed smoothly, as compensation, I would be willing to gift you the twin sisters I acquired for 40 million, free of charge. Location, room 3001, Han City International Hotel.